Chun-Yi smiled, and said, apart from withdrawing their own people, the Zhou clan did not touch a single other thing. From now on, this place will be under your care, Uncle Wang. Take a look and see if there is anything you wish to change. Old Wang, hearing this, waved his hands again and again. Longsho, I dare not accept such trust. He looked at the spirit wood floor polished to a mirror sheen, the exquisitely carved window lattices, and the array of furnishings that were clearly of great value, and felt as though he had nowhere to put his hands or feet. Running that modest eatery out in the outer market and managing such a grand 7-story pavilion in the inner bazaar were like living in two entirely different worlds. Uncle Wang, don't panic. Chun-Yi patted his shoulder with a smile. No matter how imposing the place is, it still needs people to make it run. Look around first and form a clear picture in your mind. Old Wang drew several deep breaths, forcing himself to steady his emotions, and began to carefully survey this foundation of his future. Having managed businesses for many years, once he entered his working state, the confusion in his gaze was gradually replaced by focused seriousness. He walked floor by floor, looking and inspecting you. At times, he would run his fingers over the walls, at times rap the stair railing with his knuckles, his brows knitting, then relaxing. Longsho, Old Wang returned from his circuit, rubbing his hands. This place is indeed a fine establishment, and its foundations are solid. However, there are some areas that may need slight adjustments. Oh, let's hear it. Chun-Yi's interest was piqued. Take this main hall, for example. Old Wang pointed toward the spacious, bright ground floor. The Zhou clan used to pursue elegance here, many partitions, excellent privacy, suitable for quiet discussions. But our Wanbao restaurant will feature camp-style monster beast meat and spiritual ingredients. The flavors may be rather strong, and we aim for boisterous crowds and lively popularity. So, I was thinking perhaps we could tear down some of these unnecessary partitions and make the main hall more open and expansive. We could also create several prominent display areas to showcase the rare monster beast materials we've hunted. That would both demonstrate our strength and serve as our signature attraction. Chun-Yi's eyes lit up. Makes perfect sense. Go on. Seeing Chun-Yi agree, Old Wang grew bolder. There is also the back kitchen. The original kitchen was designed for delicate, refined dishes. The stoves and cooking artifacts may not be suitable for handling large cuts of monster beast meat. We will likely need to strengthen the firepower and improve the smoke extraction. The elegant private rooms behind the building can be retained, even made more exquisite specifically to host distinguished guests or conduct major negotiations. However, their names could be changed. Rather than listening to the rain or watching the clouds, we could name them after the places around our camp or the beasts we have hunted, such as Hafeng Gorge or Jilin Hall. The names would sound forceful and carry Wanbao Valley's distinctive flavor. Excellent. Chun-Yi could not help praising. Uncle Wang, I knew I did not misjudge you. These ideas are splendid. We will renovate exactly as you suggest. Whatever you need, report directly to me, and I will arrange it. He then turned to Lin Bin. How many people did we recruit this time? Lin Bin straightened his back at once and replied solemnly. Reporting to boss, according to your instructions, we have recruited a total of 162 people. Their family backgrounds have undergone preliminary checks. Most are itinerant cultivators struggling to survive in the outer market, and their foundations are relatively clean. We have used a total of 443 barrier-breaking pills, and all accounts have been recorded clearly. There were still so many suitable people in Taiping outer market. Chun-Yi's brows rose slightly. Many have come from other bazaars, Lin Bin replied. From other bazaars? Chun-Yi keenly seized on the detail. It seems the reputation of Wanbao Valley is spreading faster than we anticipated. Lin Bin nodded. Yes, quite a few heard that you personally oversee the recruitment, and that you are willing to use breakthrough pills to help people advance, so they have come here drawn by your name. Others heard the reports from brothers who had previously joined the camp saying that our camp rules are clear and just and distribution is fair, so they have brought their entire families here. Bringing their families as well. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment. That is fine. Settling families has been one of the original purposes for opening this restaurant. Uncle Wang, go sort out those family members. For those willing to work in the restaurant, arrange positions as you see fit. Old Wang answered at once. Rest assured, Longsho, I will take full responsibility for this. There are many places in and around the restaurant that need hands. Once the families are settled, the brothers at the front lines will be able to serve with greater peace of mind. After a brief pause, Old Wang seemed to recall something. Longsho, about those 2 team members who died in the last expedition into the mountains. Chun-Yi slapped his forehead as he remembered. How many family members did they have? If there are many aside from the 2 I support directly, the remaining relatives can also be arranged to work here in the restaurant. Old Wang gave a bitter smile. Back then, when he recommended people to Chun-Yi, he had specifically chosen those with no burdens at home, willing to fight without hesitation. How could such men have many dependents? The 2 of them were alone in the world with no relatives still alive. Following your instructions, I found 2 orphans with spiritual roots and had them adopted under their names. Now that my wife and I are both moving into the inner market, those two children would be left unattended in the outer market, and I fear something may happen. Hearing this, Chun Yi's brows furrowed slightly. That is indeed a concern. The outer market is different from the inner market, a mix of fish and dragons. Leaving two children with spiritual roots alone, there would truly be inappropriate. After a brief pause for thought, he made his decision. Here's what we'll do, Uncle Wang. Bring both children into the inner market. Let them stay with you and Aunt Wang for now, and do light tasks within the restaurant that are within their abilities. First, they will have someone to look after them. Second, they can familiarize themselves early with how the restaurant is run. When their cultivation improves, we can look at their aspirations. Whether they stay in the restaurant or choose to go to the camp, they will have priority. Hearing this, old Wang's eyes grew faintly moist, and he bowed repeatedly. Longsho, you are truly benevolent. This old man thanks you on behalf of those two pitiful children for your great kindness, Longsho. Chun Yi waved his hand. We are all one family. It is only right that we look after our own. I'll trouble you to handle this matter, Uncle Wang. He then looked to Lin Bin again. There is still a whole slew of matters in the restaurant to arrange, and I cannot spare the time. Go to the Zhou clan's steward and borrow their flying boat to send the newly recruited people back to the camp. As for how to assign and train them, you three captains can handle it as you see fit. Understood, boss. Lin Bin accepted the order solemnly. I will head to the Zhou clan's office immediately. Chun Yi nodded, then turned back to old Wang. Uncle Wang, the renovation of the restaurant and the settling of personnel are wholly entrusted to you. Whatever materials or manpower you need, or any difficulties you encounter, come to me without hesitation. Old Wang drew a deep breath. On his weathered face, a long-lost vigor and radiance emerged. Rest assured, Longsho, I will stake these old bones of mine, and I will never let you down. In the days that followed, Wanbao restaurant was filled inside and out with a fervent bustle. True to his reputation as an experienced old shopkeeper, old Wang directed matters with calm authority, arranging each affair in impeccable order. Unnecessary partitions were removed, the back kitchen was reinforced and redesigned, the private rooms were rearranged, and staff and cooks for the restaurant were recruited and trained. He personally oversaw each task, maintaining strict standards. Tanya followed at his side, learning at remarkable speed. The young woman was keen-minded and diligent, and after breaking through to the mid-stage with the pills Chun Yi had given her, she was brimming with energy. She soon had the accounts, supplies, and staff schedules of the restaurant all clearly organized, becoming old Wang's most capable assistant. Although the back kitchen was managed by Aunt Wang, Chun Yi noticed that in the cultivation world, dishes tended to emphasize spiritual energy enhancement more than flavor. Aunt Wang was not a spiritual chef, yet the dishes she prepared were remarkably delicious. For diners who truly sought the pleasure of the palate, combining spiritual enhancement with rich flavor was in his eyes a promising blue ocean to explore. A few days later, renovation of the restaurant was complete, and it officially opened for business. Chun Yi did not choose any specially auspicious date. With Wanbao Valley still in its early days, what he valued was swift, decisive action. On the day of opening, there were no lavish decorations or noisy fanfare. They merely hung up the weighty plaque of dark spirit wood inlaid with shining gold characters, fixing it firmly at the front. The four large characters for Wanbao Restaurant flowed with restrained crimson gold radiance under the sunlight, steady and dignified, imbued with an extraordinary bearing. Chun Yi stood before the building with old Wang, Lin Bin, Tanya, and a group of newly recruited spirited staff at his side. Sweeping his gaze over them, he said in a deep voice, "Open the doors and welcome our guests." The heavy wooden doors slowly swung open. Having long since received the news, Zhou Mingyuan arrived first, smiling broadly, as he came in tandem with allies such as Li Chunyue and Bai Ziliang, along with a group of clan juniors, as the first wave of guests. "Young friend, Chen, my congratulations." Zhou Mingyuan cupped his hands first. "Senior Zhou, honored seniors and fellow Taoists, please come in." Chun Yi greeted them with a smile and led everyone inside. The moment they entered the main hall, everyone felt their eyes brighten. It was utterly different from the refined elegance they had imagined to be left behind from the Zhou clan's uni-pavilion. Most of the delicate partitions had been removed, making the entire first-floor hall appear unusually open and spacious. Rough, solid wooden tables and chairs replaced the exquisite carved cases and stands arranged in loose yet orderly rows. Most eye-catching of all were the walls on both sides of the hall, where one ferocious demonic beast head specimen after another had been carefully mounted. Their fangs bared lingering ferocity, still evident. The railings of the upper floor had even been refashioned from the chitinous husk of a Chinkai copper centipede. The dark, bluish plates of insect armor gleamed with a metallic cold light, each segment clearly visible, delivering a powerful visual impact. Aside from the stools and benches, all the interior decorations were made from various demonic beast materials, brimming with the rugged, primal, and power-laden style of a hunter's encampment. "Oh, what a setup!" As a seasoned beast-taming expert, Li Changyue had the sharpest eye. A single sweeping glance over those specimens told him the weakest among them were mid-grade second-tier, with even some third-tier demonic beasts among them. Clicking his tongue in amazement, he exclaimed, "Young friend Chen, this encampment of yours is extraordinary. You flatter me, seniorly. It is all thanks to my brothers staking their lives." "Chun," he said with a smile, as he guided everyone to their seats. Once they were seated, Old Wang personally led the waiters forward to attend to them. "Honored guests, Wanbao Restaurant opens its doors today, and we are deeply grateful for your presence. Our humble establishment has nothing rare or precious. What we pride ourselves on are the fresh cuts of demonic beast meat and signature mountain delicacies harvested from the Wanbao Valley encampment. The back kitchen is currently preparing several signature dishes. We humbly ask for your discerning judgment." One steaming fragrant dish after another was then carried out in single file by the waiters. There was no overly intricate plating. Most dishes were served in wide-mouthed, thick ceramic bowls or stone platters, and some were even presented directly in polished, enormous demonic beast skulls or carapaces, further accentuating the raw primitive feel. Red-scaled python broth, made from the tenderest belly meat of a freshly hunted red-scaled python from the encampment, simmered over a gentle flame for 6 hours with old mountain ginseng and polygonatum. Its flavor is unmatched. Old Wang personally introduced the first dish. As the ceramic lid was lifted, a dense, rich aroma, mixed with gentle heat, surged forth. The broth glowed a pale amber, the python meat snowy white and silky tender, the soup thick and lustrous, spiritual energy faintly coiling above it. "It smells amazing." Li Changyue was the first to ladle a spoonful, and as the python meat melted the instant it entered his mouth, he could not help but exclaim, "Exquisite." The others all picked up their chopsticks in turn, showering the dish with praise. Next came the charcoal-grilled copper centipede ribs, made from the choicest section, where the copper centipede's back connects to its rib-like limbs. After being marinated in a special blend of spices, the meat was grilled over charcoal until the exterior turned crisp and lightly charred, while the interior remained exceptionally tender and juicy. Sprinkled with a pinch of the spicy seasoning unique to the area around the encampment, the ribs offered layers upon layers of flavor, making them impossible to stop eating. Explosively stir-fried, three-eyed thunderwolf livers, steamed bluewater toad skin, braised rock-armored boar trotters. One dish after another, all using demonic beasts from the encampment as their main ingredients, whether stewed, grilled, stir-fried, or braised, were brought to the tables in succession. Though they could not compare to those long-established restaurants in terms of spiritual energy content and sheer flavor, they were utterly overwhelming. Especially for these scions of great clans long accustomed to refined spiritual cuisine, this approach, caring little for maximizing spiritual energy utilization and focusing instead on full-bodied flavor, offered an unprecedented and novel experience. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. Face flushed with good food and drink, Li Changyue slapped the table and said, "In the past, those spiritual chefs only cared about the purity of spiritual energy and dietary benefits. Flavor always came second. Today, here with young friend Chun, I have finally rediscovered the joy of truly feasting. The timing on these copper centipede ribs is flawless." Zhou Mingyuan and Bai Ziliang, both at the foundation establishment stage, were likewise nodding frequently. Because the flavors were so intense, the fragrance soon lured the casual cultivators on the street, who began to drift over in small groups to gather at the entrance. They craned their necks, sniffing the domineering aromas saturating the air, and peered inside at the faintly visible rugged decor and the high-spirited conversation of clan youths, feeling both curious and somewhat intimidated. Old Wang, sharpied as ever, immediately signaled to the waiters at the door when he noticed this. Two quick-witted waiters hurried out at once, wearing broad smiles, as they called out, "Fellow Taoist, Wanbao Restaurant is offering opening day promotions today. The dishes in the first-floor hall are affordable, featuring fresh game from the encampment with a unique flavor and fair prices. Private rooms are also prepared and awaiting your patronage." "Big brother, is it really Head Chun who opened this place?" someone asked tentatively. "How could it be fake?" the waiter replied, puffing out his chest. The plaque was hung personally by the head himself. "Today, Senior Mingyuan of the Zhou clan, Senior Chunyue of the Li clan, and Chairman Bai of the Qilan Society are all in the private rooms upstairs." At these words, a ripple of commotion ran through the crowd. Since even such prominent figures had come to show support, it seemed clear that this Wanbao restaurant truly shared the same lineage as Head Chen's Wanbao Valley encampment. Looking at the price board listing the dishes, they found that although the prices were somewhat higher than those of eateries in the outer market compared to the other restaurants inside the inner market, especially those specializing in spiritual cuisine, they could practically be called people-friendly. More importantly, the aroma was simply too irresistible. "Give me a serving of the grilled ribs and a bowl of spiritual rice." A bold, casual cultivator at mid-stage Chi refining gritted his teeth and was the first to step over the threshold. "I'll have a serving of red-scaled python broth as well." That stir-fried wolf liver looks perfect with rice. Give me a portion too. Once someone took the lead, the previously hesitant crowd immediately followed. Before long, the first-floor hall was nearly full with voices, the clatter of chopsticks and dishes, and exclamations of praise, all blending together into a lively din. In the back kitchen, Aunt Wong and several newly hired cooks and helpers were so busy their feet barely touched the ground. Although they had prepared a large amount of ingredients in advance, the level of excitement on opening day still exceeded expectations. Fortunately, Aunt Wong managed the operations deftly, and the cooks, carefully selected by old Wong for their solid skills, were busy yet orderly. Tanya and a group of young women shuttled between the front hall and the back kitchen, helping to greet customers' record orders and at the same time keeping an eye on ingredient consumption. From time to time, she would quietly report a few words to old Wong, and their cooperation grew ever more seamless. The dishes received unanimous praise. Word spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, and the restaurant could truly be said to have become an overnight sensation. Naturally, this reputation soon reached the ears of the other 3 restaurants in the inner market. At first, each shopkeeper merely assumed it was a new establishment using some novel tricks to attract customers and did not pay much attention. After all, the clientele for restaurants in the market was more or less fixed, or so they thought. There was only so much novelty one could offer. But for several days in a row, lines stretched in front of Wanbao restaurant from morning till night, the rich, strange aromas drifting down half the street. Even some of their own longtime patrons could not resist going to try it, and came back clicking their tongues in praise. Under such circumstances, things clearly were no longer so simple. Manager Hu of Xiangrui residence was the first to become restless. Accompanied by his skilled chef, he disguised himself and blended in among the diners in the main hall of Wanbao restaurant. As soon as he entered, the domineering aroma, a mix of charred fragrance, meaty scent, and spicy essence of mystical plants, made Hu's brows furrow. He was accustomed to elegant spiritual dishes with refined presentation. How could he have ever encountered such a rough spectacle? The hall was bustling with noise. Diners were feasting with grease glistening on their faces, talking and laughing loudly, completely lacking the restraint typical of dining at Xiangrui residence. Upon seeing the dishes being served, Hu shook his head in dismay. Ceramic bowls and stone plates, even serving with monster bones. This was clearly not a restaurant, but a gathering place for hunters. However, when he saw the Kyer finding loose cultivator at the next table bite into a rib that was charred to a golden brown, oozing oil and sprinkled with a bright red powder, and the look of sheer ecstasy on his face, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He gestured for his chef to order a few signature dishes. When the dishes arrived, they were rich in color and steaming hot. Although not exquisitely presented, they possessed a certain allure. After a moment of hesitation, Manager Hu picked up a piece of stir-fried, three-eyed thunderwolf liver and put it in his mouth. In an instant, an incredibly tender and smooth flavor infused with a smoky and spicy essence exploded on his tongue. The wolf liver was free of any fishy odor, cooked to perfection. Tender, yet not raw, smooth, yet not greasy. The unique spicy seasoning thoroughly awakened the flavor, making one's appetite soar and craving to devour a large bowl of spiritual rice immediately. Manager Hu was stunned. The chef behind him also tasted a piece, and his face instantly turned grim. He slammed his chopsticks down and called out to the waiter, "Bring your manager to me." The waitress was startled by the chef's expression and was at a loss for words when Tanya approached and slightly bowed to the chef, saying, "Dear guest, is there something wrong with the dish?" The chef snorted coldly and pointed at the stir-fried, three-eyed thunderwolf liver, saying, "This three-eyed thunderwolf is a second-tier mid-grade monster, and its liver is the essence of its vitality. By processing it this way, you've lost half of its spiritual energy. It's simply wasteful." His voice was not quiet, and several tables around heard him, turning their eyes toward him. Tanya maintained her smile, her tone still gentle. "You are quite knowledgeable, dear guest. However, our establishment is not a spiritual dish restaurant and does not emphasize spiritual energy effects. What we seek is to provide our fellow Taoists with a satisfying and enjoyable meal." Other diners chimed in, "Exactly. If we wanted spiritual energy, we could just buy a pill to eat. Why waste money at a restaurant? What we come here for is just a hearty meal." Another person interjected, "You have no reason to complain. You're just being unreasonable because you didn't enjoy your meal. If you want spiritual energy, go eat at one of the other restaurants." "Exactly. What is a spirit chef?" Commonly known as a little alchemist. He had his own pride, and being challenged like this ignited his anger. Ignoring Manager Hu's warning glances, he stood up abruptly, pointing at Tanya and the diners who supported her, shouting, "Rude. Ignorant. The essence of spiritual dishes lies in the purity of spiritual energy and their nourishing benefits. You all seek mere satisfaction, wasting fine spiritual materials. What's the difference from ordinary people? It's simply a disgrace. It's lamentable that this peaceful district allows such a lousy establishment to exist." His loud voice drowned out the noise in the hall. The entire first floor fell silent. In an instant, all diners paused with their chopsticks, staring in shock. Many faces darkened. Everyone had come here to spend money for a hearty meal drawn by Wanbao Restaurant's carefree and satisfying offerings. Now being accused of being rude felt unbearable. Tan Yas's expression also turned cold. Dear guest, our Wanbao Restaurant welcomes all Taoists to dine and offer guidance. But if you speak disrespectfully and insult others, we will have difficulty accommodating you. This meal is on us. Please leave. The spirit chef did not expect this seemingly gentle woman to be so resolute. His face turned from blue to white. He was used to being favored and had never been publicly expelled. In a fit of rage, without thinking, he waved his hand, sending a gust of wind toward the dishes on the table, clearly intending to cause a scene. Lin Bin had just returned from his break, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. In a flash, he was already standing in front of Tan Ye, his left hand darting out like lightning, fingers curling around the spirit chef's wrist. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking echoed, accompanied by the spirit chef's piercing scream. His arm twisted painfully and immobilized by Lin Bin. "Ah! Let go of me! Do you know who I am?" The spirit chef, sweating profusely from the pain, yelled in shock and anger. "I don't care who you are." Lin Bin's voice was as cold as ice, adding more pressure to his grip. "Who gave you the courage to wreak havoc here?" His murderous aura was unleashed without reservation. This was the true killing intent, tempered through blood and battle, icy and bone-chilling, instantly rendering the spirit chef's face pale, the words he intended to say choking in his throat. The diners in the hall were also stunned by this sudden turn of events, and their gazes toward Lin Bin began to carry a hint of awe. "It's Captain Lin. Tisk, there's a good show to watch." "Deserved it. How dare you act up here without seeing who is backing this place?" Manager, who felt that things were not going well, and inwardly cried out in despair. He had come to scout the enemy, but needed to keep a low profile. Now with his own spirit chef causing such a ruckus, how could he still maintain a low profile? He was probably already recognized. He quickly stood up, forcing a smile, and clasping his hands. Misunderstanding. Please calm down, dear Taoist. It was my companion who acted impulsively, speaking out of turn and causing trouble for your esteemed establishment. I sincerely apologize. I am Hu Yongyan from Xiangrui Residence, and I promise to manage this strictly upon my return. I am willing to compensate for all losses and hope you will be lenient. Lin Bin did not immediately release his grip, but coldly glanced at the still screaming spirit chef before looking at manager, who was gaze sharp as a blade. The manager of Xiangrui Residence. "What is your own business, not doing well, that you came to our Wanbao restaurant to cause trouble?" This remark was quite... Manager Hu's facial muscles twitched, and he quickly forced a smile. "Your words are heavy." "I absolutely did. It's just that I came drawn by the fragrance, wanting to experience your restaurant's unique flavors. It was my young and impulsive assistant who didn't understand the rules. I hope as a fellow in the industry you can forgive us a little." At this moment, Old Wang also rushed over after hearing the commotion. Being an experienced veteran, he could immediately understand the situation after seeing the scene and hearing Lin Bin's words. He first cupped his hands towards the diners in the hall and said loudly, "Dear friends, I apologize for the misunderstanding that has disturbed your enjoyment. Today all the drinks for everyone present are on the house. Please continue, eat and drink well." The guests cheered. The shopkeeper is generous. Having calmed the guests, Old Wang walked up to manager, who with a smooth smile typical of a businessman, though there was little warmth in his eyes. "So it is manager, who from Xiangrui Residence. I beg your pardon. Our Wanbao restaurant operates on a small scale, having just opened for a few days, and cannot compare to the century-old brand of Xiangrui Residence, with its authentic fine dishes. However, in business, it's all about one's abilities. If manager who wishes to critique us, we welcome it, but if you intend to ruin our livelihood..." Old Wang paused, raising his voice slightly. "Then you must first ask the hundreds of brothers in Wanbao Valley if they agree." Manager Hu's heart trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew Old Wang's words were not mere threats. The Wanbao Valley camp was currently thriving, and Chun Yi was a favored figure before the Zhou family. If a real conflict broke out, the backers of his Xiangrui residence might not be willing to confront the Zhou family over such trivial rivalry among peers. "Shopkeeper Wang, you misunderstood. It is absolutely a misunderstanding." Manager, who repeatedly waved his hands, pulling out a bulging storage bag from his bosom and discreetly slipping it into Old Wang's hand. "I will double the compensation for today's losses. This thoughtless act will be met with severe punishment when I return. In the future, I will prepare a generous gift and personally come to apologize to Chen Longsho and shopkeeper Wang." Old Wang weighed the spirit stone bag in his hand. It was quite heavy. Only then did a genuine smile appear on his face, and he exchanged a glance with Lin Bin. Lin Bin snorted coldly and released his grip. The spirit chef, feeling as if he had been pardoned from severe punishment, staggered back, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Bin, no longer daring to utter another word. "Manager Hu, please leave. Old Wang said, stepping aside to gesture for them to exit. The restaurant still has business to attend to. Manager, who feeling relieved, disregarded his dignity and pulled the spirit chef along quickly, leaving Wanbao restaurant amidst the mocking and disdainful gazes of the diners. What kind of person is this? If their own flavor is lacking, why come here to stir trouble? Exactly, this person has poor character. I think it's better to avoid Xiangrui residence in the future. That's right. When dining, isn't it all about comfort and enjoyment? With the flavors and prices at Wanbao restaurant, there's nothing to complain about. The business at Wanbao restaurant not only remained unaffected, but became even more prosperous. Xiangrui residents had inadvertently promoted Wanbao restaurant. Many who were initially just observing or had fixed dining habits at other restaurants could not help but be curious and wanted to try the flavors that could make Xiangrui residents so anxious. In the following days, the line outside the restaurant never ceased. Old Wang was busy to the point where he hardly had a moment to rest, yet his face was filled with joy as he, along with Tanya and a group of staff, managed everything in an orderly manner. Under Aunt Wang's command, the kitchen was running at full throttle, with aromas wafting day and night. Wanbao restaurant was clearly on the path to becoming the best restaurant in Taiping Fong. Chun-Yi stood at the window of the elegant room on the top floor, observing the bustling crowd below, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The monthly earnings from the camp's elixirs and materials could bring him nearly 10,000 spirit stones, while the restaurant also brought in several thousand each month. This profit was far superior to being a small family dependent on the Zhou family. Boss, should we be on guard against the other restaurants in the area? Sun Qing asked quietly from behind him. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. The restaurant business had been mostly monopolized by Wanbao restaurant, and Sun Qing truly feared they might act out of desperation. A bunch of clowns, no need to pay too much attention to them. He looked at the three and said, the reason I called you all here is to discuss a matter. Sun Qing and the others noticed Chun-Yi's serious expression and immediately straightened up, waiting respectfully for him to continue. Chun-Yi's gaze swept over the three of them, his fingers lightly tapping the table. From hunting demons in the mountains to accepting investment from the Zhou family, and now to establishing the Wanbao Valley Demon Hunting Camp, my effort has been to gather a group of like-minded brothers to achieve something great. Now that the camp has taken shape and the restaurant's business is on track, it's time to establish our own identity. The three immediately became solemn. Whether it was the earlier demon hunting team or the current demon hunting camp, Chun-Yi had never established any formal title. Now to utter the phrase, establishing our own identity, means they need to truly raise their own banner and set their own rules, thus forming their own influence. The three of them brightened at his words. Zhao Hu slapped his thigh and said, it's about time we did this. With over 100 people under our care, it's really not fitting to not have a proper title to speak of. Indeed. Lin Bin, being more composed, asked, boss, have you thought of a name? Chun-Yi nodded. I want to continue using the term Wanbao and call it Wanbao Tower. The core principle is to establish a business to gather wealth, to nurture people, and to protect the Tao. Sun Qing's eyes lit up as he pondered. The boss is thinking long-term. This is not just about establishing a name, but also about defining our foundation and direction. In the future, whether it's the output from the demon hunting camp or the business of the restaurant, and even any other industries we might expand into, all will come under the banner of Wanbao Tower, working in unison. Lin Bin interjected, exactly. With this strong banner, we have more structure internally and appear more substantial externally. The camp is a sharp blade while the restaurant is a money pouch, complementing each other perfectly. However, he hesitated slightly. How should we explain this to the Zhou family? Chun-Yi had already thought this through. The Wanbao Valley Demon Hunting Camp remains an investment project of the Zhou family that will not change. We are merely establishing Wanbao Tower as the core of our organization internally, with the camp as an important branch. We still remain collaborators with the Zhou family. As long as we continue to bring substantial returns to the Zhou family without touching their fundamental interests, they will be pleased to see this happen. A more organized and efficient partner is surely better than a group of loose demon hunters. In fact, as our power grows, it might not be something the Zhou family would dislike or consider unreliable. Indeed, as long as their interests align, the growth of Wanbao Tower would be beneficial rather than harmful to the Zhou family. After all, most of the camp's profits ultimately ended up in the Zhou family's pockets. The boss has thought this through thoroughly. Zhao Hu excitedly rubbed his hands together. Then how exactly do we go about establishing Wanbao Tower? Shouldn't we set some rules and define positions? That is precisely the idea. Chun-Yi sat back in his main seat, his expression serious. Our Wanbao Tower is different from ordinary sects or gangs. We are on a path of nurturing the Tao through commerce. Therefore, the rules and positions should also be based on this principle. First, the organizational structure of our Wanbao Pavilion. I, Chun-Yi, shall serve as pavilion master, overseeing all internal affairs and setting the overarching direction. Beneath me, 3 halls shall be established. The first is the Gathering Treasure Hall, responsible for commerce and wealth generation, managing sales, business relations, and any future ventures we may expand into. Sun Qing possesses meticulous thought and exceptional acumen in management and calculation, thus this hall shall fall under your stewardship. Sun Qing's heart leapt with joy, but he did not accept immediately. Instead, he asked softly, Pavilion Master, might it not be wiser to appoint Elder Wang to this post? After all, I am. He well understood Elder Wang's esteemed standing in Chun Yi's eyes, and indeed Elder Wang had already demonstrated remarkable managerial prowess in running the tavern. He is unsuited, Chun Yi interjected with a wave of his hand. Elder Wang excels at hospitality and day-to-day operations, a rare talent among innkeepers. Yet the head of the Gathering Treasure Hall must possess strategic vision capable of orchestrating the whole and foreseeing opportunities to pioneer new frontiers for our Wanbao Pavilion. Your mind is precise and perceptive. You discern human nature and shifting tides with uncanny clarity, and you know when to advance or retreat. This post belongs to no one but you. As for Elder Wang, I have other arrangements in mind. In truth, Chun Yi had initially considered Elder Wang, but though the man was masterful in tavern management, he lacked ambition. Chun Yi had appointed him tavern manager with generous wages, yet the man saved every coin for his child. Both he and his wife remained at cultivation level 4, spiritual qi refinement. Content it seemed to rest beneath Chun Yi's sheltering bow, having already attained life's fulfillment. When a person refuses self-advancement, even Chun Yi could do nothing. Sun Qing, hearing this, felt profound gratitude mingled with solemn responsibility. He rose instantly and clasped his fists in salute. Honored by your trust, Pavilion Master. Sun Qing pledges his utmost effort, never to fail your confidence. Chun Yi nodded and continued. Second is the Mountain Stabilizing Hall, named for its purpose, safeguarding our Dao and defending our grounds. It oversees daily security fortifications, external threats, and disputes, serving as both unyielding shield and sharpened blade of the Wanbao Pavilion. His gaze fell upon Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, you are bold in battle, fearless in spirit, and command the respect of all. You shall lead the Mountain Stabilizing Hall, wielding martial strength alone to guard our foundation. Zhao Hu sprang to his feet, his voice booming like temple bells. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. So long as Zhao Hu stands watch, none shall dare touch even a single grain of dust belonging to our Wanbao Pavilion, without first answering to my fists. Chun Yi smiled faintly and gestured for him to sit, then turned his calm, steady gaze toward Lin Bin. Third is the Wind Message Hall, he said, responsible for intelligence gathering, internal oversight, and covert operations. It scouts market trends and movements of rival factions beyond our walls. Within it monitors personnel across all halls to ensure discipline, loyalty, and strict adherence to orders. Moreover, matters too delicate for public handling shall also fall to this hall. You possess the quietest temperament, able to remain composed under pressure with depth of thought unmatched. This burden rests solely upon your shoulders. Lin Bin had listened in silence all along. Now meeting Chun Yi's gaze, he offered no refusal, only rose slowly, bowed deeply with clasped fists, and declared with solemn resolve, trusting me, thus Pavilion Master Lin Bin swears never to betray this mission. Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction and signaled Lin Bin to sit. With the 3 halls established comes the code of conduct, he said, his tone turning grave. The Wanbao Pavilion stands on commerce, gathers wealth through the pavilion, nurtures people with wealth, and protects the Dao through people. This is our foundational principle, the very bedrock of our existence. All within the pavilion must abide by it. There are 3 core tenets guiding every action taken by a member of the Wanbao Pavilion. Chun Yi raised 3 fingers. First, profit must never be monopolized. Wealth must never run dry. All revenue generated from pavilion enterprises and ventures shall be fairly distributed according to rank and merit. Every individual may earn reward through skill and diligence, but never at the expense of the collective nor through acts that erode the pavilion's very foundations. Second, righteousness must never be abandoned. Trust must never be broken. Internally, brothers support one another, never betraying kinship. Externally, business dealings must be grounded in unwavering integrity. Our foothold in this world rests not only upon ability, but upon reputation. Third, commands must never be disobeyed, prohibitions must never be violated. Each hall fulfills its designated duties and bears its own responsibilities. Orders issued by the pavilion master or hall masters must be obeyed, unless they contradict the first 2 tenets. Internal statutes shall be drafted by the Wind Message Hall. Violators shall be punished in accordance with severity as prescribed by law. Detailed regulations shall be deliberated jointly by the 3 halls and submitted to me for approval. All 3 nodded in unison. For now, the Wanbao Valley camp remains temporarily outside the jurisdiction of the Gathering Treasure Hall. Its proceeds shall continue to be allocated per existing rules. The tavern, however, is our private asset, and thus falls under the Gathering Treasure Hall's authority. Its income shall now be distributed under the new pavilion-wide system. All future ventures shall follow this precedent. Chun Yi paused briefly before turning to Sun Qing. You will meet with Elder Wang and his wife shortly to formally integrate the tavern into the Gathering Treasure Hall and draft a comprehensive profit-sharing charter ensuring sound and sustainable management. Understood. Chun Yi then turned to Zhao Hu and Lin Bin. Though the camp cannot yet be claimed as our private property due to the Zhou family's involvement, it remains our crucible for cultivating and testing personnel. Consult the brothers there. Ascertain who wishes to join the Wanbao Pavilion. Those who choose to join shall receive appropriate preferential access to cultivation resources. Those who decline shall face no coercion. Understood. Lin Bin and Zhao Hu bowed respectfully in unison. They understood well in these early days of forging a new power accumulation came first, and their roles for now would remain anchored in camp affairs as before. Chun Yi looked again at Sun Qing. As head of commerce, you must gradually withdraw from camp responsibilities, focusing henceforth on the tavern. Sun Qing straightened with solemn resolve. Understood. Within that quiet private chamber, the name Wanbao Pavilion and its tri-hall architecture took silent, decisive shape. Chun Yi and his 3 trusted lieutenants discussed further details until dusk fell. The clamor downstairs fading into stillness, whereupon they departed separately. Sun Qing acted without delay. That very night he sought out Elder Wang and recounted, in full detail, the founding of the Wanbao Pavilion and the formal transfer of the tavern under the Gathering Treasure Hall. Elder Wang sat stunned for half a moment, then slapped his thigh, his face alight with genuine elation. Excellent news. Truly magnificent. Chun, no. Pavilion Master has finally raised his own banner. From now on we truly have roots. Then somewhat bashfully he rubbed his hands together. Hall, Master Sun, I understand the Pavilion Master's intent. I, Elder Wang, am but a modest man, content to tend this tavern, watching it flourish, finding peace in its steady glow. To orchestrate grand strategy or pioneer new domains, I simply lack the capacity and dare not presume. But whatever the Gathering Treasure Hall requires, Elder Wang will offer full, unwavering support, without hesitation. Seeing his humble posture, Sun Qing relaxed inwardly and smiled. Elder Wang, you flatter yourself too much. The tavern is presently the treasury of the Wanbao Pavilion, and its most visible emblem. The Pavilion Master's reliance upon you and Annie Wang has never waned, and your role as innkeeper will only grow more vital. This profit-sharing charter must therefore be carefully crafted, with your joint counsel, to ensure both fair rewards for our brothers and the tavern's enduring prosperity. Elder Wang eagerly agreed. Naturally. My wife and I shall deliberate thoroughly and produce a sound, workable plan. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu and Lin Bin returned to the camp, not rushing to assemble everyone. Instead, they met quietly in Zhao Hu's makeshift council chamber, a wooden hut lit by a single oil lamp, and spoke in hushed tones. The Pavilion Master's meaning is clear, Lin Bin murmured, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the rough wooden table. The camp is our root, our reservoir. Those who choose to follow us become true core disciples, granted preferential cultivation resources and promising prospects. Those who decline shall remain merely hired hands. No coercion, no resentment. Why choose? Zhao Hu grunted, brows knotted. To follow the Pavilion Master means sustenance, advancement, abundant cultivation resources. Only a fool would refuse. Lin Bin shook his head, expression serene. The human heart is inscrutable. Some seek stability, content with things as they are, unwilling to bind themselves to a single cause. Others may simply chafe under rigid discipline. A forced union bears bitter fruit, disunited hearts breed hidden dangers. Zhao Hu pondered this, then scratched his head irritably. Then what do we do? Question them one by one. That would invite unnecessary suspicion and division, Lin Bin mused. Tomorrow let us each approach those brothers who already hold deep faith in the Pavilion Master, and gently test the waters. Those willing shall register with either of us, names recorded discreetly. Those hesitant or unwilling shall receive no cold shoulder. Everything proceeds as before. Once the first cohort is confirmed, we shall assess whether a formal announcement across the camp is warranted. Agreed, your plan stands. Zhao Hu nodded. With strategies settled, the two retired for the night. Chun Yi was running in 2 directions, keeping an eye on the camp affairs, primarily synthesizing materials to exploit the Zhou family's resources, while also presiding over the tavern and bringing Sun Qing to meet the surrounding forces of the Zhou family. Calculating the days, Chun Yi borrowed the pretext of returning samples to arrive at the Qilin Association. As the founder of Taiping Square, by Ziliang's Qilin Association is located in the core area of Taiping Square, a rather grand pavilion, with 3 ancient seal characters, Qilin Association, inscribed in silver strokes emanating a faint aura. As soon as Chun Yi arrived at the entrance, a Sharpie disciple greeted him. Chen Longzhou. The disciple evidently recognized Chun Yi and bowed respectfully. The president is receiving guests on the top floor and has instructed that if you visit you may go directly up. Thank you. Chun-Yi nodded and followed the disciple inside. The layout of the Qilin Association is distinctly different from the rough style of Wanbao Tower, exuding elegance and sophistication. The first floor is an open display area showcasing various types of magical artifact prototypes, array components, and even some intricately designed mechanical puppets with many cultivators pausing to observe and quietly discuss. They arrived at a refined tea room, where Bai Ziliang was enjoying tea and playing chess with Zhou Xianhong. Seeing Chun-Yi enter, Bai Ziliang placed a piece on the board and smiled. Has Chun Xiaoyu arrived? I was just discussing you with Daoist Zhou. Junior Chun-Yi pays respects to President Bai and to the Zhou family head. Chun-Yi calmly entered and bowed to both. We are all family, no need for such formalities, sit down quickly. Zhou Xianhong gestured with his hand, his gaze landing on Chun-Yi with a hint of elder-like warmth. Chun-Yi complied and took out the prepared samples, presenting them with both hands. President Bai, these are some samples I borrowed earlier, and I have come today to return them. Thank you for your trust. Bai Ziliang didn't even glance at the samples, casually waving his hand for the nearby disciple to take them, smiling. Just some minor items, nothing to fuss over. He then shifted the conversation, asking with interest, but what about you? I've heard that your Wanbao Tower has recently raised its flag, making quite a stir. Chun-Yi's heart sank slightly, knowing he couldn't hide this matter from the two, but he calmly replied, I am merely making some small adjustments, just organizing the personnel at hand, setting some rules, and engaging in some business, nothing to be considered a stir. Zhou Xianhong nodded, saying, you now have over 100 mid-stage cultivators under you, but it is indeed time to establish some regulations. However, the camp is your foundation, do not neglect it due to matters in the tower. As for the expenses and operations of the tavern, if there are difficulties, our Zhou family can also provide some assistance. Chun-Yi's mind raced, and he immediately stood up, cupping his hands. President Zhou, your wise words I will remember. The camp is our foundation for survival, and we would not dare to let up in the slightest. We will certainly manage it diligently, not failing the family head's expectations. The camp is our foundation for survival, and we would not dare to let up in the slightest. We will certainly manage it diligently, not failing the family head's expectations. Saying this, he took out a jade box and handed it to Bai Ziliang. Look, I had someone search in the camp, and they actually found the exotic beast materials that Senior Bai needed and hurriedly brought them here. Bai Ziliang took the jade box and examined it carefully for a moment, a flicker of approval passing through his eyes. Indeed, this is the pure jade rhinoceros horn. Judging by its appearance and size, it should be from an adult exotic species. This item is indeed rare. Our Qilin Association is willing to purchase this horn for 3,000 spirit stones. What does Qin Xiaoyu think? Ordinary second-tier mid-grade beast materials typically range from several hundred to over 1,000 spirit stones, yet this pure jade rhinoceros horn can command a price of 3,000, indicating its rarity. But Chun-Yi was not here for spirit stones. He was aiming to establish his identity as a weapon refiner. Senior Bai, I do not intend to sell this pure jade rhinoceros horn. Bai Ziliang and Zhou Xianhong were both taken aback by his words. Not selling? Then why bring it out? I dare to be bold and wish to gift it to you, Senior. Chun-Yi said with a smile. Bai Ziliang raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhou Xianhong, however, laughed and looked at Chun-Yi, saying, no good deed comes without a cost. Speak, what benefits do you seek from President Bai? Bai Ziliang also looked at Chun-Yi, seemingly waiting for his next words. You truly cannot hide anything from Senior Zhou. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly and took out a flying sword artifact from his storage bag, sliding it towards Bai Ziliang. Senior Bai, as an expert in this field, could you help me assess the quality of this flying sword? Bai Ziliang raised an eyebrow. This artifact was dim and dull, clearly a low-grade item. Yet since Chun-Yi had presented it, there must be a reason. He picked up the flying sword, infused it with a trace of magical energy, and examined it closely. His eyes initially brightened, but then furrowed. Though this artifact is only low-grade, the restrictions inscribed within are quite perfect, but why is it entirely made of black iron? Bai Ziliang held the flying sword in his palm, his fingertips brushing over the blade, a look of clear confusion and regret on his face. Black iron is indeed sturdy, yet it lacks spirit. To refine such a low-grade artifact in this manner is a waste of such exquisite craftsmanship and restriction inscriptions. Bai Ziliang held the flying sword in his palm, his fingertips brushing over the blade, a look of clear confusion and regret on his face. Black iron is indeed sturdy, yet it lacks spirit. To refine such a low-grade artifact in this manner is a waste of... Chun-Yi immediately asked, then according to your advice, how should I adjust it? If you mix in 30% wind copper or use cold iron as the main material with cloud pattern steel as a supplement, even if it is only low-grade, its speed and sharpness could be improved by 3. Seeing Chun-Yi's focused expression, Bai Ziliang seemed to think of something, pausing his words. He placed the flying sword down, casting a playful glance at Chun-Yi, smiling at Zhou Xianhong. Our young friend Chun here is learning from me. Zhou Xianhong stroked his beard and laughed, his gaze towards Chun Yi carrying a hint of scrutiny. Oh, it seems that Chen Xiaoyu has quite an interest in the art of weapon refining. Chun Yi had been observing Zhou Xuanhong's expression. The crafting of artifacts is a pillar industry in Qingnan traditionally monopolized by the great families. Even a foundational cultivator like Bai Ziliang could only work on fine custom jobs with the family's consent. Although Chun Yi served the Zhou family, recklessly involving himself could still raise suspicion. He had not anticipated Zhou Xianhong would be here. He initially planned to connect with Bai Ziliang to fill in his own gaps. With Zhou Xianhong present, it was a perfect opportunity to gauge his reaction. He forced a smile and said, "They say cultivation involves 4 arts: alchemy, weapon refining, array formations, and talismans, but in the end it boils down to 2 paths. The so-called talismans, formations, and artifacts are merely different applications of the same principles. I have some accomplishments in the talisman path, and now, as I oversee a camp, the materials from exotic beasts are countless. Like a mouse falling into a rice jar, how can I resist the urge to try a bit? However, I have always struggled without guidance, only able to ponder blindly. So today I shamelessly came here, borrowing the occasion of returning the samples, to boldly ask Senior Bai for some pointers." As Chun Yi spoke, he again bowed respectfully. "This pure jade rhinoceros horn can be considered a small token of my appreciation. I hope Senior will not find it lacking." Bai Ziliang clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "What a fine point about the common origin of the 3 paths. Zhou brother, our young friend here has quite a talent in the talisman path." Zhou Xianhong naturally knew that Chun Yi was a talisman master. Initially, he thought Chun Yi only had some talent in the talisman path, but now it was evident that his talent was indeed considerable, allowing him to grasp the broader concepts. "Young friend, please tell me honestly, how far have you progressed in your talisman skills?" Chun Yi paused briefly in thought, then spoke candidly. "I dare not deceive the senior elder. I have attained stable mastery in crafting top-tier talismans. That is precisely why I am considering a transition to the path of artifact refinement. The talismanic path is a dead, and once one reaches the top-tier level, progress halts entirely. For talismans drawn by foundation establishment, cultivators no longer qualify as mere talismans. They become talismanic artifacts. These are imbued with the power of one's core artifact, sealed within specially prepared talisman paper, thus transcending the boundaries of conventional talismanic art. Beyond the top-tier level, talisman masters typically shift either to artifact refinement or formation arrays. Such transitions have long been the norm. Here are talismans I have crafted. Please honor me with your appraisal." Chun Yi withdrew a stack of talismans from his spatial storage pouch and placed them neatly upon the low table. Bai Ziliang swept his gaze across them, nodding faintly in approval. Each talisman bore fluid, assured brushwork and radiated an inner luster, truly exceptional among top-tier talismans. By this single mastery alone, Chun Yi ranked among the most accomplished independent cultivators in the Qingnan region. The Zhou family had appointed Chun Yi as commander of their camp, entrusting him with securing refining materials for themselves and their allied factions. His current aspiration to learn artifact refinement was, frankly speaking, a deviation from his designated duties, and had already trespassed upon sensitive ground. Yet Zhou Xianhong showed no sign of displeasure. The Yang family was nearing collapse. Inevitably, a market vacuum would emerge. Though Zhou family had recently secured its raw material supply chain through Chun Yi, they remained newcomers. To seize the Yang family's industrial legacy and market share after its fall, Zhou family's existing artifact refiners would stand little chance against the other 3 major clans. He had come personally to consult Bai Ziliang on cultivating new artifact refiners within his clan. Though Chun Yi was an independent cultivator, he was in essence one of their own. Rather than allow rivals to absorb him later, it was wiser to grant him entry now, preserving harmony between both sides. After all, how much could one man possibly consume? At most, he would follow the path of elite craftsmanship, like those venerable eccentrics of the Qilin Association. Zhou Xianhong stroked his beard in quiet contemplation, then broke into a smile, and said to Chun Yi, "You young man do possess a peculiar kind of logic. The path of artifact refinement is vast and profound. Only those endowed with unwavering perseverance may hope to glimpse its inner sanctum. Since you harbor such resolve, and already possess a solid foundation in talismanic art, there is no harm in attempting it. However," he added gravely, "you may study artifact refinement diligently, but must never lose yourself to obsession, nor allow it to interfere with your primary responsibilities at the camp." Relieved by Zhou Xuanhong's consent, Chun Yi rose immediately and performed a formal bow. "I shall forever hold dear Master Zhou's guidance. My pursuit of artifact refinement stems purely from personal interest. I would never mistake the secondary for the essential." Zhou Xianhong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Bai Ziliang. "Brother Bai, this young man possesses deep roots in talismanic art and clear original thinking. Might you deign to offer him some instruction?" Bai Ziliang's gaze lingered over Chun Yi before he stroked his beard and smiled. Since Brother Zhou has spoken, how could I possibly decline? Moreover, young Master Chen's offering of the pure jade rhinoceros horn bears sincere intent indeed. He tucked the jade box into his sleeve and addressed Chen Yi. Artifact refinement comprises two fundamental stages, shaping the artifact's physical form and inscribing its restraining formations. Given your mastery of talismanic art, forming restraining arrays should present little difficulty. What proves truly arduous is selecting compatible materials and refining the artifact's foundational form. With a light tap on his spatial storage pouch, he produced a jade slip and handed it to Chen Yi. This is the Qilin Association's internally compiled compendium of common spirit refining materials and their pairings. Though not a guarded secret, it distills the hard-won experience of many senior artisans within our association, documenting the properties, synergies, and antipathies of over 100 commonly used spirit materials along with foundational formulas for artifact cores. Study it well. Chun Yi accepted the slip reverently with both hands. A brief probe of his spiritual sense revealed its dense, rich content. His heart swelled with delight. Many thanks, Senior Elder Bai, for this generous gift. I shall study it with utmost diligence, honoring your trust. Bai Ziliang then turned to Zhou Xuanhong. Naturally, if Brother Zhou would permit young Master Chen to join the Qilin Association, I would be honored to accept him as my disciple. Zhou Xuanhong laughed heartily and pointed at Bai Ziliang. Elder Bai, you've begun poaching my people already. Bai Ziliang merely smiled back, unapologetic. Who could resist a gem of rare brilliance? Young Master Chun commands a firm foundation in talismanic art, possesses steady temperament, and demonstrates genuine passion for artifact refinement. Truly a cultivator of remarkable promise. Should Brother Zhou release him, I shall impart everything I know without reservation. Zhou Xinhong did not answer directly, but instead turned to Chen Yi. And what say you, young friend? Chun Yi had only intended to demonstrate his latent aptitude for artifact refinement, and quietly acquire Bai Ziliang's compendium as a reference manual. To actually become Bai Ziliang's disciple would expose his ruse entirely. Even if he wished it, would the Zhou family truly release him? He replied at once, I am profoundly honored by Senior Elder Bai's kindness, and deeply grateful. To receive your guidance and this invaluable text is blessing enough. How could I presume to ask for more? Hearing this, Zhou Xinhong chuckled and said to Bai Ziliang, there you have it, Brother Bai. Not that I withhold him, but that young Master Chen's aspirations lie elsewhere. Bai Ziliang took no offense, rather admiration deepened in his eyes. Very well. Each cultivator follows his own path. Young Master Chen's loyalty and integrity are exceedingly rare. Guard this compendium well. Should any question arise, you may seek me anytime at the Qilin Association. Many thanks, Senior Elder Bai, for your benevolent support. Chun Yi bowed deeply, once more exhaling inwardly in quiet relief. Seeing the matter settled, Zhou Xinhong rose. Well then, our business concluded, this old man shall take his leave and trouble you no further. Brother Bai, let us resume our game of Go another day. Safe journey, Brother Zhou, Bai Ziliang replied, rising to escort him. At the threshold he watched Chun Yi and Zhou Xinhong depart together, conversing amiably. His gaze narrowed slightly. What a pity. Returning to the inn, Chun Yi exchanged a few words with Sun Qing and Old Wang before mounting his azure peng wings and flying back to the Wanbao Valley camp. By the time he arrived, night had fully fallen, but the valley blazed with lamplight. Over 100 veteran and novice demon hunters bustled about, some sorting today's spoils, others reinforcing and repairing their dwellings. Lin Bin and Zhao Hu moved among them, pausing frequently to converse. Spotting Chun Yi's return, Lin Bin and Zhao Hu hurried forward. Master, they saluted with clasped fists. After a brief inquiry into camp affairs, Chun Yi turned to Zhao Hu. You cultivate earth arts. Come to my courtyard later and construct a smelting furnace for me. A smelting furnace. Zhao Hu blinked, then realization dawned. He widened his eyes. Master, you're truly beginning your studies in artifact refinement. Chun Yi nodded. Today I received guidance from Elder Bai, and also acquired this jade slip on material pairings for artifact refinement. With so many demon beast materials at our disposal here, it would be wasteful not to experiment. Moreover, my talismanic path has reached its natural limit. I intend to pivot toward artifact refinement while the opportunity presents itself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu straightened with renewed vigor and thumped his chest. Master, rest assured. Consider it done. Zhao Hu was known for swift execution. Barely half an hour after Chun Yi returned to his courtyard, Zhao Hu arrived with several comrades skilled in earth arts. Master, where shall we build the furnace? And how large should it be? Zhao Hu asked in his deep, resonant voice. Chun Yi gestured to a corner of the courtyard. Right here. No need for grandeur. Start with a modest 110 feet square. Understood. Zhao Hu barked, then immediately directed his team to begin work. They were all experienced demon hunters with cultivation mostly at the mid-stage of chi refinement, proficiently wielding basic earth element spells. In less than an hour, a solid and heavy earthen furnace with smooth inner walls appeared in the courtyard. Master, what do you think? Zhao Hu wiped the sweat from his brow. Chun Yi circled the furnace, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, thank you all for your hard work. After the others left, Chun Yi stood alone in front of the newly completed furnace, taking out the jade slip gifted by Zi Liang and immersing his divine sense into it. The content was extremely detailed, and Chun Yi had been focused on it for over 10 days. After grasping the key points of material combinations, Chun Yi sighed leisurely. It's a pity my strength is still insufficient now. With the shortcomings addressed and the system at his disposal, he could produce as many magical artifacts as he desired, but stepping into the market for standard artifacts now would be tantamount to courting death. He could only focus on high-end artifacts. What should I create first? Chun Yi pondered, stroking his chin. While lost in thought, he heard Sun Qing faintly complaining. The market and the camp are too far apart, it's inconvenient to rely on the Zhou family's flying boats for travel. Chun Yi instantly had an idea. Flying magical artifacts. These things could either be supersized transportation boats or single-person flying magical artifacts like the Qingpeng wings. As for single-person flying magical artifacts, they were always in high demand in the Qingnan region. Regardless of the material grade, as long as it allowed a person to fly, it would be priced as a top-grade magical artifact. The reason was simple: the internal restrictions were far too complex, involving the coordination and nesting of multiple functional restrictions, such as levitation, swift movement, lightness, and wind control. Unlike large transportation boats, which are cumbersome, the smaller size of single-person artifacts requires extremely high precision in restriction inscription, making it a skilled task for artifact refiner. But Chun Yi was not ordinary. He was a top-grade talisman master, highly skilled in restriction inscriptions. This was his persona, astonishing others with his incredible talent, and his proficiency in talisman techniques was not surprising. Good, it's settled. Chun Yi made up his mind. How would he refine it? Do you know what a wish-type artifact refine? First, he would burn the furnace for over 10 days, leading outsiders to believe he was refining artifacts. Chun Yi then began conceptualizing his creation within the system. It had to look like wings, if that would be cool. With the internal restrictions of the Qingpeng wings as a reference, along with addressing the shortcomings in materials, a wood element, flying magical artifact soon appeared in his hand. Detected decomposable item inferior, flying magical artifact, decompose. Chun Yi's mouth twitched. To be honest, from an appearance standpoint, this artifact looked even cooler than his Qingpeng wings. The wings exhibited a warm jade color, primarily made from the wings of a second-grade top-tier demon beast, the leaf-winged kite, combined with ice, silkworm silk, and Xingyan bamboo branches, light and ethereal, unfolding to over a foot in size, resembling two bamboo leaves with flowing spiritual light, exceptionally beautiful. However, regarding the internal restrictions, it could only be said that all necessary elements were present, or whether they could interact or be nested was not Chun Yi's concern. Decompose. Gain vitality 220. Gain production blueprint, unnamed flying magical artifact. Name it. Since this was going to be his first work to use, he needed to think of a nice name. Let's call it Qingyuan Wings. With a thought, Chun Yi confirmed the name. On the system panel, the production blueprint was renamed to Qingyuan Wings. Chun Yi once again immersed his consciousness into the system's manufacturing interface and infused vitality to produce it. He called out to the outside, "Sun Qing, come in for a moment." Sun Qing quickly walked into the courtyard upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing a pair of shimmering jade-colored wings floating before Chun Yi, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. "Master, what is this?" "This is a flying magical artifact. I just experimented with the Qingyuan wings." Chun Yi spoke calmly, but his eyes couldn't hide his smugness. "Try it out and see if it suits you." Even Sun Qing, who was usually composed, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing Chun Yi's words. "This? Master, you say this is your just refined flying magical artifact?" "A flying magical artifact." Flying magical artifacts are one of the most difficult types to refine. Many artifact refiners have studied for years and would not dare to lightly touch such things. How long has it been since our master started studying artifact refinement? Since switching to artifact refinement, it has barely been over a month, right? And he has already produced a finished product, and it's a flying magical artifact. Oh, what's this? The difficulty of flying magical artifacts lies mainly in the internal restriction inscriptions, and my master is a top-grade talisman master. Inscribing restrictions is his specialty. The only shortcoming is the material combination and control of the fire, but with the essentials from senior, by what could go wrong with a try? Chun Yi stated matter-of-factly. Sun Qing stared blankly at the Qingyuan wings, swallowed hard, and cautiously asked, "Master, can this really be used?" Chun Yi shot him an annoyed glance. "Nonsense. If it couldn't be used, why would I call you in?" It wasn't that Sun Qing didn't trust Chun Yi, it was just that if something went wrong and he fell from the sky, it would be quite a disaster. Discreetly holding a few lightness talismans in his hand, Sun Qing cautiously took the Qingyuan wings. He placed it on his back and infused a bit of magical power. The spiritual patterns on the Qingyuan wings lit up one after another, and a lightness aura immediately enveloped Sun Qing. He tentatively focused his mind, and his whole body gently lifted off the ground, hovering in midair, feeling no sense of heaviness at all. It really works. Sun Qing exclaimed in delight. He tried to slowly turn around in the air and cautiously rose a few feet higher. Although his movements were still a bit clumsy, flying was indeed smooth and fluid. He attempted to activate the swift movement restriction, and his form suddenly accelerated, drawing a blue arc above the courtyard, creating a gust that gently swayed the grass and trees in the yard. People have an ingrained sense of reverence for heights, but they also possess a strong desire to conquer the sky. Sun Qing was perhaps the most composed among Chun Yi's subordinates. Initially a bit restrained, he quickly began to soar above the camp like a child with a beloved toy circling. Woohoo! Many cultivators in the camp were startled, emerging from their dwellings to gaze up at the azure shadow, darting through the dusk, their faces filled with envy and astonishment. Is that Sun Tangju? When did he get such an impressive flying magical artifact? It seems Master has one too. Could it be that Master lent it to him? Doesn't seem like it. Master's is azure gold, while this one is jade green. Zhao Hu and Lin Bin rushed over upon hearing the commotion, surprised to see Sun Qing flying joyfully in the air. Zhao Hu exclaimed, "Wow, when did this kid Sun Qing obtain such a treasure? That wing looks really good." Lin Bin sharply noticed Chun Yi standing in the courtyard looking up at the sky with a faint smile. He thought to himself and whispered to Zhao Hu, "I suspect it's not Sun Qing's own. Look at the master." Zhao Hu suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Right? Didn't Master just start tinkering with artifact refinement? This furnace was just completed not long ago. Could it be that he succeeded? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. At that moment, Sun Qing slowly descended from the sky, retracting his Qingyuan wings, his face still flushed with excitement. The flight was stable, and the control was effortless, though the consumption of magical power was a bit high. Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction. It's normal to have some flaws during the first refining. As long as it works, you can keep it. You are giving it to me. Sun Qing's voice suddenly rose, and he froze, hardly believing his ears. This? Master, this is too precious. Sun Qing regained his composure and hurriedly declined. The flying magical tool is invaluable, Ui. If I tell you to keep it, then keep it. Chun Yi waved his hand, interrupting him. You manage the affairs of the building running around. How can you do so without a suitable flying magical tool? Moreover, as the head of the treasure-gathering hall of Wanbao Tower, if you go out without a decent flying magical tool, won't it make people look down on our Wanbao Tower? Upon hearing this, Sun Qing felt a slight sting in his nose. His throat moved a few times, and he eventually clasped his fists heavily. I thank you for your generous gift, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Zhao Hu took a step forward, eagerly staring at the dazzling Qingyuan wings on Sun Qing's back, glancing at Chun Yi with excitement. Master, I, old Zhao, have also been running around for you. This furnace was built by my people for you. Although Lin Bin did not speak, the desire in his eyes was nearly overflowing. A flying magical tool, which Qi refining cultivator does not dream of. With it, whether traveling, chasing enemies, or escaping, it provides an immense guarantee. Most importantly, it's impressive. Chun Yi glanced at Zhao Hu and jokingly scolded. You big fool, why are you in such a hurry? Sun Qing has been coming and going so naturally, he has to prioritize him. Now that I have also gotten my hands on it, why worry about not having your share in the future? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu immediately grinned widely, rubbing his hands together. With your words, Master, I can rest easy. I am not picky as long as it allows me to fly. Lin Bin also smiled. Master, your talent is extraordinary, of shifting to the path of tool refinement, and achieving such results is indeed a blessing for our Wanbao Tower. I congratulate you in advance. Outside the courtyard, many demon hunters also heard the commotion and gathered around, their eyes eagerly trained on the Qingyuan wings on Sun Qing's back, chattering excitedly. Is it really made by Long's Ho? This is amazing. An upper-grade talisman, Master, turning to tool refinement is indeed impressive. I hope we can also get one someday. What status do you have to compare with Hall Master Sun? First served the tower for 10 years. Hearing the discussions outside, Chun Yi's smile deepened. This was the effect he wanted. He scanned the gathered subordinates and said loudly, Brothers, today the success of the Qingyuan wings is just the beginning. Having embarked on the path of tool refinement, I will inevitably attempt to refine various magical tools, and here I make a promise: any cultivator who joins my Wanbao Tower and breaks through to the late Qi refining stage will receive a flying magical tool personally, refined by me with the type chosen by them. Lin Bin stepped forward at the right moment and said loudly, From tomorrow onwards the camp will officially implement the merit book system. Besides daily demon hunting, completing tasks within the tower will earn corresponding merits. Merits can be exchanged for magical tools, talismans, and elixirs, but only for brothers who join my Wanbao. These were all plans the three of them discussed earlier. However, previously there was not much allure. Now that Chun-Yi has offered such a condition, it is time to bring Wanbao Tower into the limelight. Master, you are so generous. Those who had registered with Lin Bin and the others naturally stood tall, their faces glowing with pride. Meanwhile, a few cultivators who originally planned to leave after 3 years felt some regret now. Demon hunters are demon hunters, and Wanbao Tower is Wanbao Tower. Although they were all working under Chun-Yi, the former signed a spirit contract as temporary workers free to leave or stay after 3 years, and Chun-Yi had no say in it. But the latter signed a declaration of loyalty, becoming a core member of the tower, sharing glory and suffering. Lin Bin had asked many people before. The vast majority were naturally willing to join, but a few ambitious ones only intended to finish these 3 years and set up their own stall, aiming to replicate Chun-Yi's path. Lin Bin took note of their expressions, sneering inwardly. He remembered these few. When they inquired privately, they either spoke evasively or directly expressed their unwillingness to be too constrained, only wanting to earn spirit stones. They had completely forgotten the benefits and welfare Chun-Yi had offered when they were recruited. They didn't consider whether they could break through to the 4th layer of chi refining without Chun-Yi. Now that they saw benefits, they were tempted again. These ingrates would absolutely not be accepted by Wanbao Tower. Do they really think they are someone important? After finishing these 3 years, they should return to wherever they came from. Alright, the excitement is over, everyone disperse. Chun-Yi waved his hand. Those who are to hunt demons should go hunt, and those who need to rest should rest. Tomorrow's demon hunting task will proceed as usual. Lin Bin watched all this and privately reported to Chun-Yi, Master, those who previously rejected must be regretted. Should we also offer discounts on elixirs? No need. Since Chun-Yi made a promise, I cannot go. Chun-Yi shook his head, his tone calm. The discount on elixirs will still follow the previous agreement, treating everyone working in the camp equally. This is about integrity. One cannot sacrifice public interest for personal gain. While Lin Bin and the others saw it as these ingrates taking advantage, the vast majority of the elixirs were synthesized by Chun-Yi. Though only a few people, the profit was nearly 100-fold. Chun-Yi paused and continued. However, since they chose to be demon hunters for only 3 years rather than members of Wanbao Tower, upon completion of 3 years, they shall be free to leave as per the spirit contract. But they have no right to enjoy certain benefits and opportunities within Wanbao Tower. There must be distinctions. Elixirs can be given, but other benefits should not even be thought of. Otherwise, whether they join or not would be the same, and could the brothers in the tower accept that? He pushed 2 flying magical tool blueprints towards Lin Bin and Zhao Hu. Here, take a look. Is there anything about the appearance that needs modification? Lin Bin and Zhao Hu took the blueprints, their eyes immediately glued to them. The one in Zhao Hu's hand depicted a pair of heavy metal wings, sharp-edged and exuding an imposing aura. The wing bones were sturdy and the edges were sharp, with medium flight speed, but extremely solid, capable of serving as a temporary shield, and the wing blades could injure others, suitable for power-type cultivators. Good. This is great. Zhao Hu exclaimed, his large hand gliding over the blueprint. Impressive. These wings would definitely pack a punch. Master, I want this one. Lin Bin's was much more delicate and nimble, overall streamlined with a darker material, and the tips of the wings subtly flowing with wind patterns, focusing on speed and stealth, suitable for infiltration and reconnaissance. This wing is excellent and fits my needs perfectly, Lin Bin said, satisfaction evident in his eyes, nodding in approval. Chun-Yi smiled. Since everyone is satisfied, I will refine according to these blueprints. When Sun Xing returned to the Wanbao Tavern, it was during the busiest time of the evening market. Business was booming. Not only did demon hunters love to come, but even some prominent cultivators from the market would occasionally stop by for a drink. As Sun Xing stepped into the hall with the jade-green radiant and ethereal Qingyuan wings, on his back the clamor suddenly fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the exquisite wings. Hall Master Sun, what is this? Is this? An old regular customer's eyes widened in disbelief. A flying magical tool. As those words emerged, the great hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. What a flying magical artifact. It looks truly stunning. In our Qingnan region, only a few master artisans from the Qilin Society occasionally craft such items. I haven't heard of any new products for sale. Master Sun, where did you acquire this treasure? Has the Qilin Society recently released new products? A familiar cultivator could not help but ask loudly. With a slight smile, Sun Xing walked to the counter amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, nodded to the approaching old Wang, and turned to announce loudly. This is a flying magical artifact personally crafted by the master of Wanbao Tower, named Qingyuan Wing. Master Chen crafted it by hand. Master Chen, isn't he a talisman master? When did he switch to artifact crafting? Good heavens, how young is he to be able to craft a flying magical artifact? This talent is simply astonishing. The gasps of astonishment filled the hall with many people even leaving their seats to gather closer, eager to see more closely. Seeing this, Sun Qing did not hold back, with a thought the Qingyuan wing unfolded with a whoosh. The jade-green wings over a zhang long fully spread out light and thin as silk shimmering with spiritual light as streams swirled on the surface of the wings creating a refreshing breeze that illuminated the entire hall with a bright green glow. So beautiful. This crafting technique, these inscriptions. Absolutely exquisite. Master Sun, may I take a closer look? Absolutely not. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in brocade, clearly resembling the shopkeeper of a certain store from the market, excitedly inquired. Sun Qing generously nodded. Shopkeeper Li, please feel free. Shopkeeper Li carefully stepped forward, circling the Qingyuan wing, twice his gaze fervent as he exclaimed, the material combinations are ingenious, primarily using the bones of the leaf-winged kite and supplemented with ice silkworm silk and Qingyuan bamboo, ensuring both lightness and resilience. What is more remarkable is that the inscriptions are perfectly intertwined, seamlessly integrated, allowing the spiritual energy to flow so smoothly. However, the use of materials could be improved. It hasn't fully realized its potential. But even if it consumes a bit more mana, it is undoubtedly a qualified flying magical artifact. Upon hearing Shopkeeper Li's words, the hall was filled with astonishment. Everyone knew that Shopkeeper Li came from the Spirit Source Tower. Though not an artifact master, he had dealt with various magical artifacts for years and had a sharp eye. His evaluation was akin to stamping an approval on the Qingyuan wing. Who cares if it consumes a bit more mana? It's handsome. Those who can afford such an item wouldn't mind this little flaw. Master Qin truly is. Full of surprises, another cultivator marveled. His accomplishments and talismans have already reached a high level, and now he makes waves in artifact crafting. Such talent is indeed rare in the world. It seems Wanbao Tower is truly on the rise. Someone quietly sighed, their tone complex. Old Wang stood behind the counter listening to the discussions in the hall, watching the dazzling wings behind Sun Qing, his face blooming with a smile, his posture unconsciously straightening. He felt a surge of joy. The more formidable their master was, the brighter the future for those who followed him. At that moment, several elegantly dressed young cultivators emerged from the upper private room. They were all members of small families affiliated with the Zhou family, and were natural allies of Chun Yi, with Wanbao Tavern being their preferred gathering place due to its exquisite flavors. The leader was a well-regarded scion of the Li family, Li Mingxian. He came down intending to settle the bill, but was immediately drawn to the Qingyuan wing on Sun Qing's back, quickly approaching with excitement in his eyes. Master Sun, is this really crafted by Master Qin himself? Li Mingxian's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Sun Qing turned around upon hearing the voice, recognizing Li Mingxian and the others, and smiled with cupped hands. Ah, it is young Master Li and the other young masters. Indeed, this wing was personally crafted by the master, just finished today, and I was fortunate enough to be the first to try it out. Li Mingxian circled the Qingyuan wing for another careful look, his delight growing with each glance. Though they were better off than loose cultivators, such an expensive flying magical artifact was not easily attainable. If their clan possessed one, it would most likely be in the hands of an elder or a key disciple. Those who had not joined a major sect were not qualified. Brother Chun. Master Chun is truly impressive. Li Mingxian clapped his hands and praised, his eyes even more fervent. I wonder if Master Qin would be willing to part with such an artifact. The price is negotiable. Several people behind him chimed in. Yes, Master Sun, if Master Chun is willing to craft more, we are ready to pay a deposit. Sun Qing's expression showed some difficulty. This. I cannot decide. When I return to the camp next time, I can ask my friend. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxian and others felt a bit disappointed, but knew that this matter could not be forced. After all, Qin Yi's status in the circle was no lower than their family heads. They quickly cupped their hands in thanks. Thank you, Master Sun. If we can gain Master Qin's consent, we will surely remember it. The news quickly spread throughout the market. The information that the master of Wanbao Tower, Chun Yi, had successfully crafted a flying magical artifact was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Have you heard? Master Chun of Wanbao Tower has personally crafted a flying magical artifact. Not just heard, Shopkeeper Li of Spirit Source Tower has seen it with his own eyes, and praised it endlessly, saying it is hardly inferior to the craftsmanship of those masters from the Qilin Society. Wow, how long has Master Chun been studying artifact crafting? This talent is just too frightening. He is originally a top-tier talisman master skilled in inscription carving. Other top-tier artifacts aside, it isn't too surprising for him to craft flying magical artifacts, is it? Indeed, I have long wanted to acquire a flying magical artifact. Those artifact fanatics from the Qilin Society are always reluctant to accept commissions. Now that Master Chun can craft them, I wonder if he would accept commissions. Once Wanbao Tower releases the news, I will be the first to go. Isn't that too late? Crafting a flying magical artifact takes time and effort. If they open custom orders, who knows how long the queue will be. I think we should just have our meals at Wanbao Tavern from now on. Being close to the source means we get first dibs, and it won't cost us much. Yes, we should just set a regular spot at Wanbao Tavern. Not only can we satisfy our appetites, but we can also get the latest news. What if Master Chun is in a good mood and releases a spot early? In an instant, Wanbao Tavern not only gained a reputation for its exquisite food, but also became the leading source of high-end magical artifact information in the market, with its popularity surging. This was a tough blow for the other 3 taverns. They had just begun to find their footing, imitating the style of Wanbao Tavern and making slight improvements to their dishes, seeing a glimmer of growth in business. However, once news of Chun-Yi's success in artifact crafting spread, it dispersed much of the crowd they had just gathered. Many customers were willing to wait a little longer just to try their luck at Wanbao Tavern. Shopkeeper, who stood by the window on the top floor of his Ziyangwajan, watching the bustling scene at the Wanbao Tavern across the street where lines had even formed. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Chun-Yi. It's always Chun-Yi. He practically spat the words through clenched teeth. A month ago, the Wanbao restaurant rose to prominence with its unheard-of signature dishes capturing nearly half of the dining business in the market. The 3 restaurants forced their chefs to research day and night, and after great difficulty, they finally grasped some new dish techniques, showing signs of a recovery in customer flow. But what happened next? The owner of the restaurant transformed directly into a craftsman capable of forging flying magical tools. How can we compete with that? How many cultivators dine at restaurants merely to socialize and expand their networks? Shopkeeper, shouldn't we find a way to invite a craftsman to take charge? A clever attendant cautiously asked. Fool. Shopkeeper, who suddenly turned around, smashing his teacup on the ground, splattering the attendant's shoes. Is it so easy to invite a craftsman? Don't you know how esteemed the master of the Chilan society is? Does he have no face? Besides, Chun-Yi does it himself. Do you understand it yourself? Hype topics attraction. Can they be the same? The Hu family is just a small clan. Previously they had a couple of inner disciples from the Qinyan sect, but now they have declined. Although there are still a few disciples in the outer sect, their foundation remains shallow and cannot sustain past glory. Now this restaurant is considered a pillar of the clan, and if it is further suppressed by the Wanbao restaurant, it is likely to fall into complete ruin. The attendant shrank his neck in fear, not daring to say more. Shopkeeper, who took a deep breath, forcing down his agitation and unease, waving his hand to send the attendant away. He stood alone by the window for a long time, his gaze darkly fixed on the bustling Wanbao restaurant across the street, quickly calculating in his mind. Competing Hedon is certainly not an option. Chun-Yi possesses exceptional talent, is a high-grade talisman master, and now has exhibited astonishing potential in crafting weapons, his reputation soaring with the support of the Zhou family, a golden core lineage. Although his family has the backing of the He family, they remain merely a marginal vassal. The He family would never directly confront the Zhou family over such a trivial restaurant business. We cannot confront him directly. Then we can only. A calculating gleam flashed in Shopkeeper Hu's eyes as a thought quietly took shape. Soon the other 2 shopkeepers, Tang from Junwei Restaurant and Yu from Drunken Immortal Pavilion, were discreetly invited to a hidden quiet room in the backyard of Xiangrui residence. Shopkeeper Hu inviting us at this crucial moment, I assume it's not just for tea. The shopkeeper Tang from Junwei Restaurant was a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a pale face devoid of a beard. He picked up the teacup but did not drink, glancing at Shopkeeper Hu's face before getting straight to the point. The shopkeeper Yu from Drunken Immortal Pavilion was a thin, old man who, upon hearing this, also raised his eyelids, his gaze shrewd. Shopkeeper Hu set down his teacup, gently tapping the table with his fingers, and lowered his voice, saying, Gentlemen, I believe I need not elaborate on the current situation. Over at Wanbao Restaurant, Chun-Yi has made quite a stir. Previously their food overshadowed us, and now the owner has become a craftsman capable of forging flying magical tools. This restaurant has clearly become their facade for networking and demonstrating power. If this continues, the distinguished guests in the market will surely flock there. For our 3 establishments, we might not even get a drop of soup. The expressions of both shopkeepers Tang and Yu darkened. What Shopkeeper Hu said was precisely their greatest concern. Then what do you think we should do, Shopkeeper Hu? Shopkeeper Yes' voice was hoarse. If we confront him Hedon, even if our 3 establishments band together, we may not be a match for Chun-Yi. He has nearly 200 cultivators in the Qi refinement stage under him, and with the Zhou family backing him, we cannot afford to act recklessly. Naturally, a direct confrontation is out of the question. A fierce glint flashed in Shopkeeper Hu's eyes. But who says that to deal with him, we must target him directly? Shopkeeper Hu whispered his plan into the ears of the 2 men, and their eyes brightened slightly. Shopkeeper Tang hesitantly asked, will this work? Shopkeeper Hu waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing that can't work. The chefs at Wanbao restaurant are not genuine spirit chefs. It is only normal for issues to arise. Looking at the hesitant pair, he continued, we all rely on this for our livelihood. If Wanbao restaurant monopolizes the market, we will have no choice but to live on the northwestern wind. If we do not act now, are we to wait for the doors to close? Shopkeepers Tang and Yu exchanged glances, both seeing the wavering and determination in each other's eyes. Indeed, being pushed to this extent by Wanbao restaurant, if we do not act now, we will truly have no way to survive. All right. Shopkeeper Tang gritted his teeth, a flash of resolution crossing his plump face. Let's proceed, as shopkeeper who suggests. 3 days later at noon, the Wanbao restaurant was as full as ever. In a private room on the 6th floor, Li Mingxian was tasting the newly served green spiral prawns with several close family friends, and during their laughter the conversation naturally turned to the eye-catching Qingyuan wings. Li brother, I heard you have asked Master Sun to relay a message to Master Chun. Any response? A Zhao family disciple in a blue robe curiously asked. Li Mingxian took a small sip of spirit wine, shook his head with a smile, and said, not that quick. Master Chen holds a distinguished position and crafting tools demands considerable focus. I fear we will have to wait a while. However, I have entrusted Master Sun to inform me immediately if there are any updates. Just as he was speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted from the hall downstairs. Oh! A piercing scream suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of shattered cups and plates. The people in the private room were all taken aback and hurried to push open the windows to look down. They saw a cultivator in the center of the hall, pale and clutching, his stomach curled up on the ground, white foam continuously spilling from his mouth, his body convulsing violently. The other 2 cultivators at the same table were panicking as they helped him, urgently shouting, Brother Wang, what happened to you? Is this poisoning? The moment the word poisoning was uttered, the entire hall erupted. The cultivators all stood up, looking uncertainly at the dishes on their tables, some even directly using their powers to inspect themselves. Old Wang, pale-faced, rushed out from behind the counter, anxiously saying, Gentlemen, please do not panic. All the ingredients at Wanbao restaurant come from Wanbao Valley. They cannot possibly be poisoned. Before he could finish speaking, the fallen cultivator's companion suddenly looked up, his eyes red as he pointed at old Wang. Impossible. My brother Wang was just fine before. He suddenly collapsed after eating your plate of steamed red-scale fish. What else could it be if not a problem with your dishes? Yes, it must be this dish that is poisoned. Another person echoed sharply. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, your dishes may taste good, but they are not from genuine spirit chefs. Perhaps the toxins from the magical beasts were not properly handled. As soon as the words left his mouth, it sparked a wave of agreement and unrest. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, old Wang was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to argue defensively, hurried footsteps echoed from the restaurant, and Sun Qing appeared with 2 guards, his expression grave. Sun Qing first glanced at the convulsing cultivator on the ground, his brow furrowed as he said in a deep voice, no more arguing, saving him is the priority. He quickly squatted down, extending a thread of magical power into the poisoned cultivator's body, and his expression immediately changed. Indeed, he was poisoned. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his pocket, pouring out a high-grade detoxifying pill. Quick, feed it to him. Sun Qing handed the pill to the companion of the poisoned cultivator. As the pill melted upon entering the cultivator's, violent convulsions and foaming at the mouth soon eased somewhat, and the terrifying grayish-blue hue on his face faded a little, but he still remained unconscious, his breathing weak. Sun Qing let out a slight sigh of relief, stood up, and with a solemn expression said, Wangbo, immediately seal off all the food and drinks on that table, especially that plate of Chi Lin fish. No one is to touch it. Can you go call the law enforcement team from the district? Old Wang nodded repeatedly, hurriedly signaling a few nimble assistants to comply. Tanya acknowledged and swiftly dashed out of the tavern. Sun Qing then clasped his hands together towards the surrounding bewildered patrons, proclaiming loudly, esteemed guests, today's incident will be thoroughly investigated by Wanbao Tower. As a gesture of apology, all expenses today will be waived for everyone until the truth is revealed. I ask everyone to remain seated for now, or feel free to leave. Wanbao Tower will not obstruct you. Once the matter is clarified, we will certainly provide everyone with an explanation. Many cultivators, seeing that Sun Qing generously produced a high-grade detoxifying pill and proactively invited the law enforcement team, felt their doubts lessen slightly. However, their concerns remained, and no one left as they began to whisper among themselves, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Li Mingxian and others descended from upstairs, walking up beside Sun Qing. They whispered, Master Sun, this matter is quite suspicious. Sun Qing was well aware of this. However, as a business serving food and drink, facing such an incident, no matter how many explanations there were, he was at a loss for words at this moment. If handled improperly, who would dare to come to this tavern? Before long, the law enforcement team from the district arrived in a hurry, led by a stern-faced team leader. The team leader named Yen Tai was at the late stage of Qi refinement, well known in the district for his reputation and his impartiality. As Yen Tai entered the hall, his gaze swept across the entire area like a bolt of lightning, finally landing on the unconscious cultivator and the plate of Qi Lin fish that had been isolated. What happened? Explain in detail. His voice carried no emotion. The two companions of the poisoned cultivator immediately rushed forward, chattering about the events, insisting that it was the fish from Wanbao Tower that caused the incident. Old Wang, anxious, waved his hands repeatedly. Team leader, Yin, please see clearly. The ingredients at Wanbao Tavern are delivered fresh from the camp every morning. It is impossible for there to be any unpurified toxins. Yen Tai waved his hand, and a team member knowledgeable about poison stepped forward. He first carefully examined the condition of the unconscious cultivator, then took out a silver needle-like magical tool and carefully pierced it into the plate of Qi Lin fish. Moments later, the team member retrieved the silver needle, noticing a faint, barely perceptible bluish hue at the needle tip. His expression stiffened. Turning to Yen Tai, he reported in a low voice, "Team leader, the fish indeed contains poison. Judging by its appearance, it seems to be a reaction from the blood flesh of the Baibo snake. Do you have any Baibo snake in your tavern?" Yen Tai looked at Old Wang. Old Wang was alarmed. The Baibo snake soup was also a specialty of the tavern. They were indeed aware that mixing the two would produce toxins, thus the two dishes were never sold simultaneously and could never appear on the same banquet table. Team leader, Yin, this is absolutely impossible. Old Wang exclaimed anxiously. The tavern has its own rules. A Qi Lin fish and Baibo snake are never sold together, and they could never appear on the same table. They only ordered one plate of Qi Lin fish. However, one of the companions sneered. Who knows how your kitchen operates? Perhaps both dishes shared the same stove and cutting board. The onlookers immediately nodded in agreement. The toxicity was severe, and anyone who delayed detoxification even slightly would lose their life. It was unlikely that he had poisoned himself, right? That was the only possibility. They resolved in their hearts that they would never again come to Wanbao Tavern for mere culinary delights. Their lives were far more important. Yen Tai's brow furrowed even tighter. If the kitchen utensils were not cleaned properly, there was indeed a possibility of cross-contamination. He immediately ordered, seal off the kitchen and carefully inspect all cooking utensils and vessels, especially the areas where Qi Lin fish and Baibo snake are processed. Wait! A voice came from outside, and Chun-Yi entered with Lin Bin and another person. The noise in the hall quieted down. All eyes instantly focused on him. He appeared calm, walking with ease, seemingly unfazed by the chaotic scene. Upon seeing Chun-Yi, Yen Tai slightly nodded. Master Chun. Team leader Yen. Chun-Yi returned the gesture, and then glanced at the unconscious cultivator on the ground, then at the plate of Qi Lin fish that was pointed out, finally resting his gaze on the faces of the two agitated cultivators. To return and find such a situation, what a grand gift. Upon Shin-Yi's appearance, the two cultivators' eyes briefly flashed with panic, but they quickly regained their composure and stiffly replied, Master Chun. What do you mean by that? My brother suffered an incident in your establishment, and you're not only giving no explanation, but also trying to pressure us. He then looked at Yen Tai, pleading, Team leader, Yin, you must stand up for us. Yen Tai frowned. He knew that Chun-Yi had some connections with their guild leader Bai Ziliang, but he could not openly show favoritism. Master Chen, this incident occurred in your tavern, and the fish was indeed found to contain a toxin mixed with Baibo snake. According to district regulations, a thorough investigation must be conducted. Yen Tai's tone remained flat, but there was a slight softening in his demeanor. Of course it must be investigated, and I can allow team leader Yen access to inspect the kitchen. Chun-Yi's gaze calmly swept across the crowd, finally landing on Yen Tai. Even if team leader Yen thoroughly investigates the kitchen and finds no cross-contamination in the handling of Qi Lin fish and Baibo snake, will that be enough to quell the rumors? Can the doubts in people's hearts be completely dispelled by a report stating nothing was found? Yen Tai fell silent. He had handled cases for many years and understood that once the seed of suspicion was sown in people's hearts, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Even if it was ultimately proven that Wanbao Tower had operated correctly, as long as the source of the toxin could not be explained, speculations like possibly, perhaps, or accidentally would be enough to ruin the reputation of a tavern. One of the troublesome cultivators immediately shouted, Is Master Chun trying to shirk responsibility? The facts are before our eyes. My brother was poisoned after eating your fish. You? Be quiet. Chun-Yi lightly interrupted him, his tone not severe, but it left the man momentarily speechless. Since I am here, I will undoubtedly provide you as well as all the guests present with an explanation. He turned to Yen Tai, slightly cupping his hands. I have a better method to verify. I wonder if team leader Yen would be willing to take a look. Yen Tai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Please speak, Master Chun. Chun-Yi pointed to the chandelier above the hall and said to Sun Xing beside him, Go take down that recording orb. Yes, master. Sun Qing moved swiftly, spreading his azure wings and soaring up. He reached out to pluck the inconspicuous crystal orb embedded in the ornate chandelier at the center of the hall and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not take the other three families seriously because he had witnessed too many commercial warfare tactics in his past life. How could a restaurant not have surveillance? Thus, the first thing he did after opening the building was to purchase this magical artifact from the Qilin Society. Upon seeing the crystal orb in Chen Yi's hand, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. It really is a recording orb. This thing must be worth as much as a top-grade artifact, right? The Wanbao building is indeed wealthy, even installing recording orbs in the hall. However, the expressions of the two raucous cultivators turned pale, in an instant, fear flashing in their eyes as they unconsciously took a step back. Chen Yi tossed the orb in his hand and surveyed the diners, saying, "I trust you all understand the function of this recording orb. I can guarantee that if there are no unusual records within the orb, regardless of whether Captain Yin finds any evidence of cross-contamination in the kitchen later, I will accept it. The Wanbao building will immediately close its doors and compensate this friend with 10,000 spirit stones." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall was shaken. Close the doors. 10,000 spirit stones in compensation. This bet is too large. Even Yen Tai's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness in his gaze towards Chen Yi. Such confidence could it be that he truly has complete assurance? The two raucous cultivators turned even paler, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads, their lips trembling, as their gazes involuntarily drifted towards a corner of the crowd. Chen Yi observed their reactions, but said no more. He slowly infused his magical energy into the recording orb. The orb immediately lit up with a soft white glow, projecting a clear, three-dimensional image in the air of the hall. The image displayed the scene around this table at the moment, only the time was reversing. All eyes were fixated on the image in the air. It returned to the moment after the three had ordered. The three exchanged glances, and the Wang surname cultivator, under the cover of his companions, brushed over his storage bag and poured an unknown liquid into the plate of red-scaled fish. After doing all this, the three exchanged glances again, and then the Wang surname cultivator, seemingly resolute, took a bite of the fish meat and immediately fell to the ground. Chen Yi froze the image of the Wang surname cultivator as he implanted the substance and scanned the crowd, saying, "I trust you all have seen clearly what the truth is." Wow, the hall erupted in chaos. He really poisoned himself. With such a potent toxin, if Master Sun had been a moment later in administering aid, his life would have been forfeit. What a ruthless tactic. To frame the Wanbao building, he would even risk his own life. Who is behind this? The malice is too deep. The crowd was incensed, shooting angry and disdainful glares like arrows at the two raucous cultivators. This is a frame-up. The previously loudest cultivator trembled, pointing at the image. "It's fake. It must be fake." Yen Tai shouted sternly, his cold gaze cutting like a blade across the two. "The recording orb's records can only be erased. Who has the means to alter it?" The two raucous cultivators turned ashen, trembling all over, as if they were sifting through grains. Seeing the matter exposed, one of them suddenly turned to rush towards the door, but was stopped by Lin Bin, who stepped forward and pressed down on his shoulder with an iron grip. With a release of magical energy, he rendered him unable to move. The other one felt his legs go weak and collapsed directly onto the ground. Yen Tai's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the two before slowly turning to a few onlookers in the crowd, whose expressions were also unnatural and who instinctively wanted to retreat. These were the agents arranged by manager who to stir up trouble in the crowd. Under that gaze they froze in place, cold sweat pouring down. "Take them down." Yen Tai waved his hand, and the law enforcement team immediately stepped forward to apprehend the two main culprits along with their accomplices who intended to slip away. Yen Tai's expression was grim as he cupped his hands towards Chen Yi and said, "As the head of the law enforcement team, I feel ashamed to have allowed petty criminals to frame merchants in the market and disturb your esteemed establishment. My team will certainly provide an explanation to Master Chen regarding this matter." Chen Yi's expression softened slightly as he returned the gesture, saying, "Captain Yin, you are being too harsh. Petty criminals infiltrate everywhere, making it hard to guard against. Your fair handling is appreciated, and I, Chen, am truly grateful. However, since the incident has already occurred, why not interrogate here, so that everyone can witness who dares to act so recklessly in the market?" Upon hearing this, all eyes in the hall were instantly focused on the two pale-faced raucous cultivators. Yen Tai pondered for a moment before nodding heavily. "Very well. Public interrogation to serve as a warning." He signaled his subordinates to bring the two culprits to the front of the hall, standing beside them with a piercing gaze. "Speak. Who instructed you to frame the Wanbao building? If you utter a single false word, you will certainly experience the harsh punishments of the market's law." The cultivator sitting on the ground trembled all over, his lips quivering, his gaze shifting uneasily, clearly struggling internally. The cultivator who was restrained by Lin Bin, however, seemed somewhat defiant, gritting his teeth and saying, "No one instructed us. It was the three of us brothers. We came up with this scheme ourselves to seek compensation from the Wanbao building." Seeking compensation? Yan Tai sneered, pointing to the still frozen image in the air. "This toxin is extremely potent and acts very quickly. Without a top-grade antidote pill for timely rescue, you would certainly die. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I as a law enforcer lack the means to soul search?" The two cultivators turned pale, fear deeply etched in their eyes. Soul-searching techniques can lead to light damage to one's spirit and decline in cultivation, or worse, madness, or even soul scattering. The law enforcement team in the market does indeed have the authority to use this technique on the most heinous or stubborn offenders. They had heard of it long ago. The cultivator sitting on the ground finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. It was Zhang Yang, the attendant of Xiangrui residence, who contacted us. He promised us 5,000 spirit stones after the deed was done, and to arrange for us to leave Qingnan. That bottle of snake soup was also given to us by them. Xiangrui residence. The moment this name was mentioned, the hall was in an uproar. The crowd exchanged glances, and disbelief and understanding shone in their eyes. Who in the market doesn't know that the Wanbao building has risen dramatically, snatching the largest piece of the pie, the one most affected being Xiangrui residence, which originally had the best business. Manager who must be desperate. Where is Zhang Yang? Yan Tai shouted sternly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. The few agents who had mixed into the crowd and stirred up trouble earlier were already pale with fright. One of them instinctively retreated, only to be seized by a keen-eyed law enforcement officer. "Captain, this person is Zhang Yang from Xiangrui residence." The team member recognized him and reported. Zhang Yang was dragged to the front, trembling uncontrollably. Before Yan Tai could interrogate him, he collapsed to the ground, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. It was our manager who. He envied the business of Wanbao Tower and learned that Master Chun had succeeded in refining weapons. Fearing he would have no chance of turning things around in the future, he devised this poison plot. He instructed 3 people to poison and frame others and arrange for people to stir up trouble in the crowd. That bottle of concentrated green wave snake soup was personally given to me by Manager Hu. He said that if I dripped a little into the fish, it would surely succeed. He promised to give me 3,000 spirit stones and send me away. Hu Yongyan. Yan Tai's expression was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Commercial competition was inevitable, but using such insidious means to frame a fellow merchant to the point of risking lives had seriously crossed the line, and it was a naked provocation against his law enforcement team. "Immediately go to Xiangrui residence and bring Hu Yongyan to me." Yan Tai ordered his subordinate, and then turned to Chun, cupping his fists in respect. "Master Chun, this matter has solid evidence, and the criminal has confessed without hesitation." Hu Yongyan framed a merchant, disturbed the order of the market, and almost caused a loss of life. He cannot escape responsibility. Our law enforcement team will definitely handle this severely, providing an account to your tower and all merchants in the market. Master Chin, I hope for a clean environment to conduct business in the market. Absolutely. Yin Tai replied decisively. Soon Manager, who was invited by the law enforcement team from Xiangrui residence to the hall of Wanbao Tower. He had originally been waiting for good news in the quiet room in the back courtyard, but unexpectedly what awaited him was a pack of law enforcement officers like wolves and tigers. As he was escorted, overseeing Zhang Yang kneeling in the hall, and the 2 practitioners with ashen faces, and then looking at the still image hanging in the air, he suddenly understood everything. Hu Yongyan, what else do you have to say? Yin Tai's voice was cold. Manager, who knew he was finished. Although it was a conspiracy among 3 families, if he exposed the other 2, it would not only be futile, but would also drag his family down, provoking even more frenzied revenge. Now he could only bear all the blame himself. Manager Hu's face turned pale, his lips trembled a few times, and he dejectedly lowered his head, muttering, "This was all caused by my greed and jealousy toward the prosperous business of Wanbao Tower. In a moment of confusion I resorted to this desperate tactic. It has nothing to do with others who I confess." Chun-Yi snorted coldly. "Well, you have accountability. But I know you come from the Hu family of Sanha, and I will explain this matter clearly to the head of the Hu family. I hope your family can give Wanbao Tower an account." Upon hearing this, Manager, who shuddered violently, suddenly raising his head to look at Chun-Yi, his eyes filled with terror. The reason he took the risk was to prevent his family from losing the financial source of the restaurant. Now Chun-Yi placed the blame directly on his Hu family. Given the current size of the Hu family, how could they withstand the wrath of Wanbao Tower? Moreover, with solid evidence in hand, if this matter escalated to the high levels of the market, or even to the Zhou family, the Hu family would be completely in the wrong. Master Chun, this was all my doing. It has nothing to do with the Hu family. Whether you want to kill or torture, I Hu Yongyan will bear it all alone. I ask, I ask for your mercy. Manager who struggled to defend himself, his voice already tinged with tears. Li Mingxian interjected. The actions of family members in public represent the family's reputation. Since you resorted to this poisonous scheme, you should consider the consequences. He then said to Chun, Master Chun, rest assured this matter concerns the rules of Qingnan. My Li family will definitely not stand by and watch. Several other family disciples echoed. Yes, such insidious means cannot be tolerated. At such a moment, if they did not stand up and speak out, how could they face Chun Yi in the future when seeking to purchase flying artifacts? Although they had no real power in their families and Chun Yi were all dependent on the Zhou family for their livelihood. Even if this matter were to return to their families, the families would surely respond this way. Why not take advantage of it? Upon hearing the statements from Li Mingxian and the others, Hu Yongnian completely collapsed to the ground, the last flicker of vitality in his eyes extinguished. He knew that not only was he finished, but the entire Hu family would suffer greatly because of this matter. Seeing this, Yen Tai said no more, waved his hand, and ordered Hu Yongnian and his henchmen to be locked up and taken away from Wanbao Tower. In the hall, as the law enforcement team escorted the criminals away, the atmosphere did not immediately lighten. Diners whispered to each other, discussing the events, their gazes shifting between Chun Yi and the suspended image. Today's events with their twists and turns were indeed astonishing. Chun Yi surveyed the room and said loudly, Everyone, today's events have disturbed your enjoyment, and it is my Wanbao Tower that has not treated you well. As Master Sun mentioned earlier, all food and drink today will be on the house, and will still count. Furthermore, to thank everyone for witnessing today and restoring the reputation of Wanbao Tower, starting tomorrow for 3 days, anyone dining at Wanbao Tower will receive a 20% discount on all food and drinks. Master is magnanimous. Master Chun is clear about grievances and favors. We admire you. From now on we will dine at Wanbao Tower, no worries. Old Wang and the staff quickly began to comfort the customers, tidying up the aftermath, their faces regaining smiles, standing even straighter than before. Chun Yi cupped his hands to Li Mingxian and the others, saying, Thank you all for your assistance today. Li Mingxian quickly returned the gesture. Master Chun is being polite. We were just acting on injustice. Moreover, Hu Yongnian's actions indeed broke the rules and are disgraceful. Yes, we are all allies. How can we allow such scoundrels to run rampant? A disciple from the Zhao family chimed in. If Master has any tasks in the future, we will certainly do our best. Chun Yi nodded with a smile, feeling slightly better about these individuals. Although these family disciples were not top tier in cultivation, they had clear backgrounds and knew when to advance and retreat at critical moments. It was worth cultivating relationships with them, as they might secure high positions in their families in the future. I appreciate your intentions and I understand. I heard from Sun Qing that you are looking to purchase flying artifacts. Chun Yi timely brought up the topic. Seeing the eager light in their eyes, he continued, Once I finish handling the current trivial matters, I will consider taking some commissions. I will definitely inform you first. That's wonderful. Li Mingxian's face brightened. We will await good news from Master. After sending off Li Mingxian and the others, Chun Yi's smile slightly faded and a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. He turned to Lin Bin and whispered, Go check if the other 2 families are involved in this matter. Lin Bin understood and nodded, quickly leaving. Sun Qing said quietly beside him, Master, with Hu Yongnian arrested, Xiangrui residents will surely struggle to survive. Should we? Chun Yi raised his hand to stop him, not in a hurry. The market has its own rules. Now that we have the upper hand, we must not appear too greedy. Let's wait for the law enforcement team to deliver results, and for the Hu family to provide an explanation. His gaze swept across the still bustling hall. Our Wanbao Tower's vision cannot be confined to the restaurant business. Understood, Sun Qing nodded earnestly. However, he thought to himself, the Hu family was likely going to suffer significant losses. This matter naturally reached Bai Ziliang's ears. After listening to Yen Tai's report, Bai Ziliang nodded, just handle it fairly. Yen Shao hesitated, and said the forces of Wanbao Building and the Zhou family are determined to settle scores with the Hu family. I fear. Bai Ziliang waved his hand, interrupting, Yen Tai, the market has its own rules. If the Hu family dares to use such despicable means in Taiping Lane, they must bear the consequences. Wanbao Building's demand for justice is reasonable. As long as they do not engage in open conflict within the market, how to resolve matters afterward is their business. My Chilean Association need not intervene. Understood, Yen Tai bowed in acknowledgement, feeling enlightened. When the news returned to the Hu family of Sanha, the family head Hu Maolin was in his study, discussing the allocation of cultivation resources for the clan's disciples next month with several clan elders. Upon hearing that the steward of the family's property in Taiping Lane, Hu Wangshan, dared to frame Wanbao Building with such insidious means, and that he was caught red-handed with both the person and the evidence by the enforcement team, Hu Maolin's teacup crashed to the ground with a loud bang, splattering tea everywhere. Fool. Utterly foolish. Hu Maolin's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, his fingers trembling in anger. He was well aware that Hu Wangshan was fiercely competing with Wanbao Building in the market and had tacitly allowed him to use some underhanded tactics to obstruct his rivals, but he never expected this fool would dare to escalate things to this level. Poisoning and framing, causing near fatalities, and being caught on a recording orb. Calm down, family head. An elder with white hair urged. The urgent matter is to find a way to quell this incident. Wanbao Building has declared they want clear accountability from our Hu family, and those kids from the Li family have also made their stance clear. If this matter is not handled properly, not only will our Hu family's foundation in Taiping Lane be at risk, but I fear. Hu Maolin's beard trembled with rage. What can we do now? This matter is our fault. The He family is waiting for the Yang family to fall, and they won't confront the Zhou family over this trivial issue. We can only bow our heads and apologize. The study fell into a dead silence. After a while, another elder sighed. In the past, when our Hu family had a foundation in Qinyun sect, we never suffered such grievances. Now, having fallen from grace, we are being pushed to this extent by a rogue cultivator. Hu Maolin's eyes darkened further upon hearing this. 20 years ago, the family's foundation establishment ancestor fell unexpectedly in a secret realm, and the clan crumbled, like a collapsing building, its influence plummeting. The allocation of magical tools from the He family also dropped as a result. Over the years, they barely maintained themselves through ancestral blessings and marital ties, but they were no longer the glorious family they once were. The Xiangrui residence in Taiping Lane was one of the Hu family's important sources of income. Now, with Hu Wangshan's commotion, not only would this source be cut off, but it would likely require a significant expenditure to quell the turmoil. Prepare the gifts, Hu Maolin said wearily, rubbing his temples. I will personally go to Wanbao Building to apologize. Family head. Several elders exclaimed in shock. Hu Maolin, as the head of the family and a ninth-layer Qi refining cultivator, was a notable figure in Qinan, to personally apologize to a rogue cultivator. Hu Maolin forced a smile. How much is face worth? I just hope that the one surnamed Chun will show mercy and not demand too much. Though the elders felt humiliated, they also knew this was the only method to mitigate the losses. Go prepare. Take out that purple jade ginseng from the clan treasury, as well as the small 5 elements array flags we obtained in previous years. Hu Maolin waved his hand weakly. Additionally, prepare 30,000 spirit stones. I hope. It shows the sincerity of our Hu family. The elders accepted the orders and busied themselves. Night fell quietly, enveloping Sanha Island. Hu Maolin sat in the study until deep into the night. The sound of water from Sanha Island outside the window, once a serene rhythm of nature, now felt chaotic and noisy. Suddenly, a spark of spiritual light, like a meteor, struck the protective array of the family, instantly illuminating the array with a blinding glow. A violent tremor accompanied by a deafening explosion swept across the entire Sanha Island. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm shattered the night, and the Hu family was thrown into chaos. Hu Maolin jumped up, his face changing dramatically as he rushed to the window. He saw dozens of figures dressed in black, wielding flying artifacts, hovering outside the protective array. All were clad in black, revealing only their cold eyes. Who dares to offend the Hu family? Hu Maolin shouted sternly, his voice resonating throughout Sanha Island with the aid of his magical power. The leading figure in black sneered, his voice raspy and distorted, clearly disguised. Hu family. After tonight, there will be no more Hu family in Qinan. Although Chun Yi had issued a warning, he had no intention of seeking out the Hu family. He was the victim. If the Hu family had any brains, they would naturally send someone to apologize. However, after waiting for several days at the tavern, Chun Yi saw no movement from the Hu family. Strange, does the Hu family not have a single sharp mind? Just as he felt puzzled, Zhou Mingyuan came knocking. Looking at Zhou Mingyuan's darkened face, Chun Yi's expression changed. Senior Zhou, what is the matter? You take a look for yourself. Zhou Mingyuan did not reply, but threw a recording orb to Chun Yi. Chun Yi was completely bewildered, infusing a hint of magical energy, and instantly horrifyingly bloody images appeared in the reception room. The once elegant pavilions and towers were now reduced to twisted beams and rubble, with smoke and flames still smoldering. Most striking were the corpses lying on the training ground. Men, women, old and young, even the mortal servants and laborers, none were spared. Most of the bodies were mangled, some pierced by magical artifacts, others burned beyond recognition by raging flames. Blood soaked the bluestone ground, merging into dark red streams that wound into a nearby pond, turning the water murky. Chun Yi could not help but frown. Zhou Mingyuan said coldly, this is the territory of the Sanha Hu family. Over 200 members of the clan along with the mortal servants were slaughtered overnight. Chun Yi shot his head up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Massacre? Who did this? I want to ask you the same. Zhou Mingyuan's voice suddenly rose, filled with suppressed anger and deep disappointment. Chun Yi, you are now a person of status. Even if the Hu family has wronged you, they cannot be exterminated. The He family has already come knocking. How can you expect the Zhou family to protect you? The recording orb nearly slipped from Chun Yi's hand as he took a deep breath, staring Zhou Mingyuan in the eye. Senior, Zhou, do you think I did this? Zhou Mingyuan looked at the genuine shock and anger in Chun Yi's eyes, his brow furrowing as his anger eased somewhat. Hu Yongyan framed you at Wanbao building, and with the evidence in hand you publicly declared you wanted to hold the Hu family accountable. Then the Hu family was wiped out. You had the motive and the strength to do it all. The He family insists you murdered in retaliation and demands that the Zhou family deliver an explanation. Preposterous. Chun Yi placed the memory pearl upon the table, his voice turning icy. My conduct has always been forthright. No underhanded schemes, no hidden blades. Regarding Hu Yongyan's affair, I hold irrefutable evidence and stand unassailable in reason. It suffices to await the Hu family's formal apology, then settle matters either per the bazaar's established customs or through private negotiation, thus securing both advantage and prestige. Why resort to such inhuman self-destructive atrocity? To slaughter an entire clan, including ordinary mortals. If this accusation is substantiated, I, Chun Yi, shall become the pariah of Qingnan, hunted by all. Would I be so foolish? Zhou Mingyuan fixed his gaze upon Chun Yi's eyes, searching for the faintest trace of artifice. Yet Chun Yi's gaze remained open and unflinching, tinged even with righteous indignation at the injustice. The air in the chamber seemed to congeal, only their suppressed breaths broke the silence. After a moment, Zhou Mingyuan's taut shoulders eased slightly. He raised a hand to rub his brow and exhaled deeply. I too find this matter deeply suspicious, not at all your style. His voice lowered markedly gentler, but the traces left at the scene weigh heavily against you. A chill shot through Chun Yi's heart. What traces? Talismans. Abundant traces of low and mid-tier talismans. The assailants overwhelmed the Hu family's ancestral protective formation in an instant, burying it beneath a tidal wave of arcane sigils. Such a tactic is synonymous with you alone across all Qingnan. Chun Yi's blood ran cold. Indeed, at the Battle of Duanhuan Valley, he had shattered a three-clan coalition using precisely this talismancy strategy, a fact widely known, not secret. Someone had deliberately mimicked his methods to frame him. How meticulously calculated. Chun Yi sneered, a razor-sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. They intend to drown me in filth utterly and irrevocably. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Mingyuan. What does your esteemed clan intend? Zhou Mingyuan's expression remained grim. The He family presses relentlessly, claiming that unless such barbarity is punished severely, Qingnan shall know no peace henceforth. They insist it was you, and demand my clan surrender you immediately for their investigation. Chun Yi's eyes hardened. Surrender me for investigation? That would be like casting a lamb into the tiger's maw. No return possible. Senior Zhou, surely your clan will not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. Naturally we have refused. Zhou Mingyuan shook his head. Yet the He family has rallied two other clans to jointly exert pressure, demanding a full inquiry. The clan patriarch bears immense strain. I am instructed to escort you first to Lanchong Mountain, to lie low until the storm passes. Even the He family dares not seize you within our ancestral domain. Once the dust settles and the truth emerges, we shall deliberate further. Chun Yi fell silent for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. I cannot leave. Chun Yi. Zhou Mingyuan's brows knotted. This is no time for pride. Remaining outside places you in grave peril. Senior, please, grant me but a moment's patience. Chun Yi raised a hand, halting Zhou Mingyuan mid-sentence, his voice calm and resonant. Were I to flee with you now, to hide away in Lanchong Mountain, would that not confirm the very charge of guilt-driven flight? How then would Qingnan's cultivators perceive me? The Wanhao Pavilion's reputation would be irreparably shattered. That is the first consequence. Secondly, what of my brothers? Shall we abandon the Wanbao Valley encampment, the fruit of such arduous labor? Zhou Mingyuan's expression froze. In truth, after the Wanbao Valley encampment's successful establishment, the Zhou family's investment in Chun Yi had subtly diminished. Having achieved their objective, they cared little who led the camp, so long as it reliably supplied spirit beast materials to the Zhou clan. Yet the encampment was still nascent, its ranks composed entirely of Chun Yi's loyalists. To abandon him would sever the encampment's allegiance to the Zhou family forever. Moreover, Chun Yi had already been formally welcomed into the Zhou inner circle. If they failed to protect him, how would their allied factions interpret such weakness? He could indeed take Chun Yi, but he could neither take nor afford to lose the 100-odd souls of the mountain encampment. That hard-won foothold, abandoned now, would mean total forfeiture. To re-enter later? Nearly impossible. Zhou Mingyuan spoke gravely. The He family dare not strike the Wanbao Valley encampment. Such hunting camps were core interests of major Golden Core clans. An assault on Wanbao Valley would constitute a declaration of war upon the Zhou. Surely not their intent. I trust the He family lacks the audacity to truly harm Wanbao Valley. Chun-Yi replied, his gaze sharp as a cleaver. But others may not share such restraint. What do you mean by that? Zhou Mingyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Chun-Yi continued, I Chun-Yi am but a minnow. If the mastermind behind this massacre dared annihilate an entire lineage, can it truly be me they seek? You suggest this conspiracy targets my Zhou clan. Zhou Mingyuan's pupils contracted violently. The air in the quiet chamber plummeted to glacial stillness. Should anyone move against me, your clan must protect me. Is that not so? Chun-Yi asked. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. Chun-Yi, and the Wanbao Valley encampment he commanded, were vital to the Zhou clan's long-term stratagems. Regardless of his guilt or innocence, the Zhou could not allow him to fall. Chun-Yi pressed on. And the Hu family serves as the He clan's vassal, even if only peripheral. Yet its eradication demands redress from the He family, lest they lose legitimacy. Conflict with your clan thus becomes inevitable, does it not? Zhou Mingyuan's pupils narrowed sharply. You mean someone seeks to ignite strife between our two clans? Precisely, Chun-Yi affirmed, frowning. Yet I confess, I cannot fathom what advantage such discord might yield. The Yang family. Zhou Mingyuan slammed his palm upon the table. The Yang family. Chun-Yi looked at him puzzled. Zhou Mingyuan then recounted the Yang family's situation. So in essence the He Lu and Xiao clans have no desire to provoke conflict at this juncture. Chun-Yi. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. Correct. The Yang family's decline is irreversible. Rather than risk mutual annihilation with us, they prefer to wait for the Yang patriarch's eventual passing, then absorb his vast industrial holdings outright. That too explains why our clan so urgently sought your involvement in Wuhuan Mountain. Chun-Yi understood. Indeed, the Zhou family's prior investment in him had been unusually lavish, and after the Battle of Duanhuan Valley none of the other clans had pursued grievances against him. Thus the Yang family's suspicion grows strongest, Zhou Mingyuan mused, stroking his beard. Chun-Yi shook his head. Yet we must also consider the possibility that the Xiao and Lu clans seek to sow chaos and reap the spoils unseen. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan's expression darkened further. He nodded slowly. Indeed, the Yang family fights a final desperate gambit. The Xiao and Lu clans are no less cunning. All possess motive to engineer this frame and destabilize Qingnan. This scheme is vicious, treacherous. It places both our Zhou and the He clans upon the pyre. Senior, fear not. The He family possesses its own shrewd minds. They too wish no war. Their recent posturing was merely symbolic. Chun-Yi spoke earnestly. Even symbolic posturing means your presence in Taiping Bazaar forces the He family's hand. Zhou Mingyuan countered. I shall simply return to the encampment. The He family will not be so reckless as to launch a direct assault upon Wanbao Valley. Chun-Yi waved dismissively, then added with quiet gravity, yet the mastermind behind this may well act without such restraint. Since their goal is to incite conflict between the Zhou and He families, if both clans remain merely engaged in verbal sparring, it is certainly not what they desire. Only by attacking Wanbao Valley and framing the He family can the situation escalate. If Chun-Yi dies, or Wanbao Valley is destroyed, then the Zhou family will truly have a deadly feud with. Looking at Chun-Yi, Zhou Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a glint of sharpness as he said in a deep voice, Do you want to be bait? This plan is extremely dangerous. The Hu family was annihilated despite having a great formation to protect them, which shows their considerable power. You are putting yourself in grave danger. What if something goes wrong? But this is the only way to quickly break the deadlock and allow both families to avoid a full-scale conflict. Otherwise, with the enemy in the shadows and us in the light, if we can eliminate the Hu family today, we may not be able to prevent strikes against other vassal families tomorrow, leading to deeper suspicion and making conflict even harder to avoid. The longer this drags on, the more advantageous it is for the mastermind. Zhou Mingyuan paced around the room, his expression changing. At this moment, the relationship between the two families was tense like a powder keg ready to ignite. Even if the mastermind does not move against Wanbao Valley, they can still manipulate the remaining vassal forces of both families. The situation will only become more difficult to manage. Rather than guard against thieves for 1,000 days, it is indeed better to bind Chun-Yi, the core of the storm, with Wanbao Valley and place him as a target in the open. But Wanbao Valley is too important. Once something goes wrong, all the arrangements made by the Zhou family will. Finally, he stopped and looked at Chun-Yi. This matter is of great importance. I need to return to the clan immediately to report to the family head and communicate discreetly with the He family. Moreover, the He family may not believe it, nor would they be willing to take this risk. This is a matter that benefits both sides. As for belief, I am willing to personally talk to the person in charge of the He family. Zhou Mingyuan looked deeply at Chun-Yi. The courage and strategy of this young man once again shocked him. To use oneself as bait to pry the cooperation of two major foundation establishment families, such courage is likely hard to find among the younger generation of Qingnan. Good. Zhou Mingyuan nodded heavily. I will return to Lansong Mountain immediately. Before I come back, you must be careful and strengthen the defenses of Wanbao Tower. Do not leave the core area of Taiping Square unless necessary. I will arrange for several capable individuals to supervise the situation. Thank you, Senior. Chun Yi cupped his hands. Zhou Mingyuan said no more. His figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing. Chun Yi stood alone in the quiet room, his gaze deep. At Lansong Mountain in the Zhou family's council hall, after hearing Zhou Mingyuan's report, Zhou Xinhong lightly tapped the armrest of the rosewood chair, with his fingers remaining silent for a long time. Several core elders below also wore grave expressions. This young man is too bold. One stern-faced elder slowly spoke. Using oneself as bait to lure both families to cooperate is a good idea, but the He family has always been arrogant and suspicious, especially since this matter involves their vassal families being annihilated, causing them great loss of face. How could they easily trust the Zhou family, let alone cooperate in secret? Exactly because their face is greatly damaged, they need to regain their standing. Another more radical elder countered. If the Yang family or the Xiao and Lu families are indeed scheming behind the scenes to incite conflict between our two families, then the He family is also just meat on the chopping board. Chun Yi's plan is the key to breaking the deadlock. I believe it is feasible. The head of the He family, He Yuanzhang, is not a short-sighted person. Zhou Xinhong finally spoke. Ming Yuan, you hold my secret letter and personally visit He Yuanzhang. I have already explained the stakes in the letter. As for whether to join forces, we shall see how the He family chooses. Yes, family head. Zhou Mingyuan solemnly accepted the order. That night at Taiping Square, in the quiet room on the top floor of Wanbao Tower, Chun Yi was meditating when he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. In the shadow of the quiet room, as if ripples in the water, Zhou Mingyuan led a foundation establishment cultivator into the room. It was indeed the external elder of the He family. This is impossible. Zhou Mingyuan immediately objected. The upper sect would never permit it. They could tolerate Chun Yi's exclusive high-end custom cultivation artifacts, but they would never allow him to enter the standardized artifact market. The Hu family was permitted involvement only because they were loosely affiliated with the Qingyun sect, albeit with merely a handful of outer sect disciples. Yet the Qingyun sect would never stand idly by while an outsider utterly unconnected and without ancestral roots seized control of such a core domain of interest. He Yinyan likewise shook his head. This is not something the Zhou and He families can simply agree to. It must be replaced. Chun Yi had known the artifact trade in Qingnan ran deep, but he had not imagined its depths extended this far. The rules themselves were set by the Qingyun sect. Sighing softly, he said, then if that is the case, I shall claim the Hu family's Sanha Island headquarters instead. A clan is defined by its possession of a spirit vein. Such veins accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, enabling self-sufficient pill refinement, the very foundation upon which any power stands. Though Chun Yi possessed a system capable of mass-producing pills, he lacked a spirit vein. Tell outsiders, so long as Wanbao Pavilion remained dependent on the Zhou family, for its pill supply its strength remained illusory, built upon air. If entry into the artifact trade proved truly impossible, then securing a spirit vein would be the wiser course, granting Wanbao Pavilion full independence. A flicker of surprise crossed He Yinyan's eyes. Zhou Mingyuan's brows furrowed slightly. Sanha Island was the Hu family's most vital ancestral holding, a Tier 1 spirit vein, the very bedrock of their lineage, its value dwarfing all their shops in Taiping Fong and peripheral enterprises combined. You wish to claim Sanha Island? He Yinyan mused. After the Hu family's annihilation, their assets by precedent fall under the jurisdiction of their principal house, the He family. We may reclaim them, distribute them among vassal clans, or sell them outright. But granting them directly to you. He glanced at Zhou Mingyuan. What is your family's stance? Zhou Mingyuan weighed the matter swiftly in his mind. Chun Yi's move was unmistakably aimed at transforming Wanbao Pavilion from a mere instrument of the Zhou family into an independent sovereign force. Once in possession of a spirit vein, Wanbao Pavilion could cultivate its own medicinal resources, and over time its reliance upon the Zhou family would inevitably diminish. Yet, conversely, should Chun Yi succeed in exposing the true culprit and thus avert open war between the two houses, such an achievement would constitute a monumental service to the Zhou family. After a moment's pause, Zhou Mingyuan declared, within 20 years Wanbao Pavilion must send several cultivators into the Qingyun sect's outer sect. Chun Yi instantly grasped Zhou Mingyuan's intent. He had previously assumed familial powers were barred from direct involvement in Wuhuan Mountain affairs, but now he understood only vassal forces aligned with the Qingyun sect were restricted. Zhou Mingyuan was in effect demanding Chun Yi relinquish control over the Wanbao Valley camp after 2 decades. while simultaneously offering a promise to deliver cultivators to the Qingyun sect, and Wanbao Pavilion would earn status equal to that of the Hu family. Agreed, Chun Yi replied without hesitation. The Wanbao Valley was merely a stepping stone on his path upward. With his system at hand, and sufficient spirit stones, did he truly need those meager monster materials? Then it is settled. As Wanbao Valley flourishes, I Zhou Mingyuan hereby pledge that upon your completion of Qi refinement, the Foundation Establishment Pill promised to you shall be delivered into your hands personally. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. That Foundation Establishment Pill had originally been used by Zhou Xianhong as a lure, to keep Chun Yi diligently hunting monsters. Now that Chun Yi had made clear his refusal to serve as the Zhou family's proxy, the lure had lost its purpose. Since the He family offered a spirit vein, the Zhou family too must offer a gesture, lest Chun Yi's loyalty turn cold. Many thanks, Senior, Chun Yi exclaimed overjoyed. Though the Zhou family had pledged him a Foundation Establishment Pill, the final decision rested entirely with them. Should they shamelessly declare he failed to meet their unspecified criteria, Chun Yi would have no recourse but silent resignation. A look of sudden understanding dawned across He Yinyan's plump face. So that was why this rugged heroic figure willingly served the Zhou family. It was all for the Foundation Establishment Pill. He had initially considered recruiting Chun Yi, impressed by his charisma and bearing, but now realized such hopes were futile. Though the He family surpassed the newly risen Zhou family in scale, its demand for Foundation Establishment Pills was equally high, and it could scarcely afford to expend one on an outsider. Excellent. He Yinyan wasted no further time. Then let us three parties seal our pact with a spirit covenant. Neither Chun Yi nor Zhou Mingyuan objected. A covenant backed by spiritual law was infinitely more reliable than mere verbal assurances. Upon signing the spirit covenant, Chun Yi instructed Old Wang to suspend operations at Wanbao Restaurant for several months. Then, accompanied solely by Lin Bin, he boarded the Zhou family's transport flying vessel and returned to the Wanbao Valley camp to prepare for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the Zhou and He families began executing their coordinated strategy. The Hu family's massacre intensified tensions across Qingnan. The He family accused the Zhou family of shielding the true perpetrator. The Zhou family retorted that the He family leveled baseless accusations undermining Qingnan's stability. Words flew back and forth like sharpened blades, minor skirmishes flared among their subordinate forces, and rumors swirled through the markets, like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. Yet both sides' leaders tacitly restrained the conflict's intensity, neither willing to shatter diplomatic appearances, much less ignite a battle between Foundation Establishment cultivators. This pattern, Great Thunder Little Rain, persisted for nearly a month, leaving many spectators and opportunists bitterly disappointed. Wanbao Valley Camp, the nominal epicenter of the storm, projected outward calm while inwardly tightening its grip. Daily operations continued uninterrupted, monster hunting teams entered and departed as usual, yet perimeter vigilance had markedly increased. Moreover, the camp placed large orders with the Zhou family for formation arrays and spirit flags, defensive tools clearly intended to deter a potential He family ambush. Chun Yi once again entrusted Sun Xing and others with a batch of arrays he had refined, instructing them to deploy them covertly. Stretching lazily, he murmured, "The Yang family truly possesses remarkable patience." Indeed, though Chun Yi did not yet know the mastermind behind the plot, the stage he had meticulously constructed was designed expressly for the Yang family. As the ancient adage warns, when virtue fails to match position, calamity follows. With the Yang patriarch's lifespan nearing its end, and the four great clans already eyeing the Yang family as prey, their peaceful succession was all but impossible. Chun Yi refused to believe the Yang family could resist the temptation to provoke open warfare between the Zhou and He families. Should they act, the Hu family's annihilation would inevitably be laid at their feet. As for the truth behind the Hu family's massacre, with every last member dead, truth had long since ceased. The He family sought only to placate its vassals. The Zhou family desired only stable growth, and Chun Yi himself cared solely about shifting this black mantle onto another's shoulders. Several days later, Lin Bin, dispatched in secret, slipped silently back into the Wanbao Valley camp under cover of night. In a low voice he reported, "Master movement has begun." Strangers, numerous and all of formidable cultivation level, had suddenly appeared at the Mist Valley. A flash of sharp light ignited in Chun Yi's eyes. Indeed, they could no longer hold back. "Then what shall we do?" "Proceed as planned," Chun Yi replied, turning away, his face alight with lethal intent. "It is time to test the mettle of these scions of noble houses." "Yes, sir." Lin Bin bowed and departed without delay. 3 days later at midnight, the forest outside Wanbao Valley was silent. Even the chirping of insects seemed to have vanished. A chilling aura spread through the invisible air. At the perimeter of the camp, the warning formation set up by Sun Qing suddenly emitted an extremely subtle fluctuation, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating barely detectable ripples. In the center of the camp in a quiet room, Chun Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He brushed his hand over his storage pouch, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared in his grasp. It was the underworld mirror seized from the old ghost Shui in the Broken Soul Valley. A dark radiance emanated from the mirror's surface instantly, revealing the magical fluctuations within several miles. Seeing over 100 points of spiritual energy suddenly appear on the mirror's surface, Chun Yi's gaze sharpened. They have finally arrived. He stowed the underworld mirror and silently vanished from the quiet room. Almost simultaneously outside the Wanbao Valley camp, dozens of magical lights lit up in the darkness, striking the protective barrier at the camp's outer edge with a thunderous roar. The barrier shook violently, flickering uncertainly. Enemy attack. The warning shout pierced the night sky, and the camp was instantly illuminated, figures darting about. Chun Yi had already appeared at the command platform in the center of the camp. The attackers numbered around 120, with about 15 in the late stage of Qi refinement, and one was notably a perfected Qi refinement cultivator alongside 3 at the 8th level. The rest were all at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Such strength could easily establish a small family in Qinan. They truly think highly of me. Chun Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to make arrangements. Sun Qingyu and the cultivators of the Gathering Treasure Hall will oversee the formations in various locations. Sun Qing accepted the order and immediately set off with dozens of cultivators who had joined the Gathering Treasure Hall swiftly dispersing. Zhao Huyu and the cultivators of the Jinyue Hall will be responsible for direct combat, but do not hesitate to use the talismans in your hands. Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with fierce light, and he boomed, "Rest assured, Lord, I will make sure they do not return." Lin Binyu will lurk in the shadows of the camp with the Wind Letter Hall, waiting for the enemy's formation to falter before striking to eliminate the latest stage Qi refinement cultivators. Lin Bin's figure vanished, blending into the night, leaving behind a low response. Understood. Chun Yi's gaze swept across the camp, finally resting on the forest illuminated by the magical lights flickering ominously. The attackers were evidently well-trained. After the first wave of probing attacks, they did not recklessly charge in, but maintained their formation, continuously bombarding the protective barrier with talismans to deplete the formation's spiritual energy. The perfected Qi refinement cultivator remained hidden behind the crowd, his aura solid as a mountain. There is some method to their madness, Chun Yi thought disdainfully. A communication talisman flew out, arriving at Sun Qing's location. Sun Qing immediately understood and instructed his subordinates, prepare all teams. The cultivators of the Gathering Treasure Hall held their formation plates ready for action. Meanwhile, under the relentless bombardment, the spiritual light of the Wanbao Valley's formation grew. The leading perfected Qi refinement cultivator curled his lips into a sneer. Loose cultivators are just that. Without spiritual veins to provide energy, this formation cannot last, relying solely on spirit stones. Attack with all your might and break through it in one go. At his command, the assault intensified. Various magical lights poured down like a torrential rain upon the protective barrier, which trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Bang! Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the outer protective barrier shattered completely, turning into a myriad of fireflies. Kill! Over 100 black-clad cultivators surged toward the camp's structures like a flood breaking a dam. However, just as they were 100 steps away from the camp, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Rise! In an instant, dozens of pillars of spiritual light varying in brightness illuminated the camp's perimeter, enveloping the foremost group of black-clad cultivators in layers. Be careful, there's an ambush. It's a trapping formation. Quickly break the formation. The ranks of black-clad cultivators erupted into chaos, their momentum halting. The perfected Qi refinement cultivator at the back narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly at the cunning, and barked, "Don't panic. The enemy's formation is scattered and disorganized. Force your way through it." Before he finished speaking, a shout from Zhao Hu at the Wanbao Valley camp rang out, "Release." The Jinyue Hall cultivators had long been poised to strike, and upon receiving the order, they acted without hesitation, raising their hands in unison. The high-grade talismans equivalent to a full-powered strike from a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator were flung towards the trapped enemies, as if they were worthless. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades, various high-grade spells intertwined in the night sky, forming a deadly web, the explosive sounds deafening. Not good. The black-clad leader's face changed drastically. He truly is a high-grade talisman master. The battle at the Broken Soul Valley had made Chun Yi famous in Qinan. They had prepared against the talisman C tactic. Each of them had several Qingfeng talismans in their storage, but they did not expect that Chun-Yi would directly use a high-grade talisman worth dozens of spirit stones, this time equivalent to the price of a low-grade magical artifact. To be able to squander so extravagantly, it was undoubtedly painted by Chun-Yi himself. Without waiting for the leader's orders, the cultivators raised their defensive magical artifacts. However, no matter how wealthy the Yang family was, it was impossible to equip their mid-stage Qi refinement disciples with high-grade magical artifacts. And against the bombardment of high-grade talismans, middle-grade magical artifacts could not be said to hold up well, but how many could resist? "Ah, my leg! Help!" The cries of anguish were drowned out by even more violent explosions. In just the first wave of talismans, over 20 black-clad cultivators in the formation were killed on the spot, while more than 30 others were either severely injured or rendered unable to fight the smell of blood mingling with the scent of burning quickly spreading in the night wind. The black-clad cultivators' offensive was thoroughly disrupted by this sudden blow, their formation in disarray. The perfected Qi refinement leader's eyes twitched, both shocked and furious. He had anticipated some defense from Wanbao Valley, but did not expect the enemy to be so ruthless and decisive, using such a spirit stone burning tactic right from the start, and the effect was so remarkable. This blow had nearly taken out half of his fighting force. Mid-stage disciples fall back and use magical artifacts for ranged interference. Later-stage disciples charge with me. The black-clad leader did not dare to gamble on how many high-grade talismans Wanbao Tower still had. Sending mid-stage cultivators would only increase casualties. Only the latest-stage cultivators had high-grade magical artifacts able to withstand the talisman bombardment and charge into the camp. As long as they could break in, the mere 4 latest-stage cultivators from Wanbao Tower were simply insufficient. With the black-clad leader's command, the remaining mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators quickly retreated, summoning various magical artifacts to disrupt and harass from a distance. Meanwhile, the 15 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, including the leader, unleashed their magical power, charging forward defiantly against the relentless bombardment of high-grade talismans. Their high-grade defensive magical artifacts shone brightly, though they trembled under the talisman attacks. They ultimately held firm. 15 figures pierced through the layers of talisman light, rapidly approaching the front lines of the camp. On the podium, Chun-Yi's expression was icy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Sun Qing changed the formation. The surrounding formation of the camp suddenly lifted, and the black-clad leader was overjoyed. Without the formation, their speed could increase several-fold. However, the next scene made his heart tremble with fear, as dozens of cultivators from the gathering treasure hall, holding formation flags, appeared everywhere. With the formation flags shining brightly, another defensive formation was raised. They were under the bombardment of high-grade talismans while advancing. With this formation in place, it would be impossible to break it in a short time. Even the best defensive magical artifacts could not withstand such a torrential assault. "Retreat! Retreat for now!" the black-clad leader shouted fiercely, his voice distorted by anger and panic. "Want to retreat now? It's too late." Chun-Yi waved his hand. The Wind Letter Hall, which had been holding back, immediately sprang into action. One by one, magical artifacts flew out, silently targeting the latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, who were thrown into disarray by fear. Although these magical artifacts were not very powerful, they had one characteristic: they were fast, and specifically targeted the protective spiritual light. Puff! Puff! Several light sounds echoed as the conical and needle-like magical artifacts flew out of the darkness, bypassing the defensive magical artifacts, and piercing through the protective spiritual light of several latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, yet failing to inflict fatal damage. Ultimately, they managed to hold on, and the few latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators had just sighed in relief when they suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations. "Not good, there's poison." "How is that possible? We don't feel any foreign spiritual energy in our bodies." "It's mundane poison." In the cultivation world, poisons naturally also carried spiritual energy, and the principle of detoxification pills was to eliminate this foreign spiritual energy. As for mundane poisons, one could simply force them out through cultivation. There was no need for detoxification. But now who had the time to extract the poison? They were still enduring the bombardment of high-grade talismans. Moreover, the poison Chun-Yi used this time was the deadliest cyanide. It could be fatal in just a few breaths. Although the Qi refinement cultivators possessed magical power, they were still merely mortal flesh. The few latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators who were scratched by the poison magical artifacts felt their faces freeze in shock, and before they could fully comprehend, their bodies stiffened, their vision darkened, and black blood oozed from their mouths and noses as they fell lifelessly from the air. The black-clad leader's heart trembled. Latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators were the backbone in any cultivation family, usually becoming elders once their qualifications were sufficient or overseeing a local industry. Now with 8 or 9 of them gone, how could he not feel pained? Just as he was still grieving, he suddenly heard a scream from beside him. One of his subordinates, a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, was horrified as the high-grade defensive magical artifact before him shattered, pierced through the heart by a beam of platinum sword light. Ning Xin. The black-clad leader's eyes widened in rage as he followed the sword light. He saw Chun. He had somehow vanished from the high platform and was now standing atop a building at the edge of the camp, holding a platinum long sword that shimmered with brilliance, exuding a sharp aura far beyond that of an ordinary high-grade magical artifact, clearly a top-tier flying sword. Sword polishing technique. The black-clad leader's pupils constricted in shock. He knew Chun-Yi possessed a top-tier magical artifact, but even such an artifact shouldn't be able to pierce through a high-grade defensive magical artifact. The only possibility was that the sword polishing secret technique given to Chun-Yi by the Zhou family had been mastered. Just how many resources had been used for this? What he didn't know was that mastering the sword polishing technique was not that simple. It was merely a minor mastery of the sword polishing technique combined with the treasure feeding technique that resulted in such power. The only downside was that it was too damaging to the magical artifact, after just one use, cracks had already appeared in the internal restrictions of the golden sword. If used 1 or 2 more times, this top-tier magical artifact would likely be rendered useless. But did Chun-Yi care? He flipped his wrist and directly had the system decompose it, then clicked on synthesis, and another golden sword appeared in his hand. With the essence blood smeared on it, the treasure-feeding technique activated once more. He pointed at another latest-stage chi refinement cultivator and commanded, "Go." The platinum sword light shot through the air again, carrying an even more ferocious killing intent, directly targeting the latest-stage chi refinement cultivator who had just witnessed his companion's tragic death and was shaken to the core. That cultivator turned pale with fear, frantically activating a yellowish shield in front of him, the spiritual light surging as he tried to block this lethal strike. However, the golden sword, temporarily enhanced by the treasure-feeding technique, was sharper than one could imagine. In front of it, a high-grade magical artifact was as fragile as paper. It broke through the shield effortlessly. Just as this disciple was about to perish at Chun-Yi's hands, the black-clad leader would not allow it. While continuing to defend against the magical bombardment, he released a red long banner that fluttered in the wind, unleashing a wave of dark fire, attempting to intercept the platinum sword light. Chun-Yi snorted coldly. Split. The sword light suddenly split into 6 streams of platinum brilliance, shooting out like meteors. One still aimed directly at the latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, while the other 5, seemingly possessing intelligence, skillfully bypassed the dark fire and attacked the black-clad leader from different angles. Sword shadow split light. You actually managed to cultivate the sword technique to such a level? The black-clad leader exclaimed in horror. Splitting sword light was not a profound sword technique. The difficulty lay in maintaining considerable power in each stream after the split. However, the power of Chun-Yi's split sword light, except for the 3 that were missing, was no different from being fully mastered. He had no choice but to recall the red banner. The dark fire surged, transforming into a swirling wall of fire to protect his body. Clang, clang, clanged. A series of dense, crisp sounds erupted as the 5 split sword lights collided with the fire wall, bouncing off and dimming slightly. Yet the main attacking sword light seized the opportunity. Puff! The protective spiritual light of the latest-stage chi refinement cultivator shattered like an eggshell. Blood gushed from his neck, and he clutched his throat as the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, collapsing to the ground. Another one. In just a few breaths, 2 latest-stage chi refinement cultivators had perished, and 9 latest-stage chi refinement cultivators had succumbed to poison, leaving most of the attacking latest-stage cultivators decimated. After escaping the range of the talisman attacks, the black-clad leader felt a chill in his heart. He had come here on orders, thinking he was dealing with a shallow-rooted upstart whom he could easily defeat. Little did he expect that the opponent not only had an astonishing reserve of talismans, but also skillfully utilized formations, and his subordinates were formidable fighters, all while having a ruthless and resourceful leader like Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, I will remember this debt, the He family will remember it. Withdraw, split up, and break out. He finally stopped hesitating and shouted hoarsely. Their goal was to attack the Wanbao Valley camp. Capturing it would be ideal. If they couldn't capture it, they could at least place the blame on the He family. After all, they bore no family insignia. The surviving cultivators felt as if they had been granted amnesty, immediately fleeing in all directions. You think you can come and go as you please in Wanbao Valley? Chun-Yi snorted coldly, waving his hand. Disciples of Wanbao Tower, heed my command, follow me to slay the enemies. The disciples of the 3 halls responded in unison, filled with killing intent. Chun-Yi unfurled his Qingpeng wings and charged directly at the black-clad leader. Sun Qing and the others also summoned their flying magical artifacts, heading straight for the remaining latest-stage cultivators. Seeing Chun-Yi personally pursue him, the black-clad leader felt joy instead of fear. They had suffered losses due to the formations set by Wanbao Valley, and now Chun-Yi and the others had chosen to abandon the formations to chase him. Wasn't this giving him a chance to counterattack? He abruptly turned around, wildly waving the red banner in his hand, as vast amounts of dark fire surged towards Chun-Yi while bellowing, Chun-Yi, prepare to die. The other few remaining Qi refinement late-stage cultivators turned their magical instruments, intending to join forces with their leader to besiege Chun-Yi. A cold light flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes. Facing the overwhelming shadow fire, he did not evade. Instead, he suddenly shook his Qingpeng wing, increasing his speed by another third. At the same time, he raised his left hand, releasing dozens of shimmering talismans that instantly activated before him, forming thick and solid golden light walls. Diamond talisman. So many. The black-clothed leader's eyelids twitched. These were all high-grade defensive talismans, quite valuable, yet at this moment Chun-Yi was using them like throwing beans to clear a path. The shadow fire collided with the golden light wall, emitting a sizzling sound as it burned. The light wall quickly dimmed and shattered, but the talismans in front of Chun-Yi seemed endless. As one layer broke, another immediately replaced it, forcefully opening a passage amidst the tide of shadow fire. Meanwhile, the three remaining Qi refinement late-stage cultivators' magical instruments were intercepted by Lin Bin and the others. Damn it, do you really think my Wanbao Tower is easy to bully? Die for me. Zhao Hu shouted explosively, his black-scaled spear trembling in his hand, the spear tip releasing several dark spear flowers, striking directly at a Qi refinement 7th-layer cultivator wielding a sword. That cultivator was already panicked and hastily swung his sword to block, but was shaken by the immense force contained in the spear, causing his hand to split, nearly losing his sword. Zhao Hu, taking advantage of his momentum, unleashed his steel feather wings, and the spear surged like a python, twisting, sweeping through the ranks, forcing his opponent to retreat, continuously, utterly disheveled. Sun Xing was far more insidious, with his tiny net spreading like a web, descending upon another latest-stage cultivator, while his wrist flipped, revealing a large stack of high-grade talismans that he threw at that cultivator. Under the cover of the talismans, there was no chance for the opponent to catch their breath or cast spells, forcing them to desperately raise their defensive magical instruments to withstand the attack, as their spiritual light dimmed in an instant. Lin Bin changed his previous combat style. The newly acquired Night Wing granted him extraordinary speed, and the exquisite magical instrument, the vermilion feather sword, struck like a venomous snake, flicking its tongue, occasionally landing blows without engaging the latest-stage cultivator Hedon. Chun-Yi had already charged in close to the latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Seeing Chun-Yi break through the shadow fire and brazenly approach, a hint of ferocity flashed in the black-clothed leader's eyes. After all, he was a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator with rich combat experience. Calm under pressure, he suddenly retracted his red banner, and from the end of the banner pole a segment of ghostly blue blade emerged, transforming the banner into a spear piercing towards Chun-Yi's heart with a bone-chilling spiral force. Close combat. Seeking death. The black-clothed leader shouted sharply, convinced that Chun-Yi, a talisman and sword cultivator, excelled in ranged attacks. His physical body must be weak. Chun-Yi's face was as cold as water. Facing this cunning and vicious stab, he did not evade. Instead, his right hand swept the heavy golden sword diagonally, striking the banner spear, producing a piercing clang, and sparks flew. At the same time, he urged his sword finger with his left hand, pressing towards the black-clothed leader's face, who was just a hair's breadth away. The leader was not an ordinary opponent. Spiritual light suddenly appeared behind him, and a pair of metallic feathered wings folded around him like a shield, protecting his head and face. Ding! The sword finger struck the metallic wings, producing a crisp sound, but it did not pierce through, leaving only a shallow white mark. This magical instrument is quite nice, I want it. Chun-Yi took the opportunity to retreat, hovering in midair, his gaze sweeping over the pair of wings shimmering with ghostly blue and metallic luster, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. It must be known that the sword finger could easily pierce through profound iron, yet it was actually blocked by a flying magical instrument. This shows its quality is absolutely not low. You ignorant little brat, unaware of your own insignificance, dare to covet my Xuanwu feather even when death is imminent. The black-clothed leader laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with killing intent that seemed almost tangible. Today, let you know that you scattered cultivators are ultimately nothing more than dirt chickens and tiles in front of my noble family cultivators. As the words fell, the Xuanwu feather's ghostly light intensified, propelling the black-clothed leader upwards like an eagle merging with his banner spear, transforming into a spiraling flow of ghostly blue and crimson light, accompanied by a piercing scream through the air like an enraged dragon ascending straight towards Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi was unafraid, reaching out to caress the heavy golden sword, activating the feeding treasure secret technique, causing the sword's spiritual light to surge by another third. With the Qingpeng wing behind him, he plunged down from high in the sky, like an arrow trailing a dazzling platinum sword light colliding violently with the spiraling flow of light. Boom! A deafening sound shook the forest and the shockwave exploded outward in a ring mixing with sword energy and cold flames flattening and igniting all the trees below the ground furrowed with deep trenches. Chun Yi's figure flipped in midair from the recoil, the Qingpeng wing fluttering several times to dissipate the force hovering in midair, his heavy golden sword emitting a faint mournful cry. The sword's spiritual light noticeably dimmed, clearly indicating that this hard confrontation had also imposed considerable strain on this exquisite magical instrument. In contrast, the black-clothed leader was forcefully smashed down from midair, his feet sinking deep into the ground, creating a pit about a yard wide. The shadow fire on his red banner flickered unsteadily, and the ghostly blue spear blade even had small chips breaking off. His blood surged, and his arm gripping the banner pole trembled slightly. Looking at Chun Yi, his eyes were filled with horror. Is this great accomplishment sword refining technique really this formidable? This is not the kind of mighty power that an ordinary latest-stage chi refinement cultivator could possess. Even more frightening was that the resilience and sharpness of the opponent's sword far exceeded his expectations. His exquisite magical instrument, the Shadow Fire Banner, was at a disadvantage in this clash. The noble family latest-stage chi refinement is nothing more than this. Chun Yi sneered, not giving the opponent a moment's respite, his figure diving again, the heavy golden sword transforming into a multitude of platinum sword shadows, enveloping the black-clothed leader in the pit like a torrential storm. Arrogant! The black-clothed leader shouted angrily, slamming his long banner onto the ground. A giant skeletal claw emerged from the Shadow Fire Banner, fiercely grasping at the myriad sword shadows. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds were like fire coals falling into ice and snow as the sword shadows were extinguished in the grip of the giant skeletal claw. However, the giant claw was not unharmed. Black smoke rose from the gaps between the bony fingers, and a mournful howl came from the Shadow Fire Banner. This child's sword light actually contains a trace of Supreme Yang's evil-breaking power. The black-clothed leader's heart shook violently. This skeletal soldier was formed from the bones of cultivators. He painstakingly refined, extremely tough, and venomous. Usually high-grade magical instruments would suffer great spiritual damage from its grip, yet now, it was actually injured by Chun Yi's sword light. Such a vicious technique. Is this the manner of your noble family? Chun Yi flipped his wrist once again, disassembling and reassembling the heavy golden sword, coldly gazing at the giant banner in the black-clothed leader's hand. Vicious. Huh. The black-clothed leader laughed maniacally. Ignorant child, the path of cultivation is survival of the fittest. The victor takes all. Any means that can kill the enemy and protect the path is a good means. Today let you taste the power of this skeletal soldier. The leader in black shouted sharply, suddenly biting his tongue to draw blood, which he sprayed onto the Yin Fire Banner. The banner fluttered wildly, and the massive skeletal claw retracted abruptly, followed by a complete skeletal warrior crawling out from the banner. This skeletal warrior stood about 10 feet tall, its entire skeleton exuding a ghastly white color with a hint of eerie green luster. 2 blazing green phosphorescent fires burned in its eye sockets, and it wielded a giant bone blade crafted from unknown massive bones, emanating a chilling aura that was subtly more intimidating than a perfected refining chi stage, just a step away from foundation establishment. Chun Yi stared at the skeletal warrior that radiated terrifying pressure, feeling not fear, but a strong sense of possessiveness rising within him. This killing puppet made from the bones of perfected refining chi practitioners, possibly more than one, had been crafted through the expenditure of vast resources, making it the perfect material tailored for him. Seeing Chun Yi's fervent gaze, the leader in black sneered coldly, thinking he had been scared silly or was succumbing to greed before death. He fully activated the Yin Fire Banner, and the green phosphorescent flames in the skeletal warrior's eyes surged violently, emitting a silent roar. Wielding the massive bone blade, it stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble, charging towards Chun Yi with a gust of bloody wind. Chun Yi's expression hardened. He did not dare to be negligent. The Qingpeng wings flared, and he swiftly retreated, while flicking his left hand, sending dozens of high-grade fire snake talismans slithering like fiery serpents towards the skeletal warrior. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fire snakes touched the skeletal body but failed to ignite a raging fire as expected. Instead, they left behind charred marks on the ghastly white bones, quickly extinguished by the surrounding green phosphorescent flames, achieving minimal effect. Huh. This skeletal warrior has been refined by my clan, using mysterious evil energy for 100 years. How could ordinary fire harm it? The leader in black, standing at a distance, swallowed a pill to restore his power, while grinning sinisterly. Kid, no matter how many talismans you have today, you cannot escape becoming a new soul in my skeletal banner. The skeletal warrior moved with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance to Chun-Yi, its massive bone blades sweeping through the air with the force to split mountains and shatter stone. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened as the Qingpeng wings suddenly flapped narrowly, avoiding the overwhelming horizontal sweep of the bone blade. He quickly calculated in his mind this skeletal warrior was harder than gold and iron, immune to ordinary fire spells, and its incredible combat power in close quarters coupled with decent speed made a direct confrontation unwise. In that case, Chun-Yi's gaze fell upon the black-clad cultivator, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then he'll cut you down first. He suddenly turned back, choosing not to entangle with the skeletal warrior anymore. The Qingpeng wings were fully activated, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging directly towards the leader in black, who was controlling the Yin fire banner not far away. Although the skeletal warrior was strong, it was ultimately a lifeless entity controlled by its master. Chun-Yi abruptly changed direction, the Qingpeng wings leaving a blue afterimage in the night sky, moving so fast, it was dizzying. The leader in black, seeing this, felt joy instead of surprise. He anticipated that Chun-Yi, unable to hold out any longer and cornered by the skeletal warrior, would be driven to desperation and attempt a risky move of capturing the ringleader first. Unbeknownst to him, preparations had long been made in secret. "Come on, leave him to me." He let out a sinister laugh, his left hand forming a seal, and another piece of magical equipment hidden in his sleeve suddenly flew out. An almost transparent net as fine as a hair which expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into a Tinjong area, enveloping Chun-Yi, who was rushing in. At the same time, he shook the Yin fire banner vigorously. The green phosphorescent flames in the skeletal warrior's eyes flared, abandoning its pursuit and throwing the massive bone blade directly at Chun-Yi. With a net and a blade, a deadly trap was set in an instant. "Be careful, master." From a distance, Sun Qing, Zhao Hu, and others who were entangled with their opponents caught sight of this scene and exclaimed in horror. However, facing this seemingly fatal encirclement, Chun-Yi showed no fear. Instead, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for this moment." Ignite. The blood-burning secret technique was suddenly activated, and Chun-Yi's aura surged explosively, as if a volcano inside him had erupted. His original cultivation of the 8th layer of refining qi instantly ascended to the 9th layer, continuing to soar rapidly, approaching the perfected refining qi stage. His blood energy surged, forming a faint reddish halo around him, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance like two burning stars. Under the infusion of violently surging magical power, the Qingpeng wings increased in speed by another third. The black-clad cultivator, however, remained unperturbed. His net was also a top-grade magical artifact, and it was too late for Chun-Yi to accelerate. Yet he had completely misjudged the situation. Chun-Yi had no intention of escaping. The sword-grinding technique, the treasure-feeding secret technique, combined with the violent magical power from the blood-burning secret technique, all empowered the exquisite golden sword. Let alone a top-grade magical artifact, he dared to clash head-in with even a Foundation establishment practitioner's life treasure. "Break for me." The exquisite golden sword erupted with an unprecedented dazzling platinum radiance, the sword body even producing a faint crackling sound from the unbearable pressure. At the instant the sword light made contact with the net, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a light sound like tearing silk. Sizzle. The net, capable of trapping perfected refining qi practitioners and made of exceptionally tough material, was severed cleanly in two, as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. The spiritual light contained within the net extinguished instantly. The magical artifact let out a mournful cry, losing its spirit, and transformed into two pieces of tattered silk, falling helplessly. "What?" The black-clad cultivator was horrified. That was his trump card for trapping enemies, made from 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk from the East China Sea, refined with earth fire. Even ordinary early Foundation establishment practitioners would find it hard to break free in a short time, yet it was cut through by Chun-Yi in a single sword strike. Chun-Yi broke free from the net, his momentum unabated. The platinum sword light, still fierce, rapidly magnified in the eyes of the black-clad cultivator. His soul nearly left his body as he frantically activated his protective spiritual light. At the same time, the Xuanwu feathers closed in like a shield, blocking in front of him. Puff! The Xuanwu feathers shattered into countless pieces as if struck by a giant hammer. The tip of the exquisite golden sword also crumbled into dust. Yet the sword qi continued to surge, as if Chun-Yi was determined to use this magical artifact at all costs to kill the black-clad cultivator on the spot. The black-clad cultivator had no choice but to wield the banner to counter. A broken sword and a damaged banner, the pins of a needle facing off against a weed-on. The two top-grade magical artifacts shattered inch by inch at the point of contact. As the Ain fire banner shattered piece by piece, the skeletal warrior that radiated terrifying pressure suddenly froze the green phosphorescent flames in its eye sockets, flickering wildly, emitting a silent and mournful howl. The ghastly white bones that formed its body quickly dimmed and flaked away like a weathered sandcastle disintegrating into a sky, full of ghastly white bone powder mixed with the still lingering mysterious evil energy gently drifting down. But neither of them had time to pay attention to this. In the moment they were closed, they simultaneously threw a punch. The dull sound echoed like a heavy drum, and the black-clad cultivator was sent flying, his clothes shredded as he crashed into the mountain wall behind him, debris cascading down and partially burying him. Amidst the pile of rubble, a violent cough erupted, and a bloodied arm trembled as it reached out to push aside the stones that pressed down upon him. The black-clad cultivator struggled to crawl out, his bare upper body, revealing a distinct fist imprint indented on his chest, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, his breath at an all-time low as he looked at Chun-Yi with disbelief. "You are actually dual cultivating the law body." Chun-Yi had already dispelled the blood-burning secret art. Although his breath was somewhat weak, he was not in serious trouble. With a cold gaze fixed on the black-clad cultivator, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You may think so." It had been nearly half a year since he established camp in Wanbao Valley. With an ample supply of spirit stones, Chun-Yi should have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet he remained at the 8th level. This was not due to any external factors, but simply because he had devoted most of his energy to the Golden Body technique. Although the Golden Body technique was merely a supplementary secret method, it was no less effective than ordinary body refining techniques, and it was a rare internal cultivating method that refined from the inside out. After a short period of time, his bodily strength and bone structure were comparable to those of ordinary latest-stage body refiners, not to mention the enhancement from the blood-burning secret art. PFF. Hearing this, the black-clad cultivator spat out another mouthful of blood, the color draining from his face. His prized supreme magical artifact was destroyed, his bone soldiers scattered, and he suffered severe injuries, yet the opponent still seemed to have some energy left. What other trump cards did Chun-Yi hide? Looking at the battlefield, the remaining mid-stage cultivators had been slaughtered under the encirclement of the three factions. Several latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators under the combined assault of Sun Qing, Zhao Hu and Lin Bin were either dead or severely injured. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. A chill ran through the black-clad cultivator's heart as his last glimmer of hope extinguished completely. He stared intently at Chun-Yi, hissing, "Chun-Yi, you have killed so many elite members of the He family today. My He family will never let you go. The family head will definitely." Chun-Yi laughed heartily. "The He family. Is that so?" With a cold gaze directed at the cultivator whose breath was faint, Chun-Yi sneered, "Wait until I search your soul and refine your spirit. Then you'll know where your roots lie." The black-clad cultivator's pupils suddenly constricted, fear overwhelming him in an instant. He never expected Chun-Yi to be so cautious, not only wanting to eradicate them completely, but also to use soul-searching sorcery to probe into their very essence. He opened his mouth as if to say something, possibly intending to unleash the remnants of his magical power in a desperate final strike, or perhaps to self-destruct his soul to prevent the soul search. But Chun-Yi would not give him that opportunity. He pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing a highly condensed surge of magical power that precisely struck the black-clad cultivator's forehead. The black-clad cultivator's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes losing focus in an instant, and he could only emit a hoarse sound, unable to form complete syllables anymore. As he watched, Chun-Yi was about to place his hand on his head to perform the soul-searching technique. Yet a streak of light shot out from the distant mountains and forests, moving with astonishing speed, aiming directly at the black-clad cultivator. Almost simultaneously, another streak of light burst forth from the Wanbao Valley camp, intercepting the first. As the two streaks of light simultaneously slowed down, their true forms were revealed. The one from outside the camp was a folding fan adorned with a landscape design, while the one from inside was a long blade engulfed in crimson flames. A cultivator in a blue robe embroidered with a celestial map pattern stepped out from the camp, grasping the returning red flame blade and gazing at the fan that was also flying back, sneering at the distant mountains and forests. The mountain river fan. "Are you planning to kill and silence witnesses, Yang Kong?" The folding fan adeptly twirled in the air, landing in a slender hand. From the shadows of the distant mountains and forests emerged a refined-looking middle-aged man dressed in a dark purple brocade robe, with golden threads subtly embroidered with mountain patterns, holding the mountain river fan. He was the Yang family's external affairs elder, Yang Kong. "Zhou Yuan, weren't you stationed at Qingyan Square?" Yang Kang's expression grew extremely awkward. According to the intelligence he received, the Zhou and He families were engaged in a verbal dispute under the direct control of the Zhou family at Qingyan Square. It was precisely because of this that the Yang family dared to take the opportunity to raid Wanbao Valley and instigate conflict between the two clans. Yet unexpectedly Zhou Mingyuan appeared directly in Wanbao Valley. The massacre of the Hu family is still fresh in our minds. Wanbao Valley is the lifeblood of my Zhou family's finances. How can we not defend it heavily? Zhou Mingyuan stood with his sword, the flames on the red flame blade swirling, reflecting his stern face. If I were not here, wouldn't that allow scoundrels like you to succeed? Yang Kang's face changed several times, but he did not dare to agree to this matter. With a flick of the folding fan, he lightly laughed. Zhou Daoist, you are mistaken. I Yang am also afraid that scoundrels will attack the Mist Valley camp, which is why I came to Wuhuan Mountain. I only noticed the overwhelming blood qi here, which is why I came to investigate. Just in time to see that the He family's thief leader was on the verge of defeat. I was worried he might retaliate and hurt this little Daoist, which is why I intervened. How could there be any talk of silencing witnesses? Zhou Mingyuan scoffed coldly. Oh, so I should thank you, young Daoist. Yang Kong maintained a calm expression, lightly shaking the mountain river fan. There is no need for thanks. I simply cannot stand by and watch the He family act arrogantly, ruining the customs of Qingnan. A mocking sneer echoed from within the Wanbao Valley camp. You cannot stand by and watch my He family act arrogantly. Is this your Yang family's justification for exterminating my vassal, the Hu family? Yang Kang's expression drastically changed as he turned to look at the camp. He saw He Yongnian stride out, followed by several main representatives of the He family's vassal families, all with a heavy aura glaring at Yang Kong with hostility. Yang Kong glanced at Zhou Mingyuan, then at He Yongnian and his group, instantly understanding everything. This was clearly a carefully laid trap by the Zhou and He families, waiting for his Yang family to take the bait. And He Yang Kong, the Yang family's external affairs elder, had indeed fallen right into it. Good. Yang Kong repeated good 3 times, his refined face twisted with anger. The Zhou and He families can actually put aside their past grievances and collaborate on a scheme. Truly, you have opened my eyes. He Yongnian sneered, if we don't do this, would we not be playing into your Yang family's hands? Yang Kang's eyes gleamed with cold light as he opened his mouth to say something. Suddenly, he lifted the mountain river fan, and a massive mountain peak flew out from the fan, aiming to crush Chen Yi and the remaining attacking cultivators, leaving no witnesses. You dare, thief! Zhou Mingyuan and He Yongnian shouted simultaneously. Zhou Mingyuan's red flame blade surged with fierce flames, transforming into a Tianzhong long blade aura that rushed forward fiercely, striking the shadow of the massive mountain peak. Boom! The collision of the mountain and blade erupted with earth-shattering sound. The violent shockwave swept away another layer of debris from the already chaotic ground. The shadow of the mountain trembled violently, a deep crack carved into it by the blade aura momentarily halting its downward momentum. Meanwhile, He Yongnian paid no heed to the mountain peak. His figure vanished like a ghost, and in the next moment he appeared beside Yang Kong, his dual palms glinting with a dark metallic sheen, emitting a piercing howl as they struck towards Yang Kang's head. He had directly aimed to kill. Yang Kong did not expect He Yongnian to be so decisive and ruthless, completely disregarding the still intact facade between the two families as he boldly engaged in close combat. In his haste, he could only retract the mountain river fan, with the fan's bones glowing with spiritual light, transforming into layers of overlapping mountain shadows to guard his side. He Yongnian's palms struck the mountain shadows, producing a dull sound akin to a giant drum being hit. The seemingly solid shadows were actually caving in, with cracks spreading and nearly shattering. Yang Kong let out a muffled groan, retreating backward with the force, his face slightly pale, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He Yongnian, do you truly wish to fight me to the death here? Yang Kong asked sharply, his heart already turning cold. That last palm strike was clearly the He family's signature Xian Sha Lianjin show, powerful and filled with murderous intent. Fight to the death. He Yongnian stood with his palm withdrawn, a swirling aura of malice around him, and coldly laughed. Your Yang family has previously ambushed my He family's vassal, and now in front of me and Daoist Zhou you wish to silence me. Yang Kong, now that you are here, you shall not escape. Capturing you will allow us to inquire at your Yang family's ancestral grounds about who gave you the courage. As soon as he finished speaking, several of He Yongnian's subordinate family heads stepped forward, each summoning their magical artifacts, their energy locking onto Yang Kong. Though these individuals mostly practiced at the Qi refinement level 1 or 2, had already successfully established their foundation. Together they could form a deadly trap for Yang Kong. On the other side, Zhou Mingyuan had completely shattered the mountain shadow, his red flame long knife spinning its blade, pointing towards Yang Kong. Though he did not speak, his intentions were clear. Yang Kang's mind raced, and in an instant he understood that today's situation was untenable. Alone here, facing the premeditated alliance of the Zhou and He families, a direct confrontation would only lead to his demise. Well, a splendid alliance between Zhou and He. This debt Yang shall remember. A flicker of resentment passed through Yang Kang's eyes, and he no longer exhibited any scholarly demeanor. He suddenly swung the mountain river fan with all his strength towards the direction of Zhou Mingyuan, and the mountain river design painted on the fan suddenly burst forth with blinding brilliance, as if the entire landscape within the fan had come to life. A torrent of overwhelming and heavy shadows surged forth, enveloping a vast area ahead resembling a miniaturized mountain range collapsing intimidating in its might. Zhou Mingyuan and He Yangnian's expressions changed slightly. Yang Kong was risking everything, even unleashing the source power of the mountain river fan, his life-bound magical treasure. The two did not dare to delay. Zhou Mingyuan transformed his knife into a wall of fire, while He Yongnian gathered the mysterious energy in his palm, joining forces to withstand this violent strike. A more intense explosion rang out, blinding light, filled the air, dust clouded everything, and chaotic currents of spiritual energy swept in all directions. When the light finally dimmed, and the dust settled, Yang Kang's figure was nowhere to be found. Only a streak of light was seen rapidly fleeing into the depths of the dark forest. Chase! He Yongnian's eyes revealed a killing intent as he prepared to pursue. Daoist, he do not pursue a desperate foe. Zhou Mingyuan raised his hand to stop him. Currently both the witness and evidence are present. The Yang family cannot deny their involvement. The urgent matter is to immediately make this incident public, contact the various families, and collectively deal with the Yang family. He Yongnian, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent within him. He understood that Zhou Mingyuan's words were reasonable. After all, Yang Kong was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator determined to escape, and with the mountain river fan in hand, chasing him down might not only fail, but could lead to further complications. He shifted his gaze to the center of the area. Looking at Chun Yi and the black-clad cultivator in his hands, he cupped his hands in salute, and said, "This matter relies entirely on the clever plan of the young friend, who otherwise my He family would not escape this accusation." Chun Yi replied, cupping his hands to He Yongnian, "Senior, you overpraise me. I merely acted to clear my own. If the Yang family truly pinned the blame for the Hu family's extermination on me, even if the seniors did not believe it, would not the Taoists in Qin'an also not be convinced?" One of He Yongnian's subordinates stepped forward, taking over the black-clad cultivator, immediately sealing his vital points and applying several binding talismans. "In that case, this live capture will be entrusted to Senior He for handling. As for the other corpses and belongings, I dare to keep them to tally the losses and compensate my subordinates." Chun Yi continued, "That is only right." He Yongnian nodded. He then looked at the several family heads behind him, and said, "You have all seen that the extermination of the Hu family in Sanha was instigated by the Yang family to provoke conflict between my He and Zhou families. Young friend Chun is also among the victims. Henceforth, do not use this matter as an excuse to provoke trouble." The heads of the subordinate families exchanged glances and quickly took a few steps forward, earnestly cupping their hands to Chun Yi in deep bows. One of the elder men with white hair and a steady aura spoke first, his voice filled with regret. "Lord Chun, I am Tang Jinyue, the head of the Tang family of Qingyuan Mountain. Previously I believed unfounded rumors, and seeing the tragic state of the Hu family, felt anger and resentment towards you and Wanbao Tower, and may have offended in my words. Now that the truth is revealed, I realize that you too were framed by treacherous individuals and nearly suffered an unjust blame. Here I represent the Tang family and apologize to you, Lord Chun. I hope you can forgive me." Following closely was another refined-looking middle-aged scholar, Jiang Myun, the head of the Jiang family from Luyun Valley, who also bore a look of shame. "Lord Chun, I feel deeply ashamed. The Jiang family has had dealings with the Hu family. Upon hearing of their misfortune and my grief, I also wrongly directed my anger towards you. Had it not been for you setting a trap to expose the true culprit, we would still be in the dark, becoming weapons in the hands of the Yang family. I, on behalf of the Jiang family, apologize to you, Lord Chun. If there have been any past offenses, I hope you can pardon me." The others also spoke up in earnest, expressing their apologies and fears. At this moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. Had it not been for Chun Yi's foresight and the joint trap set by the Zhou and He families, they might have continued opposing Wanbao Tower, and Zhou's family ultimately becoming victims of this conspiracy, like the Hu family. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on their backs. Chun Yi looked at the several family heads before him, who were quite prominent in the Qin'an region, yet were now so solemnly apologizing to this young loose cultivator of shallow foundation. His heart felt little pride, instead it was filled with a sense of coldness. This is the reality of the cultivation world. Strength schemes, and the power behind one, are the true hard truths. Without the support of the Zhou family, and without today's event that would pin the Yang family down with concrete evidence, would these families bow their heads so easily? His expression remained calm as he cupped his hands in return. "You seniors are too kind. The treachery of malicious individuals is vile, and it is natural for you to be disturbed by your concern. Now that the truth is clear, the souls of the Hu family can find some comfort. I only hope that after this matter Qin can enjoy a bit more peace and less unnecessary strife. Tang Jinyue and the others nodded repeatedly, their attitudes becoming increasingly respectful. He Yonyan watched this scene, and his evaluation of Chun Yi rose even higher. This young man not only possessed extraordinary courage and ruthless methods, but more importantly, this level-headed nature, neither arrogant nor impatient, understanding how to leverage power without being overbearing. Given time, he would certainly be more than just an ordinary figure. He secretly lamented that the Zhou family had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. He swept his gaze across the subordinates and said, "Everyone, the truth behind the extermination of the Hu family is entirely due to young friend Qin's involvement, which has brought it to light." He secretly lamented that the Zhou family had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. He swept his gaze across the subordinates and said, "Everyone, the truth behind the extermination of the Hu family is entirely." Upon hearing these words, Tang Jinyue and the others were taken aback. With the destruction of the Hu family, their assets naturally became unclaimed. According to Kingdon's customary practice, they would most likely be reclaimed directly by the He family or awarded to other loyal vassals. But Chun Yi is a vassal of the Zhou family. Does the Zhou family have no objections to this? Several people subtly glanced at Zhou Mingyuan, only to find his expression completely unchanged. Rather, he slightly nodded. Tang Jinyue and the others immediately understood that the Zhou and He families had likely reached a certain tacit agreement regarding this matter. Tang Jinyue was the first to react, clapping his hands and saying, "Senior He's proposal is excellent. The Hu family has suffered misfortune and their assets are unclaimed. Master Chun has shown great kindness to the Hu family and has also suffered losses and disgrace because of this matter. It is only right for him to receive Sanha Island as compensation. My Tang family has no objections." Jiang Muyun also nodded in agreement, saying, "I second this. Master Chun is wise and courageous, thwarting this treachery and restoring justice for the Hu family, thus averting a major upheaval in Qingnan. His merit is unparalleled. Receiving Sanha Island is truly well-deserved." The others, seeing this, also expressed their support, their words earnest, as if this was indeed their shared wish. Seeing that there were no objections from the crowd, He Yongyan looked at Qin Yi. Although Sanha Island is not large, it has a first-grade superior spiritual vein, and the spiritual fields and medicinal gardens on the island have all yielded produce. The Hu family has managed it for many years, and its foundation is quite solid. From today onwards, this island shall belong to Wanbao Tower. Consider it a token of goodwill from the He family and all fellow Taoists, as well as compensation for the grievances and losses you have suffered, young friend." Chun Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." With this matter settled, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed considerably. He Yongyan turned to Zhou Mingyuan, saying solemnly, "Taoist Zhou, the matter is now clear. I must first inform the family head of this decision, so I will take my leave now." Zhou Mingyuan nodded. "That is only right. Now that the truth is known, my Zhou family will also announce this matter to—" Having said this, He Yongyan clasped his hands to Zhou Mingyuan, and Chun Yi nodded to several other vassal family leaders, and then taking the captured black-clad leader and a group of captives, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the night. Tang Jinyue and the others also bid farewell to Zhou Mingyuan and Chun Yi, each using their magical tools to depart. One of the He family members patted Chun Yi on the shoulder and said, "You did well in this matter. The camp needs to open the public hunting grounds as soon as possible. My clan also needs to make some preparations to avoid confusion during the handover." Chun Yi understood that Zhou Mingyuan was reminding him to expedite the release of Wanbao Valley. Chun Yi understood the hint and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "The younger generation understands. Wanbao Valley will quickly begin preparations to open the public hunting grounds without affecting the larger aristocratic interests." Zhou Mingyuan nodded. "Break through to the 9th level as soon as possible. My clan will assist you in obtaining a foundation establishment pill." Chun Yi's heart surged, though his demeanor grew even more respectful. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will not let you down." Zhou Mingyuan spoke no more, and with a flicker of his figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, shooting towards the Zhou family's Qinyan workshop. Immediately, the Wanbao Tower cultivators gathered around. Watching their master with an 8th level Qi refinement cultivation directly combat a perfected Qi refinement cultivator and unravel the crisis, ultimately drawing out the foundation establishment powerhouses of the Zhou and He families for confrontation, they felt a surge of emotions, unable to contain themselves. "Master, are you alright?" Zhao Hu's voice boomed as he rushed forward, looking at Chun Yi's slightly pale face, his eyes filled with concern. "I am fine, but it's just that the consumption was a bit great." Chun Yi waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield, as well as the figures of the 3 Hall disciples who, though injured, still stood firm, and he said in a deep voice, "How are our brothers' casualties?" Sun Qing immediately stepped forward, his expression serious as he reported, "Master, in this battle we relied on the advantages of formations and talismans plus your divine might. We suffered far fewer casualties than expected. In the Jinyue Hall 7 were severely injured, 13 lightly injured, and no one perished. In the Fengxin Hall 3 were lightly injured. In the Jujia Hall 5 were severely injured due to backlash from the formation, and over 10 were lightly injured. In total there were 12 severely injured and nearly 30 lightly injured. As for our resources, the outer defensive formations were damaged in 2 places, and 5 places of the confinement formation were destroyed, consuming over 600 superior talismans, with more than 1,000 medium and low-grade talismans, and approximately 2,000 spirit stones were lost." Upon hearing this, Chun Yi nodded slightly. Such battle losses, given the disparity in strength between the enemy and us, could be considered a miracle. Take good care of all the injured. As for the spoils of this battle, aside from some used for compensation and rewards, the rest will be added to the public treasury. Sun Qing, you will oversee the aftermath. Gather the fragments of the damaged magical tools and send them to me. I will see if there is any possibility of repair. Yes, subordinate obeys. Sun Qing accepted the order and immediately organized personnel to begin clearing the battlefield, treating the injured, and counting the spoils. Chun Yi then turned to Lin Bin and the others and said, "You also heard it. From now on the focus of Wanbao Tower must shift to Sanha Island, and we need to gradually extricate ourselves from this camp. Lin Bin, you will be responsible for this camp from now on. Open the public hunting grounds as soon as possible to facilitate the Zhou family in sending people to join in." Understood. Lin Bin cupped his fists in acceptance of the order. Zhao, who select a group of the finest elites from the Jinyue Hall, and in a few days come with me to take over the defense of Sanha Island. Chun Yi continued to issue orders. Yes, I will definitely choose the bravest brothers. Zhao responded with a booming voice, excitement flashing in his eyes. Sanha Island is a foundation with a spiritual vein far beyond this demon hunting camp. Then Chun Yi waved his hand and said, "Those who need to recover their qi, recover your qi. Those who need to heal, heal. Tomorrow morning at the Wanbao Tavern in Taiping Square, I will treat the entire tower to drinks." "The master is mighty." "Thank you, master." A cheer erupted in the camp, dispelling the somberness and fatigue after the battle. The Wanbao Tavern in Taiping Square, which had been quiet for more than a month under the night sky, suddenly lit up brightly tonight. When the manager Old Wang was called from his bed, he was still a bit dazed, but upon hearing it was an urgent message from the master, he immediately woke up completely. Quickly, all staff, whether asleep or on duty, gather in the backyard. Old Wang hurriedly put on his outer robe, tying his belt as he shouted outside, his voice revealing an unmistakable excitement. Before long, over 100 staff members gathered in the tavern's backyard, most still bleary-eyed, but seeing Old Wang's serious demeanor, they all forced themselves to stand at attention. Old Wang cleared his throat, glanced over the crowd, and announced loudly, "I just received a flying talisman message from the master. Tomorrow morning the entire Wanbao Tower will hold a celebration banquet here. All members, every brother must attend." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. A celebration banquet. The master has returned. So it means we won the battle at Wanbao Valley. The staff whispered among themselves, their faces showing joy. Although they operated a tavern in the market, their loved ones were in the Wanbao Valley camp. Naturally, they were always paying attention to the situation in Wanbao Valley. Now that a celebration banquet was to be held, it must mean they had won a victory. Someone cautiously asked, "Manager, were there any casualties over there?" Old Wang's gaze swept over the crowd, noticing many expressing concern, which warmed his heart as he solemnly declared, "The master has already conveyed in the message that we have achieved a great victory in this battle. We have crushed the invading enemies and slain their chieftain. Although some brothers were injured, none are in mortal danger, so you can all rest assured." "Good. Master is mighty." Wansheng of Wanbao Tower. Instantly the backyard erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The frowns on the workers' faces vanished, replaced by excitement and pride. Old Wang pressed down with his hands to quell the noise, his voice suddenly rising. "Listen well. This is the first hard battle our Wanbao Tower has faced since its establishment, and it is also a great victory. Our fathers and brothers charged ahead, risking their lives, and we who remain at the rear must not falter." Old Wang's gaze was fierce as he scanned every worker. "Bring out our best skills. All the spiritual grains, spiritual wine, and spirit beast meat stored in the storeroom must be put to use. Tomorrow's banquet must showcase the grandeur of our Wanbao Tower and reward the returning heroes. Let the cultivators of Taiping Square see that our Wanbao Tower is not only capable of fighting, but also has style." "Yes, shopkeeper." The workers responded in unison, fully awake and invigorated. "Kitchen staff, fire up the stoves overnight and prepare a grand feast. Those responsible for purchasing, go to the market at dawn and bring back the freshest spiritual vegetables and fruits. Servers scrub all the tables and utensils 3 more times. Clean up the entire building inside and out, including the street in front, and make it spotless and brightly lit. Old Wong rapidly issued commands, and the entire restaurant operated like a finely tuned machine, quickly coming to life in the deep of night. The next day, as dawn broke, cultivators in Taiping Square were astonished to find that the Wanbao Tavern, which had been closed for over a month, was now brightly lit and wide open. 2 strings of large red lanterns hung on either side of the entrance with the words Wanbao and Wanxing inscribed in gold powder, shining brilliantly in the dim morning light. The stone steps in front were scrubbed clean, reflecting light, and even the plaque above the door seemed to have been polished anew, gleaming with golden light. Inside the tavern's main hall, dozens of octagonal tables were arranged neatly, each covered with brand new plain tablecloths, and set with blue porcelain bowls and bamboo chopsticks. From the direction of the kitchen, a rich aroma had already wafted through, mingled with the fragrant steam of the spiritual grains, the hearty stew of spirit beast meat, and the slight intoxication of the spiritual wine being uncorked, causing many passing cultivators to stop and swallow their saliva. Does Wanbao Tavern dare to open its doors? Aren't they afraid of the He family causing trouble? Hey, haven't you heard? Last night, there was quite a commotion at Wanbao Valley with fire spells flashing all night. It must have been a fierce battle. And the result? Who won? Isn't it obvious? Given this atmosphere, Wanbao Tower must have won. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to open up so boldly for a banquet. While they even dared to confront the He family, hidden, that Master Chun is not simple at all. On the street, discussions and various speculations were circulating. Inside Wanbao Tavern, a busy scene was already unfolding. At the beginning of the Chun hour, the first figures appeared at the street corner leading from Taiping Square to Wanbao Valley. It was Zhao Hu leading a team of cultivators from Jinhua Hall. Although many had bandages wrapped around them and looked fatigued, they all stood tall, their eyes sharp, the aura of having just experienced a bloody battle still lingering as they walked steadily towards the tavern. As soon as they appeared, the discussions on the street quieted down. Many cultivators secretly observed this group, their eyes drawn to the bulging storage bags at their waists, feeling a sense of awe. This was not a facade, it was the momentum born from real battles. Chief Zhao, brothers, you've worked hard. Old Wong was already at the entrance to greet them, bowing from a distance with a sincere smile on his face. Zhao Hu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his voice booming. Uncle Wong, are the food and drink ready? The brothers are starving. Ready. All ready. Please come in. Have a cup of hot tea to moisten your throats. The food will be here shortly. Old Wong quickly stepped aside to let Zhao Hu and his group into the hall, seating them at the front tables. Next, Sun Qing arrived with cultivators from Jubitang, and Lin Bin brought in those from Fengsintang. Compared to the fierce aura of Jinhua Hall, the cultivators from Jubitang exuded a bit more steadiness and scholarly air, while those from Fengsintang appeared sharp and agile, their eyes lively. The 3 halls gathered together, filling the large hall of the tavern, and the atmosphere grew lively. Finally, at the end of the Chun hour, a streak of blue light descended from the horizon, retracting its brilliance to reveal Chun Yi. Today he wore a brand new gray-blue robe, his expression calm, and his gaze deep. Though his aura was somewhat restrained, he naturally became the center of attention. Master. Inside and outside the tavern, all those affiliated with Wanbao Tower, whether the 3 halls cultivators returning from battle or the tavern staff, stood up simultaneously, cupping their fists in salute, their voices resonating. Chun Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, lingering a moment longer on the brothers who were injured before he spoke loudly. Brothers, you've worked hard. Thanks to your bravery in yesterday's battle, our Wanbao Tower achieved a great victory, foiling the treacherous schemes and elevating our reputation. Today we gather here to hold this banquet, firstly to celebrate, and secondly to reward. Rewards will be distributed to all participating brothers according to their merits. Master is mighty. Wanbao Tower Wansheng. The cheers erupted once more, even more fervent than before, filled with the exhilaration of survival and the joy of victory. Chun Yi walked to the head of the main table and raised his hand to gesture, everyone sit down. Let the banquet begin. Let the banquet begin. Old Wong shouted with a prolonged tone. The staff, having long been prepared, moved like butterflies through flowers, swiftly bringing steaming dishes. Jars of spiritual wine sealed with red Wanbao Chun labels were popped open. The clear liquid was poured into large bowls, and the rich aroma of wine mixed with spiritual energy instantly filled the air. The ruckus of the Wanbao Tavern's victory banquet lasted for a full day and night. The cultivators in Taiping Square went through a transformation from initial surprise and curiosity to later sentiments of reflection and shock, until the truth behind the Hu family's extermination was revealed by the Zhou and He families to the public. The Qingnan region erupted in uproar. I told you Master Chen wasn't the murderer behind the Hu family's extermination. There was absolutely no need to resort to such heinous acts over a mere commercial dispute. TSK Tisk. The Yang family is truly shameless. First they exterminated the Hu family and framed Master Chun, then impersonated the He family to attack Wanbao Valley. They aim to drag both the He family and Master Chun to their doom. That old thief Yang Kong, he usually looks like a righteous gentleman, yet he's so ruthless in action. Unfortunately, despite all their scheming, they still fell into the hands of the Zhou and He families. But I heard that aside from Yang Kong being blocked by the Zhou and He families, the others were all taken down by Wanbao Tower themselves with a dozen latest-stage Qi refiners and over 100 mid-stage artifact refiners. They basically wiped them all out, and Wanbao Tower suffered no losses at all. Oh, doesn't that mean that as long as they don't enter Foundation establishment, Wanbao Tower is basically invincible? Not just that, Master Chun even received compensation from the He family, which is the Sanha Island of the Hu family. Hiss. That is a foundation with spiritual veins. Wanbao Tower is now stronger than those declining families. In no time the streets and alleys of Qingnan, as well as tea houses and taverns, were abuzz with discussions about this stunning upheaval. The tide of public opinion shifted instantly, and Wanbao Tower and Chun-Yi transformed from murderers harming their fellow cultivators and coveting their industries into heroes revealing conspiracies and turning the tide. Meanwhile, the Yang family was utterly nailed to the pillar of shame. The Yang clan's ancestral lands lay nestled within Shouyang Mountain. Patriarch Yang Tianning clenched his teeth so tightly it seemed they might shatter. Yes, it was indeed the Yang clan that had orchestrated the ambush on Wanbao Valley, deliberately escalating the conflict. But the massacre of the Hu clan, that was no doing of theirs. Yet who would believe them now? Zhou Mingyuan. He Yongyan. How dare you? Yang Tianning slammed his palm onto the black spiritwood desk before him. The iron-hard surface instantly fractured with a web of jagged cracks. Uncontrolled Foundation establishment-level pressure surged outward, plunging the entire council hall into icy stillness. The very air thickened and froze in place. Seated below, several core elders of the Yang clan sat rigid, their faces ashen and grim. Some burned with fury, others trembled with dread, but most were only blank, hollow confusion, powerless adrift. The Yang clan had fallen, utterly and with humiliating injustice. Patriarch Zhou and He clans have already reached a tacit understanding. They intend to use the Hu massacre as pretext to crush us utterly, and perhaps even carve up our ancestral domain. A venerable elder, his beard and brows snow-white, spoke in a hoarse, grief-laden voice. Our ancestors' lifespan nears its end. That has always been our gravest vulnerability. Their original plan had relied upon the lingering authority of the Golden Core Elder from the Taiping sect to proceed cautiously, preserve the clan's vitality, and nurture future generations capable of reforging the Golden Core. Yet now, with this torrent of slander poured upon them, Zhou and He clans held a righteous-sounding justification, and who would grant them time to proceed cautiously. Carve up. The word hung heavy over every heart. For nearly 6 centuries the Yang clan had amassed treasures beyond measure. Now those very treasures had become death warrants. And the ancestor? Another elder ventured voice. Yang Tianning closed his eyes, drew a deep, steadying breath, and suppressed the churning rage within. When he opened them again, only glacial cold remained. I shall speak to the ancestor myself. Issue my command. His gaze swept across the assembly. First, prepare for the worst. The clan's core inheritances, 30% of the most precious resources from the secret vault, and all spirit plant compendia, and pill and artifact creation manuals. Immediately entrust these to the hidden vein shadow guards. Evacuate them in staggered convoys from Qingnan, following the contingency plan to the concealed sanctuary of Qianlong Abyss. This mission falls entirely to Elder 3. Spare no cost. Preserve the flame at all costs. At this, Elder 3, a gaunt, deeply tranquil elder, rose slowly and nodded solemnly. Understood. Second, consolidate our defenses. Sell all peripheral enterprises to Zhou and He clans at fire sale prices. Recall every clansman and affiliated cultivator to Shouyang Mountain's main lineage. Fortify behind the mountain protection formation. Should Zhou and He still be unsatisfied, let them try to seize us. They'll lose teeth in the biting. Third, Yang Tianning's voice dropped lower, weariness threading through its chilling resonance. Investigate. Spare no method, no resource. Uncover who slaughtered the Hu clan to the last soul. We bear this black mantle, but the true perpetrator shall not escape justice. Once a lead emerges, even if it means exposing our final hidden cards, deliver that truth to the He and Zhou clans, and to every cultivator across Qingnan. He refused to believe the mastermind who had so meticulously poisoned Qing and would leave no trace of further intent. Find him, and perhaps, just perhaps, the Yang clan might yet land safely. Meanwhile, at Sanha Island, 5 li in circumference nestled downstream along Qingnan's waterways, the island welcomed its new master. Chun-Yi disembarked with Zhao Hu and dozens of elite warriors from Jinyue Hall aboard 2 crude, spindle-shaped spirit boats. Their feet sank into soft, yielding mudflats. Before them stretched desolation and ruin. Though the Hu clan had cultivated the island for over a century, the clan's annihilation had left it ravaged. The island protection formation vanished, palaces and dwellings crumbled into rubble, spirit fields and medicinal gardens stripped bare. Only scattered wilted herbs clung to life amid thin fraying chi. At the island's heart, however, a spirit spring still bubbled faintly, exhaling wisps of pale mist, an unbroken testament to the site's enduring spirit vein. Zhao Hu spat sharply, his bull-like eyes sweeping the wreckage. Lord Director, these bastards cleaned. Chen Yi's expression remained calm. He'd anticipated precisely this. Would the He clan truly surrender a fully developed island? That the spirit vein's core remained intact was already the result of Zhou clan's mediation, and proof of his own considerable merit. It matters not, he said, striding toward the island's center. Only upon ruins may we erect a foundation wholly our own, Wanbao Tower's foundation. To Zhao Hu, begin clearing the rubble. Then await the construction teams. Zhao Hu bowed sharply, yes sir. Then whirled about and bellowed, voice like temple bells. You heard him. Get to work. Clear this wreckage. Move swiftly. Dozens of Jinhua Hall cultivators roared assent and fanned out. Some casting earth movement spells, others wielding spirit tools, transforming the wasteland into a hive of fervent labor. Chen Yi walked alone toward the spirit spring at the island's heart. Its source lay within a natural stone basin roughly 10 feet across, clear water revealing fine sand and smooth river stones beneath. Tendrils of milky white spirit mist rose softly from the water, thin yet undeniably pure spiritual energy exuding from the vein. But without guidance or containment, most dissipated uselessly into the air. He knelt, cupped a handful of water, and felt its gentle, harmonious chi, then gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Suddenly the stone wall beside him shimmered like disturbed water. From the ripple emerged a young woman, moving with silent, cautious steps. She clearly hadn't expected anyone at the spring. Startled by Chen Yi's gaze, she gasped, and instinctively recoiled half a step, nearly tumbling back into the rippling stone wall. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. Her emergence was uncanny. The wall itself concealed a masterful concealment formation, and more critically, she wore the outer disciple robes of Qingyun's sect. She appeared 18 or 19. Slender, delicately beautiful. Yet her face was pale, her eyes rimmed with red, one hand resting tensely upon her storage pouch as she stared at Chen Yi with guarded intensity. Chen Yi rose slowly, shaking droplets from his fingers. You do not ask my name. You already know who I am. The girl pressed her lips together, complex emotions flickered across her face. Wariness, sorrow, before settling into a quiet sigh. You are Lord Director Chen Yi then? Chen Yi nodded. Correct. You are a Hu clan member serving as an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. She relaxed her grip on the pouch, drew a deep breath, and bowed deeply, her waist bending almost to the ground. Hu Yueling, outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. I bow before Lord Director Chen to thank you for avenging the 100 souls of my Hu clan. Chen Yi paused, then stepped aside to decline the bow. There is no need. My investigation served chiefly my own survival, not your clan's vindication. Hu Yueling straightened her body, quickly wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with the edge of her sleeve, shaking her head as she said, to the owner it may seem like a natural course of events, but for an orphan like me, it is a tremendous kindness. The owner is indeed worthy of this courtesy. Whether the Yang family is the true culprit behind the destruction of the Hu family is another matter. Chen Yi did not wish to bear this favor. He shifted the topic, looking at the stone wall that still rippled with faint waves. Is this the noble's secret chamber? Hu Yueling followed Chen Yi's gaze and gently nodded yes. This was a secret chamber painstakingly opened by my grandfather. The former family had relying on the spiritual vein node. She looked at Chen Yi, biting her lip as if weighing the pros and cons, and finally handed over the storage pouch at her waist. This is the Hu family's century-old savings. I know the Sanha Island now belongs to the owner, and I dare not ask for more. I only ask the owner to allow me to make a copy of the cultivation classics within as a final memento of the Hu family's legacy. The rest the Hu family has no fortune to enjoy. I shall consider it a token of gratitude for the owner uncovering the truth. Chen Yi took the storage pouch, probing with his divine sense, and indeed found a substantial amount of items within, including many cultivation classics that could lead to the golden core stage. These were precisely what he needed, and without making a sound, he had the system decompose everything and lay out the diagrams. After recomposing them into their original form, he tossed the storage pouch back to Hu Yueling. Since this is your Hu family's savings, it should be handled by the descendants of the Hu family. Chen Yi will not commit such an act of severing one's own lineage. Hu Yueling received the storage pouch, momentarily stunned at his words, her eyes instantly filling with disbelief. She had thought that being allowed to copy the cultivation methods was already a luxury, yet she did not expect Chen Yi to take nothing and return the item intact. Chen the owner. Her voice choked a bit, but she then took a deep breath and bowed deeply again, this time even more solemnly. Such great kindness requires no thanks. This item is indeed the hope for the revival of my Hu family, and Yu Ling feels unworthy. The owner's virtue will be remembered in my heart, and if there is a chance in the future, I will surely repay it. Chun Yi waved his hand. There is no need for that. Since you are a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the sect has its own rules to protect you. Just focus on your cultivation. If you ever long for home, my Wanbao Tower will not turn you away. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuling's eyes glistened with tears. She held back her tears, solemnly tying the storage pouch back at her waist, and gave Chun Yi a graceful bow. The owner's magnanimity is admirable, and I Yu Ling am in awe. She paused, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately did not speak. Instead, she took out a pale blue jade slip from her bosom and offered it with both hands. This jade slip contains the records of my Hu family's investigation into the spiritual vein trends of Sanha Island. It may be of some assistance to the owner in managing this island. I sincerely hope you accept it. Chun Yi took the jade slip, briefly scanning it with his divine sense, and found the content to be quite detailed, especially regarding the markings of the spiritual vein nodes and some naturally formed spiritual cave locations, which were precisely what he urgently needed. He nodded, thank you. Hu Yuling took one last look at the ruins that carried her family's memories of a century, her gaze lingering on Chun Yi for a moment, and she softly said, may the owner's foundations last forever, and may Wanbao Tower's name spread throughout Qingnan. With a snap of the storage pouch, a leaf-shaped flying artifact fell at her feet, lifting her slender figure. With a flick of the spell, that leaf-shaped artifact transformed her into a streak of blue light, swiftly disappearing into the vast sky. Chun Yi played with the jade slip, watching Hu Yuling's departing silhouette, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At such a young age, she has already reached the late stage of qi refining. Is this the chance for the Hu family's revival? What a pity the Hu family could not wait for that time. Then those tens of thousands of spirit stones can be considered a good deed done. Although Hu Yuling was merely an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, she was not someone Chun Yi could easily kill, and seizing her inheritance would only breed resentment. Besides, the Hu family's inheritance consisted of only those cultivation methods and a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. There was no need to hold a grudge against a potential foundation establishment disciple of the Qingyun sect over such trifles. Giving the inheritance to her would instead place her in a position of favor. If this woman succeeds in foundation establishment in the future, she might become a source of support. With the spiritual vein trend chart provided by Hu Yuling, the reconstruction of Sanha Island proceeded with great enthusiasm as palaces and pavilions rose from the ground, with facilities like pill rooms, weapon rooms, and martial practice fields being planned and constructed in an orderly manner. Taking the spiritual spring as the core and referring to the records in the jade slip, Chun Yi personally determined the location of the island's protective formation's core and entrusted the Qilin Society to contact reliable formation masters to start laying out a brand new 3 talents water element formation. This formation combines defense illusion and gathering of spiritual energy. Although its grade is not very high, merely a top-grade first level, it is well suited to the island's environment, which is sufficiently adequate for the early establishment of Wanbao Tower. The spiritual fields and medicinal gardens on the island were also replanned and organized. Although the foundation left by the Hu family had been completely plundered, the land itself, nurtured by the spiritual vein for many years, remained quite fertile. What a good spiritual land, such a pity that everything on it has been exhausted. Tanya's voice carried a hint of regret as she squatted down, carefully pinching the black-brown spiritual soil in her hand. The soil felt warm to the touch, with a faint spiritual energy lingering at her fingertips, indeed a fine foundation for a spiritual field. In the distance, several cultivators were using spells to rearrange the trampled furrows. Hundreds of mundane farmers, guided by the cultivators, carefully sowed the newly transported spiritual seeds into the soil and brought in spring water infused with faint spiritual energy for careful irrigation. I wonder how long it will take for them to grow. Tanya thought to herself as she gazed at the planted spiritual herb. In any power, the self-supply of pills is the foundation and lifeline. Although Wanbao Tower is currently thriving, relying on the Zhou family for pill supplies is ultimately not a long-term solution. Thus, upon learning that the tower possessed its own spiritual vein, Tanya volunteered to take on the responsibility of cultivating spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, even with the supply of spiritual vein energy, the growth of spiritual plants still requires time and careful nurturing. To satisfy the supply of all types of pills for the qi refining stage, it may even take 80 to 90 years. Even though the lifespan of qi refining cultivators is somewhat longer than that of mortals, it is still only about 2 decades. 80 to 90 years. This is nearly a generation's time. Chun Yi walked closer, his gaze also falling on the newly opened land. The business is waiting to thrive, the time when all things begin. He looked at Tanya and asked, Miss Tan, now that the tavern business is booming, it is a pillar of the tower, and opening a branch is only a matter of time. You are the prime candidate for the branch manager. Why then take the initiative to take on such a humble and tedious task of nurturing spiritual plants? Tanya, upon hearing this, lightly brushed the dirt from her fingertips and stood up. She did not answer immediately, but first looked at the distant silhouettes of the buildings under construction, then gazed at the fertile spiritual field before her, a smile finally appearing at the corners of her mouth. Brother Lin has been favored by the owner and is now the master of the Fengshin Hall, responsible for intelligence and secrets. This is his opportunity and ability, and I am happy for him. She paused, slightly lowering her voice. But I, Tanya, do not wish to merely be a climbing vine dependent on him, nor do I want to be seen by others as a useless person who occupies a position solely based on personal connections. She turned back, facing Chun-Yi directly, her eyes bright. The reliance on others for pills in the tower is ultimately a hidden danger. Although nurturing spiritual plants seems humble and tedious, it is the foundation upon which one can establish oneself in the future. I have some superficial understanding of management, but I have also learned some rudimentary methods for nurturing and caring for these plants, and I have the patience to start from scratch. This place is waiting for prosperity and needs someone willing to put in the hard work. Although achieving success in this task is far off, once the foundation is solid, it will be a long-term benefit. At that time, what I, Tanya, contribute to the tower will be a true foundation and not merely a connection to someone. After hearing this, a hint of approval crossed Chun-Yi's eyes. He naturally understood the relationship between Tanya and Lin Bin, but he appreciated her clarity and ambition even more. In the cutthroat world of cultivation, relying on the strong is indeed a common survival tactic, but those who can discern their own value and proactively solidify their standing regardless of gender are all the more deserving of respect. Chun-Yi nodded, saying no more, and took out a storage pouch from his waist, handing it to her. This is a recipe my alchemist friend found in a broken ancient book called Spirit Fertilizer. It is said to accelerate the growth of plants. I am not sure of its effectiveness, but you can give it a try. Spirit fertilizer. Tanya raised an eyebrow. While ordinary planting involves fertilization, she had never heard of such auxiliary measures in the cultivation of spiritual plants. After all, with a spiritual vein supplying spiritual energy, the growth speed of spiritual herbs was already several times faster than in the wild. Hearing this novel term now piqued her interest. She took the storage pouch with both hands, probing inside with her divine sense, and saw several bags of gray-brown powder neatly arranged. Taking a little out, an indescribable foul odor immediately rushed into her nostrils. Seeing this, Chun-Yi also displayed a hint of helplessness. Since the system has claimed it can accelerate the growth of low-grade spiritual plants, it would surely have some effect, but he had no certainty about how much it could accelerate. The smell is indeed unique. My friend mentioned that this method is not widely known, probably due to this. However, the ancient book states that it can harmonize the earth's energy and stimulate the vitality of plants. You can try it on a small scale first, and do not apply too much all at once, and see how it goes. If it works well, I will ask him for more. If the effect is not obvious, there is no need to force it. The cultivation of spiritual plants ultimately requires a natural progression. Tanya carefully wrapped the gray-brown powder and put it into her own storage pouch, nodding in response. Rest assured, owner, I will find a few furrows to test it first and carefully record the changes. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, it is still a new method. Tanya, known for her meticulousness, took the spirit fertilizer and sought out 4 remote corners on Sanha Island, marking out 4 test spiritual fields of similar size. 2 plots were planted with the most common and quick-growing dew grass to observe short-term effects. The other 2 plots were sown with yellow bud ginseng, which requires 7 to 8 years to mature, to test the medium and long-term impact. She carefully took out the pungent gray-brown powder and mixed it with the spiritual spring water at a very low ratio, applying it only to 2 of the test fields, while the other 2 were maintained with the regular spiritual spring irrigation for comparison. She visited regularly, carefully recording the subtle changes in each test field. In the initial few days, the sown spiritual seeds quietly nurtured in the fertile spiritual soil, showing no signs of difference. However, on the morning of the 7th day, when Tanya arrived at the test field again, her steps suddenly halted. Before them, in the 2 plots of spirit field treated with spiritual fertilizer, the Ninglu grass sprouts, which should have taken another month to break ground, had already emerged from the soil, like verdant needles, densely packed and vibrant. Before them, in the 2 plots of spirit field treated with spiritual fertilizer, the Ninglu grass sprouts, which should have taken another month to break ground, had already— Tanya nearly thought she was seeing things. She hurried over, crouched down, and examined them closely. Indeed, the unique, slightly fragrant spiritual energy was unmistakably that of the Ninglu grass. She quickly glanced at the adjacent control plot, which remained a flat expanse of brown, showing no signs. Her heart raced as she suppressed her shock and swiftly checked the other two experimental plots where Huangya ginseng was planted. The seeds of Huangya ginseng were larger and sprouted more slowly. The regular watered plot showed no signs of activity. In contrast, the plot treated with spiritual fertilizer, although not yet broken ground, revealed to Tanya's keen senses that vitality was already surging beneath the soil, the seed shells softening, and a faint, unique medicinal aroma of Huangya ginseng wafting through the soil. This was clearly a sign of imminent sprouting. Tanya took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. She took out her recording jade slip, her fingertips trembling slightly, as she meticulously noted everything she observed: the date, time, type of spirit plant, ratio of fertilizer used, and sprouting comparison. Not missing a single detail. In the days that followed, the changes in the experimental fields were nothing short of astonishing. The Ninglu grass treated with spiritual fertilizer grew at an extraordinary rate, lush and green, within a mere half-month, reaching a size that normally took over 10 months to achieve, with thick leaves brimming with spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the sprouts of Huangya ginseng finally broke through the soil, unfolding their first pair of leaves at a visibly rapid pace, their vitality far surpassing the norm. Tanya held the recording jade slip, repeatedly calculating the data to ensure she had not made any mistakes. The growth cycle of the spirit plants treated with spiritual fertilizer had increased nearly tenfold based on the nourishment from the spiritual veins. This was simply a miraculous item. If this substance could be used on a large scale within 7 or 8 years, the pills required for the qi refinement period could be self-sufficient in Wanbao Tower. Tanya felt a surge of excitement as she could no longer contain herself, and nearly ran towards Chun Yi's temporary cave, disregarding her usual composure. She needed to report this groundbreaking discovery to the Tower Master immediately. Master, that spiritual fertilizer. The effects are beyond imagination. Tanya, still catching her breath, presented the meticulously detailed jade slip with both hands, her face flushed with excitement. The Ninglu grass is nearly at maturity in just half a month, and the sprouting and initial growth rate of Huangya ginseng has increased over tenfold. If nothing unexpected occurs, its entire growth cycle may be reduced to 1/10 of the original. Chun Yi took the jade slip, and after a brief scan with his spiritual sense, a hint of surprise flickered across his otherwise calm face. The system's description was abstract, but when such a miraculous result was presented through such direct data, the impact was far beyond expectations. Chun Yi returned the jade slip to Tanya, his tone filled with appreciation. You have done well on this matter. The records are thorough, the comparisons rigorous, and there was no hastiness. With this affirmative response, Tanya felt even more reassured, and said urgently, Master, the effects of this spiritual fertilizer are astonishing. If stable supply is achieved, our path to self-sufficiency in spiritual medicine will be shortened to just a few years. However, I wonder about the difficulty of its refinement. What is the yield like? Will there be hidden dangers to the foundation of the spirit fields and the quality of the spiritual medicine with long-term use? Her series of questions mirrored the thoughts Chun Yi was pondering. The synthesized spiritual fertilizer from the system originated from the useless feces of magical beasts. Whether it provided the growth factors needed for spirit plants like conventional fertilizers or accelerated their absorption of spiritual energy remained unknown to Chun Yi. Let's go take a look, Chun Yi said as he rose, his robe sleeves brushing lightly as he led the way to the experimental field. Tanya hurriedly followed, and the two soon arrived at the four-marked plots. At this moment, it was afternoon, and the sunlight cast a starkly vivid contrast over the experimental. The two control plots that had not been treated with spiritual fertilizer remained barren, while one of them had only just produced sparse, thin sprouts of Ninglu grass, showing a sluggish vitality. In contrast, the two plots treated with spiritual fertilizer showcased a completely different scene. The Ninglu grass field was a vibrant green with plants already half a foot tall, their leaves thick and glossy, exuding a healthy spiritual glow under the sunlight, and a refreshing grass fragrance wafted from afar. In the Huangya ginseng field, the pale yellow ginseng shoots stood tall and elegant. Although still small, their abundant vitality and the faint medicinal aroma they emitted were incomparable to ordinary seedlings just breaking ground. Chun Yi carefully reached into the spirit field to sense the soil, and discovered that while the spiritual energy was indeed slightly less than in a normal spirit field, the difference was negligible, with continuous supplementation from the spiritual veins making this minor loss almost insignificant. He then cautiously uprooted a sprout of Ninglu grass and examined its root system. The roots were robust and healthy, pure white and lustrous, showing no signs of decay or abnormalities. In fact, they were even thicker and stronger than the average Ninglu grass roots. It seems this spiritual fertilizer is not depleting the source, but rather acts as a powerful catalyst, greatly enhancing the spirit plant's ability to convert and utilize spiritual energy and soil nutrients. Chun-Yi had formed an initial judgment in his mind. Standing upright, he said to Tanya, "As it stands, there appears to be no hidden dangers to the foundation of the spirit fields or the quality of the spirit plants. Instead, their vitality seems to have flourished. As for the refinement and yield, there will be as much as needed. This substance once synthesized could produce 10 pounds for a single spirit stone, making its cost nearly negligible compared to spiritual medicine." Tanya's eyes sparkled at this statement. Taking a deep breath to suppress her overwhelming joy, she said earnestly, "Master, if this is true, then the foundation of our Wanbao Tower is secure. With this miraculous item in hand, within 10 years, no, only 5 to 7 years, the production of spiritual medicine on the island will be sufficient to support most pills needed for the Qi refinement period, and there may even be a surplus for external sales. At that time, we will no longer be constrained by the Dan medicine of the Zhou family, and our profits can increase significantly." Her excitement grew, but she soon calmed down, her gaze sweeping across the 4 contrasting spirit fields, her brow furrowing slightly. "But, Master, this item's effects are too astonishing. Once used on a large scale, it will surely attract attention. If the news leaks out, it could invite covetous eyes. A common person bears no guilt, but having treasure brings trouble." Chun-Yi pondered for a moment and replied slowly, "I will establish another hall outside the 3 halls called the Spirit Plant Hall with you as the hall master. However, the personnel must be carefully selected, choosing only those with tight lips and deep ties to our tower's interests. The existence of the spiritual fertilizer must be treated as the highest secret within the tower, and no one is to leak a word. Additionally, you will personally manage the spiritual fertilizer, and it must be integrated into the spiritual spring for use in the future. It will be claimed that we purchased high-grade spiritual spring water at a high price, and apart from you and me, no one should know of the spiritual fertilizer's existence." Tanya nodded solemnly. "Understood. Please rest assured, Master, this matter concerns the lifeblood of Wanbao Tower, and I will be extremely cautious, leaving no room for mistakes. Qingnan County is backed by the Wuhuan Mountains, rich in magical beast resources, and various factions primarily focus on Qi refinement. To control the major hunting camps, the various families prohibit any external forces from selling pills in the county, resulting in consistently high prices for medicinal pills. Chun-Yi knew that to intervene in the weapon refining business, he must submit a letter of pledge to the Qingyan sect. Now that obtaining Foundation establishment pills was a done deal, Chun-Yi was no longer shackled and did not wish to be a beast of burden any longer. The medicinal pill industry was a good choice. Not to sell in Qingnan County, but to sell outside. With spiritual fertilizer in hand, costs could be driven down to a terrifying level. Combined with the synthesized products, it would be enough to spark a price storm elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Chun-Yi immediately sent a message to Sun Qing. Soon the warning barrier outside the quiet room was gently triggered. Chun-Yi opened his eyes, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense he discerned that it was Sun Qing waiting outside the door. Sun Qing pushed the door and entered. After bowing in greeting, he spoke softly, "Master, we just received news from the Zhou family regarding the Yang family." "Speak." Chun-Yi gestured for him to continue. "The Yang family has begun to sell off their assets on a large scale." Sun Qing spoke at a moderate pace to ensure clarity. "This includes their restaurants in various markets. The Zhou family is asking if we want any of it, Biff, so they will pass it on to us." Hearing this, Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the Yang family is preparing to sever ties for survival. They are quite perceptive, realizing that it is better to liquidate what cannot be retained and exchange it for some spirit stone resources. What was the reaction from the Zhou and Hu families? Sun Qing replied, "After news of the matter between the Hu family and my Wanbao Valley spread, the 2 families pressured the Yang family, but there have been no signs of action." Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. "The tiger does not fall from its perch when it dies. It seems the aging golden core ancestor of the Yang family has made a move." He directed to Sun Qing, "Acquire those restaurants. We cannot manage the camp for long, and we need a stable source of income." Sun Qing nodded. "Understood. I will discuss with Wang Bo about the personnel transfer." Chun-Yi added, "Send several people from Zhao Husjinyua Hall to each restaurant to maintain order and prevent any troublemakers from taking advantage of the chaos. Additionally, arrange to recruit a group of people who will be trained in the direction of skilled artisans, and they will all fall under your jurisdiction at the Gathering Treasure Hall. Once they have completed their training, you can establish a 100 Crafts Institute as an affiliated organization." Sun Qing's spirit lifted upon hearing this. 100 Crafts Institute. Is the master planning to? We must have all the industries that a faction should possess. We need to make preparations in advance. Chun-Yi said. Sun Qing's face showed realization. No wonder a few managers familiar with the Zhou family were subtly asking if Wanbao Tower needed to cultivate skilled artisans in the pill and weapon industries. "Oh," they inquired. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. "If that is the case, we need to recruit people quickly. The Zhou family is also cultivating their own skilled artisans, and we can ride this wave." Sun Qing immediately understood. I will contact the Zhou family as soon as possible to strive to send our recruits to their Pill Institute and Weapon Pavilion for training. However, the tuition and resource consumption will likely not be a small amount. It doesn't matter, Chun. He waved his hand. It is normal for the initial investment to be larger. Also tell those wishing to purchase flying artifacts that I am open for custom orders. Sun Qing frowned upon hearing this. Isn't this too much of a waste of your time, master? Chun Yi chuckled softly and set down his teacup. Refining flying artifacts is a pleasure for me, especially now that our tower's reputation is beginning to emerge. Through this method, we can not only forge connections, but also rapidly accumulate spirit stones and rare materials. It's a win-win situation. He paused, and then added, however, you do have a point. From now on, for custom orders, we need to set some rules. Only 3 orders will be accepted each month, and at least 1 type of rare material, or a first-grade high-quality spirit gold, must be provided as part of the payment. Prepare specific details for this. Ensure it can be linked to the restaurant's opening. Also, do not limit your gaze to just Qinan. For Wanbao Tower to develop, we must step out and interact with cultivators from other districts. Yes, I will keep this in mind, Sun Qing responded, bowing deeply. Seeing that Chun Yi had no further instructions, he took his leave. Li Mingxian was fiddling with a semi-finished artifact in his shop when he received the news, and a joyful expression instantly appeared on his face. He was one of the first to express his intention to place a custom order with Chun Yi. However, due to the continuous turmoil at Wanbao Tower, this matter had been temporarily shelved. Now that he received confirmation, and with the order limited to only 3 per month, he dared not delay. He immediately rummaged through his belongings and took out a piece of wind pattern copper essence that he had treasured for many years. He also prepared the required amount of spirit stones and the refining request jade slip. Without a moment's delay, he personally rushed to the Wanbao restaurant in Taiping Square, directly seeking out Sun Qing. Sun Qing personally examined the wind pattern copper essence. After confirming its authenticity, he verified the desired design before recording Li Mingxuan's deposit materials and requirements, sending them via a transmission talisman to Sanha Island. A week later, the Wanbao restaurant in Qingyan Square opened for business. Li Mingxian and a group of friends wearing their newly acquired wings outfits drew countless gazes as they tested their flight in the air above the restaurant, showcasing their swift and agile maneuvers. The grayish-blue falcon wing artifact had smooth lines with faint wind patterns swirling along the edges. The sound of its flapping wings produced a deep whooshing sound, and its speed was nearly 30% faster than ordinary flying artifacts, with turning capabilities that were even more astonishing. Li Mingxuan, full of confidence, executed several difficult spirals and dives in the air, prompting gasps from the crowd below. Li Daoyu, where did you get this artifact? A less familiar young member of a small family could not help but ask, his eyes filled with envy. Li Mingxian landed steadily, stowing away the falcon wing artifact with a hint of modesty in his smile, declaring loudly this was personally refined by Master Chun of Wanbao Tower. Ali was fortunate to be the first to place an order for this Qing falcon wing. He emphasized the word first as if this were not just an artifact, but a symbol of status. Master Chun of Wanbao Tower. The one who solved the Hu family's blood case and just acquired Sanha Island. The person was taken aback. He can refine artifacts too. Moreover, with this quality. Tisk, look at that swirling spiritual light. It is far beyond ordinary flying artifacts. Dao Yu has a good eye. Master is no ordinary person. Besides spirit stones, if one wishes to invite him, they must also offer a type of high-quality material. Li Mingxian interjected. I have a piece of wind pattern copper gold to use as payment. I expected Master to use it, but I did not expect him to incorporate it into the artifact, making it even more extraordinary. As he spoke, he bowed slightly towards Sanha Island. Master truly embodies righteousness and unparalleled virtue. Li Mingxuan's words drew astonished expressions from the surrounding cultivators, who now viewed Sanha Island with renewed respect. To be able to refine such exquisite artifacts and generously use the high-quality materials as part of the reward, Master Chen not only possesses exceptional skills, but also conducts himself with great magnanimity. At the right moment, Sun Qing announced, ladies and gentlemen, our new Wanbao restaurant has prepared top-tier spirit meals and fine wines, with all purchases enjoying a 20% discount. Additionally, those interested in purchasing flying artifacts can register with the restaurant manager. Our master will regularly review the list and select 3 orders each month. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Those who were merely watching before now looked eager. Some immediately walked into the restaurant to seek the manager for registration. Others pulled their familiar friends aside to discuss what rare spirit gold to prepare to catch Master Chen's eye. Many more surrounded Li Mingxuan, eagerly inquiring about the details and costs of the custom order. Wasn't this how the restaurant's popularity was built? Not just in Taiping and Qingyan, but similar bustling scenes unfolded in front of the newly opened Wanbao restaurants across various markets in Qinan. Each restaurant was bustling with patrons, leaving no empty seats, infuriating their competitors. However, with the Hu family's incident as a cautionary tale, the smaller families operating restaurants dared not act recklessly to avoid stirring up trouble. The manager and staff of Wanbao restaurant were overwhelmed with work collecting spirit stones until their hands ached, while the registration list for the custom flying artifacts grew thicker by the day. Meanwhile, on Sana Island, Chun Yi received a long list sent by Sun Qing, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. After achieving a small success in the sword refining technique, it is no longer about quantity but quality. To achieve great success, one must absorb various spiritual metals to achieve a balance of hardness and softness. Although these are all first-tier materials, gathering 36 types of Gongxin spiritual metals is no easy task. Especially since the sword refining technique is an ancient inheritance. Over time, many names of spiritual metals have changed, and some materials have long since disappeared in this era, necessitating the search for substitutes with similar properties. This is one reason why Chun Yi proposed that a rare spiritual metal must be provided for custom flying tools. After selecting 3 usable types, Chun Yi confirmed the refining quota for this month. Soon the spiritual metals and custom requirements were delivered. Chun Yi spent half a day in refining, then immersed himself in the practice of the sword refining technique and the golden body art. By the end of the month, the 3 cultivators who received the commissioned flying tools were all overjoyed. It is known that the key to flying tools lies in the prohibitions, which do not have too many material requirements. However, the shape concerns the arrangement of the prohibitions, often relying entirely on the free play of the tool refining master, who could perfectly meet all the client's requirements and still successfully refine flying tools like Chun Yi. The few of them holding the newly acquired attire boasted and showed off to anyone they met, eager to praise Chun Yi as the contemporary master of tool refinement. Thus, Chun Yi's name spread among the cultivators in the Qingnan region at an almost exaggerated pace through word of mouth. Initially, this reputation was limited to discussions in markets and taverns. However, with the emergence of 3 distinctively styled high-performance custom flying tools each month showcased by those proud owners, this reputation gradually grew weightier. Have you heard? The second young master of the Liu family at the east end of the market got his hands on a piece of water cloud iron last month and sought out Master Chen, wanting a flying tool that could pass through fog without hindrance while also possessing stealth capabilities. Guess what? In less than 10 days the tool was delivered. A pair of misty fog silk wings that not only flew silently, but could also gather surrounding moisture and fog when activated, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance and escape. Not only that, my cousin saw in Taiping Fong that a fellow cultivator customized a pair of stone armor bat wings using thick earth essence rock. Although they aren't as fast as wind-type tools, they are incredibly sturdy and can serve as a small shield when spread out, having withstood 2 strikes from high-quality flying swords with only slightly dimmed spiritual light, while its main body remained undamaged. Master Chen's ingenuity is simply marvelous. Only 3 pieces a month. Now, to get on the list, one not only needs enough spirit stones, but the spiritual metals must be rare and of high quality, or else one won't even make it to the candidate list. I heard that the registration book at the Wanbao Tavern in Qingyan Fong is already thick with entries, and one might not even get a turn until next year. Who told them to have real skills? The path of tool refinement is most challenging because it requires adapting the technique to the materials. Master Chen not only accomplished this, but also took into consideration the buyer's whimsical ideas of calling him a master is no exaggeration. However, I heard that if the spiritual metals on the list are unsatisfactory, Master Chen prioritizes familiar customers who frequently visit the tavern. Is that true? Is there any doubt? That cultivator from the Ma family who received a custom tool last month was chosen precisely because he often hosted guests at the Wanbao Tavern. These remarks stirred even greater waves among the crowd. The business at Wanbao Tavern reached a new peak. Originally, many cultivators came merely out of curiosity or to watch the excitement, but now quite a few had become regulars. Every day the main hall and private rooms were packed with the aroma of spiritual meals and the richness of spiritual wines lingering in the air, accompanied by the sounds of conversation, philosophical discussions, and the clinking of cups. Many people were not simply there to satisfy their appetites. They regarded this place as a venue to gather information, exchange intelligence, and even try their luck to become familiar faces. Everyone knew that the more they came and the more they spent in the establishments under Master Chen's name, the more likely their registered names would one day be presented to the manager's son, hoping to be favored by one of the 3 monthly quotas. The smiles on the faces of the shopkeepers and staff grew increasingly radiant as they moved swiftly among the... They had already received Sun Qing's instructions to be enthusiastic and attentive to every guest, especially keeping an eye on those who spent lavishly or frequently brought news of new spiritual metals, quietly noting them down for regular reporting. The daily revenue of the tavern in spirit stones could pile up into a small mountain. The owners and managers of other taverns and tea houses watched as their own businesses slowly declined, only able to lament helplessly. Some tried to lower prices and promote sales, others introduced new performers, and even some secretly attempted to imitate the gimmick of custom tools. Unfortunately, they could neither find a tool refining master with such superb skills willing to take on this laborious work, nor could they learn the art of cleverly intertwining the tavern business with the prestige of tool refinement, as Wanbao Tavern did. They could only watch helplessly as customers drifted away muttering curses about taking advantage of loopholes and ruining the rules of the trade. In a year or two, Wanbao Tavern, which had spread across various markets, had seemingly become a unicorn in Kingman's catering industry. Many of the struggling competitors closed their doors or ceased operations, while those who lost their livelihoods were absorbed into Wanbao Tavern, further enriching its menu and creating a virtuous cycle. Yet Chun-Yi, the source of it all, remained reclusive, rarely showing his face outside. I have released the news that anyone who brings in yin-yang steel will not only have their flying tool refined for free, but can also enjoy superior spiritual meals at my Wanbao Tavern for a year. Sun Qing reported respectfully to Chun-Yi. After the news spread, many cultivators came to inquire, but so far there have been no solid leads or physical evidence. Chun-Yi sat cross-legged in the quiet room of Sanha Island, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on his cultivation had already reached the peak of qi refinement, and he had acquired 35 of the 36 types of Gengxin's spiritual metals required for the mastery of the sword refining technique, yet the last one, yin-yang steel, remained elusive. This material possesses pure yang properties and sharpness, making it the key to harmonizing the sharpness of the previous 35 types of spiritual metals, achieving the realm of extreme hardness, giving rise to softness, 100 refinements winding around the fingers. If the sword refining technique cannot reach perfection, the second layer of the Tai-Bai sword technique cannot be unlocked. Even if he obtains the Foundation Establishment pill from the Zhou family and succeeds in Foundation Establishment, he would have no follow-up techniques, and Chun-Yi is unwilling to switch to ordinary methods. Increase the incentives. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Release the news that whoever can provide solid leads and ultimately assist me in finding yin-yang steel, not only will the previous conditions remain unchanged, but I, Chun-Yi, will also owe them a personal favor. At that moment, Tanya, who managed the reception at the Sanha Island headquarters, hurried into the quiet room and reported Master Senior Li Chungyue from the Li family in Qingyan has arrived. Li Chungyue. Chun-Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. The Li family of Qingyan is reputed to be the foremost family under the 5 golden core families of Qingnan, with no fewer than a dozen Foundation Establishment disciples in Qingmen, and there are also Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed in their clan. They monopolize the spiritual beast and monster pet trade in Qingnan and are allies of the Zhou family. Apart from occasional interactions regarding beast eggs at Wanbao Valley, there has not been much contact. The sudden visit took Chun-Yi by surprise. Please ask Elderly to wait at the reception pavilion, or I will be there shortly, Chun-Yi instructed Tanya after a moment of thought. Moments later, Chun-Yi changed into a plain long robe and arrived at the reception pavilion by the water in front of the island. Li Chungyue was already standing by the railing, hands behind his back, admiring the magnificent sight of the confluence of 3 rivers. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Elderly, with your esteemed presence here, Chun-Yi said. Chun-Yi stepped into the pavilion, cupping his hands and smiling. Li Chungyue turned around, a warm smile on his face. You are too polite, Master Chun. It is I who intrudes on your hospitality. At this moment, a small head peeked out from behind Li Chenjiu's large robe sleeve, blinking a pair of bright, curious eyes as it examined Chun-Yi. Grandpa, is this the brother who can refine large wings? Li Chungyue gently coughed, pulling the child from behind him to the front, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness and affection. Indeed it is. Linger quickly, greet Master Chun. The child, around 8 or 9 years old, wore a delicate light yellow outfit, her hair styled into 2 horn-like buns, with a round face and bright, lively eyes. She was not shy at all and obediently bowed to Chun-Yi, her voice clear. I am Li Lingxi, greetings, Master. I heard Grandpa say that the flying wings made by Master Chun are both fast and beautiful, even more impressive than our family's Qingyu crane. Chun-Yi smiled slightly and returned the greeting. Miss Li, you flatter me. Elder Miss Li, please take a seat. The host and guests settled down as Tanya served fragrant tea. Li Chungyue took a sip, not engaging in too much small talk, his gaze resting on Li Lingxi with a soft glimmer in his eyes. He then turned to Chun-Yi and said directly, Master Chun, to speak frankly, I have come here with my granddaughter to ask for a favor. Chun-Yi's expression remained calm. Please speak, Elder. Li Chungyue affectionately glanced at Li Lingxi and said, my little granddaughter is lively and loves to fly and chase the clouds. She has grown tired of the few flying spirit birds we keep at home. I have heard that young friend Chun has a unique technique for refining flying artifacts, and I would like to request you to craft a pair suitable for her as a way to fulfill the little girl's wish. He paused, then took out a small jade box from his sleeve and placed it on the stone table, gently opening it. Inside there were no sparkling treasures, only a few dark red thin sheets. This item is called chicken egg gold. In ancient times it was also known as yin-yang steel. I wonder if you might be willing to work with it, Master Chun. Chun-Yi suddenly stood up, his gaze fixated on the dark red sheets in the jade box. Is what you say true, Elder? Is this really yin-yang steel? Li Chongyue smiled and explained. This item is an extraordinary spiritual material formed from the eggs of a third-tier high-grade demon beast, the iron feather chicken, laid during the Yang month and Yang hour. Its properties are exceedingly yang and sharp, matching perfectly with the descriptions of yin-yang steel in ancient texts. My family has been raising spirit pets and demon beasts for generations, accumulating some rare and peculiar spiritual materials, which is how I recognize this item. I believe it is precisely what you need. Chun-Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and solemnly cupped his hands to Li Chongyue. Elder, your kindness is something I will remember in my heart. I wonder what specific requirements you have for the flying artifact. I will do my utmost to tailor it for your granddaughter, ensuring both of you are satisfied. Seeing Chun-Yi's reaction, Li Chongyue knew this item was indeed vital to him, and his smile deepened. He stroked his beard and said, the requirements are not difficult. Linger has a lively personality and loves novel designs. It should be fast-flying gracefully, and if it could have some protective features to prevent her from getting hurt while playing, that would be even better. As for the specific form and style, you are the expert. Feel free to be creative. Grandpa, I want a pair of wings like rainbow butterflies with many beautiful colors. Li Lingxi chimed in excitedly from the side, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, I will grant your wish. Li Chongyue affectionately patted his granddaughter's small head. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi already had a plan in mind and nodded. Rest assured, Miss Li, I will definitely refine a pair of rainbow wings that satisfy you. The refining of this item will take some time. How about I personally deliver it to your residence in 10 days? 10 days. Excellent. Li Chongyue was overjoyed upon hearing this. Then I will trouble you, young friend Chun. After sending off Li Chongyue and his granddaughter Chun, he could hardly wait to return to his quiet room, carefully holding the jade box. He took out a piece of dark red chicken egg gold and examined it closely in the palm of his hand. This item felt warm to the touch, and there was a subtle warmth emanating from it. Its surface, smooth as a mirror, yet fine natural patterns resembling feather fibers could be seen. As he slowly infused a trace of magical power, the surface of the thin sheet suddenly radiated a blazing golden red aura, releasing a burst of pure yang sharpness that seemed to raise the temperature in the quiet room. Indeed, it is yin-yang steel. Though thin, its yang sharpness is extraordinarily pure, just what I need for the final aspect of my sword polishing technique. Chun-Yi's heart surged with excitement. He directly decomposed it into a blueprint, synthesizing several kilograms in succession. Sitting cross-legged, he initiated the sword polishing technique, drawing golden energy from the yin-yang steel into his body. This golden energy was distinctly different from the 35 types of spirit gold sharpness he had absorbed previously. As soon as it entered his body, it surged like a scorching molten flow through his meridians. Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged as he activated the sword polishing technique, guiding this yang sharp and fierce golden energy into his Danshan's Qi-Si. Within the Qi-Si, 35 types of gold energy, each possessing different qualities, some sharp, some heavy, some light, and some dense, originally occupied their own territories. Although they were governed by the sword polishing technique, there was still a palpable sense of stagnation. When the golden energy from the yin-yang steel surged in, it was as if a spark had been thrown into hot oil, causing the entire Qi-Si to instantly boil. The 35 types of golden energy seemed to be attracted or ignited, all becoming restless and swirling, intertwining with the newly arrived scorching golden energy. Chun-Yi let out a muffled groan, feeling waves of scorching pain and tearing sensations from his dantian, as if countless tiny blades were twisting, colliding, and merging inside. He dared not slacken his efforts, concentrating on his spiritual platform, fully activating the last step of the sword polishing technique, 100 refinements returning to origin. Time passed by slowly. In the quiet room, a layer of faint golden light gradually enveloped Chun-Yi, and beneath his skin fine golden lines could be seen weaving, sometimes sharp, like sword flashes, sometimes gentle and subdued. His aura also fluctuated, at times sharp and imposing, at times calm as a deep pool. 3 days later. Buzz! A clear sound of a sword humming resonated from within Chun-Yi, as if thousands of invisible small swords were vibrating in unison within the quiet room. The golden radiance surrounding him suddenly converged, all sinking into his body, and the golden lines flowing on his skin gradually faded, leaving only a warm jade-like quality, yet still carrying a hint of sharpness. Chun-Yi slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in his gaze. It is done. Not only had his sword refinement technique reached completion, but the first layer of the Jinshinju, the Tai-Bai golden body embryo, had also formed. Chun-Yi rose to his feet, feeling a surge of new power course through his body. Within the Danshin's Qi, the 36 streams of golden Qi that had once been distinct had thoroughly fused into one, coalescing into a quiet, swirling golden vortex. With each rotation, hair-fine golden motes drifted outward and seeped into his limbs and bones, nurturing flesh and sinew. This was the core of the Tai-Bai Jinshin embryo, the Yuanjin Zhizhong seed of primal metal. Previously, his physique had matched that of latest-stage cultivators who specialized in body refinement. Now, under the constant nourishment of the Yuanjin seed, not only had his defensive power risen another tier, but a deeply latent keen edge of force had taken root within him, concealed and unrevealed. What pleased Chun-Yi most was that the perfection of the sword refinement technique meant the long troubling problem of integrating his methods was finally resolved. He shifted his intent. The long-dormant Tai-Bai sword scripture brightened slightly, and the contents of its second layer flowed forth like spilled mercury, appearing with effortless clarity. Chun-Yi stilled his racing thoughts and began to carefully comprehend the second layer of the Tai-Bai sword scripture. This second layer of the sword art was called the Ningqi Pian. What was called Jinqi was not ordinary sword qi. The common sword qi emitted by most sword cultivators is largely the shaping of magical power into the semblance of blade intent, tangible and forceful, yet ultimately a manifestation of sorcery that lacks the fundamental sentience of a true sword. By contrast, true Jinqi is founded upon one's Dao base fused with the essence of heaven and earth's spirit metal and the will of one's soul, birthing a razor-sharp current of qi. This qi harmonizes with the body and communes with the spirit. It gathers and disperses at will and transforms according to thought. It is at once a means of slaughter, a protective Dao art, and the supreme foundation for later nurturing one's destined flying sword. To refine sword qi, one must take the Yuanjin seed as crucible, pure magical power as fuel, and the soul as bellows, through day and night smelting, stripping away dross, and preserving the quintessence until it becomes a strand of Tai-Bai metal nature, which can then be used to condense the first thread of Tai-Bai Jinqi. Chun-Yi's eyes burned with intensity. Only when the Jinqi is perfected can the third gate be opened. What followed were several secret techniques. The first was naturally the second layer of the Jinshinju, requiring the Yuanjin seed to repeatedly temper the Bodhi's 206 bones, gradually transforming their texture, shedding mortal impurity, and giving rise to the Yusue Jingu Jade Marrow golden bones. Once forged, these bones would greatly increase strength, speed, and resistance to blows. They would also allow the nurturing qi of the Yuanjin seed to penetrate deeper into the marrow, truly beginning to reshape the origin of life and laying a solid foundation for the eventual immortality of the golden body. Following that was a sword art founded on Tai-Bai Jinqi, comprising 72 forms that covered killing techniques, traps, escape methods, and defensive maneuvers. Its permutations were intricate and devastating, clearly not something to be mastered overnight, but requiring careful future study and honing. Afterward came the recipes for forging hundreds of Dao-protecting treasures. Although Chun-Yi had relied on a systems cheat to craft artifacts, he was now for all intents and purposes in the trade. Examining the detailed binding arrays and material ratios brought him a sudden clarity of understanding. He thought, so that's how it is. The binding arrays inside common artifacts merely grant functions, whereas the arrays inside true treasures are meant to elicit the material's inherent qualities. No wonder some top-tier artifacts, though complete with arrays, cannot be called true treasures. The root is here. With this complete Tai-Bai sword sect forging legacy, Chun-Yi felt confident he could reforge the Chunjin sword into a true treasure. However, since he had not yet achieved foundation establishment, even if he produced it, he could not use it, so it would have to be set aside for now. First refine the flying artifact, Li Chengwei requested, then go to the Zhou family to exchange back the foundation establishment pills, he decided. Acting on the thought, Chun-Yi designed the flying artifact in his mind and fussed over it for 3 or 4 days before completing it. Gazing at the dazzling Yunijie cloud rainbow butterfly wings in his hands, wings like a fairy's plumage, Chun-Yi nodded with satisfaction. The wings were forged from ice silk, blended with moonglow silver at their core. They were so light as to seem weightless, their surfaces a pure lustrous white, the edges inlaid with delicate star-patterned secret silver. When magical power was infused, the wings emitted a soft moon-like glow that shifted color with the user's will. They contained several small arrays granting lightness, wind mastery, and spirit gathering, making flight swift and agile. They also automatically condensed spiritual energy to protect the wearer from ordinary wind pressure and cold. Even without system optimization, this was already a very fine flying artifact. As the saying goes, knowledge is easy while action is hard. For Chun-Yi, who enjoyed the system's advantage, knowing was enough. Action would be handled by the system. After the system completed the work, Chun-Yi produced a communication talisman shortly after Zhao Hu arrived at the quiet chamber. Prepare Wanbao Lao's full display and accompany me to visit the Li family, he instructed. Chun-Yi rose and gave the order. Zhao Hu brightened, cupped his fists, and replied, yes. Rest assured, Master Chun. I'll arrange it at once. Before long at the Sanha Island, docked a dragon-head spirit boat, crafted from dark spirit wood, its hull sleek and faintly rippling with binding light, stood ready. Flags bearing the word Wanbao fluttered on either side of the boat. 8 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators of Jinyue Hall clad in uniform cyan attire and bearing artifacts at their waists stood at bow and stern with solemn expressions. 4 fair-featured, well-mannered maidservants stood to one side, their hands holding gift boxes as they waited respectfully. This spirit boat had been specially forged by Chun-Yi after Wanbao Lao's business expanded, intended as a carriage for traveling between wards, and for important occasions. It was not made for combat, but was swift and imposing. Zhao Hu personally steered the spirit boat, departing Sanha Island smoothly and heading toward Qingyan. The boat cleaved through cloud and wave at great speed. Along the way, when other cultivators saw the stately dragon-head vessel and Wanbao banners, they made way and glanced over, whispering among themselves. It's Master Chun of Wanbao Lao's carriage. I've heard Master Chin's forging has reached its peak. Now his outings are so grand. I wonder where they're headed to. Look, the direction is toward Qingyan. I heard the Li family's patriarch personally visited some days ago. Could the Li family have invited Master Chun? The spirit boat steadily came to rest on the wide mooring terrace outside the Li family's mountain gate on Qing. Li Chengyue had clearly made prior arrangements. The moment the boat arrived, several steward-like men accompanied by a few young disciples hurried forward to greet them with respectful warmth. We respectfully welcome Master Chin's grand arrival. The lead steward, a mid-aged cultivator with complete Qi refinement, cupped his hands and smiled. The family head is waiting in Qixia Yuan and has tasked us with receiving you here. Master, this way, please. Chun-Yi smiled and nodded, entering the gates of the Li family, with Zhao Hu amidst the crowd. The Qingyan Li family truly deserved its reputation as a prominent clan specializing in beast taming. Inside the mountain gates, towering peaks rose in lush greenery enveloped in ethereal mist. Along the way, many tamed gentle spirit beasts wandered about, some leisurely strolling, others preening their feathers, showing no alarm at the sight of humans. There were even celestial cranes holding lingji mushrooms and spirit monkeys offering fruits, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial abode. As they reached halfway up the mountain, a delicately crafted courtyard appeared before them, with the words Qixia Courtyard glowing faintly above the door. Li Chengyue had long been informed, welcoming them at the courtyard entrance with Li Lingxi by his side. Indeed, young friend Chun is trustworthy, arriving precisely on the 10th day, without a moment's delay. Li Chengyue laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over the attendants behind Chun-Yi, a flicker of approval flashing in his eyes. This young Master Chun not only possessed extraordinary means, but also conducted himself with increasing prudence and thoroughness, understanding the importance of decorum and face, indicating a boundless future ahead. Grandfather, where are my wings? Li Lingxi could not contain her excitement, tugging at Li Chengjio's sleeve with eager eyes fixed on Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi shared an understanding smile, taking a delicate jade box from a handmaid and personally handing it to her, saying, Miss Li, I hope I have lived up to your expectations. Li Lingxi cheered, taking the box and eagerly opening it. Instantly, a pair of soft moonlight-like wings shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors appeared before her, stunningly beautiful and brimming with spiritual energy. So beautiful. The little girl's eyes widened in delight as she carefully reached out to touch the gossamer wings, feeling their cool, smooth surface. This item is called the Cloud Rainbow Butterfly Wings, Chun-Yi introduced gently. Miss Li may give it a try. Li Chengyue watched from the side, nodding in approval. Not only was this magical artifact exquisitely beautiful and aligned with his granddaughter's wishes, but its internal restrictions were also cleverly arranged, providing comprehensive protection, showcasing Chun-Yi's thoughtfulness. Li Lingxi, already restless with anticipation, quickly followed Chun-Yi's simple incantation to infuse the wings with her spiritual energy under Li Chengjio's approving smile. The Cloud Rainbow Butterfly Wings seemed to come alive, gently fluttering and attaching themselves to her back, radiating light and color, making her appear like a little fairy. With a slight thought, the wings flapped lightly, lifting her effortlessly several feet into the air as she spun gracefully, scattering glimmering sparks. Grandfather, it's so light, so fast, just like a real butterfly. Li Lingxi laughed in the air, trying a few spins and dives, moving smoothly and naturally, showing no signs of the awkwardness typical of a novice, using a magical artifact clearly indicating that this item was easy to control. Seeing his granddaughter so joyful, Li Chengjio's smile widened, and he cupped his hands to Chun-Yi, saying, Young friend Chun, your ingenuity shines through. This magical artifact has truly delighted Linger. I am immensely grateful. Chun-Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying it is my honor to craft this wing for Miss Li. Moreover, Senior generously gifted me with the yin-yang steel, relieving my urgent needs, a kindness I will remember forever. Li Chenjio's eyes glimmered at his words, stroking his beard as he chuckled. Young friend speaks too highly. It is merely an old item, and if it aids your cultivation, that is its fortune. He continued, I have observed your aura, and it seems you have advanced considerably compared to 10 days ago, exuding a sense of concealed brilliance and fluidity. Could it be that yin-yang steel? Chun-Yi secretly praised Li Chenjio's insight, and did not hide the truth, replying candidly, Senior's vision is like a torch. The cultivation method I practice requires this item as a guide. With your assistance, I have fortuitously achieved completion. In the future, if the noble clan has need of anything from my Wanbao Tower, I Chun will not decline. Since Li Changyue had personally brought what he needed, it was clear he sought more than just a flying artifact. Li Changyue stroked his beard and laughed. Young friend is straightforward. Oh, I will not beat around the bush. There is indeed a matter where I need your assistance. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the courtyard. This is not a place for discussion. Please come inside for a detailed talk. Please. Chun-Yi willingly followed, walking side by side with Li Changyue into Qixia courtyard. Inside it was serene and elegant, with clumps of bamboo concealing stone tables and benches, and a corner featured a bubbling spiritual spring mist rising. Li Lingxi, having acquired her new treasure, could hardly contain her excitement, flying to a higher cliff to play under the supervision of a handmaid, leaving behind a trail of laughter like silver bells. Zhao Hu and several Li family members discreetly remained outside the courtyard, leaving only Chun-Yi and Li Changyue seated across from each other at the stone table. A handmaid served spiritual tea, its fragrance wafting gently, refreshing the mind. Li Changyue lifted his teacup, taking a slow sip before speaking. Currently 9 out of 10 taverns in Qingnan County are under your control, with guests pouring in daily, generating substantial profits. Such business acumen is truly admirable. Chun-Yi humbly smiled. Senior overstates my abilities. These are merely some clever novel ideas thanks to the support of fellow practitioners. Li Changyue waved his hand, his gaze profound. Young friend need not be modest. To be frank, I invited you today to discuss a long-term business arrangement with Wanbao Tower. You see, our Qingyan Li family has been established for hundreds of years based on beast taming, with vast clan lands and abundant spiritual mountains. Besides combat and riding spirit beasts, we also have many gentle, flavorful spirit livestock that contain special spiritual energy cultivated for generations with pure lineage. In the past, we sold such products sporadically to a few taverns, but now those taverns are nearly empty and business is far from its former glory. If these spirit livestock are hoarded for too long, they consume spirit grain feed, and their quality and spiritual energy will diminish, causing great concern within the clan. Li Changyue sighed softly, his gaze fixed intently on Chun-Yi. After much thought, I believe only young friend Chen's Wanbao Tower may resolve this dilemma. Chun-Yi understood immediately. The meat of the demon beasts served in his taverns all came from his own Wanbao Valley camp, with minimal costs, hence there was no need to purchase externally. He had not expected that while outcompeting his peers he would inadvertently impact a prominent beast-taming clan like the Qingyan Li family. Senior need not say more. In the future, any edible spirit beasts or spirit birds from your noble clan can be sent directly to my Wanbao Tower. Chun-Yi replied generously. Young friend Chun is indeed straightforward. Li Chenjio's frown lifted, clapping his hands with a smile. With your agreement, this heavy stone in my heart finally settles. Having said that, he brushed his right hand against his storage pouch at his waist, producing a square white jade box about a foot in size, gently pushing it toward Chun-Yi. This is a token of goodwill from my Li family. It is to express gratitude for alleviating our pressing needs, and to commemorate our long-term cooperation, a token of sincerity. Li Changyue smiled, his gaze holding a hint of anticipation. Young friend may as well open it and take a look. Chun-Yi noticed that the jade box was warm and translucent, with a hint of spiritual light flowing, evidently crafted specifically for preserving spiritual materials, and he reached out to open it. Inside lay a beast egg quietly resting on a silk cushion. The egg was about the size of a fist, completely white jade in color, with delicate, intricate golden patterns adorning its surface, subtly forming some kind of profound design. This item is something I stumbled upon years ago, although I do not know its species. Its natural patterns and contains spiritual energy suggest it is anything but ordinary. Over the years I have tried various methods to nurture it, but have been unable to hatch it, likely due to fate not being ripe, or perhaps it does not align with my Li family's cultivation path. Li Changyue gently stroked his long beard, his gaze fixed on the white jade beast egg, carrying a tinge of regret, yet also concealed depth. Young friend, you are a dragon among men blessed with fortune. Perhaps this item is fated for you. Keeping it is akin to casting pearls before swine. It is better to gift it to you, who may be able to hatch an extraordinary spirit beast, thus creating a remarkable tale. As soon as Chun-Yi touched it, he sensed a resonance from the seed of Yuan gold within him. His heart jolted, yet his face remained composed. I thank you for your generous gift, senior. He closed the jade box and tucked it into his sleeve. Li Chungyuan noticed that Chun-Yi did not refuse and accepted it readily, a broader smile spreading across his face as he stroked his beard and nodded. There is no need for courtesy, young friend. The two then discussed the specific details of the supply of spiritual beasts, agreeing that the Li family would regularly transport a batch of high-quality spiritual livestock to various restaurants of Wanbao Tower each month and established a preliminary spiritual contract for a long-term cooperation. It wasn't until the sun dipped in the west that Chun-Yi, accompanied by Li Chungyue and Li Lingxi, boarded the Dragonhead spiritual boat, heading straight for the ancestral land of the Zhou family at Lanchong Mountain. Since establishing the Wanbao Valley camp, it had been 3 to 4 years since Chun-Yi last visited Lanchong Mountain. Lanchong Mountain remained enveloped in clouds and mist, with spiritual peaks soaring into the sky. From a distance, the grandeur of the Zhou family's ancestral land was evident, with pavilions and towers nestled among the lush greenery, the flying eaves and bracketed roofs appearing intermittently, seemingly more vibrant than he remembered. When Chun-Yi's Dragonhead spiritual boat arrived at the mountain gate, there were already disciples of the Zhou family waiting. Chen Longshuo, the family head, has been waiting for you at Qingxin Hall for quite some time. The leading disciple, a latest-stage Qi refinement practitioner of the Zhou family, respectfully saluted, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. In recent years, Chun-Yi's reputation had grown increasingly prominent in Qingnan, and even within the Zhou family, he was now well known. Thank you for leading the way. Chun-Yi nodded, bringing Zhao Hu along as they followed the disciple into the mountain. Upon arriving at Qingxin Hall, Zhou Xianhong sat at the main seat, holding a jade slip. When he saw Chun-Yi enter, he set it down, revealing a gentle smile. Young friend Chun has arrived, please take a seat. Following his instructions, Chun-Yi took a seat at the lower end, his demeanor respectful yet composed. It has been many years since I last visited the family head. Oh, it is my negligence. Zhou Xianhong waved his hand, his gaze lingering on Chun-Yi for a moment, a trace of subtle surprise flickered. With his latest foundation establishment, Cultivation, he naturally sensed the harmonious aura surrounding Chun-Yi, the magical power solid and restrained, faintly hinting at an impending transformation, just a thin veil away from the pinnacle of Qi refinement. What astonished him further was that concealed sharpness emanating from Chun-Yi, which even stirred a subtle reaction within him. It seems you have not wasted these years. I have heard you have made considerable achievements in the art of weapon refinement. Even that old coot Li Chungyue personally sought your tools. Zhou Zuanhong's tone was flat, making it difficult to discern his emotions. I am grateful for the support of the family head back then, which allowed me to establish myself. My skills in weapon refinement are merely rudimentary, a coincidence that brought me mutual appreciation with my peers. I do not dare claim achievements. Chun-Yi maintained a humble posture. As for Elder Li, it was indeed for his granddaughter that I fashioned a trinket, thus I devoted some effort to it. Your restaurant and flying magical tools, your business seems to be expanding quite significantly. I have heard from those in the camp that you have not shown your face there for quite some time. Zhou Zuanhong's tone remained flat, yet the implication in his words made Chun-Yi's heart shiver. He immediately stood up and bowed, saying, Family head, please see, the Wanbao Valley camp is my foundation, and I would never dare forget it. However, it is necessary to return it to the nobility in the future. If I intervene frequently, it will complicate the subsequent handover. Thus, in recent years, Wanbao Tower has shifted its focus from the camp to other businesses, preparing for a smooth transition in the future. If there are any inadequacies, I ask the family head to point them out. Zhou Xianhong quietly observed Chun-Yi, and after a moment suddenly chuckled lightly, signaling him to sit down. You are thoughtful to have considered these matters. Are you here for that foundation establishment pill? Chun-Yi's heart stirred as he stood up again and cupped his hands. Indeed. Having practiced to this point, I am nearing a bottleneck, feeling increasingly that I have reached Qi refinement perfection. My magical power is full, thus I have taken the liberty to come and humbly request the family head to grant me the pill to fulfill my hope of foundation establishment. The hall fell silent for a moment. Zhou Xianhong lightly tapped his fingers on the Zeton armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. He regarded the young man before him. Do you know that the major families cannot tolerate any foundation establishment powers within Wuhuan Mountain? I understand, senior. If I am fortunate enough to achieve foundation establishment, the Wanbao Valley camp will surely be returned to the nobility, Chun-Yi said, slightly lowering his head. Wuhuan Mountain follows the law of the jungle. Our Wanbao Tower has no backing within Qingyun sect, and is not bound by the rules. Once the thought of dominating Wuhuan Mountain arises, all major camps will have no means to retaliate, and the family powers can only watch helplessly due to Qingyun sect's rules. This is something that the major families absolutely cannot tolerate. Oh, you have no backing within Qingyun sect. If you lose the income from Wanbao Valley Camp and are unable to interfere in the magical tool distribution business, can your 10 or so restaurants support the expenses of a foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention that you still have hundreds of followers. Chun-Yi had anticipated this question. What you worry about is indeed valid. I do not dare to hide it. In recent years I have had contact with various major forces in Qingnan and even neighboring counties through weapon refinement. This restaurant business, though it has thin profits, is steady and continuous. If I am fortunate enough to achieve foundation establishment, I will have the qualification to step out of Qingnan County, and then I can open a few more and maintain basic expenses just about adequately. Once those who are part of my restaurant start to multiply and have descendants with 3 spiritual roots or more, I can send them to join the sect at the Mountain Gate, and then take over the magical tool business again. At that time I hope the senior will provide more guidance. Zhou Xinhong raised an eyebrow. So you do not plan to intervene in the magical tool business from the start? Senior, please see, Wanbao Tower is ultimately not following the path of a family. Even if I find someone with excellent qualifications to send to join the sect without blood ties, if I raise a few white-eyed wolves, the Wanbao Tower that I have worked so hard to manage will be handed over to others. Chun-Yi said with a wry smile. Thus I would rather eat coarse food for decades after achieving foundation establishment, ensuring every step is solid. Moreover, with my qualifications, whether I can successfully establish a foundation with just one foundation establishment pill remains uncertain. Zhou Xinhong smiled broadly. He had initially valued Chun-Yi's cautious nature of taking one step, while considering 3, which is why he chose him as the best candidate to manage the Wanbao Valley camp. Now it seems he truly did not misjudge. Since you have thought things through and established a base for my family, we of the Zhou family are not ungrateful. This foundation establishment pill will be given to you. Zhou Xinhong said no more, taking out a palm-sized jade box from his sleeve, and lightly pushing it, the jade box floated steadily before Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi was overjoyed and immediately accepted it. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I wonder what the price of this pill is. Zhou Xinhong waved his hand. Selling it to you at original price is the reward I promised you for establishing the camp back then, but since you disrupted the Yang family's scheme, the He family has given you a spiritual vein, and our Zhou family must also show some acknowledgement. This foundation establishment pill will be regarded as an additional reward for your contributions this time. Hearing this, Chun-Yi's thoughts raced. A foundation establishment pill is quite valuable. Zhou Xuanhong's act, while seemingly generous, actually held profound implications. This was both a reward for his disruption of the He and Yang family schemes and a silent declaration. The Zhou family had shown him Chun-Yi a prior kindness, regardless of whether he achieves foundation establishment in the future or how Wanbao Tower develops. This bond must be remembered. He immediately stood up, accepting the jade box with both hands, deeply bowing. The senior's kindness I will remember in my heart and never forget. Zhou Xinhong calmly accepted his bow, and then said leisurely, you may rest assured and enter seclusion to attempt your foundation establishment. As for the Wanbao Valley camp, we will discuss it after you achieve foundation establishment. I understand. Chun-Yi carefully stored the jade box in his storage bag, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. After leaving Qingxin Hall, Chun-Yi immediately began to break down the foundation establishment pill. Breakdown successful. Acquired material blueprint Imperial Flow Paste. Acquired material blueprint Purple Monkey Flower. Acquired material blueprint Fulong Vine. Acquired production blueprint Foundation Establishment Pill. Acquired Vitality. He had finally taken the most challenging step on the path of cultivation. Indeed, the opportunity for foundation establishment is the most challenging step for loose cultivators on their path. This is because foundation establishment pills are monopolized by major factions. Without the assistance of such pills, if a cultivator fails in their breakthrough, they will suffer severe injuries to their vitality and will need to recuperate for over a decade before attempting to break through again. In contrast, opportunities for golden core and nascent soul formation do not invoke such despair, as these rare treasures cannot be monopolized by any single faction, giving loose cultivators a chance to seize the Taoist mercy. Having obtained the foundation establishment pill and free of worries, Chun-Yi did not linger on Lansong Mountain, politely declined the Zhou family's invitation to stay, and took the Dragonhead boat straight back to Sanhao Island. All the mid to high-level members of Wanbao Tower were present, with Chun-Yi seated at the main seat, surveying the crowd. Now that I have secured the foundation establishment pill, I will soon enter seclusion to attempt the foundation establishment realm. To prevent any miscreants from causing trouble, starting today, Sanhao Island will enter a defensive state. Sun Qing, at your service. Sun Qing stood up and clasped his fists. During my seclusion, all affairs within the tower will be decided by you. Understood. Xiaohu, at your service. Xiaohu stood tall. You will oversee the defense of Sanhao Island. No one is to intrude without orders, and violators will be killed without mercy. Understood. Chun-Yi's gaze finally fell on Lin Bin, immediately arranged the handover matters at Wanbao Valley Camp. Once I successfully establish my foundation, all of us from Wanbao Tower must evacuate. Understood. Lin Bin responded in a deep voice, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. The Wanbao Valley camp was a foundation he had built himself, and now he had to hand it over to the Zhou family, which made him naturally reluctant. However, everyone understood this was a necessary measure. Chun-Yi issued several more commands, meticulously arranging the operational details of Wanbao Tower's various industries during his seclusion. Soon news of the lockdown at Sanha Island spread throughout the entire Qingnan prefecture. Coupled with Chun-Yi's earlier visit to the Zhou family, those with insight knew that Chun-Yi was preparing for foundation establishment. In an instant, the undercurrents in Qingnan prefecture surged. The major families appeared calm on the surface, yet whispered among themselves with the aptitude of 4 spirit roots. Does he think he can establish his foundation with just one foundation establishment pill? What a dreamer. The Zhou family is truly generous. They really gave him the foundation establishment pill. Our clan has a disciple with dual spirit roots in the upper sect. If this foundation establishment pill were given to him, he would have established his foundation long ago. Why waste it on a loose cultivator with 4 spirit roots? So envious. Just go and snatch that foundation establishment pill. After all, there are no foundation establishment cultivators stationed at Sanha Island. Whom do you wish for our clan to follow in the footsteps of the Hu family? The Zhou family just granted him the pill, and someone is already going to rob him. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face for the Zhou family? That old fox Zhou Xianhong is worried about not having an excuse to stir trouble. Furthermore, Chun-Yi is meticulous. How could he not be prepared? Sanha Island has been managed for many years with numerous formations and hundreds of elites, though a strong assault is far from easy. The Yang family's attackers at Wanbao Valley camp are still fresh corpses. Thinking about it this way, Wanbao Tower's influence, aside from not having a foundation establishment cultivator stationed, seems to be not far off from those ancient clans. If Chun-Yi can successfully establish his foundation, Qingnan Prefecture may gain another major power. Lansong Mountain, the Zhou family's ancestral land. Zhou Xianhong stood on the cloud viewing platform, gazing towards Sanha Island, and casually asked the attendant Zhou Mingyuan behind him, has Sanha Island been locked down? Zhou Mingyuan nodded. Not only has Sanha Island been locked down, but Wanbao Valley is also gradually handing over camp affairs to our arranged personnel. This child seems a bit too confident, doesn't he? Zhou Xianhong chuckled lightly. This child has great ambition. At this crucial moment, asking me for the foundation establishment pill is precisely because he calculated that the effectiveness of the spirit contract we signed previously has expired. Zhou Mingyuan frowned slightly. Does the head of the family mean that regardless of whether he succeeds or fails in establishing his foundation, Chun-Yi intends to break free from our Zhou family's control? Naturally. Zhou Xianhong turned and paced. If he fails to establish his foundation, our Zhou family will not be able to grant him another foundation establishment pill. Without the dragon binding lock, how can such a wild hero remain under others for long? If he successfully establishes his foundation, he will have the means to protect himself. Oh, as long as he does not interfere with the artifact business, what assistance can our Zhou family provide him? Zhou Mingyuan frowned deeply. If that's the case, why would the head of the family so easily give him the foundation establishment pill? Zhou Xianhong shot Zhou Mingyuan an exasperated glance. How can you still speak? If it weren't for you falling for that old fox Yannian's trick, I would have at least used this foundation establishment pill to hold Chun-Yi for another decade. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled awkwardly. When he saw that the He family was willing to offer the Hu family's spiritual vein as compensation after Chun-Yi entered the game, he directly promised to give the foundation establishment pill to Chun-Yi after achieving success, and even signed a spirit contract. He never considered why Zhou Xianhong only made a verbal promise at that time. After returning, he was scolded by Zhou Xuanhong, but the ship had already sailed, and now only Zhou Xianhong and Zhou Mingyuan in Lansong Mountain had the foundation establishment to maintain appearances. Surely it wouldn't be worth it to ruin Zhou Mingyuan's path for a Chun-Yi. Zhou Xianhong walked to the edge of the cloud viewing platform overlooking the surging sea of clouds below, and slowly said, now that it has come to this, there is no point in saying more. As for Chun-Yi, his aspirations lie beyond the pond. Of forcing him to stay within our Zhou family is unbeneficial and may even lead to enmity. It is better to do him a favor and create a good relationship. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will still remember our Zhou family well. Zhou Xianhong looked at Zhou Mingyuan. You should go to Sanha Island and protect his path for a while longer. Understood. Zhou Mingyuan bowed in acceptance, soaring away on escaping light towards the mountain's exit. 15 days later. A clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed like tearing silk erupting from the core forbidden area of Sanha Island, instantly piercing through layers of formations resounding throughout the entire island. The sound was initially sharp and high-pitched, then turned deep and prolonged, ultimately transforming into a continuous sound of dragon roars and tiger howls lingering in the skies above the island for a long time. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, a powerful spiritual pressure surged forth from the center of the forbidden area, like a tidal wave instantly enveloping the entire island. All the cultivators on the island, regardless of what they were doing, simultaneously halted their actions and stared in horror towards the forbidden area. They saw a dazzling golden light shoot up from the forbidden area, swirling in midair, before transforming into a graceful beam of light. Within the golden light, one could faintly see a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, standing on a 3-foot-long sword that glowed with flowing crimson gold. That person was none other than Chun-Yi. Standing on the flying sword, Chun-Yi looked down at his subordinates, gazing up in awe. A surge of heroic spirit surged within him, as if years of pent-up emotion was released all at once. Having long lain dormant in the abyss, I now ride the winds and soar to the clouds. Why imitate the fish in the pond that follow the old waves? Let me now sing the sound of the jade dragon. Chun-Yi recited aloud, his voice clear and resonant as a drawn sword, carrying the mighty spiritual pressure of Foundation establishment across the entire island. Upon finishing, he flicked his sleeve. The flying sword beneath his feet transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his storage pouch, while he descended calmly onto the elevated platform of the Forbidden Zone. Master, Sun Qing and other core members, long overcome with excitement, hurried forward and bowed deeply in unison. Congratulations on your successful Foundation establishment, Master. May the Tao path unfold before you. Chun-Yi's gaze swept across the assembly. He saw light gleaming in each pair of eyes, their breaths subtly unsteady, clear signs that they were all stirred to the core by his triumph. He raised a hand in gentle gesture, "Please rise." At that moment, Zhou Mingyuan's booming voice echoed from beyond the island's formation, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Chun, on your successful Foundation establishment. I have come especially to offer my felicitations." Zhou Mingyuan stood upon a flying vessel flanked by 2 latest-stage Qi cultivation disciples from the Zhou family, each wearing a warm, genuine smile. Chun-Yi offered a slight bow toward the sky. "Many thanks to Senior Zhou for your protective guidance. I am profoundly grateful." The fact that Zhou Mingyuan appeared at Sana Island the very moment Chun-Yi broke through spoke volumes. He had been stationed nearby all along, not merely to congratulate, but to safeguard. Zhou Mingyuan laughed heartily, guided his flying vessel down, and bowed respectfully. "Now that we both stand as Foundation establishment cultivators, how dare I still be called senior? We must address each other as fellow Taoists." Chun-Yi offered no overt reply, instead stepping aside to gesture politely. "Fellow Taoist, Zhou, please come inside for tea." Once seated in the council hall, Zhou Mingyuan studied Chun-Yi for several moments, then could not help but exclaim, "Fellow Taoist Chun, you truly are astonishing. A quadruple attribute spirit root, and yet you succeeded in Foundation establishment at first attempt. Such an achievement demands extraordinary perseverance and rare, profound fortune." "Merely good fortune," Chun-Yi replied calmly. "And much credit goes to the Foundation establishment pill graciously provided by your esteemed family, which helped me shatter the final barrier." Zhou Mingyuan waved a hand, his smile layered with subtle complexity. "The pill was only auxiliary. The true key lies within oneself. Your talent is exceptional, your will unshakable. This accomplishment was inevitable." He paused, then turned solemn. "Now that you have achieved Foundation establishment, our prior spiritual covenant with the Zhou family is hereby fulfilled. The Wanbao Valley encampment has already been formally handed over to our representatives, and I trust your personnel have fully withdrawn. We sincerely thank your esteemed family for this gracious accommodation." Chun-Yi gave a slight nod. This outcome had long been anticipated. Everyone follows their own aspirations. Since Chun-Yi had no intention of entering the artifact trade, the Zhou family naturally would not press him. Zhou Mingyuan presented a jade box, its surface smooth and warm, faintly shimmering with inner luster. "This gift was specially prepared by our patriarch to honor your establishment of a personal sect and wish you boundless prosperity on the Tao path." Chun-Yi accepted the box and swept his spiritual sense across its contents. Inside lay several vials of pills designed to enhance cultivation for Foundation establishment cultivators. A quiet sigh rose within him. Though the Zhou family's methods in bringing him up the mountain had been somewhat underhanded, their treatment of him, Chun-Yi, had been genuinely sincere. He bowed deeply. "Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Xianhong. I shall hold this kindness in perpetual remembrance. Should the Zhou family ever require my aid in the future, so long as it does not contravene my fundamental principles, I shall exert myself without reserve." Hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan's smile grew warmer, more authentic. This was precisely the commitment he sought. The Zhou family had expended 1 Foundation establishment pill and personally guarded Chun-Yi's breakthrough. What else did they hope for if not this vow? To the Zhou family, the loss of a single Foundation establishment pill was indeed substantial. but securing a profound karmic bond with a foundation establishment cultivator of extraordinary potential promised far greater returns in the long run. Zhou Mingyuan returned the bow with equal gravity. In that case, I shall not disturb you further as you consolidate your new realm. Farewell. After Zhou Mingyuan departed, several other familiar factions arrived, exchanging gifts and pleasantries briefly, before Sanha Island finally settled into quietude. Issue orders summon all 4 hall masters to council immediately. Half an incense stick later, the 4 hall masters gathered in the main hall of Sanha Island. Chun Yi sat high upon the central dais, his gaze slowly traversing the 4 figures before him. Without preamble, he raised a hand. An instantly formation light shimmered into being, sealing the hall completely from the outside world. Esteemed colleagues, Chun Yi began surveying them all. Foundation establishment is complete. The Zhou family covenant is concluded. From this day forth, the Wanbao Tower stands truly independent within Qingnan Prefecture. Our course forward, our vision, our structure, must be determined here and now. Sun Qing spoke first, his expression clouded with concern. At present we operate 17 taverns within Qingnan Prefecture and 7 beyond its borders. Yet with the loss of the Wanbao Valley encampment's revenue, income has plummeted nearly 40%. Moreover, the cultivators previously stationed at the encampment require reassignment. With revenues falling and expenditures rising, unless we swiftly open new sources of income, our existing enterprises alone may prove insufficient to sustain us. He paused, then added soberly, and now that Master has ascended to foundation establishment, daily cultivation resources required will vastly exceed previous levels, a significant new burden. Chun Yi nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Bin. Was the handover of the Wanbao Valley encampment smooth? Lin Bin rose to report. Master, the encampment has been fully transferred to Zhou family personnel. All our personnel have withdrawn completely. None remain. However, his voice lowered. That encampment had been cultivated for years. Its sudden abandonment has inevitably unsettled many hearts. Chun Yi lifted a hand, signaling Lin Bin to resume his seat. I know many of you, and your brothers, feel deep sorrow at parting with it. But this matter is closed. He sighed softly. A foundation built upon dependence is no true root of our own. Letting go is how we grow our own bone and flesh. Then he looked to Zhao Hu. How fares your Jinyue Hall? Zhao Hu immediately rose, fists clasped. Master, the Jinyue Hall now numbers 187 brothers deployed across Sanha Island and all critical assets. Yet he too wore a pained expression. Over these past 3 years, many brothers have reached latest stage qi cultivation. Previously discounted pills from the Zhou family eased the burden, but now purchasing at market price imposes staggering costs. Frankly, my resources are stretched perilously thin. Chun Yi listened silently, fingertips tapping gently upon the armrest, thoughtful, unhurried. The hall fell still save for the silent pulse of formation light. After a moment, he lifted his eyes toward Tanya, who had remained quietly seated. How stands the Lingji Hall's output? Tanya rose. Master, the Lingji Hall currently manages 322 mu of medicinal fields. Raw materials for early and mid-tier pills now fully supply the entire tower. However, the primary ingredient for the latest stage qi cultivation pill, qi condensation pill, requires a decade of growth before self-sufficiency can be achieved. And, seeing Tanya glance toward him, Sun Qing sighed wistfully, and the Baigong Hall is newly established. The tower's alchemist can currently refine only early-tier pills. Mid-tier and above must still be procured externally. Chun Yi's fingers continued their soft rhythm upon the armrest as his gaze settled upon the 4 hall masters. So, the Wanbao Tower appears resplendent on the surface, yet inwardly hollow, outwardly strained. Its foundation still unsecured. All 4 rose together and bowed low. We have failed to ease Master's burdens. Please mete out whatever punishment you deem just. Chun Yi waved a hand. Our Wanbao Tower rose from nothingness in mere years. This foundation itself is no small feat. You have walked every thorny path beside me. What crime is there to punish? Then with a gentle knowing smile he asked them, tell me, do you truly believe that Chun Yi, a cultivator bearing only a quadruple attribute spirit root, could succeed in foundation establishment solely by virtue of 1 pill? The 4 exchanged bewildered glances. Chun Yi tapped his storage pouch, and 4 jade vials soared gracefully into their waiting hands. Examine them for now. They uncorked the vials. Immediately an exquisite, soul-soothing fragrance filled the air. Inside each vial rested a single pill. Perfectly round, crystalline, radiant, with golden hue, its surface traced with faint flowing spirit patterns. Though its spiritual pressure was carefully contained, the sheer magnitude and purity of qi within remained palpable. What is this? Sun Qing murmured, astonishment coloring his voice. Zhao Hu inhaled deeply and gasped. This potency exceeds ordinary qi cultivation pills entirely. Chun-Yi smiled faintly. These are Foundation establishment pills. What? The four of them suddenly stood up, almost thinking they had misheard. Lin Bin stared intensely at the jade bottle in his hand, his voice trembling slightly. Foundation establishment pill. The host. This. Chun-Yi surveyed the crowd and calmly said, there is no need for everyone to be surprised. This is indeed a Foundation establishment pill, and it is not the one given by the Zhou family. Sun Qing swallowed hard. Host, the Foundation establishment pill is extraordinarily precious and elusive. Where did you obtain it? Chun-Yi laughed heartily. Do you all still remember my alchemist friend? They certainly remembered. Sun Qing and the others initially followed Chun-Yi because he purchased pills at cost price from his alchemist friend with whom he had a deep bond, allowing them to establish a foothold in Wuhuan Mountain. Although Tanya joined later, the spirit fertilizer now revered by the Spirit Herb Hall was also purchased by Chun-Yi from that alchemist friend. The four exchanged glances and had reached a conclusion. The Foundation establishment's spiritual herbs, painstakingly cultivated by the nascent soul sect, were recorded meticulously in terms of their maturity scale of production, and the flow of each Foundation establishment pill had to be repeatedly verified. Even if there occasionally were surpluses, they were not something an ordinary alchemist could touch. That elusive alchemist friend was probably entirely fictitious. Moreover, recalling how Chun-Yi risked his life and schemed just to painstakingly exchange for a Foundation establishment pill from the Zhou family, it now seemed that much of that act was likely to conceal the terrifying source of this pill. The backing behind the host was so powerful that it likely surpassed the Zhou family. Chun-Yi looked at the unmasked shock and realization in the eyes of the four and gently tapped the table. These Foundation establishment pills are bestowed upon you for your hard work. From now on, work diligently, and do not let me or my friend down. The four trembled all over, kneeling on one knee in unison. Thank you for your generous gift, host. We will brave the flames and waters to repay your kindness. Get up. Chun-Yi raised his hand to support them, his gaze sweeping over their fervent faces. Though the Foundation establishment pill is granted, meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and the path must be walked step by step. The matter of the Foundation establishment pill is to be kept strictly confidential, and you are not to break through in Sanha Island or Qingnan County. Sun Qing and the others chuckled awkwardly. Host, you overestimate us. With just one Foundation establishment pill, we may not necessarily succeed in Foundation establishment. If their qualifications were above 3 spiritual roots, would they have become loose cultivators? They would have long been accepted as disciples by the Qingyan sect. Chun-Yi, upon hearing this, smiled. You all need not belittle yourselves. You have been with me for many years. Although your qualifications are slightly inferior, your foundations are solid, and your resolve is unwavering. With this Foundation establishment pill in hand, you have at least a 30% chance to glimpse the door of Foundation establishment. Besides, he changed his tone, filled with meaning. If one does not succeed, then 2. If 2 do not succeed, then 3. In the future, the building will provide a channel for exchanging Foundation establishment pills. As long as you work hard and accumulate merits, the path to Foundation establishment will surely be within reach. The turbulent waves in their hearts surged once again. Previously, they thought these 4 Foundation establishment pills were merely an investment from Chun-Yi's backing, a one-time deal. Little did they know that it could be a lasting opportunity. Only the nascent soul powers have the strength to autonomously manage strategic resources like the Foundation establishment pill within a certain range, using it as a long-term incentive for their subordinates. The force behind Chun-Yi could actually reach such a level. Their treatment now surpassed even that of disciples from those nascent soul sects. Sun Qing took a deep breath, solemnly placing the jade bottle in his embrace, and said gravely, Host, since we have already pledged our Dao heart oath, our lives now belong to Wanbao Tower. In the future, whether it be a mountain of knives, or a sea of flames, or the 9 hells of purgatory at your command, we would not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. Lin Bin wiped the corners of his eyes, his voice choked yet resolute. Without the host, we would merely be unnoticed loose cultivators in Wuhuan Mountain, toiling daily for a few spirit stones with our lives subject to fate. Now there is an opportunity to glimpse the path of Foundation establishment. This kindness Lin Bin will find it hard to repay in this life. Zhao Hu and Tanya, though not eloquent, bowed deeply. Seeing the almost reverent demeanor of the four, Chun-Yi felt a surge of pride within. He had waited for this moment for far too long. From the precarious situation of a qi refining cultivator in Taiping Outer Village to the painstakingly managed hunter of demons under the Zhou family in Qingnan County, and now to the formidable figure who had completed Foundation establishment and established his own faction. Every step had been like walking on thin ice, every decision related to life and death. Now the game had finally reached the midstage with the strategic resource of the Foundation establishment pill. The advantages brought by the system could finally be put on display. This was a critically important bargaining chip. By presenting it now, he was confident that Sun Qing and the others had no reason to betray him. As long as he Chun-Yi remained steadfast, they would be the biggest beneficiaries. When fate is deeply intertwined, loyalty ceases to be a choice, but becomes instinct. After all, even the nascent soul sects would not provide unlimited channels for exchanging Foundation establishment pills to recruit a few chi-refining loose cultivators, would they? Alright, there is no need to say more words of gratitude. Chun-Yi collected his expression, his gaze turning sharp. In the future, my friend will provide all necessary materials at cost price, and in return our tower will need to acquire all kinds of rare treasures and scarce spiritual items for him. Chun-Yi lightly tapped the table with his fingertip, but there is one taboo: the power behind Wanbao Tower must not be exposed. The expressions of the four changed, instantly understanding the deeper meaning. That individual likely had a very special identity and could only secretly support a force like Wanbao Tower gathering the items they needed. No wonder Chun-Yi's core purpose in founding Wanbao Tower was establish the tower through commerce, gather wealth through the tower, nurture people with wealth, and protect the Tao with people. Sun Qing nodded earnestly. Rest assured, host, we understand the gravity of this matter. This will remain internal to Wanbao Tower, and only the four of us will be aware. We will not expand the circle of knowledge. Chun-Yi nodded. In the future, your merits will be linked to the tower's profits and subsequent acquisition effective. In short, the more the tower earns, the more benefits can be exchanged. The rarer the items you find for that individual, the higher the corresponding merits. This Foundation establishment pill is just the beginning, but it is certainly not the only one. Do you understand my meaning? The four of them shone with even more excitement and replied in unison, understood. Chun-Yi nodded in satisfaction and began assigning specific duties. Sun Qing, your subordinate is here. Sun Qing responded solemnly. You will oversee the treasure gathering hall, managing the commerce within the tower. From now on, what items to sell, where to open stores, and what type of stores to establish, you need to provide a detailed plan to me from the treasure gathering hall. Wanbao Tower was established through commerce, with the treasure gathering hall holding the most power. Now that a stable source of goods was secured, Sun Qing's mind was already envisioning countless grand blueprints. However, presently Wanbao Tower only had Chun-Yi as the sole Foundation establishment cultivator in charge, and the person behind them was also inconvenient to reveal, so they had to proceed cautiously in their operations. Taking too large a step would not only invite envy, but also if the individual behind them were exposed, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Your subordinate understands. Sun Qing's expression was grave, and he clasped his hands in agreement. Chun-Yi turned his gaze to Lin Bin. Lin Bin, your subordinate is here. Lin Bin stood tall. You oversee the Wind Letter Hall, in charge of intelligence and legal matters. Internally, you need to monitor each hall, and if there are any cases of favoritism, fraud, or leaking of secrets, they will be severely punished according to the law. Externally, you need to spread out eyes and ears to gather information on commerce products and power movements, especially news about various rare spiritual items and treasures. Lin Bin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he solemnly replied. Your subordinate accepts the order. The Wind Letter Hall will become the sharpest eye and the most powerful blade of Wanbao Tower, cleaning up internally and observing externally, and will not let down the trust of the host. Chun-Yi nodded, his gaze landing on Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu stepped forward, his voice booming like a great bell. I am here, my subordinate. As the expansion of the building approaches, it is inevitable that we will have to deal with various factions and forces, and conflicts may arise when necessary. Your responsibility is not light. Rest assured, master. Zhao Hu's rugged face was filled with determination. Arjinua Hall will surely be the hardest fist and the thickest shield of the Wanbao building. Whoever dares to covet our building must be prepared to have their head bashed and blood spilled. Chun-Yi nodded lightly, and finally looked towards Tanya. The medicinal garden of your spirit plant hall needs to continue expanding. You do not become complacent just because someone is supplying goods. Understood. Tanya stood up with a solemn expression. Chun-Yi nodded and said to Sun Qing, your gathering treasure hall will focus on areas outside the county, and the 100 Crafts Institute under your command will be transferred to Tanya. I accept the order. Sun Qing replied, without hesitation, bowing deeply. From today onwards, your spirit plant hall will be renamed to Yangwu Hall, overseeing all matters related to the planting of medicinal herbs, alchemy, artifact forging, and other production activities. Tanya took a deep breath and replied, I accept the order. Yangwu Hall will surely lay a solid foundation for Wanbao building, expand the spirit fields, and master various arts, living up to the master's expectations. With the arrangements made, Chun-Yi waved his sleeve, and several jade slips flew into the hands of a few people. This is the list of materials needed by that individual, as well as the merit, reward, and punishment regulations, and exchange details of the building. Please take a look first. Sun Qing and the others received the jade slips solemnly. As they scanned with their spiritual sense, they were immediately filled with shock. The items listed in the jade slips were all rare treasures, including some mythical items that only appeared in ancient. The merit regulations were detailed and rigorous with corresponding rewards for daily tasks and significant contributions. Moreover, the list of exchanges prominently featured the Foundation Establishment Pill, requiring a staggering 20,000 merit points for one. Though high, it was not unattainable. Even for hall masters like them, even if they couldn't find the items on the list as long as they ensured the building operated normally, they could still earn nearly 10,000 merit points each year, not to mention that the current expansion of the building was a prime opportunity for achievement. Foundation establishment is no empty talk. Keep a close eye on the items on the list, but do not force it, and certainly do not reveal any traces. Chun-Yi's voice pulled the four from their turbulent thoughts. Everything must prioritize the normal development and safety of Wanbao building. As long as the building exists, everything is possible. If the building does not exist, all is lost. I will remember this. The four responded solemnly. They understood the stakes well and would be exceedingly cautious. Alright, today's meeting ends here. You all go back and prepare well. Once Sun Qing presents the detailed operating procedures, we will discuss the next steps. Chun-Yi reminded them one last time, and the four hall masters withdrew. The hall returned to silence. Chun-Yi stood alone by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of clouds and fog, looking far into the heavens as he murmured, "The great trend is about to be established. With the system at my disposal, as long as resources are obtained, they can be mass-produced using the system. What is the purpose of painstakingly building a force? To alleviate poverty? Certainly not. The power of the system lies in replication and mass production, but its foundation lies in obtaining the first sample. Previously, I had to take risks because without the Foundation Establishment Pills, I could hardly establish my foundation, let alone gain the loyalty of my subordinates. Now that Foundation Establishment Pills can be mass-produced from the perspective of benefits, Wanbao building is already on par with nascent soul sects. My subordinates are all those who have been looked down upon by the nascent soul forces. Now that they have this incredible opportunity, who wouldn't risk their lives to serve Chun-Yi? The harder they work, the higher the resources Chun-Yi can obtain. The higher the resources Chun-Yi obtains, the better the benefits for Wanbao building. The better the benefits for Wanbao building, the stronger the subordinates' power. The stronger the subordinates' power, the more formidable Chun-Yi's forces will become, and the more devoted the stronger Chun-Yi's forces become, the easier it will be to obtain rare samples. This is a perfect positive cycle. This is the maximization of the system's power. Do you not see? Even with the small green vial in his possession, Han Tianzuan was still forced to flee everywhere when he was weak, facing numerous dangers, earning the nickname Han Run Run. Why would I, Chun-Yi, who possesses such a miraculous system and can pave the way with spirit stones, risk myself? Why not use the system to supply resources and drive my subordinates to charge into battle? Isn't that much? Otherwise, why do you think Chun-Yi knowingly chose to set his base here in Qingnan County, a place of wealth for the Qingyun sect, which is heavily class-structured and strictly regulated? The reason is simple: safety. Heavily class-structured and strictly regulated, isn't it just a form of order? As long as he does not engage in the business of standard magical tools, with his current Foundation Establishment strength and good relations with the Zhou family, no one on Sana Island would dare to scheme against him. As for the development of Wanbao building, that will naturally be outside Qingnan County. Though the Qingyun sect is a regional overlord, their control is only tight over places like Qingnan County, while their interference in other areas remains limited. Wanbao building is just a common name. Even if it develops outside Qingnan County under its real name, as long as it does not openly display any connection to Chun-Yi or Sanha Island, who would easily associate it with the newly established Foundation Establishment cultivator on this inconspicuous island at the edge of Qingnan County. From Chun-Yi's understanding of Sun Qing, this old fellow is exceedingly cautious, and the early development will surely prioritize stability. Not wanting to think further, Chun-Yi turned and headed towards his cave dwelling. With external matters settled, he also needed to improve himself. With the pills sent by Zhou Mingyuan and the open blueprint, he temporarily had no shortage of Foundation Establishment pills. With a hand gesture, he cast the beast control technique, imbuing a soul imprint into the spirit platform of the sword hedgehog. The little creature trembled all over, its eyes flashing red for a moment before dimming, replaced by a look of naive dependence. Its spines lay flat against its back, and it chirped twice at Chun-Yi with a crisp sound carrying a hint of... Only then did Chun-Yi withdraw his energy, allowing it to settle in his palm. The little sword hedgehog affectionately rubbed against his fingers, then stuck out its pink tongue to lick him, completely different from its previous fierce demeanor. What a perceptive little fellow! Chun-Yi smiled casually, taking out a chi condensation pill and handing it over. The little sword hedgehog sniffed at it, but disdainfully turned its head away, jumping back to the corner where the damaged spirit light sword lay, continuing to gnaw at it with a joyful crunching sound. Chun-Yi looked at the pill in his hand, which had been rejected, and shook his head with a chuckle. It seems you only eat essence of gold and iron. With its ability to absorb the essence of gold and iron for growth, and its attack style resembling that of a flying sword, it complements my Tai-Bai sword technique perfectly. Chun-Yi had formulated a plan in his heart, thinking, if nurtured properly, it could become a great asset in the future. He added with a twitch of his lips, from now on you shall be called Pinyin. Pinyin seemed to understand, tilting its head and chirping once, then burying its head back into the spirit light, sword gnawing away contentedly. Chun-Yi paid it no further mind, sweeping his sleeves to clear up the mess in the cave, restoring the furniture to its place, and letting the scattered jade slips return to their racks. He sat down in a reclining chair and began to contemplate how to reforge the few exquisite magical artifacts in his hand. The material of the heavy gold sword was indeed top grade, but the internal restrictions had not activated the properties of the heavy iron essence. However, within the inheritance of the Tai-Bai sword technique, there were a few restrictions that corresponded to the characteristics of this material. He closed his eyes and focused, envisioning the desired form, then directed the restriction group to observe directly, instructing the system to synthesize. A 3-foot-long sword materialized out of thin air, hovering before Chun-Yi. The sword blade was 3 inches narrower than the original heavy gold sword, with smoother and sharper lines. Its entire body still exhibited a dark golden hue, yet lacked any overt sharpness, appearing instead deep and restrained, with a faint silvery glow along the spine reminiscent of a cold star in the dark night, harboring hidden danger. Chun-Yi reached out to grasp the hilt. With a slight infusion of power, the sword trembled lightly, emitting a deep and melodious dragon's roar. The silvery glow along the spine suddenly brightened, and a chilling sword aura surged forth, making the air in the quiet room feel slightly condensed. The Yuan magnetic property of the heavy iron essence has been barely activated, qualifying it as a first-grade magical treasure. Chun-Yi then disassembled it with a flick of his wrist, naming the blueprint he created as Deep Abyss. He recombined it, and after system optimization, the internal restrictions became even more organized, and the power of Yuan magnetic was activated to the utmost. As Chun-Yi infused it with power, the silvery glow on the sword blade suddenly flared brightly, and an invisible field expanded outward from the sword. All metallic objects in the quiet room emitted a faint humming sound, trembling uncontrollably, as if drawn by an invisible magnetic force. With a slight thought, Chun-Yi gently waved the Deep Abyss sword. The remnants of the spirit light sword being gnawed at in the corner soared into the air with a whoosh, as if grasped by an invisible hand, hovering in midair, the sword tip pointing directly at Deep Abyss, trembling slightly. Pinyin was caught off guard, clutching half of the sword body as it was lifted into the air, chirping in a panic and flailing its short legs wildly. Chun-Yi chuckled, giving the magical artifact a shake. The remnants of the spirit light sword clattered to the ground, and Pinyin tumbled down, dazedly shaking its head, then angrily bared its teeth at the Deep Abyss sword, its spines twitching restlessly. Alright, enough of that. Here, have something good to eat. Chun-Yi directly synthesized a piece of heavy iron essence and tossed it over. Upon seeing the piece of heavy iron essence glimmering with a dark golden sheen, Pingin's eyes widened in an instant, its previous anger vanishing without a trace, nearly drooling. It chirped joyfully, transforming into a silver flash as it pounced on the metallic chunk larger than its body, revealing its 2 small front teeth, and taking a small bite. With a crunch, its cheeks puffed up round with happiness, eyes squinting in delight, and even its spines relaxed comfortably. After settling Pinyin, Chun-Yi turned his attention back to the Deep Abyss sword. The attraction of the Yuan magnetic force to metallic substances is secondary. Its greatest effect is specifically to break the 5 elemental techniques. He pointed at the restriction barrier of the cave with a finger like a sword, and the Deep Abyss sword transformed into a dark golden stream of light, suddenly piercing through the barrier. The restriction barrier was originally condensed from spiritual energy embodying the principles of the 5 elements. When an ordinary flying sword pierced it, the barrier would ripple like water, absorbing the force layer by layer. However, before the Deep Abyss sword even touched the barrier, it proactively opened a perfectly circular hole, allowing the flying sword to pass through without any hindrance. Moments later, the hole slowly closed. What a remarkable effect for breaking techniques. Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If controlled properly during battle, the opponent's protective spirit light and 5-element spells will likely be significantly weakened in the presence of this sword. The only drawback is that the Yuan magnetic force contained within the heavy iron essence is too limited. Using it once would nearly deplete it, requiring a long period of nurturing with spiritual energy to recover. But that is only true for ordinary people. The old demon Han can manipulate 72 green bamboo, B-cloud swords into thunderous techniques. Chun-Yi, synthesizing a sword with just a few spirit stones, can easily afford this little bit of magnetic cultivation cost. As for nurturing, just refine it again. A simple roll in the system costs even less, not using a single grain of spiritual sand. Having dealt with the sword, Chun-Yi turned his gaze to the other three exquisite magical artifacts. Among them, he valued the Een Fire Banner the most. If this item were refined into a magical treasure, its potential would be the highest, as the white bone soldiers within could grow indefinitely, as long as there were cultivators' bones to sustain them. Chun-Yi picked up the Een Fire Banner, finding it chillingly cold to the touch. The banner surface was neither cloth nor silk, resembling the tanned skin of some creature, with faint grayish-white patterns, and exuding a sinister, decayed aura. The white bone soldier at the full chi refinement level within was long gone. What could he do? This thing had shattered into pieces initially, and the soldiers inside had turned into Een energy and dissipated. The system restored it as a blank Een Fire Banner. Chun-Yi shook his head. The main material of this Een Fire Banner is clearly taken from deep within the earth fire, subjected to years of dual tempering by Een evil and earth fire. It inherently possesses the ability to absorb earth fire and refine spiritual essence. Yet the refiner was fixated on the superficial aspects, merely stacking restrictions of Een evil, suppressing the material's origin, leaving it with only the ability to contain and drive the soldiers. Truly a waste of divine resources. Within the inheritance of the Tai-Bai sword technique, there happens to be a restriction combination called Earth Fiend, leaving fire refinement. Chun-Yi closed his eyes, letting go of his fixation on the original form of the Een Fire Banner, directly instructing the system to synthesize. Infusing his vitality, a large banner approximately 6 feet long appeared before Chun-Yi. The banner remained a grayish-white, yet its texture was vastly different, no longer resembling the creases of living skin, but rather akin to a type of semi-solid, slowly flowing lava that formed a crust of the earth's veins, its surface adorned with dark red flame patterns, appearing utterly distinct from its former eerie and sinister state. It is no longer appropriate to call this Een Fire Banner. Chun-Yi felt the fiery aura emanating from within the banner. Let's call it the Di-Sha Fire Spirit Banner instead. Directly decomposing, drawing out the blueprint, and then recomposing it. After systematic optimization, the Di-Sha Fire Spirit Banner appeared even more extraordinary, with the dark red patterns on its surface seemingly coming to life, slowly swirling vaguely, forming a scene of the earth's veins surging and lava flowing. Chun-Yi's mind stirred as he probed into the banner. The space within had greatly changed, no longer a gloomy and desolate prison, but resembling a miniature volcanic chamber. In the center, a bright white earth fire blazed fiercely, radiating astonishing heat. Since it was created anew, there were no Dao soldiers within. The only skeletal blueprint in Chun-Yi's hand was that of Hishotsai. He directly synthesized over 100 skeletons and tossed them into the banner. The bright white earth fire silently spread, instantly engulfing the skeletons. A series of crisp, popping sounds could be heard as the skeletons became increasingly luminous under the fiery refinement, a layer of dark red fiery luster swirling on their surfaces, and soul fire gradually igniting in their hollow eye sockets. In just a moment, a brand new team of Fire Sha Dao soldiers had taken shape. They stood quietly amidst the sea of fire, their skeletons sturdier and more solid, enveloped by an almost imperceptible layer of crimson malevolence, wielding flame weapons forged purely from Fire Sha energy. Their strength was only at the mid-stage of chi refinement, weaker than the previous skeletal soldiers, yet their appearance was far more imposing. Hishotsai, oh Hishotsai, you committed many atrocities in life, yet in death you have paved the way for my ascension, Chun-Yi remarked, watching the over 100 skeletons float amidst the Fire Sha, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In this way it can be considered a fitting use of resources. Melding and mutual devouring, raising insects as soldiers. Chun-Yi shouted, his hand forming a spell, fully activating the restrictions within the banner. Boom! Over 100 Dao soldiers moved in unison, each attacking their nearby companions. Weapons clashed and bones shattered. The defeated quickly disintegrated, their remaining skeletons swept away by the earth fire, turning into pure Fire Sha energy absorbed by the victors. The victorious skeletons visibly grew more robust and lustrous, with the fiery luster on their surfaces shifting from dark red to bright red, and the soul fire in their eyes becoming increasingly solid. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the slaughter within the banner had come to an end. Of the over 100 Dao soldiers, only one remained, the rest having been converted into nourishment. This remaining Dao soldier's skeleton was blood red, akin to carved red jade, standing at about 10 feet tall, with robust and twisted bones, intricately flowing fire patterns at the joints, and a flame weapon in hand that was solid as reality, emanating intense heat, its pressure having evidently reached the peak of chi refinement. Not enough. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes as he synthesized several hundred more skeletons to throw in. The blood-jade Dao soldier surged forth, the crimson skeletons stirring up an overwhelming wave of malevolence in the sea of fire. As the newly formed Dao soldiers took shape, they were immediately engulfed by even more violent fiery energy, their bones creaking under the strain. Before they could raise their flame-forged weapons, they were swept away by the solid blood flame greatsword, instantly disintegrating into pure fire sha, which flowed into the blood jade Dao soldier's body. Devour, grow, then devour again. The Dao soldiers, transformed from hundreds of skeletons, acted like firewood tossed into a furnace, causing the core Dao soldier's might to rise dramatically. Its bones deepened in color, transitioning from crimson to a dark subdued shade, ultimately settling into a dark golden hue infused with the glow of molten rock. It grew to about 5 feet tall, with its bones naturally adorned with intricate fire patterns, each breath causing the earth fire within the banner to pulse. When the last trace of fire sha was devoured into its bones, this Dao soldier stood silently, with its soul fire condensed into 2 blazing small suns in its eyes, its pressure evidently crossing a certain threshold, reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment. To cultivate a foundation establishment level general, it requires such a massive amount of chi refinement cultivator's skeletal remains. Truly, the demonic path is one that devours without spitting out bones. Chun-Yi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. All the materials he used were synthesized by the system, whereas demonic cultivators lacked such heavenly means, thus massacring cities for blood offerings was a common occurrence. He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. With a mere thought, the dark golden skeleton general stepped out of the banner, landing in the quiet chamber. Its form was towering, nearly touching the ceiling, with fire patterns flickering on its dark golden bones. Ping-An was startled by this sudden aura darting behind Chun-Yi while clutching a chunk of heavy iron squeak. Such a sinister being, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, would possess a certain degree of intelligence and an innate thirst for blood. As soon as the fire sha general landed, it fixed its gaze on Chun-Yi, its fiery spear eager to strike. Meanwhile, the Di-Sha fire spirit banner in Chun-Yi's hand trembled uncontrollably. What? Do you wish to rebel against your master? Chun-Yi coldly stared at the fire sha general, forcefully slamming the banner against the ground. Kneel before me. Ahem. An invisible wave emanated from the banner, directly affecting the core of the fire sha general's soul fire. The towering figure of the fire sha general shuddered violently, the 2 blazing soul fires in its eyes flickering intensely, its surrounding flames suddenly dimming, and the solid blood flame spear in its hand explosively shattered into sparks. Its massive form trembled, and with a thunderous crash it knelt heavily on the ground, bowing its head deeply, the 2 blazing soul fires retracting their fierceness, leaving only submission and fear. Chun-Yi observed this scene with an expressionless face, the glow of the Di-Sha fire spirit banner gradually calming down. Demonic treasures are fierce and hard to tame, especially those Dao soldiers nourished by flesh and soul. A slight misstep could lead to backlash. This was also the reason why he only nurtured it to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Chun-Yi coldly regarded the fire sha general. You exist because of me, and you must also persist because of me. Should there be a next time, I shall return you to the earth fire. The fire sha general trembled again, its head lowering further, conveying a sense of compliance. Chun-Yi ceased to speak further, his mind stirring. The fire sha general transformed into a flow of dark golden flame, swiftly returning to the banner, quietly nurturing within that bright white earth fire. At the same time, he synthesized several hundred more skeletons to transform into chi refinement level Dao soldiers, allowing the fire sha general to command and drill them. Chun-Yi's gaze shifted once more to the other 2 top-grade magical artifacts. The Xianwu feathers, a flying magical artifact, became somewhat redundant at the foundation establishment stage. Chun-Yi could now fly with swords and possessed a sword escape technique far superior to ordinary escape lights, rendering the Xianwu feathers seemingly optional. However, in terms of decorative wings, one must still have them. The materials for these Xianwu feathers were also not lacking, made from the feathers shed by 5th-level demon beasts, exceptionally sturdy and naturally infused with a hint of sharp metal energy. The one who crafted it had some ingenuity. In addition to granting flight capabilities, they also incorporated defensive barriers, which could serve as a shield when necessary. Chun-Yi made slight modifications to retain these 2 abilities while also enhancing its offensive power. Whether its power is substantial is another matter, but its appearance is undeniably striking. It resembles the wing blade wielded by Dan Shinzi from the legend of the sword heroes of Shushan. The feathers are as black as ink, with dark golden metallic luster flowing along the edges. Each feather resembles a miniature blade, layered and intricately structured, preserving the aerodynamic beauty of feathers while exuding the chilling aura of weaponry. Chun-Yi infused his mana into it, and with a light ringing sound, a pair of pitch-black wings spanning about 10 feet suddenly unfurled behind him. At the edges of the wing, dark golden light flowed like mercury, and each feather tip was sharp as a blade. with a slight tremor in response to his while they sliced through the air producing a faint hissing sound. With a thought, the wings flapped gently but did not lift his body into flight. Instead, dozens of feathers detached from the wing's surface, swirling around him like animated flying daggers, their cold glint and unpredictable trajectories captivating. With another thought, the feathers swiftly returned to their place, reforming the complete wings. A combination of offense and defense capable of gathering and dispersing. Not bad at all. From now on I shall call you the Sword Wings. Chun-Yi nodded in satisfaction. With another thought, the wings suddenly folded close to his back, transforming into what appeared to be a decorative black cloak. His gaze finally landed on the ice silk web. To be honest, Chun-Yi had no interest in such trapping items. He only took some materials from it to refine a set of treasure-grade robes for himself. The robes were entirely moon-white, primarily made from ice silk interwoven with strands of stardust sand, causing the fabric to shimmer with tiny star-like glimmers under the light, exuding a cool yet elegant aura. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with intricate cloud patterns using dark golden thread, serving both as decoration and a medium for various formations like gathering spirit, solidifying, and dust repelling. The entire robe felt cool to the touch, soft against the skin, yet emanated an aura of inviolability. Ordinary five-element spells could hardly harm it, and it could also resist divine sense, probing, and malevolent incursions to a certain extent. As Chun-Yi donned the robe, he felt his aura become more harmonious and restrained. As he moved, the fabric billowed gracefully, remaining untainted by dust, giving him an otherworldly presence. He glanced at his reflection in the water mirror and smirked. Finally, I have a proper outfit. Ping-An seemed to be attracted by the new attire, chirping excitedly, while clutching a piece of heavy gold, its glossy little eyes fixed on Chun-Yi, seemingly discerning the changes in its master. Chun-Yi chuckled and flicked a grain-sized piece of gold dust which Ping-An immediately caught midair, landing on Chun-Yi's shoulder. While contentedly munching it, curiously nudged the collar of the robe, with its nose squinting at the faint starlight. Let's go, I'll take you to see something interesting, Chun-Yi said with a smile, strolling out of his cave residence. Meanwhile, news of Chun-Yi's successful foundation establishment spread through the markets of Qingnan County. Did you hear? Chun, the owner of Sanha Island, has successfully established his foundation. Which Chun? The one from Wanbao Tower. Of course it's him. 4 spiritual roots for foundation establishment. TSK Tisk. What tremendous fortune and willpower. Hey, it's going to be lively in Qingnan County now. Initially, people thought he relied on the Zhou family's protection to establish himself. Now that he has become a foundation establishment cultivator on his own, Wanbao Tower's reputation can truly stand firm. Stand firm? I think that's doubtful. He has indeed established his foundation, but what does Wanbao Tower possess? Besides those dozens of taverns, what substantial industry do they have? Without the Wanbao Valley campsite provided by the Zhou family, their foundation is quite weak. In my view, he's at most just a slightly stronger foundation establishment cultivator than ordinary loose cultivators. Does he think he can establish a faction? It's difficult. Indeed. In a tea house, a cultivator with a goat beard took a sip of inferior tea and smacked his lips. Foundation establishment is a threshold, once crossed the path ahead becomes even more arduous. Chun-Yi is indeed a remarkable person, but Wanbao Tower has too thin a foundation. Think about it, those ancient families all have several fixed sources of income and mines, right? Or they control a share of the magical tools. What does Wanbao Tower have? Taverns. That thing can barely earn a few spirit stones, enough to support a foundation establishment cultivator and so many subordinates. Cultivation. Nearby, a young cultivator couldn't help but retort, but I've heard the magical tools from Wanbao Tower have a good reputation, especially those personally refined by the owner, each one a masterpiece. Masterpieces are worth nothing. The goat-bearded man scoffed. How many can he refine by himself? How deep is the water in the magical tool industry? Qingnan County is recognized as the land of magical tools permitted by the Qingyan sect, but that was designated for families like the Zhou and he that have been rooted for hundreds of years. As an outsider with no roots, does he think he can stake a claim with just a few fine magical tools? The Zhou family would be the first to disapprove. They could use him because they saw his potential as a weapon, but now that the weapon has gained sentience, how could they let him take their food? That's true. The young cultivator nodded awkwardly. So you see, the goat-bearded man stroked his beard, looking astute. For this Chun-Yi, the most pressing issue now isn't expansion, but quickly finding a viable industry to support his establishment. Similar discussions quietly circulated throughout Qingnan County. There were exclamations of awe, jealousy, and indifference, but more often a scrutinizing gaze filled with skepticism. Similar discussions quietly circulated throughout Qingnan County. There were exclamations of awe, jealousy, and indifference, but more often a scrutinizing gaze filled with skepticism. In the eyes of most cultivators, while Chun-Yi's personal breakthrough was indeed stunning, Wanbao Tower, as a force, was still far from being qualified. Just as the cultivators in Qingnan County were engaged in private discussions believing that although Chun Yi had established his foundation, Wanbao Tower's foundation was too shallow to form a force, small shops began to appear quietly in the markets of various counties in Qingzhou. How small were these markets? Let's put it this way, they didn't even have a protective formation, just a maze to prevent mortals from wandering, and not to mention any spirit veins or similar resources. Order was maintained mainly by a few latest-stage qi refinement cultivators. After all, you can't expect every place to be as densely populated with golden core families as Qingnan County, but they had the essentials. However, due to their remote location and scarce resources, the products in the shops were limited in variety and prices, often exorbitantly high. The newly opened shops had various names, but they shared a common trait, a wide range of goods. From the cheapest rough talisman paper to the condensed qi pills used by latest-stage qi refinement cultivators, everything was available, and the quality was assured, unlike the uneven products produced by local forces. What was even more surprising for local cultivators was that the pricing was exceedingly fair, even more economical than their arduous journeys to purchase from larger markets. In no time, the reputation of these new shops spread rapidly among the surrounding cultivators, and business flourished. Naturally, the local forces could not sit idly by as their profits were snatched away. Take for example a place called Hongshan Workshop. Initially, a few local shops banded together, hiring some ruffians to create trouble, attempting to disrupt the new shop's business. However, these local ruffians quickly realized that the new shop was exceptionally tough, with all its employees being mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, rendering the hired thugs utterly inadequate. If soft measures failed, they resorted to hard ones. In the lawless land, banditry was rampant. A few local forces gathered a dozen desperate latest-stage qi refinement thugs, intending to carry out a violent raid on the shop at night. By the following morning, in front of the once arrogant local forces' gates, a line of corpses was neatly lined up. Next to the corpses, a message was left: "Harmony brings wealth. Any further offense will lead to utter destruction." The leaders of the small forces were utterly shocked, closing their doors and refusing visitors that very night, no longer daring to make any moves. The news spread quickly, and cultivators in the nearby areas realized that these newcomers were not ordinary merchants, and there must be powerful supporters behind them. However, Sun Qing also knew they could not completely offend the local ruffians, as they were not there to pursue these small businesses. After the local bullies settled down, the manager of Hongshan Fong invited the local influential forces to gather together. Following a simple banquet, the manager produced a pre-prepared list. "Dear friends," the manager said with a warm smile, distributing jade slips to the leaders of the smaller factions present. "As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Our owner has no intention of dominating this place. Rather, he seeks a sustainable business. Starting next month, our shop will gradually transition to a wholesale model, no longer accepting retail business. You are the pillars of this locality, well acquainted with the people and the rules, so why not see if there are areas for cooperation?" The leaders received the jade slips, their spiritual senses sweeping over the contents, and their expressions suddenly brightened. The list contained a wide variety of goods, from basic qi refining pills to high-grade magical artifacts and elixirs, with prices that were only 2 to 30% higher than the costs of their own laborious concoction. When it comes to self-manufacturing, let alone the craftsmanship, just the collection of materials, training of skilled cultivators, and the costs of failures and time, how could that not be an expense? Is there anyone present who is not sharp-minded? Now, simply sitting back allows one to obtain stable quality and ample quantities of finished products with a considerable profit margin. This is like a pie falling from the sky. At this moment, several leaders from smaller factions began to breathe rapidly, but a few more seasoned individuals suppressed their excitement and cautiously asked, "Manager, may I inquire who your esteemed owner is?" Such a grand undertaking, such low supply prices, yet only engaging in wholesale, entirely relinquishing retail profits. "We are genuinely apprehensive, wondering if we can secure this business." The manager maintained his smile, stroked his beard, and said leisurely, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose the name of our owner. What we sell are goods, what we seek is wealth, and what we uphold is our agreement. As long as you conduct business properly and settle payments on time, the supply will be continuous. Whether you can stabilize this business does not depend on us, but on yourselves." At this point, how could the leaders present not understand? "I supply goods, you sell them, you share the profits, we bear the risks together, and as long as you follow the rules, there will be food to eat. Do not ask too many questions about anything else. Moreover, what big deal is it to simply buy goods on your own turf?" At that moment, several leaders exchanged glances, rose, clasped their hands, and agreed with broad smiles. "Rest assured, manager, we understand the rules. With such generosity from your esteemed owner, we shall not disappoint. From now on, the affairs on this ground will be handled by us." The banquet was a joyful affair for both hosts and guests. This kind of scene played out continuously across various places in Qingzhou. The reach of Wanbao Tower had quietly extended into the 13 counties of Qingzhou. In just a few months, an invisible net, named Wanbao, had been woven throughout the entire Qingzhou territory. On the surface, the number of restaurants under Wanbao Tower in various counties steadily increased. Though not as bustling as that in Qingnan County, it had at least established a foothold. Meanwhile, the warehouse model in those remote small markets was operating increasingly smoothly. Local forces had tasted the benefits and had long regarded Wanbao as a god of wealth, voluntarily maintaining this secret supply channel. The warehouse managers regularly exchanged visits, delivering goods and settling spirit stones, while also reporting various experiences, demands, and even some rumors they had accidentally heard through specific channels. A large amount of information, manpower, and wealth began to flow along this network, ultimately converging towards Sanha Island, the unassuming headquarters of Wanbao Tower. With a stable and expanding source of wealth, the meritocratic system operated smoothly, and the cultivators within the tower naturally saw their cultivation levels rising. Of course, the special materials list that Chun-Yi required also gained unprecedented channels of information as this network unfolded. Restaurants, warehouses, and even cooperating local forces were discreetly instructed to keep an eye on these matters. Relevant information, regardless of its truth or size, was to be meticulously recorded and periodically summarized for reporting. Soon many auction houses in the markets began to see mysterious buyers who showed little interest in those magic. However, they were often willing to spend spirit stones on middle to high-grade spiritual or spiritual materials, elixirs, and various odd items with obscure uses. The world of cultivation is vast and filled with wonders. There are plenty of cultivators who practice special techniques, delve into obscure skills, or search for materials to forge specific magical artifacts, and this did not attract much attention. Relevant items were properly sealed and flowed into Sanha Island through various channels. In just a few months, aside from the treasured legacies and clan-defending items held by various families, even many commonly circulated and rarely seen precious spiritual materials had made Wanbao Tower's stock list impressively vast. Many obscure items, which even the younger generation of those prominent families might not fully recognize, had already been included in the system's inventory. The foundation of Wanbao Tower was quietly accumulating at an accelerating rate. However, what blooms outside the wall may not necessarily smell good inside. Qingnan County is notoriously insular and exclusive. Now that the demon hunting camp has been returned to the Zhou family, Wanbao Tower's position in the eyes of the local forces in Qingnan County has become subtly delicate. Even though Chun-Yi has successfully established his foundation, which of the various families in Qingnan County does not have one or two foundation establishment cultivators stationed? Even if his own family does not, does Qingyun's sect not? If it were not for the Zhou family's recent rise, the auxiliary forces would be severely lacking. Given Wanbao Tower's current lack of any foundation within Qingyun's sect, it would have to sit at the same table as the likes of the Hu family, those dilapidated households. This is not an exaggeration. Since the demon hunting camp was returned to the Zhou family, the subtle attitude of the local forces in Qingnan County towards Wanbao Tower has increasingly become apparent. On the surface, everyone remains polite, but behind the scenes the previously delivered greeting cards have gradually thinned out, and even the younger members of the small families who used to visit frequently have come much less. Old Wang, who oversees all the restaurants in the county, said somewhat gloomily to Chun-Yi, the customer flow in the 17 restaurants in the county is declining, especially in the elegant rooms frequented by those family youths, which are now half empty. Those local restaurants that were almost driven to closure by us have recently begun to quietly revive, with many old customers returning. After listening to Old Wang's report, Chun-Yi's expression remained calm. He took a sip of spirit tea, his gaze falling upon the vast waves over Sanha Island. This was to be expected. Previously, we managed the demon hunting camp for the Zhou family, and the beast resources of the various families under their command were supplied by us, so they naturally had to curry favor with us. Now that the camp has been returned, this link has been severed. Chun-Yi set down his teacup. Without any mutual interest, relying solely on a foundation establishment cultivator is not enough to earn the attention of those proud families. Old Wang sighed and murmured softly, "Isn't this just like a slum? They elevate some while stepping on others, and their vision is quite limited." Hearing this, Chun-Yi instead smiled. "Human nature is like this. Uncle Wang need not take it too seriously. Our Wanbao Tower's foundation has never relied on the fleeting bustle of Qingnan County. The underground warehouse network has already taken shape, with over 100,000 spirit stones and goods flowing each month. The role of these taverns in Qingnan County is more of a facade and ears, and the profits and losses themselves are not crucial." Uncle Wang said no more, but the despondent expression on his face could not be concealed. Unlike the energetic young people like Sun Qing, he had long lost the drive to arduously seek the path of immortality. The tavern business was started by him and his wife, with Chun-Yi's support. Seeing the business thriving and filled with guests, this sense of accomplishment had almost become his spiritual sustenance. Now as the business gradually quieted down, it naturally left a bitter taste in his heart. However, Chun-Yi saw it as a good thing. This couple was not ambitious. Clearly their position in the Gathering Treasure Hall was only below Sun Qing, who was already at Foundation Establishment, yet their cultivation remained in the mid-stage of qi refinement. Chun-Yi had subtly pointed this out a few times, but seeing that they truly had no interest in it, he let them be. Everyone has their own fate, and one cannot force it. Now that the tavern business was quiet, it was just right for this couple to rest their minds and focus on their cultivation. The rules of Wanbao Tower were clear. If one's cultivation does not keep up, their status would inevitably be surpassed by newcomers. However, Chun-Yi did not point this out directly, only gently reassuring him. Uncle Wang need not worry if fluctuations in business are common. Just focus on managing the affairs within the county. Oh, I have my own plans. Uncle Wang nodded, but ultimately remained unsettled, his steps heavy as he took his leave. Once he was gone, Chun-Yi took out an invitation from his storage bag, which was embossed with a Qilin pattern. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Chun-Yi's mouth. Bai Ziliang's Qilin Association, like his Wanbao Tower, had no roots within the Qingyun sect. Since he had declined Bai Ziliang's proposal to accept him as a disciple in front of Zhou Xuanhong, the two had not been in contact since. Now at this critical moment, Bai Ziliang sending an invitation was quite interesting. In the elegant room on the top floor of Tai Ping Fang's Qilin Association, the aroma of tea wafted through the air as Bai Ziliang personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Chun-Yi. Master Chun, it has been many years since we last parted. Your demeanor surpasses that of the past. By President, you flatter me, Chun-Yi said, taking a sip of tea. I wonder what brings you to invite me today. Bai Ziliang set down his teacup, his expression gradually becoming serious. Master Chin, you are straightforward, so I will not beat around the bush. I have heard that your tower's business in Qingnan County has encountered quite a stir, and I feel for you. Chun-Yi remained calm. Oh, by President, your news is quite timely. Being in the midst of it, one cannot help but hear, Bai Ziliang said with a bitter smile. These families in Qingnan County are inherently clannish and exclusive. People like us who are rootless are merely fortunate to have established a foothold in their eyes. We will ultimately always be outsiders. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. By President, you are not like me, a sudden upstart. The Qilin Association has taken root in Qingnan for many years. Even building a market and sending a few well-connected juniors into the Qingyun sect is not a difficult task. Why endure this humiliation here? Upon hearing this, Bai Ziliang self-deprecatingly shook his head, gently placing his teacup on the table, producing a soft, crisp sound. What Master Chen said is but a common path. Indeed, if it were only to live steadily, earn some spirit stones, seek a marriage alliance with a family, or send a few disciples into the Qingyun sect, spending decades, or even a century, our Qilin Association could also become a part of Qingnan County and not be openly marginalized. Yet how would that be? Bai Ziliang looked up at Chun-Yi, his eyes devoid of the usual amiability, and instead revealing a hint of sharpness. Master Chen, neither of us are content to be subordinate, to rely on others. Otherwise you would not forsake the path to the celestial stairs within the Qingyun sect. And I, Bai Ziliang, if I had the intention to attach myself, would I have waited until today? The air in the elegant room seemed to still for a moment due to Bai Ziliang's words. Outside the window, the drifting clouds slowly passed, slicing the sunlight into patches of light and shadow reflected between the two men. Chun-Yi did not respond immediately, placing his teacup down and calmly meeting Bai Ziliang's gaze. By President, you overestimate me. I merely have shallow foundations and fear raising a white-eyed wolf. That is why I have not sent anyone into the mountains. Bai Ziliang's eyes upon hearing this momentarily lost their sharpness and returned to a smiling demeanor. What Master Chen said is true. We are not like those family systems that have blood ties as links. Whether it is a disciple or a guest, once they gain power after entering a sect, turning their backs, and even striking against their old masters is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. I have the same concerns, which is why I have hesitated to send my disciples into the Qingyun sect. Human hearts are fickle, and the path of immortality is hard to predict. He then shifted the topic. I have heard that your tower is expanding its business beyond the county. Oh, I have some reputation in certain areas, and if needed I can assist with a few matters. By President, you truly are providing timely help. Chun-Yi's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands, saying, to be honest with you, we encounter trouble from local bullies when opening branches in other counties. If we have the Qilin Association's name card to pave the way, it will certainly save us much trouble. Well said, Chun-Yi lamented, stating how difficult it was to run taverns in other counties due to suppression from competitors, and how the marketplaces were unfair, helping the locals exclude him as an outsider. Bai Ziliang listened with a smile, occasionally nodding in agreement. It was not until evening that Chun-Yi left with Bai Ziliang's name card in hand. Watching Chun-Yi leave on his boat, Bai Ziliang's smile faded. What an ungrateful brat. With a clap of his hands, a thin young man in black appeared in the quiet room. I have given you the opportunity, whether you can accomplish it depends on your abilities. The young man in black suddenly looked up, incredulous, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light, and then with a thud he knelt on the ground, heavily knocking his head 3 times. Thank you for the President's cultivation. I will not disappoint you even if it costs me my life. Do not fail. Bai Ziliang sat cross-legged at the tea table. You know, if this does not succeed you will have no second path to take. The young man in black stiffened, then replied more firmly, I understand. My life was given by the President. After saying this, he silently retreated into the shadows behind the screen, as if he had never appeared. The elegant room returned to silence, only the lingering fragrance of tea remained. Bai Ziliang's gaze turned to the window. The spiritual boat that Chun-Yi took had already become a small in the sky, disappearing among the continuous mountains and evening clouds of Qingnan County. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chun-Yi, I have given you 2 chances. Since you insist on walking the path of destruction, you cannot blame Bai for that. On the dragon-head flying vessel, Chun-Yi toyed with the name token, his gaze deep and contemplative. A cultivator from Fengshin Hall walked over and presented a jade slip. Master of the tower, I have found information on Bai Ziliang. Chun-Yi took it and glanced over it. Bai Ziliang, the 9th scion of the previous Yu sovereign, has loved the art of forging since childhood, obsessed with intricate mechanisms and contraptions. 60 years ago he founded the Qilin Hui in Qingnan, famed for its refinements of devices and puppet mechanisms, supplying many fine magical implements to Qingyun men and neighboring clans. Royal family. No wonder, Chun-Yi said, a look of dawning understanding on his face. The great families of Qingnan tolerated Chun-Yi's foothold there, because he had been raised up by the Zhou family. Though he currently lacked many supporters within Qingyun men, the major houses understood his concerns. One day, he would inevitably send disciples into the sect. So while they were somewhat aloof, they did not truly reject him. But why did Bai Ziliang enjoy such leeway? His Qilin Hui had stood for nearly 60 years, and yet prospered within the narrow space of Qingnan, even founding its own market district. Such capability, if only owing to craftsmanship and commerce, would be impossible. The royal lineage. Within the borders of Yu there were 3 major nascent soul sects. Though the royal house nominally ruled, it was little more than a puppet used by those 3 powers to maintain mundane order. Royal scions were barred from entering the 3 great sects to cultivate, yet the royal family possessed its own formidable cultivation forces. Qingnan, while a source of wealth for Qingyun men, still had to mind the face of the royal house. As long as Bai Ziliang did not overstep or flagrantly make war on Qingyun men, they would turn a blind eye. From the looks of it, this Qilin leader's intent in settling in Qingnan was not simple at all. While Chun-Yi pondered, the flying vessel had reached the air above a stretch of woods. Suddenly several streaks of light erupted from beneath the trees, bearing murderous intent as they shot straight for the vessel. The lead streak was a crimson retreating light, whose aura was the most formidable, clearly at the Foundation establishment stage. Incoming attack. The Jinyue Hall cultivator piloting the vessel reacted swiftly, steering the ship aside and activating its protective light shield. The other guards formed in immediate formation and stood before Chun-Yi, faces grave. Chun-Yi, however, pushed through the crowd and stepped to the edge of the vessel. Fixing his gaze on the Foundation establishment cultivator leading the assault, he said coldly, Who are you to dare intercept the flying vessel of my Wanbao Lu? The black-clad youth snapped his head up, hatred blazing in his eyes as he cried, Chun-Yi, you may not recognize me, but you should know my uncle. He Shotsai. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. He Ming. Exactly. It seems Master Chen also looked me up. He Ming ground his teeth, hatred practically spurting from his eyes. Sensing He Ming's Foundation establishment aura, Chun-Yi clicked his tongue in amusement. I did not expect you to have such fortune. In only 4 years you've reached Foundation establishment. What? Today you intend to avenge that uncle of yours who sold fake medicines? He Ming sneered through rage, hatred boiling over. You caused my uncle's death and destruction of his Dao. This grievance cannot be tolerated. The crimson flying sword in his hand hummed and trembled, its tip aimed at Chun-Yi. Today is your death. Before the words fell, He Ming blurred into motion, a red rainbow streaking toward the vessel. Chun-Yi stood at the prow with his hands behind his back, his robes snapping in the wind. Faced with the on-rushing killing intent, his expression remained entirely untroubled. The Chunyuan sword flew from his storage pouch to clash head-on with He Ming's crimson sword. The clash of metal rent the air, red and gold sword lights collided and exploded, the unleashed spiritual pressure rippling the vessel's shield into fierce oscillation. Chun-Yi stood rooted as if planted to the deck. He Ming was blasted backward several dozen paces, shock flashing across his eyes. The other had only reached Foundation establishment months ago. He already possessed a treasure. Chun-Yi paid him no heed. With a sweep, the wings of his sword unfurled, and he flew off the vessel. It seemed to be a signal. Accompanying cultivators from Jinyue and Fengshin Hall simultaneously raised their flying artifacts, leapt from the vessel, and stationed themselves behind Chun-Yi, facing He Ming's side at a distance. Chun Yi's right hand formed a void grip as the Chunyuan sword curled back into his palm. He said in a cold voice, "Meet the enemy. Kill." The two Hall cultivators surged at He Ming's forces. Chun Yi looked at He Ming, a faint scornful smile curling his mouth. "I am curious what fortune allowed you to reach Foundation establishment in 4 years. Capture you, and I shall learn the answer." No sooner had he finished than he flicked the sword wings and transformed into a golden streak, charging straight at He Ming. A fierce light flashed in He Ming's eyes. He met the charge with his crimson flying sword, and red light flared about his body as he formed a burning spiritual shield before him. Clang! The sword's tip struck the flaming shield and showered sparks into the sky. Though Chunyuan's sword failed to break the defense outright, the impact forced He Ming's blood and qi into tumult. Such fierce magical force. He Ming thought in alarm. He had entered Foundation establishment earlier than Chun Yi, and having been cultivated intensively by Ziliang, had his natal treasure crafted. He had assumed dealing with a newcomer of only months would be easy. Yet in the first exchange he had already suffered an unexpected loss. "If this is all you are, then I will send you to see your uncle." Chun Yi sneered. The sword wings behind him trembled, and dozens of pitch-black feathers became streaks of light that shot toward He Ming from all directions. He Ming's pupils shrank. He hastily formed hand seals, and his flaming spiritual shield swelled into a blazing red orb enclosing him at its center. Hiss! The dozens of sword feathers rained down upon the fireball like a swarm, rasping as the flames rolled and consumed the incoming feathers, but their number and the sharp metal qi they carried made them hold their ground. Fire and metal locked in a stalemate, scattering a rain of golden-red sparks across the sky. Trickery! He Ming roared and surged his power. The red fireball contracted inward and then detonated. Boom! A furious ring of fire swept outward, blasting the remaining sword feathers aside. The heat washed over everything. Below, the forest was scorched black. Yet at the center of the fire wave, Chun Yi's figure had already vanished. He Ming's heart tightened, his spiritual sense swept the surroundings. Above his head, He Ming shot his gaze upward and found Chun Yi inexplicably hovering several dozen feet above him. The Chunyuan's sword hung inverted in his hand, a ribbon of silvery white light running along its spine and dazzling to the extreme. A strange field was rapidly spreading. "Break!" Chun Yi whispered, pointing the Chunyuan sword downward. Hum! A formless yuan magnetic force pressed down. He Ming's flame aura, as if faced with its nemesis, writhed violently and dimmed, beginning to disperse. Anti-fire technique. Yuan magnetic force. He Ming paled. The Qiyang Jinhua Ju he cultivated was undeniably domineering, but it could not escape its elemental nature. Confronted by this yuan magnetic force that countered elemental spiritual energy, his fire magic was tightly suppressed. Damn it! He Ming cursed through clenched teeth, and deciding instantly abandoned the fire shield and retreated violently. At the same time, a quaint bronze bell flew out from the storage bag, expanding in the wind and enveloping him completely within its height of several feet. The Shun Yuan sword struck against this bronze bell, emitting a deep, resonant sound. A defensive magic treasure. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing that He Ming's family background was quite impressive. He Ming looked at the almost depleted yuan magnetic power on the Shun Yuan sword and let out a sigh of relief. He scoffed. "I thought it was some extraordinary treasure. Turns out it's just a piece made of pure iron." Chun Yi, however, was not offended. Instead, he smiled and said, "You have an eye for value." He Ming laughed heartily. "Now that this yuan magnetic power is gone, I want to see how you receive my strike." After saying this, He Ming's personal flying sword ignited with blazing red flames, and the surface of the sword body revealed lava-like patterns, the astonishing heat distorting the surrounding air. Slash! He Ming shouted sharply, the red flame flying sword transforming into a giant blade of fire several feet long, descending upon Chun Yi with the force of burning mountains and boiling seas. Faced with this overwhelming sword strike, Chun Yi's expression remained calm, even a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He tapped his storage pouch again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. A total of 9 Shun Yuan swords appeared before him, identical to the previous one. With a light flick of his sleeve, 1 Shun Yuan sword surged with yuan magnetic power and suddenly collided with the fiery blade. The fearsome fiery blade trembled violently the moment it made contact with the yuan magnetic power, the intense flames forming the blade being stirred and torn apart by the invisible force. With a loud bang, it exploded into countless sparks, dissipating into the air, leaving only a slightly dull flying sword that flew back. He Ming's sinister smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Where did you get so much pure iron? Although the yuan magnetic power within the pure iron is low, if refined into a personal magic treasure, the internal yuan magnetic power could be enhanced over the years of a cultivator's ritual. In the cultivation world, it is considered a rare refining material. Didn't they say that Chun Yi's industry could barely supply his cultivation? How could he have so many magic treasures made from pure iron? Looking at He Ming's shocked expression, Chun Yi's smile deepened. That's not for you to worry about. You should think about how to withstand my strike. He formed a hand seal, rise. 8 Shin Yuan swords filled with Yuan magnetic power, moved in response, securely locking He Ming along with the bronze bell at the core. Buzz! He Ming suddenly felt a weight around him, as if he had sunk into a quagmire, and even the flow of his internal power became sluggish. The surface of the bronze bell rippled, and the spiritual light dimmed at a visible speed. A sword formation. He Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning pale. Chun Yi floated in the air, gently shaking his head. Sword formation. That's not the case. It's just relying on having slightly more treasures to bully you, a poor wretch. He Ming's eyes widened with rage, shouting, this is too much. With a series of rapid points across his body, a deep, ominous aura suddenly erupted. Abandon skin. Abandon bones. Abandon my body. He Ming let out inhuman howls. Burn my remains. Transform. Into the Holy Spirit. With a loud bang, He Ming's body exploded, transforming into a towering blood-red light pillar. Within the blood-red light, a twisted and eerie figure slowly coalesced. It was no longer human-shaped, but rather a monster pieced together from countless flesh and bones in a haphazard manner. It stood over 10 feet tall, its body covered in writhing dark red flesh membranes with exposed bones that were thick and menacing. Its head was irregularly elongated with indistinct features, only 2 bottomless black holes as eyes, and a large mouth split to the roots of its ears filled with fangs, with a pair of jagged flesh wings growing from its back, resembling a massive bat that had its skin peeled off. You will die a terrible death. I swear. The monster stared intently at Chun Yi, the voice emanating from its mouth, filled with He Ming's deep-seated resentment. Chun Yi's eyes flashed with cold light, playing tricks. The 8 Shin Yuan swords trembled simultaneously, and the overwhelming Yuan magnetic power wove into a net, pressing heavily upon the flesh monster. However, the monster showed no signs of being suppressed by the Yuan magnetic power. He Ming's arrogant voice emerged from the monster's mouth. This is the true body of the blood god. How could it be restrained by your meager Yuan magnetic power? Before he finished speaking, the monster's flesh wings flapped, transforming into a blood light, attempting to break through the sword net and charge at Chun Yi. However, as soon as it touched the sword net, it let out a piercing wail and was sent flying back. And you still say it's not a sword formation? He Ming, transformed into a blood monster, was filled with rage and disbelief. Do you believe everything I say? Chun Yi smirked sarcastically. So naive. I really don't know how you grew this big. Before his words fell, Chun Yi's hand seal changed. Tai by Jin Sha, sword net, heavenly net. He was a legitimate sword cultivator, and the Yuan magnetic power was merely an embellishment. The essence of the sword path was the true killing intent. The 8 Shin Yuan swords moved in response, the Yuan magnetic power dissipating, replaced by a chilling and fierce metal killing intent. The sword bodies hummed, their energies intertwining, weaving into a dense and impenetrable giant sword net in the void. Above the sword net, the platinum sword energy flickered unpredictably, resembling countless miniature flying swords, stirring, cutting the air to emit sharp screams, exuding a chilling sharpness. Metallic sword energy. You have actually mastered this technique. The blood monster, transformed from He Ming, let out a roar filled with shock and rage, a hint of disbelief flashing in its black hole-like eye sockets. Metallic sword energy is one of the most lethal offensive techniques in the world, specifically designed to break evil and foul entities, and for this so-called true body of the blood god, it is a bane. Now you know, but it's too late. Chun Yi's gaze turned cold, his fingers curling in a grasping motion. Strangle. The net suddenly constricted. Countless strands of fine platinum sword energy intertwined into a devastating storm, rushing toward the central flesh monster. Roar. The flesh monster let out a thunderous roar, blood light exploding around it, attempting to withstand this metallic sword net. However, those indestructible platinum sword energies cut through its blood light and tough flesh membranes as easily as a hot knife through butter. With piercing, cutting sounds, flesh flew and bone shards scattered. The monster frantically waved its sharp claws and flesh wings, with every collision sparking bursts of fire and sword energy explosions, yet it could not break free from the tightening sword net cage. It suffered more and more wounds, dark red blood gushing out like a fountain, only to be evaporated into a foul-smelling blood mist by the sword energy. Then let us die together. He Ming's desperate and insane roar came from within the monster's body. The next moment, the broken and battered flesh body suddenly collapsed inward, a destructive wave of energy beginning to gather violently. You want to self-destruct? Have you asked me first? Chun Yi let out a cold snort. With his right hand raised in a hollow grip, the other two Qinyuan swords instantly converged, coalescing into a colossal luminous blade 10 zhang long. Its surface thick with palpable Gengjin killing chi blazing like a sovereign sun. Sever. In with a sharp commanding shout, Chun Yi brought the titanic sword crashing down. In this strike moved faster than the eye could follow. A streak of white gold lightning cleaving the heavens, piercing straight into the collapsing mass of flesh and blood. HSSSS. In the grotesque creature's shrinking body froze abruptly, its swelling momentum halted instantly. Then countless fine white gold sword energies erupted outward from within, utterly shredding and purifying the monstrous remnant, reducing it to a mist of foul crimson vapor, which was instantly swept away by the following gust of sword wind. At the site remained only a crimson flying sword riddled with cracks, a shattered bronze bell, and a storage pouch. In with a casual gesture, Chun Yi drew all three trophies into his palm. His back-mounted sword wings fluttered lightly as he hovered midair, his gaze sweeping downward toward the battle. Himing's cohort of Qi refinement cultivators besieged by Wanbao sect's elite forces had already suffered catastrophic losses. Only a handful clung to desperate resistance, their strength utterly spent. A gentle beat of his sword wings sent several feather blades streaking downward as streaks of obsidian light pinning the last resistors to the ground. In with a mere thought, one cultivator was drawn before Chen Yi. The captured cultivator's face was ashen, his entire body trembling violently. Sensing Chun Yi's frigid, murderous aura, he nearly collapsed on the spot. Chen Yi's expression remained impassive. Speak. Why did Yiming achieve Foundation establishment in merely 4 years? Where do you hail from, and under whose command? Resist, and I shall have no choice but to resort to soul search techniques. The cultivator's throat convulsed as he rasped hoarsely, Senior, spare my life. I'll tell you everything. Yiming. Gongfeng was in the third. Bang! And without warning, the cultivator's skull exploded. Scarlet and pearly matter splattered outward. Not even a cry escaped before his corpse crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Chun Yi's countenance darkened. His spiritual energy surged outward, repelling the gore, while his icy gaze swept over the remaining captives and the mortally wounded enemies sprawled nearby. Almost simultaneously, the heads of every captive and every grievously injured foe still breathing upon the earth shattered open. And like overripe watermelons struck by a sledgehammer, brains and gore sprayed across the ground. Soul seal restriction. Chun Yi understood at once. And such restrictions were terrifyingly lethal, triggering instant annihilation of both soul and spirit upon exposure to certain critical information. Ruthless indeed. This bears the unmistakable signature of demonic cultivation. Chun Yi's gaze swept across the carnage. With a flick of his sleeve, he gathered every fragment of Himing's remains into his storage pouch and instructed the system to decompose them. These were premium materials for forging Dao weapons. None could be wasted. Secure the battlefield and return immediately. Null responded with solemn obedience, swiftly erasing traces before boarding the spirit-flying vessel. Elsewhere, Bai Ziliang stared at the soul token lying shattered in two upon his desk, brows deeply furrowed. Failure. Utterly incompetent. To fail against a newly established Foundation establishment cultivator, wasting all those resources I invested in him over the years. With a gentle squeeze, the jade token crumbled to dust in his palm. Brushing away the jade powder, Bai Ziliang gazed pensively out the window. Chen Yi, it appears you are far more intriguing than I imagined. Back at the Sanha Island headquarters, Chun Yi retrieved Himing's storage pouch. True to his uncle's lineage, its contents were meager: several vials of pills, a single cultivation manual inscribed on a jade slip, and a modest assortment of raw materials. Nothing more. Truly impoverished. Chun Yi muttered softly under his breath. Nonly the jade slip held value. A fire-line cultivation art capable of guiding one all the way to the nascent soul realm. Linbin would likely find use for it someday. He then turned his attention to the schematic generated from Himing's decomposition and crafting. Schematic: Blood Demon. Himing in description: remains of a cultivator who practiced the demonic art. Blood Demon, shape-shifting grand art. Blood Demon, shape-shifting grand art. Chun Yi arched an eyebrow. That name alone reeks of unorthodox, forbidden cultivation. The two artifacts were likewise decomposed. Though their refined products proved trivial, the extracted materials possessed rare properties absent from the system's database. Just then Tanya arrived to report. Lord Senior Brother Zhou Mingyuan has arrived. Chen Yi collected himself and nodded. Please ask him to wait in the main hall. I shall join him shortly. Moments later, clad in fresh robes, Chun Yi entered the main hall. There stood Zhou Mingyuan in azure robes, hands clasped behind his back as he studied the Qingzhou topographic map hanging upon the wall. Hearing footsteps, he turned, his expression grave. I heard you were ambushed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Have you identified the sect responsible? And though Chun Yi's standing within the Zhou clan faction had diminished after ceding the monster hunting camp, he remained among the few Foundation establishment true cultivators still loyal to them, a vital asset. In Zhou Mingyuan's eyes, such an assault constituted nothing less than a direct provocation against the entire Zhou clan alliance. I appreciate your concern, senior brother. Mere vermin already dealt with. Chun Yi took his seat at the head of the hall and gestured politely for Zhou Mingyuan to sit. A servant immediately served fragrant spirit tea. The assailant was named He Ming, the nephew of a Qi refinement heretic I slew years ago, returning now for vengeance. He Ming. Zhou Mingyuan showed no recognition, his brow furrowing slightly. An obscure nameless cultivator achieving Foundation establishment. That is itself highly irregular. Someone must be backing him. I hold the same suspicion, Chun Yi replied, nodding. Senior brother, please observe this. And he immediately reconstructed He Ming's corpse before them. Zhou Mingyuan's expression transformed dramatically. He shot upright, blood demon, and you recognize it. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, watching closely. Zhou Mingyuan's face darkened like storm-laden waters as he circled the grotesque skull, inspecting it meticulously. This is the Blood God sect's most guarded secret. A paramount demonic sect, Zhou Mingyuan continued, voice low and weighted with rare gravity. 3 centuries past they sought dominion over Yu state, only to be expelled by the joint might of Qingyun upper sect and 2 allied sects. Yet they have returned. Here in Qingnan Prefecture, this matter must be reported to our sect immediately. Qingnan Prefecture was Qingyun sect's chief source of wealth. The Blood God sect's infiltration here amounted to thrusting claws directly into Qingyun sect's inner sanctum, an affair of utmost gravity. Seeing Zhou Mingyuan prepare to depart with the blood demon skull, Chun Yi quickly interceded, Senior brother Zhou, I have one more matter to disclose. And he recounted everything regarding Bai Ziliang. Zhou Mingyuan reacted with little surprise. The imperial court is ever thus outwardly submissive to the 3 great sects, yet perpetually scheming beneath the surface. They recruit promising rogue cultivators en masse, yet they dare not collude with the Blood God sect. Pay them no heed, and simply keep your distance henceforth. As Chun Yi pondered deeply, Zhou Mingyuan added, having slain one of their agents, retaliation is inevitable. Remain on the island these days. Do not venture out. Await my instructions. Without further word, Zhou Mingyuan launched himself skyward in a streak of azure light, bearing the blood demon's skull away as a brilliant arc of cerulean radiance, hurrying to deliver urgent news to Qingyun sect. Chun Yi stood at the hall's threshold, watching the azure light vanish beyond the horizon, yet his frown remained unbroken. Zhou Mingyuan's words held merit, but the quiet unease gnawing at Chun Yi's heart refused to subside. He Ming's appearance was too precisely timed, coincidence seemed implausible. In the imperial court, the Blood God sect, Chun Yi murmured softly. If they truly conspire together, this pool runs far deeper than any imagine. At the thought of this, the fleeting sense of satisfaction brought by the dark web of Wanbao Tower instantly vanished. In the following days, Chun Yi secluded himself, enhancing the defensive formation of the main headquarters of Wanbao Tower on Sana Island, while commanding the dark web to strengthen intelligence gathering, especially regarding any movements of the royal family and any hints of demonic activities. However, whether it was on Bai Ziliang's side or the possible retaliation from the Blood God cult, everything seemed to sink into silence, leaving no trace behind. This tranquility instead raised alarms in Chun Yi's heart. He felt an oppressive sense, as if a storm was brewing, enveloping the skies over Qingnan County. 7 days after Zhou Mingyuan's departure, 2 streaks of escape light broke through the clouds above Sana Island and landed directly in front of the main gate of Wanbao Tower. As the escape light faded, a man and a woman appeared, both wearing the attire of inner disciples from Qingyun sect and possessing Foundation establishment cultivation. The male disciple was tall and thin, with a cold expression and narrow, slightly upward slanted eyes that looked at the mountain gate of Wanbao Tower with an unmistakable gaze of scrutiny and arrogance. Sister, who is this, your ancestral land? The woman with a delicate appearance and gentle demeanor was none other than Hu Yueling, who had met Chun Yi once before. Hu Yueling furrowed her brows and looked at the male disciple. What does senior brother Wang mean by that? It was common knowledge that her entire Hu family had been exterminated and the business of Sanha Island had been entrusted to Chun Yi by the He family. Wang Teng's mention of it here was undoubtedly rubbing salt into her wounds. Seeing her displeased expression, Wang Teng quickly realized he had misspoken and coughed lightly, saying, Sister, do not take offense if I spoke out of turn. I was merely lamenting how a mere wandering cultivator could occupy such a treasure of a place. Hu Yueling snorted coldly and fell silent. Wang Teng noticed her silence and felt a sense of boredom, but recalling the mission from his sect, he straightened his back. Representing Qingyun's sect, how could he lose his composure in front of a wandering cultivator? He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and used his magical power, his voice booming like rolling thunder echoing throughout Sanha Island. Qingyun has an edict, the person in charge here come forth to meet us. Before Wang Teng's words fell, Chun Yi's figure had already appeared quietly before the mountain gate. Dressed in simple azure robes, his expression calm as water, he slightly cupped his hands toward the two Qingyun disciples. I am Chun Yi of Wanbao Tower. Greetings to my fellow Taoists from Qingyun sect. Hui Welling smiled brightly and replied, Taoist Chun, after a few years apart your aura has grown even more impressive than before. Chun Yi had not expected Hui Welling to have also reached Foundation establishment and to visit Sanha Island again in the capacity of a Qingyun envoy. Maintaining his composure, he returned the compliment. You flatter me, Taoist Hu. It's a joy to hear that my fellow Taoist has already established his foundation and entered the inner sect. Congratulations are in order. He continued, I wonder what brings the two of you here today. As Hui Welling was about to speak, Wang Teng stepped forward and interrupted. So you are Chun Yi. The sect has given orders, come with us. Chun Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his gaze toward Hui Welling. She quickly pulled Wang Teng aside and explained, please do not take offense, Taoist Chun. Taoist Zhou has reported the matters concerning the blood god cult to the sect, and the sect takes this very seriously. However, due to the gravity of the situation, a thorough investigation is required. Hence, we were sent to request your cooperation in coming to the sect for inquiries. This was quite a pleasant way of putting it. If one were to listen to Wang Teng's tone, one might think that Chun Yi had committed some crime and was being apprehended by Qingyun sect. This Wang Teng, being just an inner disciple, acted so arrogantly, it was unclear whether it was his nature or if he had something to rely on. Chun Yi's thoughts raced, yet his demeanor remained calm as he replied, cooperating with the sect for verification is part of my duties. He added, please allow me to make some arrangements first. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with impatience at his words. When the sect calls, how can you delay? We must set off immediately. Chun Yi looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. Brother, do you consider yourself to be some emperor? Is this how? His expression turned cold and a surge of sword intent emanated from him. Taoist Wang, if I have committed any offenses, you may present the warrant for my arrest, and I will submit without resistance. If there is no warrant, I would appreciate it if you could wait a moment. Wang Teng did not expect Chun Yi, a wandering cultivator, to dare to retort like this. His face turned red with anger, ready to explode. Seeing this, Hui Welling's brows furrowed, and she shot a cold glance at Wang Teng. Senior brother Wang, if you continue to be reckless, do not blame me for reporting your behavior to Uncle Zhou today. Mentioning the Golden Core elder from the Zhou family within the sect, Wang Teng's imposing demeanor immediately diminished. He stammered a few words, but ultimately dared not say anything further, only retreating to the side with an ugly expression. Chun Yi ignored him and turned to Hui Welling, slightly nodding. Thank you for your patience. With that, he turned and returned to the main tower. A moment later, he came back and said to Hui Welling, we can set off now. Wang Teng snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of blue escape, light shooting up into the sky. Hui Welling cast an apologetic glance at Chun Yi and followed suit. Chun Yi's thoughts stirred slightly, and his sword wings unfurled behind him. With the shimmering of platinum light, he easily kept pace with the two, even surpassing them in speed. Seeing this, Wang Teng's jealousy flared even more, but he had nothing to say and could only hurry along in silence. The three streaks of escape light headed north, crossing the vast plains and mountains of Qingnan County, flying straight into the depths of Qingyun mountain range. Seeing this, Wang Teng's jealousy flared even more, but he had nothing to say and could only hurry along in silence. The three streaks of escape light headed north, crossing the vast plains and mountains of Qingnan County, flying straight into the depths. From a distance, one could see the peaks competing for beauty, clouds swirling around spirit cranes fluttering, and various streaks of escape light rising and falling among the mountains, creating a scene of celestial splendor. Hui Welling and the others halted their escape light before the mountain gate and presented their sect tokens. After verification by the mountain disciples, they were respectfully allowed to enter. Wang Teng glanced back at Chun Yi, only to find him observing the scenery with great interest, muttering under his breath, "Country bumpkin." Chun Yi seemed to remain oblivious, while Hui Welling shot Wang Teng a fierce glare, prompting him to finally fall silent. The three of them soared over several mist-covered spirit peaks and landed before the main hall of Qingyun sect. Hui Welling reported at the entrance, reporting to the sect master and esteemed elders, Taoist Chun has been brought here. A clear and peaceful voice came from within the hall. Come in. Hui Welling and Wang Teng straightened their attire, leading Chun Yi into the hall. The space inside the hall appeared far more expansive than it seemed from the outside, with a high dome, painted with a celestial map of the stars, slowly rotating and casting down glimmers of light. 9 coiling dragon jade pillars supported the grand hall, with the floor paved with warm spirit jade, reflecting one's image. In the center stood an old man with a youthful appearance clad in the robes of the sect master of Qingyun sect. On either side 5 cultivators were seated enveloped in spiritual light, their demeanor profound as the sea, even surpassing that of the old man. They were likely golden core cultivators. Zhou Mingyuan stood behind a young Taoist with a jade-like complexion among them, casting a worried glance at Chun Yi as he entered. Junior Chun Yi pays respects to all the esteemed elders. Chun Yi stepped forward a few paces, neither humble nor haughty, and bowed deeply as per the formalities. The old man gazed warmly at Chun Yi and nodded slightly, saying, "I am Qin Yi, the master of the Qingyun sect. There is no need for excessive formalities, Dao friend Chen. The purpose of summoning you here is related to the resurgence of the blood god cult." The old man gazed warmly at Chun Yi and nodded slightly, saying, "I am Qin Yi, the master of the Qingyun sect. There is no need for excessive formalities, Dao friend Chen. The purpose of summoning Chun Yi did not hesitate and directly recounted how he had enmity with Yishotsai, and where he encountered He Ming, though he omitted the details of the battle. The gaze of Master Qing Yi was solemn as he looked to both sides. "Elders in charge of Qingnan, what are your thoughts?" The young man in the jade crown before Zhou Mingyuan was the first to speak. "The blood god cult has been silent for over a century, and now it reappears, having infiltrated Qingnan County. This is no trivial matter. In my opinion, we should immediately investigate all gathering places of loose cultivators and hidden forces in the county and contact the other 2 sects to discuss countermeasures." However, a female cultivator dressed in a water blue robe with an elegant appearance shook her head slightly. Although what junior brother Zhou said makes sense, making such a grand display may provoke the snake. The blood god cult is known for its cunning. If they catch wind of our actions, they will undoubtedly go into hiding again. The female cultivator turned her gaze to Chun Yi. "Moreover, I still have doubts regarding this blood demon." "Oh, I wonder what Sister Xiaolan's doubts are. Feel free to speak openly." The young man in the jade crown furrowed his brow. Xiaolan's gaze fell on Chun Yi. "As far as I know, the blood demons of the blood god cult are quite strange, fiercely unafraid of death, and their regenerative abilities are incredibly strong. Ordinary cultivators of the same level often find it difficult to resist them. Even if they can win, it is usually a hard-fought battle, making it hard to ensure their own safety. And as I understand it, this Qin Xiaoyu has only been in Foundation establishment for a few months, yet his aura is steady and his surrounding spiritual light is complete, appearing seemingly unscathed. Such achievements are indeed quite astonishing." Her words, though not explicitly accusatory, carried an unmistakable hint of skepticism. Sister Xiao's words are reasonable. An elder with a rosy face stroked his beard and pondered. "We also have some understanding of the blood demon's capabilities from our records. It is indeed surprising that Qin Xiaoyu has such means right after entering Foundation establishment." Another elder, thin as a reed and with hawk-like sharp eyes, slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. "I have examined the head of that blood demon, who it possesses an early Foundation establishment cultivation level. Could this child have easily defeated it? The truth behind this still needs to be scrutinized." Finally, the last elder, who had been resting with his eyes closed and had a rugged appearance, slightly opened his eyes, his murky gaze seeming to penetrate the hearts of men. "The demonic path is always filled with tricks. The use of self-harm to plant spies is not uncommon." At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and several scrutinizing gazes focused on Chun Yi. Seeing the 4 elders express such opinions, Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure, and he couldn't help but smirk slightly. He subtly glanced at Hu Yueling, but found her brow furrowed, her eyes fixed on Chun Yi with a worried expression. A surge of unnameable anger rose within Wang Teng. Hu Yueling was beautiful, a rare beauty, even among the Qingyun sect. Although the Hu family had fallen, many old acquaintances remained in the sect. If he could become her Dao partner, his path would be much smoother. Thus he had been pursuing Hu Yueling for the past 2 years, yet she remained indifferent. Now a mere loose cultivator in Foundation establishment had captured her concern. Wang Teng felt his dignity had been insulted. He immediately shouted, "Chun Yi, in front of the elders, why don't you confess the truth? What connection do you have with the blood god cult?" Zhou family ancestors' gaze suddenly turned to Wang Teng, impudent. "When did this become your place to speak?" As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Teng's expression changed drastically, as if struck by lightning. He hurriedly bowed and took a half-step back, lowering his head and daring not to speak further. The Zhou family ancestor withdrew his gaze, but did not press Chun Yi for answers. Instead, he glanced at everyone in the hall and slowly spoke. "Don't you all think that making such assumptions about a devoted disciple of the sect is rather disheartening?" The rosy-faced, short and stout elder He Jing'an spoke up. "What you say, junior brother Jingyuan, is completely erroneous. Qingnan is the financial lifeblood of our sect, and now that traces of the blood demon have appeared, shouldn't we investigate thoroughly? I know that this child was raised by your clan, junior brother Jingyuan, but one cannot be too careful with human hearts. Indeed, real gold does not fear fire." Since this child can effortlessly slay the blood demon, it indicates that he possesses extraordinary abilities. As long as this child can defeat our sect's inner disciples in the arena, all doubts will vanish. Junior brother Xingyuan, do you not have this much confidence? Zhou Xingyuan angrily laughed. Good. You all are truly impartial and just. He then looked at Chun Yi. Chun Xiaoyou, are you willing to step onto the arena? Chun Yi did not show it on his face, but in his heart he had already pieced together the positions and thoughts of these Qingyun elders. Zhou Xingyuan was a senior member of Zhou Mingyuan's clan. Though his earlier remarks had a protective tone, they were mostly driven by being forced into a corner. The other 4 elders were clearly in collusion. Though it was said to be a match to dispel doubts, it was merely putting him on the hot seat. If he wins, it would be expected, adding a touch of glory to their impartial treatment. If he loses, the matter of the blood demon would be called into question, and whether to kill or imprison him would depend entirely on their word. Even if he were to die in the arena, it would be even cleaner. The dead cannot argue, and the Zhou family could not pursue it. Chun Yi lowered his eyelashes, suppressing these thoughts, and his expression remained calm as before. After Zhou Xingyuan finished asking, his gaze fixated on him, and the hall fell silent with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Chun Yi slightly raised his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. May I ask the elders, if I Chun accept this battle and win, what will happen then? The hall fell silent at once. The elders clearly did not expect that a mere loose cultivator could remain so composed in the face of several golden core inquiries. If you win. The Lu elder stroked his beard and chuckled lightly, as if he had heard something amusing. If you can defeat our inner disciples of Qingyun, then the matter of the blood demon will naturally be without further objection. Without further objection. Chun Yi rolled the 4 words over his tongue and looked directly at the elder. If the elder wishes for me to prove myself, I can agree. However, if it is merely a light statement of without further objection, I am afraid I cannot comply. Zhou Xingyuan immediately interjected. Indeed, Chun Zioyu's report of the blood demon matter has already been a contribution to our Qingyun, yet now he is being forced to prove himself on stage. What kind of reasoning is that? He turned to the main seat. Master Qin Yi, if this matter spreads, others will think our Qingyun sect is unclear in reward and punishment, rewarding not for merit, and instead adding insult. Who would still be willing to exert themselves for the sect in the future? Qin Yi laughed coldly in his heart. What kind of tricks were these ancient foxes playing? Does whether Chun Yi killed the blood demon affect the fact that traces of the demonic presence appeared in Qing? The answer is self-evident. These major families were not targeting Qin Yi, but rather the Zhou family. Qingnan is jointly managed by the 5 families. The Zhou family discovered traces of the blood god cult, but did not inform the other families beforehand, instead coming directly to him, clearly intending to seize the initiative within the sect. At this moment, regardless of which side he leaned towards, it would spell trouble. It was better to let them fight it out themselves. He did not respond to Zhou Xingyuan's words, instead directing his gaze towards the other 4 Golden Core elders. What do you think, esteemed elders? The 4 Golden Core elders exchanged glances, each with their own calculations. They naturally understood Chun Yi's background, knowing he could never be entangled with the Blood God sect. Though he did not know why the Zhou family attributed the discovery of the blood demon to him, with his current strength of only a few months into Foundation establishment, he would definitely be unable to defeat any proper Foundation establishment member of the Qingyun sect. What they truly wanted was not the truth. They aimed to disrupt Zhou Xingyuan's initial advantage. Xiaolan spoke first. If the young friend wins, the suspicion will naturally be cleared. Why would we allow the young friend to suffer unjustly? Lu Qingshan and the others also spoke up. Whatever compensation the young friend desires, feel free to say it. Seeing the confident expressions of several people, Chun Yi couldn't help but sneer internally. Just waiting for you to say that. Esteemed seniors, your intentions are truly sincere. If I were to ask for too much, it would instead seem narrow-minded of me. He paused for a moment, his tone as calm as ever. I do not ask for much. As I have only just established my foundation, I wish to refine my life's magic treasure. However, my knowledge is quite shallow, and I have only heard of many high-grade spiritual materials without ever seeing them in person. All esteemed seniors are undoubtedly profound and wise, and I imagine your collections are quite substantial. If I am lucky enough to win, I ask for nothing else, but that you allow me to observe your treasured items for a few days. After a few days, I will certainly return them intact. The 4 golden cores raised their eyebrows, not because Chun Yi's request was too high, but because it was too low. As a mere loose cultivator with only a few months in Foundation establishment, he had seized a rare opportunity to speak with golden cores, yet he did not mention any techniques, pills, or even any resources that would provide long-term benefits. He only sought to observe some spiritual materials for a few days. Wasn't that foolish? Just as they were about to agree, Zhou Xingyuan spoke up. Why must the young friend humble himself so? With me here, how could they truly bully you? If you have any desires, do not hesitate to express them. The faces of the four Golden Core elders changed slightly. Did Zhou Zhenyuan want Chun Yi to make a bold request to intimidate them, or did he truly feel confident? The four believed it was more likely the former. What Zhou Shidi said makes sense. With such conditions, if we were to speak them out loud, wouldn't we invite ridicule from our fellow cultivators? He Jing'an looked at Chun Yi and said, if the young friend has any other desires, please feel free to mention them. Xiaolon also added, indeed, since we are to establish terms, they must be fair. Young friend, do not hesitate to speak frankly. Chun Yi lowered his gaze, seemingly in contemplation. The hall fell silent for a moment. When he raised his eyes again, he had a plan in mind. Then I shall add one more request. I have just established my Wanbao pavilion, and my financial resources are still thin. Thus I find it difficult to conduct business everywhere. If the sect could grant my pavilion the title of Merchant Association, that would suffice. Upon hearing this, the hall immediately fell silent. The so-called Merchant Association was not officially recognized by the Qingyun sect, but rather a kind of franchise qualification. If any unwise individual dared to challenge the Merchant Association, it would be akin to provoking the Qingyun sect's dignity. Such a title had always been reserved for the Qingnan 5 clans, which were the sect's financial subsidiaries. How dare a loose cultivator speak up? Zhou Zhenyuan was momentarily taken aback, then nearly laughed out loud. What a clever boy. This request was quite ingenious. What do you think? Zhou Zhenyuan surveyed the four, his tone laced with mockery. Were you not all just saying fair, and feel free to mention any requests? The young friend only asks for a Merchant Association title, not for you to cut flesh from your bodies. Can you not even grant that? The hall was suddenly quiet. The four Golden Core elders' expressions varied, but no one immediately responded. The title of Merchant Association was not too heavy nor too light. Each of the Qingnan 5 clans had 7 or 8, or even more than 10 merchant associations under their names. Sharing 1 or 2 would not significantly impact their own interests. But the issue lay in the precedent it would set. If they allowed a loose cultivator to take a Merchant Association title today, would tomorrow's loose cultivators follow suit, and the day after would they demand to be on equal footing with them? Lu Qingshan chuckled dryly. You have quite the appetite, young friend. Chun Yi's expression remained calm. As I said, this is a condition if I am lucky enough to win. If I do not win, then naturally all matters will come to an end. The four Golden Cores exchanged glances and finally reached a decision. Lu Qingshan spoke on behalf of them. In that case, we will abide by your words. The observing Qing Yi, seeing that they had reached an agreement, finally spoke. Then who from our sect will participate in the battle? The four Golden Cores also showed signs of contemplation. If they sent a foundation establishment cultivator from their sect's mid to late stage, it would inevitably seem too much of a bully, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. Yet if they sent a cultivator from the early stage, their descendants had all relied on resources during the Qi refinement stage and lacked proper training. Against a loose cultivator like Chun Yi, who fought fiercely, the outcome was genuinely uncertain. What if they capsized in the gutter? At that moment, Wang Ting suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Sect Master, esteemed elders, I, disciple Wang Tung, am willing to fight in this duel. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the hall turned to him. The four Golden Cores brightened at this. This boy had no background and had climbed step by step from the outer sect. Though he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, he had been in the inner sect for many years with ample combat experience, making him quite suitable. Zhou Xingyuan cast a deep glance at Wang Tung, as if to remember this oblivious boy. Xiaolon spoke up, excellent, let Wang Tung fight. She made the final decision, and the other 3 Golden Cores had no objections. Wang Tung stood tall and proud, but when he glanced at Hu Yueling, he found her expression cold, her gaze fixed firmly on Chun Yi, not giving him a single glance. His heart burned with jealousy, and when he turned his attention to Chun Yi, it was already tinged with a hint of malice. A snake should only crawl through a hole that suits its size. Some people simply cannot remain content, and today, I will teach you this lesson. Chun Yi did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Such a clown was not worth the effort. Zhou Xingyuan, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh and waved his sleeve. Since it has been decided, do not waste time here. Qing Yi, is the arena ready? The elder Qing Yi nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve, a jade talisman flew out. Suddenly clouds and mist surged outside the hall, and a long white jade staircase emerged from the sea of clouds, leading to a floating stone platform not far away. The stone platform, with a diameter of 100 feet, had boundary stones standing at each corner, their spiritual light faintly flowing. It was a training ground specifically for disciples of the sect to spar. Ladies and gentlemen, please move. The Golden Core cultivator led the way, and the disciples followed close. Hu Yueling landed beside Chun Yi and whispered, though Wang Tung is at the early stage of foundation establishment, he has been in the inner sect for 6 years, and passed the 7th layer of the trial tower 3 years ago. Chen Daoyu must be cautious. He practices the Xian Yuan heavy water art, and his magical power far exceeds that of others at the same stage. He is accustomed to using his strength to suppress others. She spoke rapidly, but before she finished, Wang Tung in front seemed to sense something and turned back to look. Hui Welling immediately fell silent, her expression returning to normal. Chun Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging her kindness. The competition was a grand event, and the arena was set. News spread within the Qingyun sect, prompting many idle disciples to take flight toward the martial arts arena. As everyone settled, Wang Tung had already leaped onto the stone platform. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his mysterious robe fluttering, and a faint sound of tides echoed around him, a sign of his power resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A discerning disciple below whispered, "Senior Brother Wang is likely on the 3rd level of the Xian Yuan heavy water art. Look at the surface beneath his feet." The crowd followed his gaze, and indeed the blue stone platform was covered in fine ripples, not real water, but an extraordinary manifestation of condensed power. To have such phenomena at the early stage of foundation establishment, our inner sect is indeed filled with hidden talents. That loose cultivator is bound to suffer. The disdain of the sect disciples toward loose cultivators was ingrained in their bones. Chun Yi listened quietly, maintaining his composure. He stepped onto the white jade staircase with grace. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zhou Xingyuan's eyes. He transmitted to Zhou Mingyuan, "This assistance you found is quite impressive. How many resources did the family invest? What techniques did they provide, and what treasures were given?" Zhou Mingyuan's voice was hoarse, almost squeezed out between his teeth. "One foundation establishment pill. Other than that, the family has not invested anything else in him." Zhou Xingyuan's smile froze on his face as he transmitted angrily, "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Zhou Mingyuan roared inwardly, "You didn't ask." After meeting Chun Yi once when he successfully established his foundation, the two had no further contact. Zhou Xingyuan had initially thought Chun Yi relied on numbers to overwhelm the blood demon and hadn't inquired further. He never expected that after handing over the blood demon's head to Zhou Xingyuan, his family elder would take such a significant risk. If Chun Yi were to be defeated by Wang Tung, how would the Zhou family face the consequences? He transmitted bitterly, "What should we do now, elder?" Zhou Xingyuan's mouth twitched. He had assumed Chun Yi would be able to slay the blood demon with just a few months of foundation establishment, believing the family had poured countless resources into him. Otherwise, how could a mere loose cultivator possess such combat power? He never imagined that the family had given him nothing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to leave in a huff, transmitting with gritted teeth, "Then how did he slay the blood demon?" Zhou Mingyuan struggled to answer. Mingyuan doesn't know, perhaps he relied on numbers to overwhelm it. Zhou Xingyuan's mouth twitched again. If the blood demon could be slain by sheer numbers, would he have misjudged? This creature used flesh and blood as fuel, growing stronger with each battle. If fire-finding cultivators surrounded it, they were merely providing it with nourishment. This was why Zhou Xingyuan was convinced that Chun Yi could independently slay the blood demon. Earlier he had suspected why the 4 families were so persistent about Chun Yi's combat power. It turns out they knew full well that his side had not invested much at all. If Chun Yi were merely an ordinary loose cultivator, that would indeed raise doubts. However, since Chun Yi dared to hand the blood demon over to Zhou Mingyuan, it proved he possessed the strength and must have his own opportunities and fortune, definitely not an ordinary person. But that fortune did not come from the Zhou family. Only those in higher positions grant favors to lower ones. If he had insisted on preventing Chun Yi from entering the arena, it would have aligned with both his family's and Chun Yi's sentiments. His family's kindness towards Chun Yi clearly did not reach that level. This was no different from forcing Chun Yi to charge into battle for his family. After this incident, the bond of incense between Chun Yi and the Zhou family was thoroughly exhausted. What a pity. Looking at the calm and composed Chun Yi on the platform, Zhou Xingyuan sighed inwardly. The 4 families' golden core cultivators were also communicating quietly. What do you think Zhou Xingyuan is plotting? If he wants to stir trouble over the blood demon, just go ahead. Why must he pin this achievement on that loose cultivator? Lu Qingshan transmitted. Indeed, I've heard from the family that after this kid established his foundation, the Zhou family hasn't invested anything in him. Isn't Zhou Xingyuan using him as bait for us to attack? He Xing'an was equally perplexed. Zhou Xingyuan isn't so foolish. Didn't you see him directly allowing that kid to raise the stakes in the hall? If he wanted to intimidate us, his expression should have changed after we agreed, but it didn't. He clearly believes this kid. Yang Jia's voice was hoarse. Could it be that this kid truly has some hidden trump card? Xiaolan paused for a moment, slowly shaking her head. No matter what he hides, Wang Tung is not so easy to deal with. Let's just watch. On the platform, Wang Tung stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from above. He did not rush to make a move. With golden core real people surrounding him and disciples of the sect gathering, this was the perfect opportunity for him to make a name for himself. He wanted everyone to see how he would crush this naive, loose cultivator into the dust. Chen Daoyo Wang Tong began, his tone surprisingly gentle. You and I have no enmity. Today's battle is merely to resolve the sect's doubts. Weapons have no eyes. If I fail to withdraw in time, I hope you will forgive me. At these words, several light praises erupted from below. Senior brother Wang is quite cultured. Chen Yi finally raised his eyes to look at him. My battle with the blood demon was a fight to the death. If you have any skills, you should use them all, lest you lose too easily and shame your sect's reputation. Wang Tung's smile froze at the corners of his mouth and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Very well then, as you wish. Before he finished speaking, a dark long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was entirely black and its tip shimmered with a faint blue light. Underneath, a disciple practicing the Xian Yuan heavy water art gasped at Songming's spear. Senior brother Wang had actually refined his own magical treasure. Chen Yi's expression became more solemn. His right hand grasped the Chun's sword which had appeared in his hand. The Chun's sword was made of decent material, but Chen Yi did not regard it as his magical treasure for refining. Compared to the Songming spear, it immediately showed a clear gap. There were several suppressed snickers from below. Is this it? A loose cultivator is indeed a loose cultivator, unable to produce even a decent magical treasure. Seeing this, Wang Tung's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since you have no suitable magical treasure, why not say so earlier? I happen to have a few useless leftovers, or I could gift them to you. Chen Yi laughed heartily. Leftover treasures? No thanks. I haven't fallen to that extent. However, if it's this long spear, I might consider it. Wang Tung's expression suddenly darkened. You ignorant mountain villager. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. He no longer wasted words. With a flick of the spear tip, countless blossoms of blue light erupted into being. Go. Wang Tung thrust the spear, and the wave of blossoms surged forth like a torrent, crashing toward Chen Yi. It must be said the display was quite beautiful, but Wang Tung's horned eyes were truly a distraction, adding a touch of a demon's ferocity. In contrast, though Chen Yi was a loose cultivator, he stood tall and elegant, exuding an exceptional demeanor, undeniably handsome. The female cultivators below, witnessing the impending attack, found Chen Yi seemingly frozen in fear with no movements. They turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. It wasn't that they supported Chen Yi, it was just that which woman in the world would want to see such a beautiful person spill blood? A clear, piercing sword note suddenly rang from the Qinyuan sword. The surging waves of blossoms that swept within 3 feet of Chen Yi struck it as if a tide had met a reef, and shattered with a thunderous crash. What a... A chorus of shocked exclamations rose from the crowd. They had seen it plainly. Chen Yi had not activated any protective art. How had he dissolved Wang Tung's assault? The more discerning Qingyun disciples at once understood how Chen Yi had done it. It's the Yuan magnetic force, they murmured. Wang Tung's spray of spear flowers was in essence a manifestation of water element martial power. The Yuan magnetic force was precisely the natural nemesis of the 5 elements. Interesting, someone. A colder glint entered Wang Tung's eyes, but he did not panic. A mere unaffiliated cultivator can actually afford an item forged from Chuntai, refined metal. It has not been nurtured. Let us see how long you can last. The spiritual light on the Songming spear flared brighter, the tidal onslaught intensifying. Chen Yi smiled lightly. Last? Why should I last? If you come and I do not return it, would that not be impolite? As his words fell, the Qinyuan sword slipped from his hand and hovered at his side. Split. Chen Yi raised his right hand. 1 sword, 2 swords. In an instant, sword shadows filled the sky. At the sight, even several golden core cultivators straightened in their seats. A great attainment-grade sword shadow Funguang wielded by a foundation establishment cultivator. Could it truly possess such might? Lu Qingshan's brow lifted. Chen Yi paid no heed to others and pointed at Wang Tung from afar. Go! The countless sword shadows fell like a pouring Milky Way, colliding with the raging floral tide in a thunderous clash. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp ringing of metal on metal echoed across the sky. The disciples below felt their eardrums sting. They hastily raised protective auras to guard their minds, yet could not tear their eyes away. Wang Tung's expression grew grave. Though Chen Yi's cultivation was not as deep as his, the sword shadows were piercingly keen. He could not for the moment find a way to overcome them. He was an inner disciple of Qingyun, while Chen Yi was merely an unaffiliated cultivator. A deadlock was a loss. Wang Tung knew it, and the watching Qingyun disciples knew it as well. Wang Tung opened his mouth. A thumb-sized azure orb shot forth and hovered above the Songming spear. The orb was crystalline, containing within it the semblance of a vast rolling sea. The moment it appeared, surrounding water keys surged toward it, as if on pilgrimage. The spirit light on the Songming spear swelled until it seemed almost solid. Xian Yuan heavy water, an observant inner disciple blurted out. A murmur of astonishment swept. Xian Yuan heavy water. 1 drop carried the weight of 1,000 jin. It was the very essence of the Xian Yuan heavy water technique. This single bead had cost Wang Tung years of arduous cultivation. Senior brother Wang has gone serious. That unaffiliated cultivator is finished. Before the whispers died, the Xian Yuan heavy water had wholly fused into the Tsangming spear. A dragon's cry burst from the Tsangming spear as it leapt from Wang Teng's hand. The sea of blossoms churned, spear shadows danced and were absorbed. Countless spear flowers condensed into a several zingtong tall, ink-blue water-formed flood dragon. The dragon's head reared, and its eyes opened, two ghostly azure beams stabbing straight at Chen Yi. Kill! Wang Teng stepped forward. The water-formed dragon roared and dove with a force capable of leveling a city. Chen Yi lifted his head, the streak of watery light reflected in his pupils. He raised his hand again, a fierce aura burst from his body toward the heavens, and the myriad sword shadows drew back, as if rivers returning to the sea. They coalesced into a Tianzhong great sword. Along its blade the aura of gung metal condensed into near physical substance, blazing like a fallen sun. What? The five great elders rose abruptly to their feet. Others might only sense the sword's terrifying might, but golden core cultivators were mercilessly perceptive. This was clearly sword key, indeed the acutely sharp Jingmetal sword key. Watch as I test my sword and cleave the dragon. Chen Yi wielded the great sword and struck down with fierce resolve. There was no flourish, only one word: swift. So swift that the Qingyun inner disciples below had barely heard his voice before the great sword struck the ground. In a flash of golden light, the colossal water phantom dragon was cleaved cleanly from head to tail. With a splashing ruin, the dragon phantom collapsed and dissolved into a deluge of rain. The Tsangming spear fell and rolled twice across the arena. Then it became two spears. Wang Teng's face drained white as paper as he stared at the Tsangming spear split in two. Just now you said you would reward me a broken treasure, fellow Taoist Wang. So you must have a taste for broken things. I Qin have no great virtues save kindness. One item becomes two. I hope the fellow Taoist likes it. A collective intake of breath rose from the spectators. Not only had he destroyed the weapon he had struck at the heart, that Tsangming spear was cleft through, and its internal seals ruined. To repair it would be less sensible than melting it down and reforging. This meant Wang Teng's years of painstaking refinement and sacrifice were all for naught. Chen Yi. Wang Teng suddenly looked up, eyes blood-red, staring fixedly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi snorted. The Qinyuan sword lay across his front. What fellow Taoist Wang do you still wish to fight? Wang Teng glared, chest heaving and throat bobbing, but he could not force a single word out. The Xian Yuan heavy water was spent, his life talisman destroyed, his power nearly halved. Opposite him, Chen Yi had not so much as shifted a step. Fight? With what? As Wang Teng found himself trapped, a commanding voice descended from the high platform. Enough. The Qingya elder looked at the two. The outcome is decided, there is no need to continue. He then turned to Xiaolan and the others. Do any of the elders still harbor doubts? Lu Qingshan let out a dry laugh. Young friend Chen's combat prowess is extraordinary. The matter of the blood demon is now settled beyond doubt. What we promised you earlier will be delivered to you in due time. The other three golden core elders had no objections, and all nodded their assent. Chen Yi sheathed his sword into his satchel and bowed toward the high platform. Thank you, elders, for your grace. Qingya replied. Fellow Taoist Chen, wait a moment. Once we conclude the Qingmen blood demon matter, we will discuss your compensation. Chen Yi bowed. Thank you, elder. As he left the arena, Zhou Mingyuan hurried up to meet him, face alight with joy. Fellow Taoist, that strike of yours truly shook the world. From now on, who in the prefecture will dare underestimate you? Chen Yi glanced at him and replied evenly. The nobles aided me greatly before today. I struck first for their sake. It is only my duty. Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback, then frowned deeply. Would he sever ties with the Zhou family over so small a remark? What an ungrateful cur. Chen Yi. Mingyuan. Zhou Mingyuan stood frozen by the sharp rebuke. The words he had intended to speak were swallowed back down his throat. Zhou Zhenyuan stepped forward and stood a few paces before Chen Yi, hands clasped behind his back. He did not look at Zhou Mingyuan, his gaze fell on Chen Yi. After a moment of silence, he said, Today's matter was due to my lack of foresight. Chen Yi raised his eyes, but did not respond. Zhou Zhenyuan continued, I believe that with your ability this battle would surely be won. With victory you would gain renown, and the Zhou family could seize the initiative in the investigations. A perfect outcome for both. He had forgotten to ask you one question, whether you were willing. His voice was even almost emotionless, yet those few words were a rare lowering of head from a golden core master. Chen Yi stood silently for a moment before answering, You flatter me, elder. There was neither resentment nor warmth in his tone. Zhou Zhenyuan watched him and sighed inwardly. Had Chen Yi used the moment to demand recompense, the bond of favor might still have been salvaged. Instead, with that cool dismissal, he made clear he would neither raise the matter again nor remain indebted. It was a declaration of parting. Zhou Zhenyuan nodded and left without another word. Zhou Mingyuan stood watching the elders retreating back, and then Chen Yi opened his mouth, but said nothing, then quickly followed. Chun-Yi watched the two figures disappear, his expression calm. Master Chun, a clear pleasant voice. Following the sound, a spirited round-faced girl came into view. I have heard that the master of the tower is acquainted with Junior's sister, who and I have come to pay my respects. The round-faced girl performed a graceful bow, while Hu Yueling beside her appeared somewhat anxious, as if she had been dragged here against her will. Chun-Yi slightly nodded. May I ask how this friend wishes to be addressed? My surname is Su with the single character Lon. The round-faced girl said, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. I noticed that the treasure in your hand is rather ordinary, yet it severed the weapon as easily as slicing through a melon. Could it be that you have achieved the sword Qi? This statement caused the Qingyun disciples who were about to disperse to halt in their steps. The astonishing sword strike just now had left them in awe, but not all could recognize it as sword Qi. Now that it was pointed out, their gazes towards Chun-Yi shifted entirely. In nearly 1,000 years of the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom, there were only a handful of cultivators who could attain sword Qi before reaching the golden core stage. And among these few, as long as they did not perish prematurely, none failed to become a prominent figure. Is it possible? Isn't sword Qi a threshold that can only be touched after reaching the golden core stage? I have heard that hundreds of years ago there was a prodigy in our sect who achieved sword Qi during the foundation establishment stage. After forming his core, his combat power was unmatched among peers, claiming the title of the strongest under the nascent soul in our Yu Kingdom. Are you referring to Elder Yi Tianyuan? Elder Yi, someone exclaimed. Isn't he the legendary figure who led our sect in the battle against the demonic path 300 years ago, causing the heads of 7 golden core true monarchs from the Blood God sect to roll? Exactly. As the disciple finished speaking, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed around. When the crowd looked at Chun-Yi again, their expressions were already quite different. Previously, when Chun-Yi defeated Wang Ting, everyone thought this loose cultivator had some abilities, but if he truly had achieved sword Qi, that was an entirely different matter. As long as one could cultivate sword Qi, they could be called a sword cultivator. Those who could achieve sword Qi during the foundation establishment stage were even regarded as prodigies among sword cultivators. Let alone Wang Tung, even disciples of the Qingyun sect in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment would not necessarily have a guaranteed victory. Chun-Yi observed the reactions of the crowd, without changing his expression, merely nodding slightly to Su Lan. You have a discerning eye, Dao friend Su. I have a bit of talent in this area, and have been fortunate to succeed. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's acknowledgement, a murmur of surprise swept through the crowd. Su Lan's eyes brightened. What you said, Master Chen, makes us ordinary cultivators feel quite out of place. I have been fascinated by the sword path since childhood. If Master Chen has time, could you please offer some guidance? Chun-Yi glanced at Su Lan, and despite her eagerness, she lacked the condescension typical of sect disciples towards loose cultivators, instead radiating a pure admiration. He shook his head slightly. I wouldn't dare to offer guidance. If you are interested, Dao friend Su, you may visit my Wanbao Tower another day, and we can exchange insights then. Su Lan's eyes lit up, and she immediately responded. That is settled then, I will definitely come to disturb you sometime soon. Seeing Su Lan making connections, many Qingyun disciples' thoughts suddenly became lively. Receiving guidance from a prodigy of the sword path would greatly benefit their own cultivation. As for Wang Tung, sorry, not familiar. What does it matter being from the same sect? Isn't one's own path more important? Dao friend Chun, I am Li Yuanfeng, greatly admiring the elegance of the sword immortal. Today to witness your style truly feels like a stroke of luck. Senior brother Li, you just said Wang Tung was sure to win, and now you say you admire. Nonsense. When did I ever say that? I meant that Wang Tung was overconfident, and Dao friend Chun is undoubtedly destined to win. Dao friend Chun, I am Zhang Qing'a. Dao friend Chun, I am. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Chun-Yi completely. Just moments ago he was referred to as that loose cultivator, yet now he had become Dao friend Chun and Master Chun. In the mouths of the crowd, their enthusiasm, as though they were long-lost friends. Where was the slightest trace of the previous disdain? These foundation establishment disciples, although lacking in real power within the Qingyun sect, were still figures to be looked up to in the outside world. For Wanbao Tower to develop in the Yu Kingdom, it would inevitably need to engage with these individuals. Thus he responded to each one accordingly. Wang Ting looked at his friend, who just moments ago had been indignant beside him, now squeezed into the crowd, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He wanted to scold, to rush forward and expose this loose cultivator's true face, but when the words reached his lips, he realized he didn't know what to say at all. To say Chun-Yi was a loose cultivator. Yet he had just severed his life-bound magical treasure with a single sword. To claim Chun-Yi was unworthy. Yet he had achieved sword Qi and was a prodigy of the sword path. He opened his mouth, ultimately only able to turn his pent-up anger into a heavy sigh, swallowing it back down. Turning away, he left unnoticed. After dealing with this overly enthusiastic crowd of Qingyun disciples, Chun Yi found that nearly half an hour had passed. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Hu Yueling finally had a chance to approach Master Chun. That sword just now was truly impressive. Chun Yi glanced at her and nodded slightly. You flatter me, Dao friend Hu. Regarding that Dao friend Su. Senior sister Su is a friend of mine from the inner sect, Hu Yueling hurriedly explained. She has been obsessed with the sword path since childhood. Today upon seeing your skills, she couldn't help but want to make a connection. If there was any presumptuousness, I hope you will forgive us. Chun Yi shook his head. It's no trouble. Dao friend Su has a straightforward personality, she is indeed someone worth befriending. Just as Hu Yueling was about to say something more, the voice of Master Qingye came from within the hall. Dao friend Chen, please enter the hall for a discussion. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was already markedly different. Master Qingye sat at the head seat, with 5 golden core elders seated on either side. Upon seeing Chun Yi enter the hall, all eyes fell upon him. Chun Yi maintained his gaze forward, walking into the hall, and cupping his hands in salute. I pay my respects to Master and the esteemed elders. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Master Qingye raised his hand in a gesture indicating for him to take a seat beside him. That sword of yours truly opened my eyes. Achieving sword chi at the foundation establishment stage is indeed a rare sword talent, even in the entire Yu Kingdom, something not seen in 100 years. He then looked at the 4 golden core elders. Esteemed elders, how shall we proceed regarding what we promised Dao friend Chen? Lu Qingshan spoke with a beaming smile, lacking any prior hostility. Young friend, do not take offense. We were also worried about the sect, and were inevitably a bit cautious. We have made you suffer unfairly. Lu has nothing else to offer, but I have collected many rare treasures during my travels to various countries in my early years. Since you have this interest, feel free to take them for a few days of enjoyment. As he spoke, dozens of brocade boxes flew toward Chun Yi with a flick of his sleeve. Chun Yi raised his hand to catch them, sweeping his divine sense over them. The brocade boxes contained rare spiritual materials that could not be bought even with spirit stones, and several of them were exactly what he needed. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Lu. Lu Qingshan waved his hand repeatedly. Don't mention it, young friend. Our Qingyun sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments. You have suffered unfairly, and these are merely what you are owed. He discreetly glanced at Zhou Jingyuan, smiling broadly. I have some juniors who have also settled in Qingnan. If you have time, young friend, you might as well go visit them. It would be good to look out for one another. Chun Yi's thoughts stirred. Did this mean they were aware that he and the Zhou family had cleared the air? Yet he did not show a hint of it, only respectfully saying, Senior Lu's kindness, I will remember it well. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely come to visit. Zhou Mingyuan's expression was dark as water, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Chun Yi. Zhou Jingyuan, however, remained unfazed, communicating to Zhou Mingyuan through voice transmission. There is no need for such feelings, this was all to be expected. But Ancestor, Zhou Mingyuan urgently transmitted back. This Chun Yi is clearly someone we supported, yet now he is colluding with the Lu family. Isn't this slapping our family in the face? Supported. That foundation establishment pill was merely payment for developing the camp. After he returned the camp, our Zhou family only has friendship left for him, but no obligations. As for that friendship, I have personally exhausted it. Zhou Jingyuan sighed leisurely in the transmission. Ancestor, don't be angry. This kid's tavern still needs our clan to supply it with demonic beast blood and flesh. As long as we control this lifeline, he will have to come back to bow down sooner or later. Zhou Mingyuan remained unconvinced. Absolutely not. Zhou Xingyuan's voice suddenly turned stern. Such a person, as long as he doesn't perish prematurely, will at least possess the combat power of a half-golden core. If he has the opportunity, reaching golden core is not out of the question. Absolutely not. Zhou Xingyuan's voice suddenly turned stern. Such a person, as long as he doesn't perish prematurely, will at least possess the combat power of a half-golden core. If he has the opportunity, reaching golden core is not out of the question. Overestimate. You still do not understand the weight of sword chi. Remembering the calamity that had oppressed several generations in their sect, Zhou Zhenyuan couldn't help but shudder. In short, our clan must not only avoid enmity with Dao friend Chun, but should also try to mend this bond of friendship as much as possible. Go and find out what Wanbao Tower lacks at the moment, and help him out in secret. Zhou Mingyuan was unwilling but did not dare to defy the ancestor, so he could only lower his head in agreement. The other 3 golden core elders also handed over their collected spiritual materials to Chun Yi. Chun Yi counted them carefully, realizing that he was only 1 item short of the main material needed to refine his lifebound treasure. After collecting all these brocade boxes, he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, esteemed elders, for your generosity. I will study these for a few days, and will return the items as they are. Young friend, you don't need to rush to return them. Since you are studying, you should enjoy yourself. Whenever you feel you've had enough, you may return them at your leisure. The other 3 golden cores also nodded with smiles. Master Qingye saw that the 4 golden cores had all fulfilled their previous promises, and then said cheerfully, "Now what remains is the matter of commerce." With a flick of his large sleeves, a jade token flew into Chunyi's hand. The token was translucent white, engraved on the front with the 4 characters Qin Yun Ji Shang, and on the back with Hua Chuang Qi Lu. Holding this jade token in all the counties under the jurisdiction of the Qin Yun sect, you may open a business in Wanbao Tower without interference from local powers. If anyone dares to provoke you, it would be akin to challenging our Qin Yun sect, the Qingye elder said solemnly. Chunyi accepted it with both hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, elder." However, Qingye waved his hand. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. What I just mentioned is merely a privilege, and with it comes corresponding duties." Chun-Yi's expression turned serious as he clasped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me, elder." Although the business is not officially part of the sect structure, once it bears the Qin Yun sect's name, it must adhere to our rules. Qingye paused for a moment. "Firstly, you must not have any dealings with demonic forces. Secondly, you must not sell anything that harms the harmony of heaven and earth. Thirdly, 20 of your profits must be submitted to the sect's treasury. Do you think you can comply with these 3 conditions?" The first 2 were naturally unquestionable, though after all, the Qin Yun sect prided itself on being the righteous path. However, a 20 protection fee on profits seemed a bit excessive. Most of his business was conducted in the shadows, so he wouldn't have to pay this protection fee. "May I ask, elder, if I possess a unique secret formula, and someone comes to demand it, will your sect intervene?" Yet Qingye did not get angry. Instead, he looked at Chun-Yi with approval. "If someone tries to forcibly take it from you, just bring this jade token to the sect and report it. If it comes from within our sect, we will handle it according to our regulations. If it comes from outside our sect, we'll ensure you receive justice." Chun-Yi felt reassured. This was precisely what he wanted to hear. "Thank you, elder, I understand. I will certainly abide by these 3 rules." Qingye nodded, and then looked at the 5 golden core elders. "Do any of you have further matters to discuss?" The 5 golden core elders exchanged glances and shook their heads. Qingye then said, "If that's the case, we shall conclude today's matters here. Taoist Qin, you may leave. The remnants of the blood god cult will be handled by the sect." Chun-Yi understood and stood up to take his leave. As he exited the great hall, the sky was already darkening. He saw Hu Yuling still waiting outside the hall. Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback and quickly approached her. "Why is Taoist Hu still here?" Hu Yuling bit her lip and said softly, "I saw you enter the hall for discussions, so I thought I would wait. I wonder, did everything go smoothly?" Chun-Yi took out the jade token and waved it in front of her. Hu Yuling's eyes lit up. "The business jade token. Congratulations, Taoist Chun. With this jade token, your ambitions can finally be realized." Chun-Yi put the jade token back in his sleeve and smiled lightly. "This is just a token. Whether it can be of use depends on one's own abilities." Hu Yuling nodded, not asking further, and said, "It's getting late. If you don't mind, I can escort you down the mountain." Chun-Yi glanced at her. This girl had always acted with propriety since they met. Waiting outside for so long today, and then offering to accompany him, seemed like she had something to discuss. "Thank you." The 2 of them ascended on escaping light, one in front and one behind, skimming over the sea of clouds. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Hu Yuling suddenly halted her escape. Chun-Yi also stopped. "If you have something to say, Taoist friend, please do. If I can help, I will certainly do my best." Hu Yuling hesitated for a moment, then said, "Do you know what the requirements are for a Qin Yun disciple to obtain a foundation establishment pill?" Chun-Yi was slightly startled. He had thought she was going to mention something important, but instead she asked this question. "I would like to hear more details." Hu Yuling sighed. "Riley outer sect disciples receive a certain amount of resources distributed by the sect each month, but a precious item, like the foundation establishment pill, requires completing sect tasks to accumulate merit points for exchange. My ability to establish a foundation relies entirely on my family members having accumulated merit points over several generations, which allowed me to obtain that one foundation establishment pill. Even though I Yuling have already established my foundation, my roots are not solid, making it difficult to quickly accumulate merit points. There are several family members in the sect with good qualifications, yet they are stuck in the outer sect, and accumulating merit points seems a distant hope. Therefore Yuling wishes to make a transaction with you, Taoist." Chun-Yi's gaze shifted slightly, already understanding her intentions. "You want me to help you accumulate merit points?" Hu Yuling nodded. "Exactly. The sect's tasks are numerous and varied, including collecting certain important materials. The sect only cares about the materials, not their sources. If you assist me, how about we split the foundation establishment pill we exchange for the merit points equally?" Chun-Yi frowned. "Does your sect allow the foundation establishment pill to circulate outside?" Hu Yuling smiled slightly and countered, "If it weren't allowed, how would you get your own foundation establishment pill? Though the foundation establishment pill is precious, it cannot be considered an extraordinary treasure. The sect publicly claims that the Foundation establishment pill is only granted to meritorious disciples, but in reality, as long as one can afford the price, there are always ways to obtain it. The issue lies in the word path. Only inner sect disciples can take on material collection tasks. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Qingyi Yun 3 prefectures came this way, sending their talented offspring into the sect, and once they successfully establish a foundation, they can use their status to obtain merit points for the Foundation establishment pill. This is a tacit rule approved by the sect. Chun-Yi understood. This was the strategy that the Qingyun sect employed to maintain its dominant position. Material collection tasks forced local tyrants to donate resources to the sect. Exclusively open to inner sect disciples, it also compelled local tyrants to send their best offspring into the sect, siphoning off their talents. Moreover, Chun-Yi looked at Hu Yuling seriously. This is indeed a good deal, but why should I trust you? You must know that the merit points exchanged for materials will all be credited to your name. If you go back on your word, wouldn't I have wasted my efforts? Hu Yuling upon hearing this was not angry, but instead smiled lightly. What you say is reasonable, Taoist. She raised her hand and took out a bronze lamp from her sleeve. This item is called the Soul-Devouring Lamp, a magic item of the demonic path that Yuling stumbled upon within, which is bound a wisp of my divine soul. As long as this treasure is activated, no matter where I am, I will immediately suffer the torment of soul devouring. If it is activated for 7 days, my soul will be extinguished. Yuling will entrust this lamp to you for safekeeping. If you violate this agreement, you need not hold back in activating this lamp. Chun-Yi looked at the bronze lamp, his pupils contracting slightly. The soul-devouring lamp. He had seen it mentioned in text before. It was a ruthless method used in the demonic path to control subordinates. Once entrusted to another for safekeeping, it was tantamount to handing over one's life. Taoist, who this gift is rather too heavy. Chun-Yi did not reach out to take it, his gaze fixed on Hu Yuling's face. We have only met a few times, and you dare entrust your life to me. Hu Yuling smiled wryly. My family has been destroyed with only a few of us left in the sect. If I hesitate any longer, these family members will likely have no hope of establishing a foundation in this life, and 100 years later, they will be just dust. Moreover, I trust your character, Taoist. Last time you could have taken my family's wealth, yet you took nothing. If you were to harm me, I could only blame my fate for being so. Chun-Yi smiled lightly. Do you know, Taoist, that once I take this lamp, if I harbor ill intentions, I could seize all the Foundation establishment pills while you would have no ability to resist. Hu Yuling looked at Chun-Yi with a serious expression. I may have nothing else, but I still have the courage to face death. If it comes to that, I would rather perish than let you go without a return. Moreover, I believe you are not that kind of person. Chun-Yi gazed at the bronze lamp before him, and then at Hu Yuling's stubborn eyes, suddenly laughing lightly. Taoist, who indeed possesses great courage. He did not reach out to take the lamp, but instead clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the deepening dusk. Take this lamp back. Hu Yuling's expression changed slightly, about to speak, but Chun-Yi continued. I agree to this transaction, but I will not take this item. Hu Yuling was taken aback. Taoist, if I go back on my word, the resources you invested will all go to waste, and you won't even have a place to demand them back. Chun-Yi turned his head calmly, looking at her. You entrust your life to me, because you trust me. Not taking this lamp is also trusting you. If we are mutually trusting, why need this item? Hu Yuling had grown up in a family accustomed to exchanges of interests and deceit. After establishing a foundation and supporting her family, she had become adept at reading people's hearts. In this world, where is there any free trust? But this person before her could effortlessly seize her lifeline, yet chose to let go. Such magnanimity, such courage. Was this the reason he had risen from a mere loose cultivator to where he stood today? On Sanha Island at the headquarters of Wanbao Tower, the night was deep, yet the building was brightly lit. After receiving a message from Chun-Yi, Sun Qing and the others put down their tasks and hurried back to the headquarters overnight. In the main hall, the four were seated around, and the steam from the teacups had long dissipated, but none were in the mood to refill. Especially Lin Bin, whose expression was particularly grim. He was in charge of the intelligence at Fengsintang, yet whether it was regarding the Ming incident or the visitors from Qingyun, Fengsintang had received no warnings, which could be deemed as gross negligence. Fortunately, nothing happened to Chun-Yi, otherwise he would bear the blame, even if he died 1,000 times. Old son, send some more people from the gathering treasure hall to me, Lin Bin said in a deep voice. Fengsintang must expand, it must. Such a thing must not happen a third time. Sun Qing naturally knew what Lin Bin was thinking, and sighed. I am also short on manpower here, but since you asked, I will try my best to squeeze some out. But old Lin, you need to think carefully. No matter how large Fengsintang expands, we still cannot insert ourselves into the Qingyun sect, nor should we. Lin Bin fell silent. Sun Qing was correct, the Qingyun sect was a nascent soul sect. If outsiders dared to place spies once discovered, it would be catastrophic. Zhao, who suddenly slammed the table and stood up. No matter what, this matter is definitely related to the Zhou family. Damn it, only the Tower Master managed to escape this time. If anything happens, I will directly lead the Jinhua Hall to attack Lansong Mountain regardless of what golden core or not. Tanya also said the Zhou family's actions were indeed unscrupulous. The Tower Master gave them the head of the Blood Demon. They should have discussed their plans with us. How could they force us like this? Sun Qing sneered. They are treating us like their dogs. They use us as they wish without even a word of greeting. He then looked at Lin Bin and said, Old Lin, I do not support you on the Qingyun sect matter, but you must keep a close watch on the major families in Qingnan. There are not many that are safe. At that moment, a clear sword sound echoed from outside the building. The four exchanged glances, rising simultaneously. Chun Yi had stepped in. Everyone sit down. He waved his hand and took his seat at the main position. Chun Yi picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and then recounted the events that had occurred in the Qingyun sect from beginning to end. When he spoke of Zhou Zhenyuan forcefully pushing him to the front, the expressions of the four darkened. When he mentioned cutting off Wang Tung's life-protecting treasure with a sword, Zhao, who slammed the table in admiration. When he talked about the granting of the merchant's jade token by the Qingye Shangren, Sun Qing's eyes lit up, and when he mentioned the deal with Hu Yueling, Lin Bin and Tanya appeared contemplative. Chun Yi took a sip of tea and continued with the merchant qualifications. The visible industries of our tower need to expand. Sun Qing, upon hearing this, became energized. What does the Tower Master plan to do for business? Since my Wanbao Tower is named Wanbao, we naturally need to engage in the business of all treasures. Sun Qing was taken aback. Does the Tower Master mean selling everything? Exactly, Chen Yi nodded. As long as cultivators can pay, my Wanbao Tower can supply all that is needed. Tanya frowned. Tower Master, isn't this stepping too far? While we have laid a foundation for resources in the refining chi phase, our supply channels entirely depend on that individual behind the scenes. Bringing this to the surface, our tower lacks the foundation to explain the source. Chun Yi glanced at Tanya. This woman was meticulous and thoughtful, which was precisely what he valued. You are correct, so the visible industries must be completely separated from the dealings in the dark. The dealings in the dark will continue as before with the same channels. The visible merchant business shall sell only one item for now. Tanya was slightly taken aback. Only one item. What is the Tower Master referring to? Chun Yi smiled and uttered two words. Half a month later, in Yunding Immortal City, the largest cultivation market in Qingzhou, and the most prosperous place under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect, spanning 18 counties. A 7-story tower was adorned with red and colorful decorations, with dozens of pots of exotic flowers and herbs placed on either side of the entrance, emanating spiritual energy and delightful fragrances. Above the main entrance of the tower, a plaque made of zeton wood bore the 3 gilded characters, Wanbao Tower. Some passing cultivators paused to observe and laughed derisively upon seeing the tower's name. Such a common name, anyone can use it, even a stray cat or dog. However, a companion beside him tugged at his sleeve, pointing to a signature in the lower left corner of the plaque. Following his companion's gaze, he saw a small blue cloud pattern carved into the corner of the plaque, almost imperceptible unless examined closely. Qingyan pattern. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. The mocking word stuck in his throat as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This is a merchant authorized by the sect. His companion also gasped, speaking in a low voice. There are only about 20 merchants in the entire Yu country that can obtain the Qingyan pattern. What kind of background does this Wanbao Tower have? How have I never heard of it before? The two exchanged glances, and upon looking at the 7-story tower, their gazes had completely changed. Shall we go in and take a look? Let's go. The two entered the tower one after the other, only to be stunned by the sight before them. The vast first floor was frighteningly empty. There were no dazzling shelves, just a 3-foot display stand in the center. On the stand there was nothing unusual, only an ordinary jade bottle. Beneath the jade bottle hung a wooden plaque inscribed with 4 characters, Essence of Life. What does this mean? The cultivator looked around in confusion. Such a large floor only sells one thing. Not just one floor, currently my Wanbao Tower sells only this one rare item. Sun Qing walked out from the back of the tower wearing a smile as he cupped his hands toward the two. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Sun Qing, the manager of this Wanbao Tower. The two cultivators felt his abundant aura, realizing he had reached the pinnacle of the refining chi stage, and quickly returned the greeting. The previously disrespectful cultivator awkwardly said, Manager Sun is too polite. Your tower is authorized by Qingyun. The items sold must be extraordinary. May I ask what kind of marvelous item the Essence of Life is? What effects does it have? Sun Qing laughed heartily. This item is beyond description. Please take a seat, and let me explain it in detail. Several attendants at the refining chi late stage filed out, setting down cushions and serving spiritual tea. The two cultivators exchanged glances, secretly astonished. This Wanbao Tower is truly extravagant. Even the attendants have reached the refining chi late stage. Sun Qing sat across from the two, took a light sip from his teacup, and began speaking unhurriedly. The first priority in cultivation is the art of alchemy. Even with spiritual veins to hasten growth, spiritual herbs still require a long time to mature. Sun Qing paused, noticing the two were focused, and continued. The marvel of this essence of life lies in its ability to stimulate the growth of spiritual herbs. Just one bottle can double the growth speed of a spiritual herb. Doubling the growth speed. Isn't that just a high-grade spiritual spring? Although precious, it hardly deserves to be called a rare item. Giving it such a name feels somewhat pretentious. Though the two did not voice it, their disappointment was evident in their expressions. Sun Qing noticed, but remained calm, and smiled slightly. Do you two think that this doubling of speed is not a rare item? The two cultivators exchanged embarrassed smiles, not responding, which was tacit consent. Sun Qing leisurely said, what if I told you this effect is on top of the amplification of spiritual veins? What? The two cultivators stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over their teacups. The spiritual spring works by addition, but this item operates by multiplication. How could that be possible? Manager, please do not joke. A second-tier spiritual vein only has this effect, and this small bottle can provide first-tier spiritual veins with second-tier capabilities. The cultivator spoke with disbelief in his eyes. If such a miracle did not exist, how could it be called a rare item? Sun Qing, however, was not angered by the doubt. He called for the attendants to bring out 2 bottles and pushed them in front of the two. I know this sounds too incredible, so I have prepared some samples. If you two are interested, feel free to take one and try it. The two cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with skepticism. Such a rare item, if it were someone else, would likely be hidden away, so how could one so casually gift it? However, seeing Sun Qing's earnest demeanor, they sensed he was not acting. After hesitating for a moment, the cultivator reached out to accept it, cupping his hands, and saying, Manager Sun, you are generous. If this item truly has such miraculous effects, I will definitely pay a high price to purchase it. Sun Qing smiled and nodded. You two take care, and if you have any questions, you can come to my Wanbao Tower at any time. The Qingyun merchant's reputation was indeed useful. Many uninformed cultivators, seeing the grandeur of Wanbao Tower with the Qingyun pattern hanging, entered out of curiosity. In the following days, Sun Qing distributed over 100 samples, and now he awaited the revelation of its miraculous effects. The cultivators who received the samples were skeptical, but trying something given for free was harmless, so they returned and sought spiritual herbs for experimentation. Half a month later, the Yunding Immortal City was in an uproar. Those cultivators who had used the essence of life were astonished to find that the spiritual herbs in their own gardens had indeed doubled in speed based on the spiritual veins. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Manager Sun, does this essence of life truly remain effective? It won't lose its potency midway, will it? Rest assured, my friend, 1 bottle can ensure the spiritual herbs maintain their accelerated growth for a month. After a month, if you wish to continue, you can purchase more. It's only 10 spirit stones a bottle. Manager Sun, is this effective for all grades of spiritual herbs? My friend, please understand, this item is only effective for first-grade spiritual herbs. That's enough. Our family primarily cultivates first-grade spiritual herbs, with high-grade spiritual herbs only for foundational growth. This divine item is only sold for 10 spirit stones a bottle by your esteemed establishment. Truly a fair deal. The cultivator was so excited that his face turned red, grabbing Sun Qing's hand. Manager Sun, I want 100 bottles. No, 200 bottles. Sure. I want 300 bottles. I'll take them all. The name of Wanbao Lu echoed throughout Yunding Immortal City, then spread like ripples across the entire Qinjian's 18 counties. The essence of life at 10 spirit stones a bottle was merely a drop in the bucket for the highly profitable pill industry, especially for first-grade and high-grade pills. A long queue formed every day in front of the establishment, all to snatch up this oddity. Wanbao Lu welcomed all comers, no matter how many you wanted, as long as you could afford the spirit stones they could provide. Some estimated that in the past half-month, Wanbao Lu sold at least 10,000 bottles of the essence of life. 10,000 bottles at 10 spirit stones, each amounted to 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Many cultivators would never see so many spirit stones in their lifetime. Yet Wanbao Lu showed no change in expression, continuing to sell without pause. What kind of financial power lay behind this? Thus, speculation about Wanbao Lu spread through the streets and alleys of Yunding Immortal City. Some said that behind Wanbao Lu stood a certain golden core true person from the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, how could they obtain the Qingyun pattern? Others claimed that the owner of Wanbao Lu was actually the young master of a hidden family who had come out to experience the world. Otherwise, how could such a remarkable item appear? And some said that Wanbao Lu was merely a front, with the real big shots never showing their faces, that Manager Sun was merely a caretaker. Various theories circulated, each more bizarre than the last, yet no one could provide concrete evidence. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Wanbao Lu was not to be trifled with. While Wan Bao Lu was not to be provoked, it did not mean that no one was eyeing the essence of life. They dared not steal it, but they had the courage to crack the formula. Many factions upon acquiring the item immediately summoned their best alchemists for analysis. Elder Tan, can you see what this thing is made from? Can we replicate it? Elder Tan swept his divine sense across it, and felt that the spiritual energy within was even less than that of a first-grade spiritual spring. Yet internal experiments showed the results were undeniably effective. Upon opening it, a foul stench immediately assaulted him, nearly causing Elder Tan to choke from the noxious odor. The person in charge also caught a whiff and took 2 steps back, frowning. Elder Tan, how is it? Can you discern anything? I can't see clearly. Allow this old man to take some for a more detailed examination. Elder Tan endured the foul stench, scraping off a small amount for a closer look. Strange. This item has thin spiritual energy. Oh, logically it shouldn't have such miraculous effects. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Tan's curiosity overcame him, and he placed the scraped, viscous substance on his tongue. Instantly his face turned green, and his throat churned, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. The person in charge saw his appearance, and quickly handed him a cup of tea. Elder Tan, are you alright? How is it? The person in charge asked anxiously. Can you taste what ingredients were used? What a vicious concoction. Elder Tan's face turned ashen. To prevent anyone from cracking the pill formula, they actually added a large amount of excrement. Before he finished speaking, the person in charge's face changed drastically, instinctively retreating a few steps, as if the jade bottle contained a ferocious beast. Excrement. He looked incredulously at the bottle of essence of life, his throat tightening. Many unique pill formulas add interference items to confuse others. But adding feces like this was unheard of after almost pills are ingested. And Wan Bao Lu relied on this essence of life being applied to spiritual herbs, yet added such filth. How malicious. To deduce the pill formula, one must taste the medicine, and tasting it means encountering that filth. Who can withstand that? The person in charge looked at Elder Tan with some sympathy then. Elder Tan, can you crack it? Is this item truly that important? Elder Tan was momentarily stunned, the green on his face not yet faded, adding a layer of pallor. The person in charge, seeing his pale face, nodded sympathetically. Alright, since the sect values this item so much, let's summon all the alchemists within the sect. With everyone's efforts we can surely crack it. Elder Tan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Would he be the only one stuck with this? No way. Such a good opportunity should be shared by all. The person in charge looked at Elder Tan with an odd expression, but said nothing further, immediately sending out a message. Such scenarios played out in various factions. Those alchemists who usually lived in luxury and were greatly respected had never endured such torment. They had tasted a myriad of herbs and pills, yet never imagined that one day they would need to taste such foul substances. Those alchemists who usually lived in luxury and were greatly respected had never endured such torment. They had tasted a myriad of herbs and, I will not coexist with you. Water. Give me water. This is simply a great humiliation. I have researched alchemy for 60 years, tasted 3,000 spiritual herbs, and I have never endured such filth. I must say, despite the curses these alchemists raised by the major factions still had some integrity. When there was a serious matter, they truly took action. But integrity aside, if they headed in the wrong direction, no matter how much they tasted, they would never crack it. Because the essence of life was precisely a spiritual fertilizer, and its primary ingredient was just one, beast feces. The other ingredients were merely added for distraction. Yet the alchemists first ruled out excrement. With such a misdirection, how could the truth be found? The foundation of a faction is represented in various aspects. The first, of course, is high-end combat power. What else is there? Financial strength. A large population. Neither. It is the herb garden. Regardless of the faction, pills are a necessity. Even if one does not rely on alchemy for a living, establishing an herb garden is essential. Otherwise, if external circumstances change and the source of pills is cut off, the entire faction would be like water without a source or a tree without roots, facing imminent collapse. Although the spiritual veins enhance growth, the growth of spiritual herbs is not achieved overnight. Many mid to low-tier factions face extinction without even producing their own pills for the chi refinement stage. For this reason, the essence of life holds immense appeal for those factions with shallow foundations and low-grade spiritual veins. This is a divine item that can shorten the cultivation cycle by 2 times. Originally a first-grade top-tier pill material that required 60 years to grow can now be ready in just 20 years. It can completely bridge the gap with the old factions. Do old factions not require it? Who would refuse an excess of resources at home? As long as they are an established faction who does not have a few alchemists. Selling refined pills can still yield profit, even if not at the exorbitant prices of the Qingnan County. Thus, everyone wanted to uncover the secret of essence of life, and the fate of their alchemists was self-evident. The formula cannot be deciphered in a short time, and Wanbao Tower does not dare to act. What should be done? Although Wanbao Tower appears to have an ample supply at the moment, what if one day the supply runs out, or Wanbao Tower suddenly raises prices? Without some stock on hand, wouldn't that lead to losses? Thus a buying frenzy erupted in the Yunding immortal city. Yet those who do not excel in this world are often the ones who think themselves clever. Wanbao Tower has not hidden its identity, and those with capability have traced the goods back to Sanha Island in Qinan County. Chun Yi's intelligence has been laid out before the major forces. Seeing that Chun Yi had just established his foundation, and yet had already cultivated sword chi, earning his merchant qualifications through his own strength, within Qinyun's sect reactions varied among the parties. Some were astonished by Chun Yi's aptitude, as being able to condense sword chi in the early foundation establishment stage is rare, even across the entire Yu Kingdom. Others focused on Chun Yi's cultivation level, questioning how a force possessing such a rare item could only have one early foundation establishment cultivator. Wasn't that akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling market? Although they could not openly rob due to Qinyun's sect's involvement, it did not mean there was no manipulation of space. Numerous flying vessels traversed in and out of Sanha Island. Tanya, who was in charge of production in the tower, was coordinating with Zhao Hu. Suddenly a rough voice echoed from outside the island, booming like thunder and causing the trees on the island to rustle. Yu Wanli of Baiman Mountain have come to pay respects to the master of Wanbao Tower. Tanya's expression slightly tightened. Baiman Mountain is a force among the 10,000 mountains in the southwest of Qingzhou. Although not a sect, it is often more troublesome than many sects. Its mountain lord Yu Wanshan is a late foundation establishment cultivator with 72 fierce subordinates known for their domineering ways. With no previous interactions with Wanbao Tower, not even sending a greeting coming directly to their headquarters surely indicates ill intentions. Let's go take a look. Tanya and Zhao Hu exchanged glances and rose together. In the air outside the island, a massive 100-foot vessel hovered among the clouds, carved from an entire ironwood tree with fierce beast totems painted on both sides, exuding a raw and fierce aura. At the bow stood a figure towering at 12 feet with a hulking frame. His open clothing revealed a palm-width swath of black fur, and he bore a heavy sword on his back, which resembled a door plank. This was none other than Yu Wanli, the second-in-command of Baiman Mountain. Although he was not the Mountain Lord, he was also a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and notorious in the southwest of Qingzhou. I have taken the liberty to visit. Why does the master of Wanbao Tower not come out to meet me? Yu Wanli's voice boomed like a bell, causing the ears of the chi-refining cultivators on the island to ache. Just as Tanya and Zhao Hu reached the edge of the island, a sword light suddenly shot out from the heart of the island, arriving in midair in the blink of an eye. Chun Yi stood upon his sword clad in a flowing blue robe and cupped his hands towards Yu Wanli, saying, "Friend, you has traveled from afar. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, and hope for your understanding." Yu Wanli's gaze was sharp as he swept over Chun Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had expected the master of Wanbao Tower, capable of obtaining the Qingyun pattern and stirring such a commotion, to at least be a late foundation establishment character. However, contrary to the intelligence, he was merely a young man in the early foundation establishment stage. What surprised him even more was that this youth faced his imposing presence without a shred of fear, appearing calm and composed, as if the notorious second-in-command of Baiman Mountain were merely an ordinary visitor. Interesting. Yu Wanli grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Master Qin, you have some guts. I have come today not for anything else, but to ask if you would be interested in collaborating with Baiman Mountain on the Essence of Life business. Collaboration? Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. What manner of collaboration is friend you suggesting? Yu Wanli laughed heartily, shaking the surroundings. Simple. Baiman Mountain will provide manpower and resources to protect your Wanbao Tower, and we will split the profits 7-3. You get 3, I get 7. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone on the island changed. Zhao Hu was about to explode, but was restrained by Tanya. Chun Yi, however, smiled. He laughed lightly as if he had heard an amusing joke. Is friend you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yu Wanli's smile faded, replaced by a fierce aura. Master Qin, I respect you as a person of importance, hence my personal visit. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost this opportunity long ago. He stepped forward, releasing the full pressure of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, descending upon Chun Yi like a mountain. If you are wise, we can cooperate, and Baiman Mountain will ensure your Wanbao Tower's safety in Qingzhou. If you are not wise. Yu Wanli sneered, leaving the implication unspoken, yet it was abundantly clear. Although outright robbery was impossible, if Chun Yi succumbed to intimidation and handed over the goods, even Qinyun's sect would have no grounds to speak. Yet Yu Wanli clearly underestimated the situation. Just as his words fell, several streaks of escape light shot out from Sanha Island. Leading them was Su Lan, who had come to consult Chun Yi about swordsmanship. A toad croaking loudly. What audacity! Su Lan's voice arrived before her figure filled with sarcasm. Behind her, several disciples of Qinjian's inner sect also chuckled coldly, looking at Yuanli, as if he were a dead man. Sister Su is absolutely right. Another Qinyan disciple stepped forward, looking down at Yuanli from above. What is Baiman Mountain even? How dare you threaten our Qinyan sect's licensed merchant? Yuanli's face instantly turned spectacularly vivid. He naturally recognized the attire. They were all from Qinjian's inner sect. Not the outer sect's errand runners, but the genuine inner sect. And several of them came at once. On his way here, he had specifically inquired and learned that Wanbao Tower had no strong backing, and that the Qingyun pattern was merely something Chun Yi had earned. On his way here, he had specifically inquired and learned that Wanbao Tower had no strong backing, and that the Qingyun pattern was merely something Chun Yi had earned through luck within Qingyun's sect. He thought that a young master in the early foundation establishment stage, even with some connections, would have to bow his head in the face of his mid-foundation establishment pressure. Who would have thought that there were so many Qingyun inner sect disciples hiding on this island? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they clearly had a close relationship with Chen Yi. Although he was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he was still a small realm above Su Lan and the others, but wasn't every one of these disciples a direct disciple of the sect? They possessed superior techniques and treasures. If a real fight broke out, he might not gain any advantage. Not to mention, if he provoked the small ones, the older ones would come. The golden core real people of Qingyun sect were not to be trifled with. Dear Qingyun friends, I was just jesting. I have long heard of Master Chen's youthful talent and have admired you from afar. I came here today to pay my respects. My earlier words were merely to test Master Chen's courage and demeanor, truly deserving of your reputation. Indeed deserving of your reputation. As he spoke, Yuanli produced a storage bag, presenting it with both hands. A small token of appreciation. I hope Master Chen will accept it graciously. Chun Yi glanced at the storage bag, which contained a considerable number of spirit stones, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This Yuanli could bend and stretch, immediately changing his demeanor upon sensing the situation. Chun Yi did not reach out to take it, only smiling faintly. Friend, you is being too polite. However, we are not acquainted, and I feel unworthy of such a generous gift. Yuanli's smile froze for a moment, then became even more radiant. What is Master Chen saying? I came today to get to know you, and this small offering is merely a token of goodwill. As he spoke, he pushed the storage bag forward, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the expressions of Su Lan and the others. Su Lan scoffed, remaining silent, but her eyes clearly conveyed you are wise to recognize the situation. Chun Yi pondered for a moment, finally reaching out to accept the storage bag. Since friend you is so sincere, I shall not be polite. Yuanli secretly let out a sigh of relief, his face still beaming with smiles. It is my duty. I shall not disturb you any further. If there is leisure in the future, Master Chun must visit Baiman Mountain as a guest. Oh, I will surely welcome you warmly. With a wave of his hand, the massive vessel slowly turned around and soon disappeared into the horizon. Su Lan watched the hurriedly departing vessel, scoffing. With such little courage, how dare they come to extort us? The several Qingyun inner sect disciples behind her all burst into laughter. Yuanli. I think he should be called Yuanran. Is this the character of Baiman Mountain? I expected more from them. Rest assured, Master Chun, with us around, this kind of scum will not dare to return. Over the past month, they had often come to Sanha Island to consult Chun Yi about swordsmanship, gradually becoming familiar with each other. Initially, they were somewhat reserved, but later discovered that Chun Yi bore no air of arrogance. When discussing swordsmanship, he was even more generous, and thus they gradually grew closer. Chun Yi chuckled and shook his head. He had long anticipated such an outcome. This was precisely the reason he formed connections with Qinjian's inner sect, otherwise would he have the time to guide Su Lan and others. Dividing the spirit stones in the storage bag into several portions, he handed them to the group. Friends, take these spirit stones to enjoy some tea. Su Lan hurriedly waved her hand. Master Chen, what are you doing? We only exchanged a few words. How can we take your spirit stones? Yes, Master Chen, that Yuanli was coming for the Qingyun sect's name, not for us. We cannot accept these spirit stones. The others also declined in succession. However, Chun Yi insisted, shoving the spirit stones into their hands. Take them. You helped me avoid a calamity. This little token is nothing. Besides, if you hadn't come, Yuanli would not have left. Ultimately, I owe it to your support. The group exchanged glances. Su Lan still wanted to decline, but seeing Chun Yi's serious expression, she no longer hesitated and clasped her hands, saying, Then thank you, Master Chun. What are you being polite for? Chun Yi smiled. Let's go talk on the island. I just recently comprehended a new sword move. If you are interested, I shall share it with you. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they all followed eagerly. Outside Sanha Island, amidst the sea of clouds, the massive ship had already sailed over 100 miles away. Yuanli stood at the bow, angrily rebuking the person beside him. How did you gather this information? Wasn't it said that the merchant qualifications of Wanbao Pavilion were earned by Chun Yi himself, with no backing? What is the situation with those Qingyun inner sect members on that island? The intelligence shows that Chun Yi severed the life-bound magical treasure of an inner sect disciple with a single sword strike within the Qingyun sect. Logically, after such a disgrace to a Qingyun disciple, they should avoid him at all costs. How could they be so close? The intelligence officer also looked confused. Logically, what the hell? If it weren't for my quick reaction, this time our vast foundation at 100 Barbarians Mountain would have been lost over this matter. Yuan Li's roar echoed through the sea of clouds, and the intelligence officer shrank back, not daring to breathe. Second Master, please calm down. I will investigate this immediately and find out the truth. Investigate? What the hell are you talking about? Yuan Li kicked out from now on list Wanbao Pavilion as an untouchable target. Pass the order down. Anyone from 100 Barbarians Mountain who dares to lay a hand on Wanbao Pavilion, I will personally flay him. Yes. The intelligence officer hurriedly retreated. With this move from 100 Barbarians Mountain, the value of the Qingyun emblem of Wanbao Pavilion became evident. Those with ulterior motives quickly withdrew their ambitions. If one wanted to oppress others, they should consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Qingyun sect. For a time, the business of Wanbao Pavilion flourished even more. Sun Qing welcomed and sent off guests every day with a smile that never faded from his face. The staff of the treasure-gathering hall expanded continuously, yet they remained extremely busy. Every day, spirit stones flowed like water, coming and going, dazzling the eyes. One evening, after sending off the last group of guests, Sun Qing was about to catch his breath when he noticed a familiar sword light landing in front of the pavilion. Master! Sun Qing quickly stood to greet him. Why did you come in person? Chun Yi stepped in, seated himself in the hall, and smiled. Just came to take a look. You've worked hard these days. Hard work? What hard work? Sun Qing grinned. I've been in business for so many years, and I've never been this smooth. You don't know now when those people outside see me who isn't polite. Even those seniors in Foundation establishment have to call me manager son when they see me. Chun Yi chuckled and shook his head. How can a manager sound as pleasant as a fellow Taoist? Sort out the accounts and come with me to Qingyun sect. Sun Qing's eyes brightened. The task list from Hu Yueling had already been sent over, and the pavilion had secretly prepared everything. This trip to Qingyun sect was probably to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. 3 days later, an inconspicuous gray-blue flying boat quietly rose from Cloudtop Immortal City and vanished into the sea of clouds. Inside the cabin, Chun Yi sat cross-legged with 3 storage bags placed in front of him. Master, the accounts have been sorted out. Sun Qing presented a jade slip with both hands. This month, a total of 230 bottles of life essence were sold, generating an income of 3 million spirit stones. After deducting the costs of raw materials and labor expenses, the net profit is 620,000. This month, we need to pay 124,000 spirit stones to Qingyun, and it's already been divided up. Chun Yi put away the bag with the most spirit stones, which was for that person. The profits from the pavilion are to be recorded in the public account. You will pay Qingyun on time every month in the future. Do not delay. Sun Qing nodded in agreement and put away the remaining 2 storage bags. One was properly hidden in his sleeve, while the other was hung at his waist to be submitted to Qingyun later. Cloudtop Immortal City is not far from Qingyun sect. In less than half a day, the flying boat had already landed in front of Qingyun sect's gate. Seeing the flying boat land, Hu Yueling approached. Her gaze swept over Chun Yi, and then looked at Sun Qing behind him, a hint of understanding and a smile flashing in her eyes. Master Qin indeed keeps his word. Hu Yueling performed a respectful bow. Yueling has been waiting here for a long time. Chun Yi returned the courtesy and smiled. Thank you for waiting, Dao friend Hu. I wonder if the task is going smoothly. Hu Yueling glanced around. This is not a place to talk. If Master does not mind, could we go to my cave dwelling to discuss? Hu Yueling's cave dwelling was located in a bamboo forest on the west side of Qingyun sect. It was not large, but it was kept neat and elegant. Chun Yi and Sun Qing followed her inside and took their seats. Hu Yueling personally served them spirit tea before speaking. I wonder how many supplies Master has brought this time. Chun Yi glanced at Sun Qing. Sun Qing understood and took out a storage bag, placing it on the table. Senior, Hu, please take a look. Is it sufficient? Hu Yueling took the storage bag, probing her divine sense inside, and her expression changed slightly. Inside the storage bag were neatly arranged hundreds of spirit herbs and monster materials, each quantity precisely matching the requirements on the sect's task list. She looked at Chun Yi in disbelief. This is enough to complete dozens of supply tasks in exchange for 5 or 6 Foundation establishment pills. Chun Yi laughed heartily. I currently have so many spirit stones that I have nowhere to spend them. Being able to exchange for some pills to help my subordinates advance further is also a wonderful thing. Hu Yueling was moved. Although she had not seen the profits of Wanbao Pavilion this past month with her own eyes, she had heard discussions among the sect's disciples, gaining wealth daily, spirit stones flowing in and out like water. But she did not expect that Chun-Yi would take out all the profits from an entire month to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. This kind of boldness and generosity towards his subordinates is rare in the entire Yu Kingdom. She could not help but think of her own family, which had accumulated merits over several generations just to exchange for that one Foundation establishment pill. Yet this person in front of her was able to offer supplies for 5 or 6 pills in just 1 month. That was the difference. Master Chen treats his subordinates generously. Yueling admires that. Hu Yueling carefully stored the storage bag. Rest assured, Master, I will do my utmost to exchange these supplies for merits, and then for Foundation establishment pills. Chun-Yi nodded, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Thank you for your trouble, Dao friend. I wonder if there are any risks with this task. There are no risks, only it is a bit tedious. Hu Yueling explained the sect's supply tasks required delivering the supplies to a designated warehouse, where the warehouse steward will count and verify them. Only after confirming everything is correct will it be recorded for merits. The entire process takes about 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Then I will trouble you to take care of it. Hu Yueling shook her head and smiled. Master, you are the one who has taken a great advantage this time. You don't have to put in anything, just run some errands, and you can share half of the merits. If you still find that troublesome, then you really do not know what is good for you. Chun-Yi smiled, but did not respond. He naturally understood that while Hu Yueling's words carried a degree of modesty, they were also the truth. This was indeed a guaranteed profitable deal for Hu Yueling. But for Chun-Yi was it not the same? Without Hu Yueling's identity as an inner sect disciple, even if he had all the supplies, he would not be able to touch the threshold of Qing Yun sect's merit hall. Her complexion appeared slightly fatigued, yet her eyes could not hide her joy. Master, it succeeded. Hu Yueling placed several jade bottles on the table, pushing them in front of Chun-Yi. Her complexion appeared slightly fatigued, yet her eyes could not hide her joy. Master, it succeeded. Hu Yueling placed several jade bottles on the table, pushing them in front of Chun-Yi. 6 Foundation establishment pills, not one less. Chun-Yi took the jade bottle and probed his divine sense inside. 6 pills the size of Longyan lay quietly in the bag, shimmering and emitting a faint herbal fragrance. Without a doubt, they were Foundation establishment pills. Thank you for your hard work, Dao friend Hu. Chun-Yi waved his sleeve and pushed 3 Foundation establishment pills over. This is your share. Hu Yueling looked at the 3 Foundation establishment pills in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. 3 Foundation establishment pills were enough for those few family members of the Hu clan trapped in the outer sect for many years to attempt establishment. As long as one person succeeds, the Hu clan would gain a foothold in Qing Yun sect. If 2 people succeed, there would be hope for the Hu clan's revival. Looking at Chun-Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Hu Yueling suddenly felt a strange emotion rising within her. Growing up in her family, she was accustomed to the exchanges of interests and deceit. To hold the portal alone after establishing a foundation, she was particularly perceptive of people's hearts. Those who were kind to her had their own ulterior motives. Whether coveting her identity as an inner sect disciple or desiring the benefits that might come with the Hu clan's revival, this person before her was different. He did not take the soul-devouring lamp because he trusted her. He took out a month's worth of profits to exchange for Foundation establishment pills for his subordinates. When he pushed over the 3 pills, his gaze was frank without a hint of testing. How could there be such a person in this world? Master. Hu Yueling softly opened her mouth, unsure of what. Chun-Yi looked up at her. Does Dao friend Hu have something to say? Hu Yueling pursed her lips, lowered her eyes to hide the momentary daze in her gaze. No. It's just, if Master has need of Yueling in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Chun-Yi smiled and nodded. That is natural. In the future, matters regarding Foundation establishment pills will still depend on Dao friend. After speaking, he stood up with Sun Qing. I still need to pay this month's taxes, so I won't disturb you further. Hu Yueling stood at the cave entrance for a long time until the figure in the green shirt completely disappeared into the sea of clouds, then slowly withdrew her gaze. Yueling. A soft call came from behind. The speaker was a 30-something perfect Qi refinement cultivator, one of the few remaining cultivators of the Hu clan. Hu Yueling called softly, Uncle Mingji. Is that person Master Chun? Hu Mingji followed Hu Yueling's gaze towards the end of the sea of clouds, barely catching a glimpse of the tail of the gray-blue flying boat. Indeed. Hu Yueling retracted her gaze and handed the jade bottle in her hand over 3 Foundation establishment pills. Uncle Mingji, please take them and divide them. You can decide among yourselves who will use them first. Hu Mingji was aware of the details of Hu Yueling's deal. He initially thought there would be complications, but unexpectedly Chun-Yi truly kept his word, dividing them evenly. Looking at Hu Yueling's previous demeanor, he could not help but sigh softly. In this world, which woman could not be moved by such a remarkable man? Carefully receiving the Foundation establishment pills, he raised his eyes to observe Hu Yueling's expression, wanting to say something, yet hesitating. Hu Yueling, however, had regained her composure. Uncle Mingji, feel free to speak your mind. Hu Mingxi hesitated for a moment before speaking, yelling that Master Chun is indeed a rare individual. If you, Uncle Mingxi, Chun Yi and the others arrived at the Tongtian Hall. After the announcement, the Master Qingye personally received them, which surprised Chun Yi. Chun Yi bowed respectfully, and Sun Qing also gave a deep salute behind him. Master Qingye sat cross-legged on a cloud bed, his gaze sweeping over Chun Yi, and then falling on Sun Qing, giving a slight nod. Foundation establishment is imminent, and your foundation is solid. You are indeed a promising talent. Sun Qing was taken aback by these words, and quickly bent down saying, "Thank you for your praise, Master." Master Qingye then looked at Chun Yi, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. In this past month, your Wanbao building has indeed stirred quite a commotion. The essence of life. I have heard of this item as well. It can increase the potency of a first-tier spiritual herb several times based on its spiritual vein foundation. Indeed extraordinary. Chun Yi maintained a calm expression and replied respectfully, "Master, you overpraise me. It is merely a small trinket, not worthy of such commendation from you, Master." A small trinket. Master Qingye chuckled and shook his head. If this is considered a small trinket, then are all the alchemists in the world merely drunks and gluttons? From what I know, in this past month at least 20 forces have secretly tried to decipher your formula. What was the outcome? He paused, a peculiar smile flashing in his eyes. Those alchemists must have suffered greatly. Chun Yi's heart stirred slightly, but he maintained his composure. "Master, you are well informed. I admire you for that." Master Qingye waved his hand. "No need to worry. The business is yours now. Just focus on your work. Our Qingyun sect does not engage in such underhanded practices." However, he shifted his tone and looked at Chun Yi meaningfully. "If this item only revolves around first-tier spiritual herbs, it would be a pity. Has Master Chun considered extending its application to higher-tier ones?" Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred. Master Qingye's words seemed casual, but were laden with hidden implications. First-tier spiritual herbs are acceptable, but the Qingyun sect does not value them. However, if it could be applied to higher-tier spiritual herbs. Master, you have keen insight. This item was something I stumbled upon from an ancient scroll, which is incomplete, and only records the method for nurturing first-tier spiritual herbs. Master Qingye's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he did not inquire further, merely nodding. "Very well, matters of fortune cannot be forced." Chun Yi signaled to Sun Qing. Sun Qing immediately presented the storage pouch with both hands. "Master, this is the monthly tribute from Wanbao building to the sect, totaling 124,000 spirit stones. Please check and receive it." Master Qingye accepted the storage pouch, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded slightly. "Master Chun is indeed a trustworthy person. This almost matches the tributes of the Qingnan clan. As long as you pay on time each month, my sect will ensure your safety." Master Qingye put away the storage pouch and lingered his gaze on Chun Yi for a moment. "You may go now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out." Chun Yi bowed. "Thank you, Master." The flying boat took off, leaving Qingyun's sect. Chun Yi stood at the bow, hands behind his back. "Now that everything is in place, are you all ready?" Both the legitimate and underground businesses have been established, and the merits held by the senior members of the faction are indeed substantial. Even with pseudo-spiritual roots, their merits are enough to exchange for foundation establishment pills. On guard and waiting, never slackening for a day. Sun Qing stood respectfully. "Good. Have you heard? Sanha Island is under strict lockdown." "Lockdown? With that Qingyun emblem, who would dare cause trouble on Sanha Island?" "I don't know anyway. Since yesterday, Sanha Island has only allowed exits and not entries. Even those inner disciples of Qingyun who came to visit were politely escorted out by Master Chun." What is Wanbao building up to? Who knows? But I guess Master Chun is about to stir up some big commotion again. In the various markets of Qingnan County, the most talked-about topic in recent days has been the unusual movements at Sanha Island. Some say Chun Yi has offended some powerful figure and is trapped on the island, afraid to come out. Others say there is internal strife within Wanbao building cleaning house, and still others say that Chun Yi has obtained some incredible treasure and is currently in closed-door refining. Opinions vary, and no one can agree. However, the 5 clans of Qingnan know that Chun Yi has acquired foundation establishment pills from the sect, and the current lockdown must be because his subordinates are attempting to advance in foundation establishment. Zhou Mingyuan, upon learning the news, snorted coldly. With that bunch of mud-legged subordinates, even if all 3 foundation establishment pills were consumed by one person, it would be a stroke of luck to produce even one. Does he really think everyone has the same reverse fortune as him? When the time comes and it all ends in vain, I'll see how he deals with it. Zhou Mingyuan's tone was filled with schadenfreude. It's no wonder he thinks this way. The success rate for pseudo-spiritual roots to establish a foundation is only about 10%, and taking foundation establishment pills only raises it to about 30%. Moreover, this 30% does not increase with the number of foundation establishment pills consumed. The primary function of the foundation establishment pills is to protect the cultivator from losing their vitality after a failed breakthrough, allowing them a chance to start over quickly. Which of the Hall Masters under Chun-Yi is not from a pseudo-spiritual root background? Even if they are given 3 foundation establishment pills, it only translates to 3 chances at 30%. With good luck, one might succeed with just 1 pill. With bad luck, not even 3 pills might yield success, which is quite common. Zhou Mingyuan hoped for the latter. Zhou Xianhong looked at Zhou Mingyuan's expression and sighed internally. Ever since the matter with the blood demon, Zhou Mingyuan had been harboring resentment towards Chun-Yi. In his view, Chun-Yi was a loose cultivator supported by the Zhou family, and he should be grateful and obedient to them. Yet now it seemed that not only had he distanced himself from the Zhou family, but he was also thriving. How could Zhou Mingyuan swallow this anger? Zhou Xuanhong, however, saw through it clearly. He spoke softly. Mingyuan, have you forgotten what our ancestors said? This Chun-Yi should be befriended and not made enemies. Whether his subordinates can establish a foundation has nothing to do with us. Even if they all fail, we would gain nothing. Even if they succeed, we would lose nothing. Why bother getting worked up over it? Zhou Mingyuan's expression stiffened, then he snorted, head of the family, I naturally remember the ancestors' words. It's just that seeing that brat succeed makes me feel uncomfortable inside. Zhou Xianhong shook his head, not saying more. He knew Zhou Mingyuan had gotten stuck in a rut and couldn't turn back for a while. The foundation establishment pills were available, but the rules were set. To obtain the pills, one had to exchange merits. Over the past year, Lin Bin and the others had accumulated quite a bit. But it was only enough to exchange for 1 pill, and with the 1 Chun-Yi had given them earlier, each would only have 2. Given their pseudo-spiritual root qualifications, the odds were neither high nor low. It was all a gamble based on luck. However, they had followed Chun-Yi for a long time, and what they disliked the most was gambling. Chun-Yi looked at Sun Qing beside him. I can understand Tanya. After all, she and Lin Bin have a bond, and will eventually be one family. But why did you lend both of your pills to Zhao Hu? The master often said that Wanbao building is a whole, not the building of any one person. Brother Bin and Huzi are out there charging in a battle while I and Sister Tan are safely living behind. That's already an advantage. Now that there's an opportunity, we should prioritize them first. Moreover, Sun Qing scratched his head. With my qualifications, even if I take 2 pills, the chances of success are slim. It's better to focus on them first. Once they succeed and the foundation of Wanbao building is stable, I can take my time later. Sun Qing is one of his foundational members. When it comes to loyalty, there is no need to elaborate. It would not be an exaggeration to say he entrusts his life to him. In terms of capability, though not exceptionally talented, he excels in meticulousness and steadiness, managing the business within the building in an orderly manner. What is even more commendable is his broad-mindedness. This is a foundation establishment pill. The emotional bond between Tanya and Lin Bin is already established, but for Sun Qing to lend the 2 pills in his possession to Zhao Hu is something Chun-Yi did not expect. In the cultivation world, it is not uncommon for brothers to turn against each other or for fathers and sons to harm one another over such matters. Chun-Yi looked deeply at Sun Qing, choosing not to say more, merely patting his shoulder. Some words do not need to be spoken, they can be kept in the heart. Lin Bin and his companion breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement at such a young age indicates they have good fortune. Now that each has 4 foundation establishment pills in hand, the success of their foundation establishment is virtually assured. The teacup in Zhou Mingyuan's hand suddenly shattered on the ground with a loud crash. This is impossible. He suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Those mudleg fellows' false spiritual roots. If all 3 foundation establishment pills are fed to them, it's a miracle if one succeeds. How could 2 possibly succeed? How could it be 2? The Zhou family disciple who brought the news was startled by his reaction, shrinking his neck and stammering, reporting to the elder, the news is indeed. The Wanbao building has lifted its lockdown today, and Zhao Hu and Lin Bin have both successfully established their foundations one after the other yesterday. Spiritual energy gathered above Sanha Island, and many people witnessed it firsthand. Zhou Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently, rendering him speechless for a long while. Zhou Xuanhong, on the other hand, remained calm, gently placing down his teacup and waving his hand to dismiss the reporting disciple. Mingyuan, sit down. Zhou Mingyuan, panting heavily, ultimately obeyed and sat down, but the unwillingness on his face could not be concealed. Head of the family, don't you find this strange? He lowered his voice, a flicker of malice in his eyes. 2 false spiritual roots, and they succeeded with just 3 pills. Do you believe in such odds? I do believe, Zhou Xianhong replied, lifting his teacup and gently blowing off the foam. Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback, looking up at the family head only to see Zhou Xuanhong's expression was calm, his eyes devoid of ripples. The matter of foundation establishment relies 1/3 on talent and 7/10 on fate. Some individuals may have decent aptitude but still fail despite consuming 4 or 5 foundation establishment pills, while others despite poor qualifications take the risk and succeed without consuming any pills. That is the way of fortune. Mingyuan, you are being too fixated. Zhou Mingyuan was well aware of this principle. With the source of life essence and 3 foundation establishments secured the Wanbao building's status compared to the 5 clans of Qingnan aside from lacking a golden core elder stationed within the Qingyun sect is not inferior in terms of the number of foundation establishment cultivators to any clan. In terms of status in Qingnan, it is roughly equivalent to the Li family of Qingyan. They can only form alliances if there is no possibility of subjugation. Yet he simply cannot accept it. Those mudleg fellows were once begging under him 3 years ago. Now in terms of foundation establishment cultivators, they surprisingly have one more than him from Lansong Mountain. How can he be at peace with this? Zhou Mingyuan remained silent for a long time, ultimately rising and leaving without a word. Zhou Xianhong watched his back and shook his head gently. This cousin is good in every way, but he is too obsessed with the prejudices of his background, always feeling that being born into one of the 5 clans makes him inherently superior. Little does he know that in this world fortunes ebb and flow, and there is no eternal nobility. At this moment on Sanha Island, there is a lively atmosphere. The Wanbao building is decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone has a joyful expression on their face. The simultaneous success in foundation establishment of the 2 masters is quite a significant event in Qingnan County. Chun Yi personally hosted a banquet to celebrate Zhao Hu and Lin Bin. The banquet was held on the top floor of the Wanbao building. Without inviting outsiders, only a few elders from the building were present. Tanya sat beside Lin Bin, her face unable to hide her joy. She and Lin Bin had known each other from humble beginnings, supporting each other to reach today. Now that her beloved has successfully established his foundation, she is happier than anyone else. Huzi, come, I toast you a drink. Sun Qing raised his cup and walked to Zhao Hu with a cheerful smile. You are now a true foundation establishment cultivator. You must protect me from now on. Zhao Hu hurriedly stood up, raising his cup with both hands, a rare shyness appearing on his rugged face. What are you saying, Brother Qing? Without those 2 pills of yours, how could Zhao Hu have today? This cup should be for you. He drank it all in one go and solemnly bowed deeply to Sun Qing. Sun Qing quickly supported him. All right, we are all brothers, why go through such formalities? Just work hard to earn merits and repay the borrowed pills as soon as possible. The others laughed upon hearing this. Lin Bin also stood up, raising his cup towards Chun Yi. Master, my success today is entirely thanks to your guidance and support. This grace and kindness I will remember deeply. After saying this, Lin Bin bowed deeply. Chun Yi, seated at the main table, accepted this gesture and then raised his hand to gesture him to rise. Get up. Your achievements today are based on your own abilities and courage. I merely provided an opportunity. His gaze swept over Zhao Hu and Lin Bin, then looked at Sun Qing and Tanya's tone calm, yet carrying a rare seriousness. The Wanbao building's success today is not solely due to me, Chun Yi. It is the result of all of us step by step working together. From now on we must walk together. This simple statement warmed the hearts of those present. Zhao Hu scratched his head and grinned. Master, I'm not good with words. Anyway, from now on, wherever you point. Lin Bin nodded vigorously as well. Sun Qing raised his cup and said with a smile, come, let's toast to our master together. Everyone raised their cups, laughter filling the room. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Chun Yi set down his cup and looked at Zhao Hu and Lin Bin. Now that you have successfully established your foundations, your 2 halls should also take action. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's spirits were lifted. Zhao Hu's eyes brightened. Master, are we going to strike at someone? Chun Yi chuckled. Strike? What are we striking for? With the 5 clans coexisting in Qingnan County, Qingyun is above. How can you strike? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu smiled, awkwardly scratching his head. Chun Yi shook his head and said seriously, we the Wanbao building rely on business to establish ourselves in Sanha Island, not on fighting and killing. However, some matters need to be investigated. As soon as Chun Yi said this, the atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became serious. For example, He Ming. Bai Ziliang's mouth twitched upon seeing this news. Previously, he barely regarded Chun Yi as a threat, but now that the Wanbao building has 3 foundation establishment cultivators and has set its headquarters in Qingnan County as plans. Chun Yi, you are truly giving me a headache. Bai Ziliang stood up, pacing back and forth in the hall, suddenly stopping, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eye. With 2 more foundation establishment cultivators joining Wanbao Tower, any alliance formed would significantly alter the landscape. However, what the 5 families of Qingnan did not expect was that Wanbao Tower had no intention of allying with anyone. In fact, apart from the dozen or so taverns, Wanbao Tower had not invested in any industry in Qingnan after its rise. It appeared completely focused on the essence of life business with no plans to deepen its roots in Qingnan. Seeing this, the 5 families could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Wanbao Tower did not interfere with the artifact business controlled by the 5 clans, the emergence of this new force was not necessarily a bad thing. But they were unaware that the profitable essence of life was also a facade. The true development direction of Wanbao Tower lay in those covert businesses. These businesses might not be as profitable as the essence of life, but by establishing a presence in the remote areas of Qingzhou, they formed a web linking various microforces together. Moreover, this web began to expand rapidly after Lin Bin and the other 2 Foundation establishment cultivators emerged. A dark network encompassing the 3 states and 18 counties under Qingyun had quietly taken shape. These microforces might lack strength and financial resources, but as local snakes they were very well informed. It could be said that in the 3 states and 18 counties the news from Qingyun's sect was not necessarily as swift as that from Wanbao Tower. This may sound arrogant, but it was the truth. The intelligence network of Qingyun's sect relied on disciples stationed in various locations and subordinate families reporting back. Although clearly structured, it inevitably had its omissions. In those remote villages, deep mountain mines, and ferry docks, Qingyun disciples might not visit for years, while Wanbao Tower's material acquisition points were scattered throughout. Acquiring spiritual materials was true, and so was gathering intelligence. The individuals in charge of these acquisition points were either local loose cultivators or small merchants who were local snakes and mingled with all walks of life. Any unfamiliar cultivators arriving at a household, any anomalies on a mountain, or any disputes that occurred, every detail was compiled into Sanha Island. Yet there was no trace of the Blood God sect. This left Chun-Yi feeling somewhat uneasy. Ordinarily, if such demonic cults were to rise, massive slaughter would be an inevitable act. Yet despite the continuous small-scale conflicts in the 3 states and 18 counties, there had been no large-scale massacres. Ming seemed to possess Foundation establishment prowess, as if it had appeared out of thin air. This was highly unusual. Chun-Yi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowing. Just then Tanya hurried in. Master, urgent news from Fengxin. Tanya held a gray jade slip in both hands, which was the highest-level communication talisman of Wanbao Tower's dark network, to be used only for significant news. Chun-Yi took the jade slip, probing it with his divine sense. After a moment his brow slightly raised. Good, finally some news. Besides investigating the Blood God sect's information, the Dark Network also had the task of gathering intelligence on spiritual materials for Chen-Yi. Previously he had acquired a significant amount of rare spiritual materials from the 4 clans' Golden Core cultivators, but he was still missing the most crucial ingredient for refining his life-bound magical treasure. Now there seemed to be some leads on this main material. Seeing this, Tanya couldn't help but ask, Master, is there news about that main material? Yes. North of Izhou, at the source of the Kanglan River, a cultivator has discovered an ancient ruin which may contain what I need. I must go there in person. Tanya's expression changed slightly at these words. North of Izhou. That's a place where the 3 sects converge, a chaotic mix of fish and dragons, and the truth of the news is hard to discern. Is it too dangerous for you to go in person? Why not have the Dark Network verify it again and scout the way first? Chun-Yi looked at Tanya with interest. Such ancient ruins are perilous and unpredictable. If we send someone to scout, it would require Lin Bin to take action himself. Are you really willing to do that? Tanya's face flushed slightly, yet she still said earnestly, Master, please do not jest. For Brother Bin to serve you is his fortune. How could he put you at risk? Alright, I know your intentions. However, this time I truly need to go myself. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing towards the northern horizon. Lin Bin has just succeeded in Foundation establishment, and his realm is not stable. If I let him lead the team to explore the ancient ruins, what would happen if something went wrong? Where would I put the face of this master? Hearing this, Tanya's lips moved, but she ultimately did not dissuade him. She understood Chun-Yi's temperament. Although he seemed easygoing on the surface, once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Then Master must be careful. Tanya bowed deeply. I will arrange for the dark stakes along the way to be prepared in advance for your convenience. I will be gone for at least half a month, at most a month. You and Sunshine should take care of matters in the tower, if any emergencies arise. He paused, his gaze landing on Tanya. You can seek Su Lan and the others at Qingyun's sect. After these days together, those few inner disciples are still quite trustworthy. Tanya took note of everything, and then exited. The next morning before dawn, an inconspicuous gray, flying boat quietly set sail from Sanha Island, vanishing into the sea of clouds. In the warehouse, Lin Bin, who had already arrived, was entertaining a small-statured qi refining cultivator. The cultivator wore a faded gray robe, but his eyes were exceptionally lively, darting rapidly, as he spoke clearly, an old hand accustomed to traveling the world. Senior Lin, that area was discovered by my father. Years ago, he and 3 companions entered the mountains to gather herbs, and unintentionally stumbled upon a valley shrouded in mist. Faint outlines of buildings could be seen within. They had intended to explore further, but were blocked by a formation and for their entire lives they could not gain it. My father said that at the valley entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 ancient seal characters, Longyuan Pavilion. Longyuan Pavilion. I've never heard of that name. Lin Bin raised his brows slightly. Who could say otherwise? The small-statured cultivator rubbed his hands after my father returned. He inquired in many places, but found nothing. Until 3 years ago I accidentally found a record in a fragment of an ancient book stating that during ancient times Ezhou had a power whose refining techniques were unmatched at the time, and that power was called Longyuan Pavilion. So you mean that ruin is the site of an ancient refining sect? Precisely. Precisely. The small-statured cultivator nodded repeatedly, somewhat regretfully, saying unfortunately the protective formation is still operational, and it seems no one has ever visited the interior. If we could enter we would definitely strike it rich. It's a pity that my clan is too weak to dare invade such a place even if we borrowed more courage. After considering it, rather than letting this news rot in my stomach, I might as well offer it to you in exchange for some tangible benefits. I wonder if the Foundation establishment pill promised by your merchant guild is still valid. Lin Bin nodded. You can first hand me the map. If that ruin truly is the site of an ancient refining sect, a Foundation establishment pill is naturally guaranteed for you. This. The cultivator hesitated slightly. They were merely a Qi refining clan. If they handed over the map, and the other party reneged, they would have no recourse. What? You don't trust me? Lin Bin raised an eyebrow, and a hint of pressure from his Foundation establishment aura inadvertently leaked out. The small-statured cultivator immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, hastily waving his hands. Senior, do not be angry. I would never dare not to trust you. It's just... The door to the storeroom was pushed open, and a cultivator dressed in a crescent moon robe walked in. It was Chun-Yi. Do not reveal my identity. Give him the Foundation establishment pill. Hearing Chun-Yi's transmission, Lin Bin immediately understood his intention, took the Foundation establishment pill from him, and handed it to the small, thin cultivator. Here it is. This is the Foundation establishment pill you wanted. The thin cultivator trembled as he received the jade vial, probing inside with his divine sense. Confirming its authenticity, a surprised smile suddenly blossomed on his face as he repeatedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." He carefully tucked the jade vial into his bosom and took out a jade slip from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Senior, this is the map to the ruins. My father once investigated it repeatedly and marked it in great detail. Lin Bin took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded slightly. Indeed. You may leave now. The thin cultivator expressed his gratitude profusely and exited. Only then did Chun-Yi return to his usual demeanor. Lin Bin handed over the jade slip and asked in confusion, why does the master need to do this? They are just a family of Qi refiners. A threat or two would suffice for them to hand over the map. Why expend a Foundation establishment pill? Chun-Yi took the jade slip, examined it with his divine sense, and said lightly, my Wanbao Tower stands on the foundation of commerce, prioritizing credibility. Since I have promised, I shall fulfill it. And what of this storeroom? Even if it doesn't bear the name of my Wanbao Tower, the goods sold are still from my tower, and the matters handled are also ours. Chun-Yi interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Lin Bin was taken aback and seemed to ponder. My Wanbao Tower has been able to establish a network across 3 states and 18 counties in such a short time. Chun-Yi said, pocketing the jade slip and fixing his gaze on Lin Bin. Not due to having many Foundation establishment cultivators, nor because we can provide enough spirit stones. It is because these minor powers trust us. They trust that the prices we offer are fair, that we do not oppress others with our strength, and that we keep our promise. The cultivator sold the map to you because he knows that selling to Wanbao Tower will yield him a genuine Foundation establishment pill. Selling to others might even cost him his life. This trust is worth more than 10 Foundation establishment pills. Lin Bin fell silent for a moment and bowed deeply, saying, I will remember the master's teachings. Seeing that he understood, Chun-Yi nodded. You should allocate some personnel. We will set out immediately. Yes, Lin Bin replied. Lin Bin was extremely efficient. Within half an hour he had summoned 6 capable individuals from the shadows of the storeroom. All 6 were at the late stage of Qi refinement. Master, everyone is here, Lin Bin said, bowing. Chun-Yi scanned the faces of the 6 individuals and nodded slightly. This journey is perilous. If things become untenable, prioritize your lives. The lives of my Wanbao Tower members are more valuable than anything else. The 6 responded with a hint of surprise in their eyes, replying in unison, yes. The ruins were located deep within Qingyang Mountain, over 300 miles from the nearest village. The path was steep and dense with trees home to roaming magical beasts, and ordinary Qi refiners would never dare venture deep alone. The group arrived at a hidden ravine, and Chun-Yi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He took out the jade slip again to confirm the location, saying, according to the map, the entrance to the Longyuan Pavilion ruins is at the end of this ravine, within a natural cave. Lin Bin stepped forward a few paces, peering into the depths of the ravine. The area was shrouded in mist with unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. Even with his foundation establishment divine sense, he could only probe a short distance. Master, this mist is unusual, Lin Bin said with a frown. It doesn't seem like natural miasma, it feels more like the remnants of some formation. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. The ancient weapon refining sect's mountain protecting formation, even if damaged, is not something to be underestimated. Everyone should be cautious and stay close to me. The 6 Qi refiners responded in unison and summoned their magical devices vigilantly, observing their surroundings. The group proceeded cautiously along the ravine. The water in the ravine was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, yet there were no fish or shrimp. The stone walls on both sides were covered with dark green moss, and occasionally a few decades-old spirit herbs could be seen, but no one had the heart to collect them. The deeper they went, the denser the mist became. Eventually, even with Chun-Yi's divine sense, he could only see clearly within a few zhang around him. Just then a faint rumbling sound suddenly came from ahead. It's the sound of water, said one Qi refiner in a low voice. From the noise, there should be a waterfall ahead. Indeed, after walking a few dozen zhang, the mist suddenly thinned. Before them, a clear view opened up with a white curtain cascading down from 100 zhang high cliff, falling into a deep pool and splashing up mist. The pool was deep and dark green, seemingly bottomless. To the left of the waterfall, a huge crack appeared in the stone wall about 3 zhang high and a zhang wide, resembling the gaping mouth of a giant beast. Lin Bin pointed at the crack, saying, according to the map, the Longyuan Pavilion ruins are deep inside this cave. Chun-Yi focused his gaze on the crack, slightly raising his eyebrows. With his divine sense, he could not probe even a fraction into the cave. He could only see a stone tablet about 1 zhang inside, inscribed with the 3 ancient characters Longyuan Pavilion. Lin Bin examined the array closely and gasped. The array from ancient times can still operate to this day. Such a means. Even a golden core cultivator might not be able to break through it forcefully. Chun-Yi chuckled softly. Not necessarily. Oh, everyone stepped back a bit. Lin Bin and the others quickly stepped back a few paces. Chun-Yi tapped on his storage pouch, and dozens of Chun Yuan swords appeared around him. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, go. Dozens of Chun Yuan swords shot out in a circular formation and embedded themselves in the array's light screen. The light screen immediately rippled like water, but still firmly resisted the impact of the Chun Yuan sword. Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged as he formed hand seals, and the dozen Chun Yuan swords suddenly manifested a magnetic force. The light screen seemed to encounter a natural enemy. The section surrounded by the swords began to dissolve rapidly, turning into a void, while the other areas remained unaffected. It's done, let's go, Chun-Yi said as he stepped in first. Lin Bin and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gulp. Though they hailed from humble beginnings and had not seen grand sights, they were not completely naive. They knew that breaking an array required either overwhelming attacks to make it collapse or finding the array, based on its characteristics, to dismantle it piece by piece. But they had never seen anyone handle an array so effortlessly without disturbing other parts of it. They had not even heard of such a thing. Why are you all dawdling? Catch up. Chun-Yi's voice came from within the cave, prompting Lin Bin and the others to awaken from their stupor and hurriedly follow in. After passing through the narrow entrance passage, a vast space opened up before them. Below was a ruined architectural complex with pavilions and towers built against the mountains stretching for miles. Though most had turned to ruins, one could still glimpse the grandeur of its former glory. Chun-Yi paused to observe, slowly expanding his divine sense. The spiritual energy here was thick to the point of being viscous, far exceeding the outside world by at least tenfold. Among the ruins, faint glimmers of spiritual light could be seen, presumably from scattered magical devices or spiritual materials. Everyone be careful, Chun-Yi said in a solemn tone. Ancient ruins are fraught with traps and formations. The group cautiously stepped into the ruins. Underfoot was a main path paved with blue stones, and the damaged stone pillars on both sides were carved with intricate patterns vaguely recognizable as various weapon refining blueprints. Further in there were rows of collapsed houses, who, judging by the layout, they must have been the residences of disciples in ancient times. Lin Bin exchanged glances with the 6 Qi refiners, and 2 by 2, they began to explore those ruined houses. Frenzied energy coalesced in his palm, aimed squarely at the 2 disciples of the Fengxin Hall. Lin Bin recoiled in terror. This aura alone bore the overwhelming might of a foundation establishment cultivator. Wretch! Cease your arrogance. With a cry, he raised the chilling sword, reforged by Chun-Yi into a true artifact, its crimson light blazing fiercely as he prepared to unleash it. Yet before the blade could soar, Chun-Yi let out a soft, disdainful hum. Recoil. In the next instant, the puppet vanished, as if erased from existence itself. Lin Bin froze mid-motion, utterly dumbfounded, forgetting even to suppress the sword's radiant glow. The two Kyre-finding cultivators who had narrowly escaped death gaped at Chun-Yi in disbelief. Lord Director. Lin Bin swallowed hard. That puppet. I possess a treasure uniquely designed to subdue such constructs. Chun-Yi spoke with effortless nonchalance, his gaze shifting to the two wounded cultivators. How severe are your injuries? My Lord Director, the shoulder-wounded disciple hastily bowed. We suffer no grave harm. Merely superficial wounds, so a brief rest will suffice. The other cultivator quickly added, My Lord Director, only my artifact sustained damage. I am unharmed. Chun-Yi nodded and withdrew 2 vials from his spatial storage pouch, regeneration pills and chi replenishing pills. Use them now. Replacement artifacts will be issued upon your return. He then turned to Lin Bin. Gather everyone immediately. This ruin proves far more perilous than anticipated. No further dispersion is permitted. Lin Bin bowed deeply and promptly drew forth a transmission talisman, murmuring an incantation before casting it skyward. The talisman blazed into a streak of fire, vanishing instantly into the depths of the ruins. Only then did Chun-Yi turn his attention inward, to his system interface. Blueprint Autonomous Puppet Chi Refining Level. Description: forged by Longyuan Pavilion artificers using black iron alloy and powered by low-grade spirit stones, this autonomous puppet executes pre-programmed commands independently. Its combat prowess matches that of a peak Kyre-finding cultivator. Exhausting its full power reserves enables a single strike equivalent to the full force assault of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, after which it enters dormancy until recharged with fresh spirit stones. Production cost 3,000 yuanqi per unit. Confirmed production. A faint knowing smile curved Chun-Yi's lips. If the spiritual sense of a Kyre-finding cultivator is akin to an eye, perceiving fluctuations in ambient spiritual energy, then that of a Foundation establishment cultivator is like a hand, capable of manipulating objects at a distance and commanding artifacts with absolute precision. And the system's disintegration function required only physical contact, meaning Chun-Yi could dismantle any object within his spiritual sense's reach. Provided, of course, that the object was not actively controlled by another cultivator's spiritual sense, since spiritual sense itself was but an extension of the cultivator's will. Moreover, the system could not disintegrate living beings. Thus, the spirit stone-powered autonomous puppet, upon coming under Chun-Yi's spiritual touch, immediately triggered the disintegration prompt. Soon after, the remaining 4 Fengshin Hall disciples were assembled before him. Chun-Yi addressed them aloud. This ruin harbors unpredictable dangers. Even its outermost zones teem with guardian puppets far beyond your capacity to handle. The 6 disciples flushed with shame and lowered their heads. What generous terms the Wanbao Pavilion offered. Diligent service granted access to any resource. Even the Foundation establishment pilled the lifelong aspiration of every Kyre-finding cultivator. Precisely because of such generosity, they had striven desperately to impress, only to falter grievously on their very first assignment. How inept they seemed. Seeing their downcast expressions, Chun-Yi waved a hand. No need for self-reproach. I underestimated the situation. From now on, stay close behind me and senior brother Lin. Do not stray too far. Hearing this, warmth rose in their chests, and they responded in unison, Yes, my Lord Director. Lin Bin watched silently, sighing inwardly. He had served Chun-Yi the longest, and knew well that though the Lord Director appeared aloof, he fiercely protected his own. Any problem solvable with spirit stones would never cost his subordinates their lives. I beg leave to clear the path for my Lord Director. Lin Bin stepped forward half a pace. Chun-Yi shook his head. Unnecessary. Remain at my side, and safeguard them. At that, he raised his hand once more, and the puppet he had just retracted reappeared. With a subtle infusion of command, he ordered, Clear the way ahead. Twin flickers of cobalt flame danced in the puppet's ocular sockets as it mechanically pivoted and strode resolutely into the ruins. Lin Bin and the others stared speechless. The very same puppet that moments earlier had loomed like a ravenous demon, ready to tear them limb from limb, now advanced obediently like the most docile spirit hound. Lord Director. Lin Bin stammered. That puppet, it belongs to me now, Chun-Yi replied coolly. Let us proceed. With the puppet forging ahead and neutralizing hazards, the Fengshin Hall disciples soon unearthed treasures from the rubble. We found several mid-tier artifacts here. Though slightly depleted of spiritual resonance, they remain salvageable through reforging. Over here lie jade slips recording foundational artificer techniques, remarkably well preserved. A spatial storage pouch. It brims with spirit stones. All recovered items were suited for Kyre-finding cultivators. Evidently, this sector had housed the Longyuan Pavilion's outer sect disciples. Each row of dwellings guarded by a single puppet, triggered by the vanguard puppet, then instantly dismantled by Chun-Yi and absorbed into their excavation force. After 7 or 8 days of diligent work, the entire zone was cleared. Lin Bin compiled the findings, approached Chun Yi holding a jade slip and beamed with barely concealed excitement. My Lord Director, the yield is extraordinary. 1,223 mid-tier artifacts, over 300 high-tier artifacts, assorted artificer materials, approximately 200,000 spirit stones, and more than 400 jade slips on artifice, nearly half of which remain intact. Chun Yi accepted the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense across it, nodding faintly. To him, these holdings held little significance, but for the Wanbao Pavilion, they constituted a substantial windfall. Especially the artificer jade slips, though covering only foundational techniques, their systematic completeness was invaluable. Organized and integrated into the pavilion's archives, they would greatly aid in cultivating a generation of skilled artificers. Well done. Chun Yi stowed the jade slip and rose. All disciples remain on standby. Lin Bin, you accompany me forward to survey the terrain. Exploring an undeveloped ancient ruin with reckless haste, like tomb raiders, was the modus operandi of rogue cultivators. The Wanbao Pavilion, however, operated as a disciplined force possessing both time and manpower for meticulous methodical investigation. Dozens of puppets led the way as Chun Yi and Lin Bin advanced into the Longyuan Pavilion's inner sanctum. Before them stood a stone stele inscribed with stern characters, Sacred Inner Sect Territory, Outer Sect Disciples Forbidden Entry, without formal summons. Violators will be executed. Chun Yi paused before the stele, his eyes tracing the sharp, uncompromising script. A wry, amused smile played upon his lips. How rigorously enforced these rules appear. With a casual wave, he dispatched a Kyre-finding puppet across the threshold beyond the stele. Boom. A thunderous detonation shook the heavens. The puppet had no time to react before a colossal descending palm crushed it into oblivion. As the smoke dissipated, a giant ape puppet over 30 feet tall appeared in sight. It was entirely of a dark golden hue, its surface adorned with complex, dizzying, prohibitive patterns, while its eyes glowed with a disquieting crimson, fixated on Chun Yi and the others outside the boundary marker, seemingly ready to unleash thunderous methods should they dare to step forward. Intruders shall die. Lin Bin couldn't help but shudder. The oppressive aura emanating from the giant ape puppet was evidently at the peak of Foundation establishment. What a marvel! A mere gatekeeper puppet possesses peak Foundation establishment power. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion is indeed formidable. Chun Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, but I wonder what kind of powerful enemies such a sect has faced to end up in this predicament. Seeing that Chun Yi and the others had yet to step in, the crimson glow in the giant ape puppet's eyes flickered a few times before it slowly retracted its massive hand, intending to retreat to its hiding place. Now that we are here, why rush to leave? Chun Yi chuckled lightly, his divine sense surging forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the giant ape puppet. To Lin Bin's astonishment, the imposing giant ape puppet abruptly vanished from its spot, leaving behind a chaotic mess of shattered stones and a massive pit. This? Lin Bin rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating. That was a puppet at the peak of Foundation establishment. Even a Golden Core practitioner would need to exert themselves greatly to subdue it. But what about our master? Without lifting a finger, it just disappeared. What kind of treasure is this? Chun Yi, however, had no time to pay attention to Lin Bin's shock. He eagerly examined the system interface. Manufacturing Blueprint, Autonomous Puppet, Foundation Establishment Description: an autonomous puppet created by the masters of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion using iron essence as the main material, powered by mid-grade spirit stones, which can move automatically once commands are set. It boasts strength equivalent to peak Foundation Establishment practitioners and can unleash a full-force strike of an early Golden Core practitioner by expending all its energy, after which the puppet will fall into dormancy and require new spirit stones to restart. Consuming 30,000 points of vital energy can produce one puppet. Do you wish to produce? Not bad, not bad. This is truly a good thing. Chun Yi exclaimed sincerely. Exchanging one mid-grade spirit stone and 30 low-grade spirit stones for a puppet with Foundation Establishment power is a deal that would make anyone wake up laughing from a dream. What's even rarer is that this puppet knows no fatigue, fears no death, and is loyal and reliable. If we could mass-produce 100 or 80 of them, even a latest-stage Golden Core Grandmaster would have to think twice. With a wave of his sleeve, the giant ape puppet reappeared, landing steadily before him, its crimson glow now transformed into a gentle azure. Lin Bin couldn't help but swallow hard. Master, is this now ours? Chun Yi nodded slightly, calmly issuing a command: clear the path ahead, stop for treasures, and fight enemies. The giant ape puppet's azure glow flickered as it stomped heavily, turning with a thunderous sound, and striding into the area behind the stone tablet. Watching the puppet being subdued by Chun Yi, Lin Bin's heart surged with waves of excitement. We struck it big, we really struck it big. If we could get another 17 or 18 of these, wouldn't our Wanbao Tower be able to dominate the 3 states and 18 counties? He did not pause his steps, closely following Chun-Yi into the area behind the stone tablet. The scene here was starkly different from the outside. The dilapidated buildings, though weathered, still faintly revealed the grandeur of their past. Palatial structures rose in layers along the hillside, and a faint spiritual light still lingered among the intricately carved beams and painted columns. Even as time flowed on, the prohibition formations placed on these buildings had not completely failed. The two arrived in front of a building known as the Artifact Pavilion. It was a 3-story tall pavilion constructed entirely from a certain deep blue stone, which despite enduring countless years of wind and rain showed no signs of collapsing. Its defensive formations were still operational, a faint halo circulating endlessly enveloping the entire pavilion. Chun-Yi wasted no time summoning dozens of heavy abyss swords once more. The defensive formation immediately gave way, just like the protective mountain formation, creating a large hole. The two stepped inside. The first floor of the Artifact Pavilion was incredibly spacious. Dozens of tall wooden racks were neatly arranged, covered in dust, yet still standing firm. However, the racks were bare, with only a few jade slips and a couple of unknown metallic scraps scattered about. Lin Bin frowned. Has someone beaten us to it? Chun-Yi's expression also darkened. He had come in search of a legendary refining material known as jade condensation silk. This substance is said to be crafted from the spiritual energy extracted from top-grade spirit stones combined through special methods, resulting in excellent magical conductivity, making it one of the most common materials for crafting diagrams and talismans in ancient times. However, such purely spiritual creations, if not bound by prohibitions as treasures, would dissipate within 3 to 5 days, and the remnants would also collapse due to the failure of the prohibitions. Only complete manufactured products can be passed down. Ancient treasures have always been the most sought-after items in the cultivation world. Even among golden core masters, one would have to fight tooth and nail to obtain them. Moreover, the refining techniques for such items have been lost, making them even rarer. This is why Chun-Yi rushed over as soon as he learned that the Dragon Abyss Pavilion was an ancient refining sect. It was because there might be ancient treasures made of jade condensation silk left here. But from the looks of it, he was likely too late. Especially since Chun-Yi noticed that the dust on the racks varied in depth, clearly indicating that treasures had once been here, but had been taken away. Given the dust accumulation, it likely hadn't been more than 70 or 80 years since. The guarding puppets were still present, and the formations were intact. How did the previous visitors manage to get in? Suppressing his disappointment and doubts, Chun-Yi took a deep breath. Let's check above. The second and third floors were just as empty. Chun-Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Master, look over there. Lin Bin pointed to a painting hanging on the third floor, his voice tinged with surprise. Chun-Yi shifted his gaze. It was an ancient painting measuring 3 feet square, depicting an elderly man with white hair and beard seated on a mat, dressed in a dark Taoist robe, his face, gaunt eyes slightly closed, exuding a serene demeanor. Below the painting stood a long table made of rosewood, upon which lay a jade box roughly palm-sized, exuding a lustrous sheen, with faint spiritual light swirling about. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. The entire Artifact Pavilion had been stripped clean, yet this painting and the jade box remained here intact, which was already quite peculiar. Chun-Yi summoned the puppet to open the jade box, revealing a gilded sacrificial text inside. Upon reading, it said, "The late learner has been graced by heaven's favor, fortunate to inherit the Dragon Abyss decree and continue the lineage. 3 pillars of precious fragrance offered before the ancestral seat. The disciple is unworthy, temporarily taking the treasures of the Artifact Pavilion to fund the reconstruction, hoping for the ancestors' understanding. The 79th sect master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the royal heir of Due, by Ziliang Bose, in respect." Upon seeing this name, and recalling the intelligence gathered by Feng Xintang, Chun-Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Chun-Yi shook his head, and casually handed the golden foil memorial text to Lin Bin. Lin Bin took it, glanced at it, and his expression instantly turned astonishing. By Ziliang. That by the head of the Qilin Association? The timing aligns. Moreover, the Qilin Association is famed for its mastery of artifact forging. This must be him beyond doubt. Chun-Yi mused deeply. Yet in all my prior encounters, this head by conducted himself with flawless discretion. Why would he commit such a grievous folly? Silent prosperity is the true path to wealth, yet he deliberately left behind a memorial text. One might praise his sense of ritual, but it is profoundly foolish. Were Chun-Yi himself to inherit this ruin, he would not only omit any memorial, he would erase the very existence of the ruin itself. Lin Bin clutched the golden foil memorial, turning it over repeatedly, his brow knitting tighter with each scrutiny. My lord speaks truly. To leave a written record here is tantamount to declaring openly to all who follow, the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's treasures have been claimed by me. Such self-incriminating recklessness defies the profound cunning one expects from head by. A person's character seldom undergoes radical transformation without extraordinary upheaval, yet such contradiction betrays no such turning point. Bai Ziliang's dossier had long been compiled by the Wanbao Tower born of the great Yu imperial clan endowed with commendable talent. He advanced smoothly to late foundation establishment, never once struck by calamity or crisis. Let us first inspect other locations, said Chun, tucking the golden foil memorial into his robe before descending the stairs. They proceeded next to the Pill Pavilion, the Scripture Repository, and other vital sect strongholds. All stood utterly vacant. Only Bai Ziliang's memorial remained. At last they arrived at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's medicinal herb garden. Upon dispelling the restraining formation, the sight within brought both men sharply to attention. Unlike the desolation elsewhere, the spirit herbs here grew haphazardly, neglected, yet bearing clear signs of past harvesting, while several immature specimens remained perfectly preserved. Fulong vine zihu flower. These are core ingredients for foundation establishment pills. Lin Bin stared at the expanse before him, eyes bulging with disbelief. The least mature herbs already bore 2 to 3 centuries of cultivation. The Fulong vine in particular faintly manifested the nascent aura of dragon transformation. Merely 7 or 8 more years would render it ripe for alchemical use. My lord, shall we transplant the entire garden to Sanha Island now, or wait until maturity? Lin Bin's face flushed with fervor. Chun-Yi, however, pointed gravely toward a raised dais within the garden. Look there. Lin Bin followed his gaze. At the garden's heart rose a stone dais, 3 chi high, carved entirely from white jade, its surface inscribed with intricate spirit-gathering array patterns. Seated upright upon its center sat a desiccated skeleton, cross-legged, spine unbent, radiating an unyielding pride, even after untold centuries of silence. The Taoist robe draped upon the bones had long crumbled to ash, leaving only tattered shreds clinging to the frame. Yet faint cloud motifs embroidered upon them matched precisely those adorning the elder's robe in the painting discovered earlier within the artifact pavilion. Lin Bin drew a sharp breath. This is the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's founding patriarch. Examine beneath the dais. Chun-Yi added, gesturing downward. There, scattered chaotically around the dais, lay over a dozen skeletons, each frozen in varied postures, some still gripping their arcane artifacts. Their attire unmistakably marked them as imperial cultivators. Lin Bin's pupils contracted violently. These are Bai Ziliang's men. How could they perish here? Chun-Yi offered no immediate reply. Instead, his divine sense swept across the remains. After a moment, his brows lifted faintly. How intriguing. Not a single wound mars their bodies, nor does the surrounding earth bear trace of struggle. It appears their vital essence was drained, utterly instantaneously. By the heavens! Lin Bin recoiled in alarm, stepping swiftly before Chun-Yi, his crimson feather sword already drawn. Chun-Yi merely waved a hand. The colossal ape puppet strode forward without hesitation. The moment the puppet touched the skeletal figure upon the dais, the bones dissolved into fine dust. Then the puppet struck the surrounding area in wide, forceful arcs. Yet no counterattack stirred. As a precaution, Chun-Yi unfurled the earth-slaughtering fiery spirit banner, shook its silken flag, and summoned the fiery marshal of slaughter. True to expectation, this Ean-born entity immediately detected the anomaly. Its blazing spear lunged toward a heap of wooden fragments strewn upon the ground. Instantly one splinter erupted, transforming into a streak of obsidian light, desperate to flee. But the fiery marshal's spear moved faster still. Its tip flicked upward, pinning the fragment squarely to the earth. The shard writhed violently, hissing as searing flames scorched its surface. Spare me! Spare me! A voice cried out, emanating not from flesh but from the incense stick itself. A foundation establishment-level Ean-soul. Rather fascinating, murmured Chun-Yi, his gaze turning icy. He signaled the marshal to ease the torment. Identify yourself. Released from the fire's agony, the Ean-soul seemed to exhale. Then after a pause spoke with a bitter smile. I am Bai Ziliang, Prince of the Great Yu. You 2 cultivators have clearly found my memorials elsewhere. You are Bai Ziliang. Lin Bin gasped, disbelief cracking his voice. From the wooden fragment, the Ean-soul coalesced. Though translucent and spectral, its features were indistinguishable from those of the Bai head of the Qingnan Commandery's Qilin Association. A chill surged up Lin Bin's spine, freezing his very marrow. Then, who was that man leading the Qilin Association now? A wry, sorrowful smile flickered across the Yinsel's countenance. It seems that fiend not only seized my body, but walks abroad under my name. How laughable. I once believed I had grasped heaven's greatest boon. Chun-Yi's gaze sharpened, his voice low and resonant. Speak. What transpired 60 years ago? The soul form trembled faintly, as if dredging forth memories too harrowing to revisit. 6 decades past, I had just broken through to mid-foundation establishment. By sheer serendipity, I acquired the Dragon Abyss token. and from Imperial archives uncovered clues pointing to the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. I then set forth with a retinue of loyal guards following those traces to this very place. At first all proceeded flawlessly. Holding the Dragon Abyss token, I was recognized as the pavilion's rightful master. Its defensive arrays and guardian puppets posed no hindrance. Once inside, I discovered the pavilion long abandoned. Yet its treasuries remained largely intact. Pills in the Pill Pavilion, artifacts in the Artifact Pavilion, cultivation manuals in the Scripture Repository. Each chamber overflowed with wonders dazzling the senses. As Basilion's soul recounted this, nostalgia softened his features, yet beneath it smoldered deep, abiding regret. I was delirious with joy, convinced this was heaven's gift bestowed upon me. Had I succeeded in extracting these treasures, I would not only eclipse my imperial kin, I might even ascend to Golden Core, or even Nascent Soul. So I ordered my men to box and seal the treasures, preparing for phase transport back to the Imperial capital. But the moment I dispelled the formation guarding the medicinal garden, eager to survey its rare spirit herbs, Basilion's soul shuddered violently, voice piercing with terror. That fiend. He had been waiting here all along. Chen Yi frowned slightly, calmed down, and explained slowly. Basilion's soul was somewhat pacified under Chen Yi's reassurance, yet the fear within him remained palpable. That demon calls himself Xian Yin Shangren, a mortal enemy of the founding master of Longyuan Pavilion from back in the day. The two battled for hundreds of years, ultimately being slain by the Longyuan master, who exhausted all his strength to set a great formation for the sect as bait. Yet who would have thought that this demon not only survived, but also reversed into the path of the undead, relying on a peculiar soul-nurturing tree in the garden to persist until now. At this point, Basilion's voice trembled uncontrollably. The moment I ascended the high platform, that demon burst forth from the soul-nurturing wood. I had no time to react before I was knocked into my sea of consciousness. My guards saw me suddenly collapse, and thought I was ambushed, rushing up the stone platform to save me. But they were no match for that demon. Though the demon was merely a soul, he was still beyond our capabilities, instantly draining the life force of everyone present. Chen Yi's gaze shifted towards the scattered corpses at the base of the high platform. So that was it. These people did not die from any formation or mechanism, but at the hands of that Xian. Basillion continued, my guards died, and I was no match for that demon. In a moment of crisis, I risked damage to my soul, and used a secret technique to escape from my physical body. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, I entrusted my spirit to this fragment of soul-nurturing wood. At this point, Basilion's voice was nearly choked with emotion. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he pondered. So you were possessed by Xianyin. Basillion forced a bitter smile. You may not know, my friend, but the path of undead cultivation is inherently against the natural order. While their lifespan approaches eternity, the essence of their spirit differs from that of living beings, making it impossible to resurrect through possession. After turning to the path of the undead, one must continuously absorb Yin energy to maintain their form. However, this practice is ultimately a shortcut, and the heavenly Tao has its checks and balances. That Xianyin Shangren has survived to this day entirely due to that soul-nurturing wood. But such nurturing materials are only temporary measures. If he wishes to truly break free, he must seek a living body to merge his soul with the flesh. Yet this method has a fatal flaw. The cultivation level of the physical body determines the limits of his potential. Once he occupies my body, he can only reach the peak of foundation establishment and cannot advance further. Moreover, if that body's lifespan runs out, and he cannot find a new vessel of higher cultivation in time, his soul will be exposed to the heavens, and at that moment the heavenly Tao will sense it, and a thunder tribulation will surely descend. Chen Yi's gaze flickered. So he will undoubtedly seek a golden core body before the lifespan of that physical body is exhausted. Exactly. Basillion nodded heavily. And given that demon's nature, he will never be satisfied with an ordinary golden core. What he desires must be a talented golden core cultivator. Only in this way will he have the time to seek a nascent soul vessel. Chen Yi's brows knitted tightly. Xianyin Shangren has occupied Basilion's body for 60 years, yet he has always remained hidden in Qingnan County, operating under the guise of the Qilan Society's leader, revealing not a hint of his true identity. Whose golden core body is he scheming to target behind those families? Yangjia. With his lifespan nearly exhausted, he would certainly not be his target. What about the other four? Even the youngest Zhou Jingyuan has been a golden core for 60 years. How could Basillion, nearly at the peak of foundation establishment, possibly possess the means to seize the body of a golden core cultivator? Or is it that he has other plans? Seeing Chen Yi lost in thought, Basillion called out, Friend. Friend. Chen Yi finally lifted his gaze to him. Basillion forced a smile. My physical body has been seized, trapped here for 60 years. I thought I had no hope in this life, only able to watch as that demon roams freely in my guise. Today, encountering a friend is truly fate. I have an unreasonable request, and hope for your assistance. Since it is an unreasonable request, there is no need to voice it. Chun-Yi interrupted lightly. Your grievances with that Xianing Shangren have nothing to do with me. Bai Ziliang's soul stiffened, a look of despair etched on his face. Lin Bin opened his mouth to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Chun-Yi. The two turned to leave. Please wait, friend. Bai Ziliang's soul urged anxiously. Though my physical body has been taken, all my wealth has been seized by that old demon. However, as long as you take me to the imperial capital of Zhongzhou, the Daiyu royal family will surely reward you handsomely. At that time you may ask for anything you desire. Chun-Yi paused, his steps turned around, and looked at him with a half-smile. My friend, you have been trapped here for 60 years, and likely do not know the situation outside. The Daiyu royal family is currently in a period of turmoil, with 3 princes fighting tooth and nail for the throne. Your father has little time to spare for you, a deceased prince for 60 years. Bai Ziliang's soul turned pale upon hearing this. Chun-Yi continued, moreover, your physical body has been operating in your guise for 60 years. Surely it has established a foundation in the imperial capital. You say you are the real one, while the one outside is a fake. Who would believe that? Bai Ziliang's soul paled further. If that is the case, why should I wade into this muddy water? After saying this, Chun-Yi turned to leave once more. Please wait, friend. Bai Ziliang's soul nearly yelled, I still have treasures to offer. Bai Ziliang spoke at breakneck speed. The insights and techniques I obtained from Long Yuan on refining tools are still intact. Oh, Chun-Yi finally stopped. Where are these things now? I possess a divine ability called extensive learning and strong memory. Anything I have seen will never be forgotten, no matter how much time passes. Previously, while browsing texts in the tool pavilion and the scripture pavilion, all those techniques and insights on refining tools are firmly etched in my mind. Bai Ziliang's soul spoke eagerly. As long as you are willing to help me escape, I will willingly transcribe everything I remember and present it to you with both hands. Chun-Yi turned to him with a half-smile. My friend, how can empty words convince anyone? You say you remember the techniques of Long Yuan Pavilion, but how do I know whether what you recall is true or false? Even if it is true, what if you omit key parts while transcribing? What then? This? Bai Ziliang's soul faltered. I once obtained the long-lost method of crafting jade condensed silk from an ancient text. Long Yuan Pavilion is an ancient refinement sect. Surely you also have this method. How about you first disclose this method to me to confirm its authenticity? If you truly possess the legacy of Long Yuan Pavilion, we can discuss further cooperation. Bai Ziliang, rather than being angry, felt joy. Though jade condensed silk is one of the top-tier artificial treasures, its crafting is challenging and costly, thus lost to later generations. For him, who has completely inherited Long Yuan Pavilion, it is truly not a rare item. Without hesitation, Bai Ziliang revealed the method of crafting jade condensed silk. Though Chun-Yi could not determine its truth, seeing how detailed he noted everything down. After Bai Ziliang finished, he looked at Chun-Yi. How about it? Now do you believe I have a legacy? Chun-Yi nodded. Yes, indeed. In that case, Bai Ziliang had, then you shall die. As soon as Chun-Yi's words fell, the Fire Sha Ling banner reappeared in his hand, and the Fire Sha seized him. Bai Ziliang's soul froze in an instant, his face reflecting disbelief and terror. You. What are you doing? I have revealed the method of crafting jade condensed silk to you. What? Why? Chun-Yi sneered. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? The undead being transformed by that Xianing Shangren, I do not know what cultivation level it possesses, yet it must occupy your body to emerge from this relic. If that is the case, how could I possibly bring you out? Would I gift you your body? Bai Ziliang's expression changed. He was planning to deceive Chun-Yi into coming close for a body replacement technique. At that time, with a body, how could 2 early Foundation establishment cultivators contend with him? Bai Ziliang's soul, which had been filled with terror, suddenly solidified into a fierce expression. You are quite clever, young one. This Foundation establishment level undead soldier indeed restrains me greatly. But can it protect you as well? With a loud bang, the soul-nurturing wood within the soul suddenly exploded, sending the Fire Sha master staggering back several steps. Bai Ziliang's soul seized the opportunity and transformed into a streak of light, darting straight towards Lin Bin beside Chun-Yi. Ghost cultivators are not on the righteous path. Without a physical body, their combat power is extremely weak and easily countered. However, apart from their longevity advantage, they possess a significant strength, which is their specialization in spiritual consciousness. In battles within the sea of consciousness, cultivators of the same tier are generally no match. Bai Ziliang was already in the Foundation establishment midstage, while Lin Bin had just recently established his foundation. Once Bai Ziliang entered the sea of consciousness, he would instantly seize Lin Bin's body. Lin Bin did not expect that this old ghost would come directly for him. His pupils contracted sharply, instinctively wanting to retreat, but was horrified to find that the speed of the soul entity was astonishing, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. Kid, your flesh is mine. A triumphant, sinister laugh echoed from the soul entity already reaching Lin Bin's brow. Boom. A bone fist covered in fiery energy suddenly erupted from Lin Bin's shoulder, smashing into the soul entity that was about to penetrate Lin Bin's sea of consciousness. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Bai Ziliang's soul was like oil splashed onto snow sizzling under the fire energy, large portions of soul mist evaporating instantly. He desperately retreated, reforming into a translucent shape, but at this moment his aura was more than 3 points diminished compared to before, and the edges of his soul were constantly dissipating faint spiritual light. How is this possible? Bai Ziliang looked in disbelief at the fire energy that crawled out from Lin Bin's robe. He glanced at the Earth Fiend Fire Spirit banner in Chun Yi's hand. You all. I gave you 3 chances. Oh, wouldn't it be better if we parted ways amicably? Why did you have to seek death? Chun Yi, holding the Earth Fiend Fire Spirit banner, stepped forward slowly, his tone chilling. Bai Ziliang, do you really think I can be bullied? Lin Bin also led his own fire energy master to surround him. The 2 fire energy masters stood back to back, trapping Bai Ziliang's soul in the middle. The power of fire energy is the nemesis of ghostly beings, and since the bone soldiers lack spiritual consciousness, any means of ghostly souls are ineffective against them. At this moment, Bai Ziliang's soul was injured. Facing the encirclement of the 2 fire energy masters, even escaping became a luxury. Wait. His voice was no longer the same as before, replaced by deep fear. Please spare me, fellow Taoist. Bai. No, I was wrong. I promise not to deceive you again. However, Chun Yi remained unmoved. The 2 fire energy masters simultaneously stepped forward, their bone palms engulfed in roaring flames. Fellow Taoist. Bai Ziliang's soul nearly wailed. What I just said may have been exaggerated, but the matters of the Longyuan Pavilion's inheritance are absolutely true. Not only the jade condensation silk, but also the refining methods for Xianbing divine iron and the formation secrets of the 7 stars breaking illusion formation. All this is within my mind. If you spare my life, I am willing to take a vow against my inner demon, ensuring no treachery will arise. The 2 fire energy masters halted their steps, but the flames on their bone palms continued to blaze, casting a flickering light on Bai Ziliang's soul. Chun Yi looked at him, his gaze as calm as indifference. A vow against your inner demon. You, a ghostly being, have lost your physical body. Oh, what can bind your inner demon? Bai Ziliang's soul stiffened. Moreover, Chun Yi continued in a flat tone, that collision you made has already shattered your greatest trump card. The soul-nourishing wooden piece has been destroyed. Even if you do not perish at my hands, you will not last long. Once a ghost cultivator's soul detaches from the soul-nourishing item, without a physical body as a vessel, within 3 days the heavenly Tao will sense it, and a tribulation will descend, leaving you unable to remain even as a ghost. Bai Ziliang's soul was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Haha, I have never claimed to do good throughout my life, yet I have never committed great evil either. Just due to a moment of greed, I have met this end, and now even the last remnants of my soul are to dissipate into the world. Is this the retribution of the heavenly Tao? How unfair. Bai Ziliang's laughter was sharp and mournful, his soul trembled violently, and the spiritual light at the edges grew denser, dissipating like smoke into the world. Chun Yi quietly observed this scene, the Earth Fiend Fire Spirit banner slightly drooping in his hand, while the 2 fire energy masters did not retreat, maintaining their encirclement. Unfair. Chun Yi suddenly spoke, his voice calm. You coveted the inheritance of the Longyuan Pavilion, trespassed into forbidden grounds, and released the Xian Yin Master. Your guards died because of you. You were trapped for 60 years, and now your soul is scattering. Was any of this not your own choice? Did the heavenly Tao ever owe you anything? Bai Ziliang stared blankly at Chun Yi, the madness on his face gradually fading, replaced by an indescribably complex emotion. Indeed, it was all my own choice. He murmured, his soul fading further. If I had not acted on my greed. If I had listened to my guards and retreated in time. Suddenly he looked up and stared directly at Chun Yi. Fellow Taoist, I have one last request. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. Bai Ziliang smiled bitterly. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I am not asking you to save me. My soul is already scattered. Even a great Luo Jingxian cannot save me now. I simply wish to ask you to do one thing for me. What is it? My mother. Bai Ziliang's voice suddenly became very soft. She loved me the most back then. That Xian old devil occupies my body, passing off as me. Others may not see through the flaw, but mother and son share a heart. My mother might not notice. If she truly senses it with her character, she would definitely investigate secretly. That old devil is ruthless. If he discovers my mother has doubts. Chun Yi's gaze shifted slightly. You want me to save her? No, Bai Ziliang shook his head. I only wish. If one day you attain great strength and my mother encounters danger, please lend a helping hand within your capability. I possess nothing but the inheritance in my mind. Now I will give it all to you. Without waiting for Chun Yi's reply, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at his brow. A beam of spiritual light suddenly brightened, slowly drifting out from his nearly dissipated soul, condensing into a small orb the size of a fingernail, hovering in midair. This contains the entirety of the Longyuan Pavilion's inheritance that I have acquired. Fellow Taoist only needs to probe with your spiritual sense to access it. Chun Yi stared at the orb, then looked at Bai Ziliang's soul about to dissipate. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his hand and took the orb into his palm. As he probed with his spiritual sense, a vast amount of information surged forth. Insights on refining tools, secrets of cultivation, formation techniques. A myriad of knowledge that was overwhelming and difficult to comprehend all at once. Bai Ziliang's soul body revealed a hint of a bitter smile as he remarked, the demonic path. The righteous path. I have lived for over 100 years, and have seen countless righteous cultivators engage in demonic deeds, while I have also witnessed those of the demonic path, keeping their promises more than the righteous. Friend, you could have forcefully searched my soul while it was injured, yet you gave me the opportunity to speak. You could have simply waited for my dissolution and taken the inheritance light orb for yourself, yet you still accepted it, and allowed me to finish my last words. Such actions, even if deemed demonic, are 100 times better than that of the Xian, an old demon. Chun Yi did not immediately put it away, but instead raised his gaze to Bai Ziliang's increasingly transparent soul body. You are quite open-minded. Bai Ziliang smiled bitterly. What good is it to be open-minded? For 60 years, I have been trapped in this confined space, watching that old demon roam freely in my guise day and night, consumed by thoughts of how to escape and take revenge, my malicious thoughts surging, nearly forcing myself to become a vengeful spirit. Now that my time is drawing near, I have instead awakened from your admonition. I truly wish to see the imperial capital again. He looked up at the array of flowing light atop the medicinal garden, the radiance nearly merging his already transparent soul body into the light. This is the moment of dissolution. Wait! Chun Yi's shout caused Bai Ziliang's Sunto-dispersed soul body to momentarily stabilize. What else do you wish, friend? Bai Ziliang's voice had already become erratic, as if coming from a great distance. Chun Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly taking out a palm-sized piece of pitch-black wood. The wood was completely black with faint dark golden patterns swirling on its surface. As soon as it was taken out, a faint chill spread through the air. Bai Ziliang's Sunto-dissolved soul body trembled violently, his previously erratic gaze suddenly becoming more focused, fixating on the object in Chun Yi's hand. This is... Bai Ziliang's soul body stared blankly at the pitch-black wood, momentarily forgetting to speak. Soul-nourishing wood. Moreover, it was of such fine quality. It was several times larger than the piece he had before, and its body was intact with clear patterns. One could faintly sense the immense soul power contained within it. Chun Yi directly tossed the soul-nourishing wood to him. I will notify your mother. As for whether she believes it or comes to save you, that is her business. Now Lin Bin instructs someone to collect and transplant all the medicinal materials. We are preparing to leave. Yes, master. Seeing Chun Yi turn to leave, Bai Ziliang held the soul-nourishing wood, momentarily forgetting to speak. He stared blankly at the palm-sized piece of pitch-black wood in his hand. This piece of soul-nourishing wood was enough for him to sustain himself for several decades, and if used sparingly, perhaps even 100 years. Friend. Bai Ziliang suddenly looked up only to see Chun Yi already at the edge of the medicinal garden. Chun Yi did not turn back, casually waving his hand as he stepped out of the array's light curtain. Lin Bin looked at the dazed Bai Ziliang and whispered, My lord is kind-hearted. If you had acted like this earlier, it would have been better rather than doing those unnecessary things. After speaking, Lin Bin quickly followed Chun Yi, leaving Bai Ziliang standing there holding the soul-nourishing wood. Kind-hearted. He murmured Lin Bin's words, suddenly feeling a bit of laughter bubble up. After cultivating for over 100 years, he had seen too many so-called kind-hearted individuals. Those who would donate a few copper coins to beggars on the street felt they had accumulated vast merits. Those who showed mercy to defeated opponents during sect competitions believed they had acted with utmost kindness. Yet when faced with life-and-death situations or personal interests, those kind-hearted individuals often turned out to be the most ruthless. And this Chun Yi clearly could have stood by and watched as his soul dissipated, taking the inheritance light orb for himself. He could have forcefully searched his soul while he was injured, extracting all his memories. He could have claimed the inheritance and let him vanish completely. But he did not. Not only did he refrain, he also generously gifted such precious, soul-nourishing wood. The moment Chun Yi stepped out of the medicinal garden's array, Bai Ziliang's voice came nearly choked with emotion. The great kindness of my friend Bai will never forget. Chun Yi did not stop walking, merely waved his hand as he led Lin Bin back along the path they came. Lin Bin looked back at the soul body holding the soul-nourishing wood, lost in thought, and whispered, Master, that piece of soul-nourishing wood. Is a treasure worth its weight in gold? Giving it to him like this, are we not at a loss? At a loss. Chun-Yi glanced at him with a half-smile. Do you think the inheritance of the Longyuan Pavilion Inn by Ziliang's mind is worth a piece of soul-nourishing wood? Lin Bin was taken aback. Naturally it is worth it. But didn't we already obtain the inheritance light orb? Chun-Yi shook his head, not offering further explanation. Lin Bin scratched his head, somewhat unclear about his master's intentions, but dared not ask further, obediently following behind. On the other side, Sana Island. Old Wang hurriedly sought out Zhao Hu. Huzi, I beg you to help me with a favor. Zhao Hu was busy arranging cargo shipments when he saw Old Wang's panicked expression and could not help but put down his work. Wang Bo, what matter is so urgent? Old Wang sighed. When I was out gathering herbs for a living, I had a few old friends. Originally, I wanted to recruit them to the tavern, but they knew their age and frailty, and their descendants were useless, fearing they would cause me trouble, so they declined my offer. Who would have thought that a few days ago their family members, a few wastrels, got involved with the Qingjiao gang and ended up in a gambling scheme, racking up a massive debt. Those old friends, in order to pay off their descendants' debts, not only risked their savings over the years, but now they have been captured. Old Wang rubbed his hands anxiously. My old brothers have come to me for help. I cannot ignore this. After thinking it over, I could only come to you for help with a solution. Zhao Hu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Qingjiao gang. Where did they come from? Just some rascals. After the Haisha gang was taken down by the master, Taiping Outer Square has become a lawless territory, with several small gangs eyeing this rich piece of meat. The Qingjiao gang only emerged in the last couple of years, and it is said they have the Kirin Society backing them, which is why they dare to act so brazenly in the Outer Square, Old Wang explained. All right, Wang Bo, leave this to me, Zhao Hu. What are the names of those rascals? I will go to the Kirin Society to demand their release. Old Wang's face lit up with delight at these words, quickly providing the names of those involved. Zhao Hu nodded, not wasting any time, and immediately left for Taiping Square. At the Kirin Society in Taiping Square, a black-clad cultivator hurriedly walked over. My lord, the people have been sent over. Bai Ziliang nodded slightly upon hearing this, casually pouring tea from a jade pot into a cup, his expression revealing no trace of disturbance. Well done. Go to the Blood Tower to collect the elixirs. This is what you deserve. Thank you, guild leader. Thank you, guild leader. The black-clad cultivator expressed endless gratitude as he exited. Bai Ziliang raised his teacup, taking a gentle sip, his gaze drifting to the window, the corners of his lips curling into a faint arc. Being in the game, we are all but pieces on the board. It is not as simple as you think to extricate yourself from it. Zhao Hu arrived at Taiping Square and directly approached Yin Tai. Senior Zhao, what brings you to my Taiping Square today? Yin Tai was busy sorting documents in the square and quickly rose to greet him upon seeing Zhao Hu. He had dealt with Zhao Hu a few times and knew that this man was a trusted aide of Chun-Yi, so his attitude was natural. However, he felt a bit complicated inside. Aback, when Wanbao Building had not yet risen to prominence, Yin Tai was already the captain of the security team at Taiping Square, a well-known figure in Qingnan. Yet Zhao Hu was just a rough man hunting monsters for a living in Wuhuan Mountain. In just a few short years, Zhao Hu had already become a foundation establishment cultivator, while Yin Tai remained a security captain at Taiping Square, his cultivation stagnant. Nothing is as unpredictable as the affairs of the world. Zhao Hu, unaware of Yin Tai's complex emotions, got straight to the point. Old Yin, I'm here to inquire about a few people. He named the few names mentioned by Old Wang and briefly explained the situation. Have they already been taken away? Yin Tai's expression changed subtly upon hearing this. What? I've heard that the Qingjiao gang is supported by your Qilin Association. Old Yin, you can't possibly let this small matter get out of hand, can you? Zhao Hu furrowed his brows as he noticed Yin Tai's unusual demeanor. Yin Tai forced a smile. If the people had not been taken away, it would merely be a matter of a word, but now they are likely no longer in the hands of the Qingjiao gang. Zhao Hu's brow instantly furrowed. Not in the hands of the Qingjiao gang. They can't possibly be sold to a mine, so urgently can they? Yin Tai explained the decline of the Yang family has become a foregone conclusion. They have been expanding the capacity of the mines these years, seemingly trying to extract as much spiritual or as possible before their ancestor passes away. They have been looking for laborers everywhere with prices more than double compared to previous years. Now all the gangs in Qingnan and the surrounding counties are trying every means to capture people. As long as they can breathe, the Yang family will take them all. Those few juniors of yours are likely already in the mines. They'll help you ask the people of the Qingjiao gang if they have been taken to the Yang family. There will be nothing we Qilin Association can do. Yin Tai said this and called over a subordinate, giving a few instructions. The subordinate hurriedly left and returned after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, whispering a few words in Yin Tai's ear. After hearing this, Yin Tai's expression darkened further. After dismissing his subordinate, he said to Zhao Hu, I found out. Those few people were sold to the Yang family by the Qingjiao gang 3 days ago. Alright old Yin, thank you. I will treat you to a drink later. Zhao Hu bid farewell to Yin Tai and directly called for his men to head towards the Yang family's territory at Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain is located in the northwest of Qingnan County with steep terrain and abundant spiritual energy. The Yang family has operated here for hundreds of years with a towering mountain gate, numerous buildings, and spiritual fields and patches on the mountainside, while the main peak is shrouded in a large formation with faint spiritual light swirling. Zhao Hu brought a few capable men from the Jinhua Hall and arrived at the foot of Shouyang Mountain in less than half an hour. As soon as the flying boat landed, a Yang family disciple came to block their way. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Yang family. All unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. The guarding disciple, although only at the mid-stage of qi refining, spoke with an air of arrogance. Though the Yang family had clearly shown signs of decline, they had built up their prestige in Qingnan County for hundreds of years. How could ordinary loose cultivators not bow their heads in front of the Yang family? Zhao Hu jumped off the flying boat and did not bother to argue with him. He clasped his hands and said, I am Zhao Hu, the hall master of the Jinhua Hall at Wanbao Building, and I have business to discuss with the person in charge of the Yang family. Wanbao Building. The guarding disciple frowned and looked Zhao Hu up and down a few times. Please wait here, I will go inform them. He then turned and entered the mountain gate. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the guarding disciple returned slowly, still speaking in a cold tone, follow me. Zhao Hu suppressed his impatience and followed him into the mountain gate. They passed through several checkpoints and arrived in front of a side hall halfway up the mountain. The guarding disciple pointed into the hall and said, the second master is inside, you can go in yourself. Zhao Hu stepped into the hall and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat with a thin face and dressed in a brocade robe, leisurely sipping tea. This man was none other than Yang Kong. Zhao Daoyou, a rare visitor. I wonder what brings you here today. Yang Kong put down his teacup, raised his eyelids slightly, and glanced over Zhao Hu with a nonchalant tone. Zhao Hu clasped his hands and got straight to the point. Yang Daoyou, I've come regarding a few juniors. They were reckless and ended up gambling debts in the square and were sold to your noble family's mine by the Qingjiao gang. I hope Yang Daoyou can facilitate their release, or whatever ransom is required. Wanbao Building will pay it in full. Yang Kang's expression paused for a moment before returning to normal. He took another sip of tea and said in a flat tone, Zhao Hall Master, you may not know the rules of my Yang family. Once someone enters the mine, there has never been a precedent for redemption. Zhao Hu frowned and patiently replied, Yang Daoyou, those few are merely ordinary youngsters with no great skills, they wouldn't be of much use in the mine. Wanbao Building is willing to offer double the price as an apology to the Yang family. I hope you will make an exception. Double the price. Yang Kong let out a cold laugh and heavily placed the teacup on the table. Hall Master Zhao, I respect you as a member of Wanbao Building and allow you to speak here. If you continue to overstep, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Zhao Hu's expression darkened. Though he was a rough man, he could tell that Yang Kong was deliberately refusing to show him respect. Yang Daoyou, Wanbao Building is willing to pay to redeem the people. This is already giving your noble family enough face. Why be so aggressive? Aggressive, eh? Yang Kong stood up looking down at Zhao Hu. Hall Master Zhao, understand this, you are at Shouyang Mountain, not in your Wanbao Building's territory. Those few lowly individuals who entered my Yang family's mine are now my Yang family's servants, and their life and death are at the Yang family's discretion. You say you want to redeem them as if my Yang family is some kind of place. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. So Yang Daoyou means there's no room for negotiation. No room for negotiation, Yang Kong replied decisively. If Hall Master Zhao has no other business, please leave. Zhao Hu stared at Yang Kong for a moment, and suddenly broke into a smile, though there was no warmth in that smile. Very well, Yang Daoyou, I will remember your words. With that he turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Yang Kong watched Zhao Hu's departing figure, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Come here. A Yang family manager stepped forward quickly. Second Master, what orders do you have? Call over the manager responsible for collecting people from Taiping Square. A Yang family manager stepped forward quickly. Second Master, what orders do you have? Call over the manager responsible for collecting people. Yang Kong sat upright in the main seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, and spoke indifferently. Today Zhao Hu from Wanbao Building came by seeking someone. Do you know about this? The steward trembled all over, pressing his forehead to the ground, too afraid to raise his head. Second Master, I truly do not know. If there is indeed a background with Wanbao Tower, the Qingjiao gang would not dare to touch them. Yang Kong fell silent, pondering deeply. This statement was not false. Although the Qingjiao gang had recently emerged as a faction, they relied on the Qilin society and had a certain level of awareness while navigating through Qingnan County. If those lowly people truly have connections with Wanbao Tower, even with 10 times their courage, they would not dare to send anyone to the mine. Where are the people now? Yang Kong inquired. replying to the second master according to regulations those few have already been sent in but, the steward stopped halfway too afraid to continue pressing his forehead to the ground, his body trembling slightly. Incompetent and causing trouble. Yang Kong slammed the table heavily. The steward trembled like a leaf, his forehead hitting the ground with loud thuds. Second master, spare my life. Spare my life. I was just following the rules. I truly did not know those lowly people would attract the attention of Wanbao Tower. Yang Kong waved his hand impatiently. Get out of here. The steward felt as if he had received a great pardon, scrambling to retreat. Yang Kong stood up, hands clasped behind his back, walking to the entrance of the hall, gazing in the direction. Zhao, who had left his brows tightly furrowed. This is troublesome. Old Wang had been waiting at the dock. Upon seeing the flying boat descend, he hurried over, but when he caught sight of Zhao Hu's sullen face, his heart sank immediately. Who's he? Did you not bring the person back? Zhao Hu jumped off the flying boat, guilt written all over his face as he looked at old Wang. Uncle Wang, I messed this up. Those young ones have been sold into the Yang family's mine, and even if I offered double the price, they wouldn't let them go. Old Wang felt a heavy heart, but still forced a smile, patting Zhao Hu's arm. Who's he? Don't take it to heart. You running this errand is already a huge favor. Those kids, it is their fate. Zhao Hu grew increasingly angry, punching the nearby tree trunk, shaking the leaves down. Old Wang sighed, remaining silent. He had been in the cultivation world for decades, witnessing far too many such events. Those great clans, while appearing virtuous on the surface, were more tyrannical than anyone else. How many people who entered their mine could come out alive? Who's he? Let's just let this matter be. Old Wang patted Zhao Hu's shoulder. You have already done your best. Don't get into a conflict with the Yang family over this. Though the Yang family may not be what it once was, it is still a golden core family with a legacy of hundreds of years. We cannot afford to provoke them. Zhao Hu remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. Currently, the Yang family's old ancestor was still alive, and Wanbao Tower could not afford to confront them directly. This resentment must be swallowed for now. Once that golden core passes away, he will definitely seek revenge from Wanbao Tower. On the other side, at the Qilin Society, a Foundation establishment cultivator respectfully reported to Bai Ziliang. My lord, Wanbao Tower went to Shouyang Mountain to rescue people, but was refused by the Yang family. Bai Ziliang lifted the teacup to his nose, taking a gentle sniff, the corner of his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. Those who entered the Yang family have likely long turned into blood and water, and no one would agree to hand them over. He placed the teacup down, directing his gaze out of the window, his tone calm, but carrying a hint of coldness. Let's proceed to the next step. The Foundation establishment cultivator slightly paused, then bowed and exited. Bai Ziliang stood with his hands behind his back at the window, gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Chun-Yi, this pawn across the river. You are already finished. On the other side, Chun-Yi and his group had already exited the Longyuan ancient ruins. Leaving the remaining trivial matters to Lin Bin, Chun-Yi arrived at the Cloud Summit Fairy City. How much liquid capital is left on the books? Chun-Yi asked Sun Xing while seated at the main seat. There are still over 250,000. Sun Xing calculated for a moment and replied honestly. Is it this much for this month? Not only the 3 states and 18 counties under Qingyun, the entire Zhao Kingdom is purchasing life essence from our tower. Once the reputation spreads, several surrounding countries will come to our tower to place orders. Sun Xing said with a smile. Chun-Yi nodded. This outcome was indeed within his expectations. After all, life essence, a treasure that accelerates the growth of low-tier spiritual herbs, is already a highly sought-after hard currency in the cultivation world, attracting cultivators from the entire Zhao Kingdom to seek purchases. Help me exchange for a top-quality spirit stone. As soon as Chun-Yi said this, the smile on Sun Xing's face froze immediately. Master, are you referring to a top-quality spirit stone? He thought he had misheard and asked again. Yes. Chun-Yi nodded. I need it to refine my life treasure, and by the time I exit my seclusion, the second floor can be opened. Sun Xing's expression changed from shock to ecstatic, leaping up from his seat. Is the master serious? The second floor is opening. The positioning of Wanbao Tower is to sell only rare treasures. The spiritual products sold on the first floor have already caused a stir throughout the Zhao Kingdom. If the second floor opens, what kind of scene would that be? Sun Xing could hardly imagine. Chun-Yi waved his hand. It's still early, let's first handle the matters at hand. Yes. Sun Xing suppressed his excitement. Top-quality spirit stones are not like others. They circulate very rarely in the market and will take some time to find. As soon as possible. Chun-Yi nodded, then took out a Foundation establishment puppet from his storage pouch. You haven't established your foundation yet. Use this puppet for now. Sun Xing looked at the puppet, exuding Foundation establishment pressure in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. A puppet of such quality could sell for over 100,000 spirit stones at auction. The master just casually gave it to him. Master, this is too precious. Chun-Yi waved his hand. It's not for you, it's to uphold the image of the tower. With the opening of the second floor imminent, the characters coming and going would be quite significant. If you, the chief manager, do not even have foundation establishment cultivation, it would be too easy for others to look down on Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing's feelings of gratitude immediately turned into a bitter smile. As expected, it was still the familiar master. He solemnly accepted the puppet, bowing deeply. I will not disappoint your expectations, master. Chun-Yi nodded, teaching Sun Qing the method of control before rising to head to the quiet room in the tower. 2 days later, the top-quality spirit stone was exchanged back. Detected decomposable item, top-quality spirit stone, decompose. Chun-Yi directly chose to decompose. Decomposition successful. Obtain production blueprint, top-quality spirit stone, obtain vitality, 100 million current vitality balance. Chun-Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This thing, one piece, is worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and it has to be at a premium to exchange it. The Yuling silk requires such a precious material for its production, and the difficulty of refining is extremely high. No wonder it is one of the top-tier spiritual materials, and the method of production has been lost until now. Who can afford this? Chun-Yi took a deep breath, beginning to contemplate the refining method for Yuling silk. I need a cylindrical piece 1 kilometer long and 0.3 millimeters in diameter. Top-quality spirit stone. In an instant, a nearly transparent silk thread as thin as a spider's thread appeared in Chun-Yi's hand. In the dim light of the quiet room, it shimmered with a faint spiritual light, so subtle that it seemed to merge with the air if not observed closely. Detected decomposable item, Yuling silk, decompose. It worked. Chun-Yi let out a long breath. A piece of top-grade spirit stone must be drawn into a thread with a diameter of 0.3 millimeters and a length of 1 kilometer using special techniques, without any breakage in the process. Is this even a method of alchemy that a human can conceive? This Yuningsi has likely not been lost to history, but rather the method of refining it has been shelved by the major nascent soul powers. After all, once it breaks, the dispersing spiritual energy would mean a loss of 1 million spirit stones. If it weren't for his system cheating, he couldn't imagine how many resources would be needed to produce this item. He chose to decompose it directly. He opened the blueprint for Yuningsi. With all materials ready, all that remained was to refine his life treasure. The treasure he aimed to create was called 10,000 Swords Diagram. This treasure was his carefully considered choice. Named 10,000 Swords, it is naturally a treasure for attack, but the word diagram also conceals transformations. Using Yuningsi as the foundation woven into a sword diagram, it can collect swords from all over the world to nurture them. When facing enemies, thousands of swords can strike simultaneously, their sharpness revealed. It can also hide swords within the diagram to trap foes. The sword intent within the diagram forms its own world, creating an unending killing formation that's nearly impossible to defend against. However, this treasure is a rather unpopular choice for life treasures in the Tai-Bai sword sect. The reason is simple: it is too costly. Ordinary sword cultivators only need to refine a single life flying sword, and while the resource cost is immense, it remains within an acceptable range. To truly unleash the power of the 10,000 Swords diagram, at least 81 superior grade magical swords must be included. For every additional sword, its might increases by a fraction until all 10,000 swords strike together, achieving the treasure's full potential. But where will these swords come from? Either refine them oneself or scour the lands. Regardless of the path chosen, a massive amount of spirit stones is required as support. Although the Tai-Bai sword sect is a major sect, it cannot afford such a wasteful treasure. Over time, the 10,000 swords diagram has become a choice regarded as beautiful to look at, but ultimately useless among the disciples. Chun-Yi is not worried about this. With the system at his side, anything that can be resolved with spirit stones is not a problem for him. I need an item made of you. 5 more days passed. A thunderous sword cry erupted from the quiet room. The sound of the sword was clear and long, penetrating the layers of restrictions in the Wanbao building, soaring straight to the sky. The entire Yunding immortal city fell into silence. Countless cultivators raised their heads in unison, gazing toward the direction of the Wanbao building, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the sound of a life treasure taking shape? What a powerful sword intent. Which sword cultivator is refining their life flying sword? No, this isn't a flying sword. The aura. Why is it so peculiar? Inside the Wanbao building, Sun Qing suddenly lifted his head from the ledger, his expression changing dramatically. He flashed out, heading toward the quiet room, but came to a sudden halt at the end of the corridor. The pressure contained within that sword cry made it impossible for him, a chi refining cultivator, to approach. Master. Sun Qing murmured, his eyes filled with shock. In the quiet room, Chun-Yi sat cross-legged with a 3-foot square scroll floating before him. The scroll was entirely pure white resembling silk, yet not quite silk resembling paper, yet not quite paper, with countless fine spiritual patterns flowing across its surface appearing faintly visible. Upon closer inspection one would discover that the material of the scroll was woven from countless threads as thin as spider silk. At this moment the scroll gently trembled, and with each tremor a clear sword cry rang out. The 10,000 swords diagram is complete. Chun-Yi sat quietly for a moment, allowing the soaring sword intent to gradually recede before finally taking the scroll into his hands. The scroll felt slightly cool to the touch, nearly invisible, woven from Yuningsi. Only the subtle sensation of resistance when his fingertips made contact revealed its existence. The scroll gently trembled, 81 magical swords floating within it, the sound of swords ringing out through the scroll, buzzing, as if yearning to be unsheathed and drink blood. With a thought from Chun-Yi, the scroll suddenly unfolded. He pointed his fingers like a sword, making a virtual slash. Buzz! A hefty sword leaped out from the scroll, its body entirely black gold with a spine raised like a dragon's back, precisely one of the 9 swords of Yuanji. As the sword body trembled, the surrounding air distorted slightly, with faint magnetic light swirling. Chun-Yi flicked his finger, and the heavy sword emitted a dull sword cry, quickly transforming into a streak of black light, circling the quiet room, before obediently flying back into the scroll. Yuanji, the main control. The 5 elements each hold their powers. The wind and thunder swords are swift, while the poison sword is treacherous. Adding more might appear as filling the ranks with inferior quality. It would be better to wait until I have some fine materials before adding more swords. For now, with the major sword formations from the sword techniques, it will be entirely sufficient for foundation establishment. Chun-Yi thought to himself. Although he received the treasures from the 5 clans' golden core, he could only refine 9 usable swords. Refining 9 swords of each type, he barely reached the number 99. Increasing quantity without improving quality may not be beneficial for the future advancement of the 10,000 swords diagram. He reached out, summoning the 10,000 swords diagram, which transformed into a streak of flowing light that entered his Dantian space. Chun-Yi sat cross-legged, observing the pure white scroll quietly hovering at the center of his Dantian, with 81 swords floating within their sword, intent swirling subtly, connecting with his true essence. As long as I refine the 10,000 swords diagram, it can autonomously enhance the power of the swords within it, making things easier. Chun-Yi's true essence gradually flowed, slowly nourishing the 10,000 swords diagram in his Dantian. He sat like this for 3 days. After 3 days, Chun-Yi opened his eyes, a glint of sword light flashing across his gaze, vanishing in an instant. At this moment, the 10,000 swords diagram quietly hovered within his Dantian, with 81 swords floating within their sword, intent swirling, connecting with his mind, as if they were part of his body. He rose to his feet, stretching his slightly stiff limbs, a hint of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's time to go out. Chun-Yi pushed open the door and found Sun Qing waiting at the end of the corridor. Upon seeing him emerge, he hurriedly approached. Congratulations, Master, on the successful formation of your treasure. Sun Qing bowed deeply, his face filled with joy. Chun-Yi nodded slightly and casually asked, has anything happened in the past few days? Nothing major, but there are 2 things that Master needs to be aware of. Speak. The first matter is that Huzai went to Shoyang Mountain a few days ago to rescue some people for a few youngsters, but was refused by the Yang family. Those individuals are said to be familiar juniors of Old Wang from Taiping Outer Square, sold into the Yang family's mine by the Qingjiao gang. Chun-Yi paused, slightly glancing at Sun Qing. Qingjiao gang. Sun Qing recounted the background of the Qingjiao gang. Chun-Yi's expression changed drastically. Isn't this the faction of Bai Ziliang? The Qingjiao gang occupies the Outer Square. How well do those families know Old Wang? This is outrageous. Previously, Chun-Yi could consider it a misunderstanding when unaware of Bai Ziliang's background. Now that he knows, he feels as if he hasn't done his due diligence. Notify Lin Bin, gather the personnel, and return to the main base immediately. With that, Chun-Yi activated his escape light, rushing towards Sanha Island. At Shoyang Mountain, Yang Kong was handling matters from various regions in the hall, previously worried that the people from Wanbao Tower might come to harass him again. Now it seemed that Wanbao Tower had swallowed their anger, which instead relieved him. However, he also instructed the stewards managing the collection of people in various regions to be more cautious in the coming days and not to provoke the people from Wanbao Tower again. Although the Yang family was not afraid of Wanbao Tower, they were currently at a crucial moment in executing their family's grand plan and must not afford any mistakes. Little did Yang Kong know he had relaxed far too early. A few days later, a steward from the mine hurriedly arrived outside Yang Kang's study, looking anxious with a bit of dust still on his clothes. Second Master, something has happened. Yang Kong was flipping through the recent family trade records when he frowned upon hearing this, and put down the jade slip in his hand. What is it that has you so alarmed? A Foundation establishment cultivator directly charged into the mine tonight, causing heavy casualties among the guards. Although they were forced back by the family's formation, the blood pool side might. Yang Kong abruptly stood up, his face instantly turning ashen. What? Did he see the blood pool? The steward trembled, all over, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He should have seen it. After breaking through the outer restrictions of the mine, the intruder headed straight for the back mountain, and the guards were unable to stop him. He lingered in the air above the blood pool for a moment before being forced back by the activated mountain protection formation. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Yang Kong slammed his palm on the table, causing the high-quality spirit wood table to shatter with a loud noise. Jade slips scattering all over the floor. His chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with rage and fear. Did you see who it was? The Foundation establishment cultivators in Qingnan County were few in number. Even if they concealed their figures, their origins could still be discerned. The steward knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, replying to second master that person was dressed in black, concealing his face with magical power, making it impossible to see his appearance. But he was of a tall stature, wielding a powerful and domineering technique, making his weapon, a treasure-level spear, seem as if what? Yang Kong barked sharply. As if it were Zhao Hu from Wanbao Tower, the steward gritted his teeth and said. Yang Kang's footsteps abruptly halted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Just a few days ago they had come to demand people, and now the mine had been attacked in such a similar manner. What a coincidence. It must be him without a doubt. A fine Wanbao Tower, a fine Zhao Hu. Since you Wanbao Tower seek death, then don't blame me. The bell of Shouyang Mountain rang long and clear, and the mountain protection formation fully activated, spiritual light soaring into the sky, visible for miles. Yang Tianning stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the main hall, his expression as solemn as water. In one night he had sent messages to all the surrounding vassal families and allied forces, and urgently informed the ancestor, who was in closed-door cultivation in Xinyan. The exposure of the blood pool was a serious matter. If not handled properly, the Yang family's heritage, spanning hundreds of years, would be destroyed in an instant. The head of the family, everyone has arrived. Yang Kong stepped forward. Yang Tianning nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the nearly 200 Yang family cultivators in the square in front of the hall. With him, and Yang Kong included, there were also 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. This was the entirety of the Yang family's strength in Qingnan County. Deploy troops to Sanha Island, leaving no one alive. 5 auras of Foundation establishment simultaneously rose, with Yang Tianning at the forefront, his cultivation at the late stage of Foundation establishment, exuding a tremendous aura. Dozens of spirit boats soared into the sky, carrying nearly 200 cultivators heading towards Sanha Island in grand fashion. In the moonlight, the spirit boats streaked across the sky like shooting stars filled with killing intent. At Sanha Island, Zhao Hu and Tanya, the 2 hall masters left to guard the main base, were discussing the shipping arrangements for the next day. A spy from the Wind Letter Hall stumbled into the conference hall, his face as pale as paper. Hall Master Zhao, a great disaster has occurred. The Yang family has suddenly dispatched a large number of spirit boats heading towards Sanha Island. Zhao Hu sprang to his feet, and the teacup in his hand shattered into powder with a loud crash. They are being too overbearing. I haven't even sought trouble with the Yang family, yet they have come to kill me first. Tanya's expression also changed, and she stood up abruptly. How many people? According to the information from the Underworld Mirror, there are at least over 200 Qi refining cultivators, the spy reported truthfully. 200 people. What exactly does the Yang family intend to do? Zhao Hu's anger dissipated, instantly replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. The Underworld Mirror could only scout Qi refining cultivators, but the Yang family was a family power with limited sources of cultivators. 200 Qi refining cultivators could almost be said to be their entire force. How could there be so few Foundation establishment cultivators? They surely come with ill intentions. Activate all formations immediately. Notify all personnel on the island to prepare for battle. Tanya almost shouted the command. Zhao Hu grabbed the long spear standing next to him, his face ashen. With the hall masters absent, there's only me left at Foundation establishment on the island. They chose the perfect time to strike. Tan sister, if the situation becomes dire, you take everyone in the hall and withdraw first. I will hold the rear at Jinyue Hall. Tanya's face changed. Brother, who are you, crazy? The Yang family has at least 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. How is this any different from seeking death? Zhao Hu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm just a rough man without any great abilities, but since the hall master entrusted this main base to me, I must defend it. After saying that, Zhao Hu had already stepped out of the great hall. All Jinyue Hall cultivators follow me to face the enemy. His voice rolled across Sanha Island like thunder. In an instant a series of escape lights lit up on the island, and the cultivators of Jinhua Hall hastily set down their tasks, grabbed their weapons, and gathered towards the island's edge. Tanya watched Zhao Hu's departing figure biting her teeth fiercely, and turned to the Windletter Hall spy. Immediately send messages to the Hall Master and Hall Masters Lin and Sun saying that the Yang family is attacking with full force and Sana Island is in peril. Yes. The spy took the order and left. Tanya took a deep breath, turned, and rushed out of the Great Hall, while taking out a formation flag from her storage bag. Infusing it with magical power, the formation flag fluttered without wind, making a sound. Everyone listen to the orders, take your positions, and activate the island protection formation. This grand formation could not go unnoticed in Qingnan County. Mobilizing everyone to attack the main base of Wanbao Tower. What is the Yang family trying to do? On Longsong Mountain, Zhou Xinhong looked at the information in his hand, his expression suddenly changing. Head of the family, no matter what the Yang family and Wanbao Tower are quarreling about, it's good for us. I think we can just sit back and watch the show. Zhou Mingyuan spoke first, unable to hide the glee in his eyes. At that moment a deep voice came. Uncle Mingyuan, that statement is erroneous. Qingnan County is the main source of revenue for the upper sect and stability is paramount. The Yang family's mobilization is already breaking the rules. Today they dare to attack Wanbao Tower, tomorrow they will dare to attack other families. If this continues, won't Qingnan descend into chaos? Zhou Zuinhong's eyes flashed with a hint of approval upon hearing this. His nephew had been in closed-door cultivation for several years. Not only had he succeeded in foundation establishment, but his horizons had also broadened considerably. Minger makes a good point, Zhou Xinhong slowly spoke. Mingyan, you only see the conflict between the two families, but you do not see the rules behind it. If we stand idly by while the Yang family destroys Wanbao Tower, and Shun Yi is not in Qingnan, this matter will surely not end peacefully, and Qingnan County will certainly be thrown into disarray. Zhou Mingyuan's face darkened. Does the head of the family mean for us to rush to support Sanha Island? Shun Yi can only establish his current situation with the support of our Zhou family. Now that he has just succeeded in foundation establishment, he turns around and distances himself from our clan. What use is it to save such a white-eyed wolf? Uncle Mingyuan is being unreasonable. Zhou Minger sighed and shook his head. Previously it was our clan's fault. We cannot blame Brother Chun. Now that the situation at the main base of Wanbao Tower is critical, I feel this is the best opportunity to mend relations between the two families. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal and snow. If we help now, Chun Yi will surely remember it. Zhou Xinhong stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, then slowly nodded. What Minger said is very true. You go gather people and rush to support Sana Island. Yes, head of the family. Zhou Minger bowed to accept the order. Zhou Mingyuan's face turned red, wanting to speak, but hesitating, ultimately bowing and agreeing. Apart from the Zhou family, the other three families also dispatched personnel to Sanha Island in an attempt to stop the conflict between the two parties. However, it was evident that they were lacking. The Yang family was here to annihilate the main base of Wanbao Tower. On the foremost spirit boat, Yang Taoning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the gradually clearer outline of Sanha Island, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A mere merchant power dares to pry into the secrets of the Yang family. They truly do not know the meaning of death. Without listening to the inquiries from within Sanha Island, Yang Tianning waved his hand. Make it quick. In an instant, 200 Yang family cultivators responded in unison, various spells illuminating the night sky in an instant. The island had a light golden barrier enveloping it, which was indeed the island protection formation. Although it could not compare to the mountain protection formation of the 5 families of Qingnan, after systematic optimization, plus the investment of spirit stones without concern for cost, its defensive capability was also quite considerable. The first round of spell bombardment from the Yang family cultivators struck the light golden barrier, creating a ripple, but failing to breach it. Seeing that the Yang family was not negotiating and instead directly attacked, Zhao Hu, who was on high alert, knew that today there would be no good outcome. Yang Tianning frowned slightly upon seeing this. It does have some foundation. He waved his hand, and a foundation establishment elder stepped out from behind him. The old cultivator took out a round blue pearl that shimmered with lightning from his storage bag, which had been obtained years ago, and was originally meant for the other 4 families, but unexpectedly ended up being used against such a minor force. As the words fell, the lightning pearl flew out of his hand. The blue pearl streaked through the night sky, trailing a brilliant tail of lightning straight towards the island protection formation of Sano Island. Not good. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted. In the next instant, boom, the earth-shattering sound of an explosion rang out, and the lightning danced like silver snakes, instantly engulfing the entire Sanha Island. The violent power of thunder tore through the island's protective array, and the pale golden light barrier trembled violently, shattering with a loud crash after just 3 breaths. As the golden barrier shattered, Tanya's sharp command rang out: activate the formation. A green light curtain rose immediately, more condensed than the shattered golden light. There are 2 types of formations. One type is fixed formations based on spiritual veins that cannot be moved. The other type consists of movable formations formed by cultivators holding formation flags and discs. The former relies on spiritual veins for energy and is more durable. The latter is powered by cultivators and is more flexible. Sanha Island only has a first-tier spiritual vein, and even with system optimization, the formations set up are limited in strength. However, the handheld formation flags are different. Chun-Yi managed to acquire all of them at the upper-grade magic weapon level. Moreover, the cultivators in the building have all improved their cultivation levels, and with 100 people forming a formation, their power is not inferior to that of a proper protective formation. The thunder strike against the golden shield has already depleted much of its power, and now hitting this green curtain, it finds it hard to advance. The thunder serpents danced wildly, and the light curtain trembled, but ultimately held steady. The elder with the surname Yang's expression darkened. It actually held. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Tianning's eyes. They actually have 2 sets of island protection formations. He snorted coldly. I underestimated them. But how long can they hold out? He waved his hand, and nearly 200 Yang family cultivators stepped forward in unison, various spells and spiritual lights igniting once more, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. How could Zhao Hu tolerate this? Fire! At Zhao Hu's command, the disciples of Jinhua Hall raised their hands, and over 100 upper-grade talismans transformed into various streams of light, piercing through the green curtain and roaring towards the Yang family's formation. Using the same tactics against us as you would against scattered cultivators. Truly foolish. Yang Kong, standing beside Yang Tianning, wore a cold smirk. Having suffered a hidden loss at the Wanbao Valley camp previously, how could he not be on guard? Without needing any actions, a thin layer of light shields simultaneously rose from all the major spiritual boats. Over 100 talismans exploded against the light shield flames, and lightning scattering, creating a grand spectacle. When the smoke cleared apart from the dimmed light of the shield, the Yang family's spiritual boats remained intact. Zhao Hu's expression changed, his heart sinking. Although he was a rough man, he could see that the Yang family had come prepared this time, even enhancing their flying boats with defensive formations, clearly determined to crush Sanha Island in one fell swoop. Continue to unleash the talismans. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and shouted. The disciples of Jinhua Hall raised their hands once again, and another round of talismans flew towards the Yang family like raindrops. However, this time the Yang family's reaction was even faster. The elder with the surname Yang waved his hand, and a massive green light shield appeared out of thin air, intercepting all the talismans. Meanwhile, the second wave of the Yang family's spells had already descended. Boom! Various spells exploded against the green curtain, shaking it, but it ultimately held. Tanya, who was hosting the formation, turned pale, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. You girl. Zhao Hu was alarmed and hurriedly supported the swaying Tanya. I'm fine. Tanya wiped the blood from her mouth, her eyes filled with despair, but we can't hold on much longer. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, looking up at the densely packed Yang family cultivators in the sky. A wave of desolation surged in his heart. Foundation establishment cultivators, at least 5 on the opposite side. And on his side it was just him alone. How could they win this battle? Hurry up and retreat, I will buy you time. After saying that, Zhao Hu no longer cared about Tanya's reaction, gripping his black-scaled spear and waving at disciples of Jinhua Hall, follow me to kill the enemy. Training for thousands of days is used in a moment. 137 disciples of Jinhua Hall responded in unison, and not a single one stepped back. Most of them came from humble beginnings, either scattered cultivators scraping by on Wuhuan Mountain or down-and-out individuals taken in by Wanbao Tower. In recent years at Wanbao Tower, they had eaten spiritual rice and spiritual meat cultivated with fine magic tools, and received ample spirit stones and elixirs each month. Chun-Yi had never treated them poorly. At this moment, it was time to repay that kindness. Various flying magic tools unfurled as they soared into the sky with Zhao Hu. 137 figures followed closely like a black dragon, ascending, charging directly into the Yang family's formation. Yang Tianning stood atop his spiritual boat, watching these cultivators rush towards their doom like moths to a flame, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. The mantis stalks the cicada. He waved his hand, and 4 Foundation establishment elders stepped forward from behind him. Leave none alive. Yang Kong was the first to face Zhao, who swiftly unfolding the mountain river fan in his hand. The landscape painting on the fan came alive with a phantom mountain peak pressing down from above. Get lost. Zhao, who swept his black-scaled spear, and as the spear body trembled, it unleashed a circle of black ripples, shattering the phantom mountain peak. The spear did not stop, he transformed into a shadow lunging towards Yang Kong. Yang Kong snorted coldly, waving the mountain river fan. 3 sharp gusts of wind intertwined, sealing off all of Zhao Hu's paths. Zhao Hu did not dodge or evade. The black-scaled spear spun into a curtain of spears, brutally shredding the wind blades to pieces, and without losing momentum, he thrust at Yang Kang's throat. Come on. Yang Kang's figure flickered as he dodged this thrust. The mountain river fan followed through with a sweep, and a cold light burst forth from the edge of the fan, aimed straight at Zhao Hu's neck. The two instantly became entangled in a fierce battle, spears clashing against fans, their powers surging, and no one dared to approach within 10 feet. Although Zhao Hu was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, his years of hunting beasts on Wuhuan Mountain had endowed him with combat experience far beyond that of a pampered family cultivator like Yang Kong. The black-scaled spear in his hands moved as if it were an extension of himself, each thrust sharp and cunning, forcing Yang Kong to retreat repeatedly. Yang Kang's face turned pale. He initially thought that with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation capturing Zhao Hu would be a piece of cake, but he did not expect this brash man to be so formidable. What are you waiting for? All of you join in. Yang Kong shouted sharply. The other 3 foundation establishment elders exchanged glances and acted in unison. On the other side, Zhou Meng stood at the bow of his flying boat, seeing the sky filled with spells and lights. His expression darkened. Hurry! At his command, the speed of the flying boat surged, trailing a long flame as it rushed towards the battlefield. However, a flying boat suddenly leaped out from the clouds, blocking the Zhou family's flying boat. Friends of the Zhou family, this path is blocked. Zhou Meng's pupils contracted as he recognized the banner on that flying boat. It was the emblem of the Zhang family from Qingqing Mountain. The Zhang family had intermarried with the Yang family for generations, maintaining a very close relationship. Elder Zhang, what do you mean by this? Zhou Meng suppressed his anger, looking at the middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back on the flying boat, who was none other than Zhang Yuqing, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuqing smiled slightly, his tone calm. Young Master Zhou, this is a private grievance between the Yang family and Wanbao Tower. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Why should the Zhou family wade into this muddy water? Zhou Meng scoffed. With everyone coming out, you tell me it has nothing to do with outsiders. If today the Yang family dares to destroy Wanbao Tower, will they also dare to destroy the Zhou family tomorrow? Zhang Yuqing's expression stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Young Master Zhou, you speak too heavily. The Yang family knows its limits and will not disrupt the rules of Qingnan. Rules? Zhou Meng laughed in rage. Elder Zhang, if you do not step aside, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened slightly, yet he did not step aside. Zhou Meng said nothing further, his fiery giant sword held horizontal. Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened slightly, yet he did not step aside. Zhou Meng said nothing further, his fiery giant sword held horizontally, flames suddenly igniting along the blade, sending scorching heat waves sweeping in all directions. Zhang Yuanqing sighed, inwardly summoning his magical artifact to engage Zhou Meng. The Yang family was a sinking ship. He was merely following orders to stop others out of familial ties, merely putting on a show. Was he really going to fight to the death for the Yang family against the Zhou family? Why should he? Zhou Meng naturally noticed Zhang Yuanqing's lack of effort, and with a mighty strike, pushed Zhang Yuanqing away before soaring towards the battlefield on his flying sword. Zhang Yuanqing did not pursue. He waved at the flying boat behind him, continuing to block the large Zhou family forces outside. The other 3 families were also hindered by the Yang family's vassals, but they were not as decisive as Zhou Meng. They merely engaged in verbal sparring, not daring to take real action. The battle in the night sky had already reached a boiling point. Zhao Hu was drenched in blood, his black-scaled spear sweeping outwards, forcing back a foundation establishment elder, yet he groaned as another person's magical artifact grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody mess. Brother Hu. Tanya watched from below, her eyes filled with anguish. She wanted to activate the formation flag to assist, but the blue light curtain was already swaying unsteadily, barely holding together. Zhao Hu did not look back. He merely grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth, and raised his black-scaled spear once more. Bring it on. Behind him, over 30 disciples of the Jinyue Hall had already fallen, and the remaining ones were all injured, yet none retreated. Yang Taning gazed at the 4 engaged in battle, his expression darkening. This doesn't seem right. Matters concerning the blood pool could not afford the slightest mistake. After Yang Kong reported the situation to him, he immediately soul-searched the steward who had delivered the message. In his memory, the figure and magical artifact of that person indeed resembled Zhao Hu, but having witnessed Zhao Hu strike with his own eyes, Yang Taning knew something was amiss. This brash man's spear technique was fierce and domineering, each strike fatal, yet it lacked the bizarre movement techniques and escape arts demonstrated by that person back then. Stop playing around, capture him alive. Yang Tianing said impatiently. Despite his doubts, once they engaged there was no reason to retreat halfway. As for whether it was indeed him, soul-searching would reveal everything. Yang Kong and the others reacted instantly, their offensive suddenly changing. The Shanha fan snapped shut, releasing a 3-foot blue light that pierced straight for Zhao Hu's back. Another Foundation establishment elder formed seals with both hands, and a yellowish rope suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around Zhao Hu's legs. The remaining 2 flanked him, sealing off all his escape routes. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted sharply. He forced back the man on his left with a sweep of his black-scaled spear, but could not evade the earthen rope at his feet. The moment his legs were ensnared, Yang Kang's blue light had reached his back. Roar! Zhao Hu let out a furious roar, his true essence surging wildly, shattering the earthen rope as he rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding Yang Kang's strike. The blue light grazed beneath his ribs, sending up a spray of blood. Brother Hu! Tanya screamed, fiercely waving the formation flag, and the blue light curtain suddenly exploded, transforming into dozens of blue lights, shooting towards the 4 Foundation establishment disciples besieging Zhao Hu. Yang Kong and the others were caught off guard, forced to retreat repeatedly by the sudden attack. Tanya let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. She had forcibly detonated the formation flag using her own blood essence, and was now completely drained. "You little sister." Zhao Hu's eyes widened in rage. He brandished his black-scaled spear, and was about to rush down, only to be surrounded once more by the 4 Foundation establishment disciples. Yang Kong sneered. "You can't even protect yourself, yet you think of helping others. 4 against 1, what sort of skill is that? They'll show you what my Zhou family can do." Zhou Ming's bellow roared like thunder, a streak of fiery sword light wrapped in searing flames hurtling from the sky, aimed straight at Yang Kang's back. Yang Kang's expression changed drastically. The Shanha fan was hastily waved back, and an illusory mountain peak formed in a rush, only to be shattered by the fiery sword light. The sword's momentum did not wane. Its residual force grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spray. "Zhou Ming." Yang Kong clutched his shoulder, his face turning ashen. "Does your Zhou family truly wish to be enemies with my Yang family?" "Enemies? It was your Yang family that broke the rules first." Zhou Ming held his sword, shielding Zhao Hu behind him. "Who's he? Go down and recuperate. They'll hold them off for now." "Thank you, Captain Zhou." Zhao Hu expressed his gratitude with a glance at Zhou Ming. Although their family had already fallen out, he did not expect this former teammate to stand up in such a crisis. Zhou Ming grinned, the fiery giant sword crossed over his chest. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry, and leave." Zhao Hu did not hesitate, struggling to hold his injured body as he plummeted down, using his black-scaled spear to support himself, stumbling to Tanya's side. "You little sister." He lifted Tanya, only to see her face pale as parchment, her breath weak, with blood still seeping from her 7 orifices. Tanya struggled to open her eyes, seeing Zhao Hu still alive. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Brother Hu." "The formation. The formation has broken. The formation can be rebuilt, but a life lost is truly lost." Zhao Hu's eyes reddened as he pulled out a healing pill from his bosom and stuffed it into Tanya's mouth. In the sky, Zhou Ming fought alone against 4 Foundation establishment disciples, the fiery giant sword dancing with impenetrable ferocity, flames roaring along the blade, seemingly gaining the upper hand over the 4. Yang Kang's face turned ashen. The Shanha fan waved several times, unleashing 3 wind blades that intertwined, only to be shattered by Zhou Ming's sword. "Zhou Ming, you have just entered Foundation establishment. How dare you act so presumptuously before us?" "So what if I just entered Foundation establishment?" Zhou Ming sneered. "I can still make you wasteful trash piled up by pills. Search for your teeth on the ground." He changed his sword stance. The fiery giant sword flew from his hand, transforming into 9 sword shadows in midair, like 9 fire dragons roaring towards Yang Kong and the 4. Yang Kang's expression changed drastically. "Be careful." The 4 hurriedly unleashed their techniques to defend, yet they were still thrown into disarray by this sudden sword strike. Yang Tianing frowned tightly as he watched from the spiritual boat. This Zhou family kid is quite interesting. Not bothering with Zhou Ming, he waved his sleeves and reached towards Zhao Hu below. "You dare!" Zhou Ming was greatly alarmed at this sight, the fiery giant sword turning abruptly to intercept Yang Tianing, but was firmly entangled by Yang Kong and the others. "Zhou family kid, your opponent is us." Yang Kong sneered. The Shanha fan waved continuously, several wind blades sealing off Zhou Ming's escape route. Zhou Ming roared repeatedly in anger, yet could only watch helplessly as Yang Tianing's enormous hand reached for Zhao Hu and Tanya. At that moment, a melodious sword cry suddenly echoed from the northern horizon. The sound of the sword, initially heard from dozens of miles away, rapidly approached within an instant. A golden escape light, like a shooting star, tore through the night sky, crashing directly into the Yang family's encampment. Charging straight in, a spiritual boat along with more than a dozen Yang family cultivators was split in 2. It then crashed brutally into Yang Tianing's giant palm. The illusory palm shattered with a thunderous boom, scattering countless fragments of spiritual light. Yang Tianning's expression changed dramatically, retreating rapidly, while simultaneously forming seals, with both hands summoning layer upon layer of yellow light shields in front of him. However, the golden escape light did not pursue, but came to an abrupt halt before Zhao Hu and Tanya. The escape light faded, revealing a tall figure. Master. Zhao Hu's eyes grew warm, almost shedding tears. Chun Yi did not turn around, but slightly turned his head, glancing at Zhao Hu's shoulder wound, and then at the faintly breathing Tanya in his arms, a glimmer of cold light fleeting in his eyes. Well done, leave the rest to me. He raised his hand, and a gentle true essence flowed into Tanya's body, temporarily stabilizing her injuries. He then took out a pill and handed it to Zhao Hu. Give this to her first. Zhao Hu quickly accepted the pill and carefully fed it into Tanya's mouth. Only then did Chun Yi turn around and gaze at the Yang family formation in the sky. His eyes were as calm as water, yet they sent a chill down the spines of all the Yang family cultivators present. Yang Tianning stood atop the spirit boat, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. Chun Yi. Although it was his first time meeting the master of Wanbao Tower, he had heard a lot about this person. It was said that he could easily defeat the inner disciples of Qingyun's sect upon entering Foundation Establishment, and had even refined the legendary sword Qi. But so what? With 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 200 Qi refinement cultivators, and him a latest-stage Foundation Establishment expert, how could they fear a young man who had just entered Foundation Establishment? Chun Yi's gaze met his, killing intent unabashedly. Spilling your Yang family has quite a bit of arrogance. You came in full force to ambush my Wanbao Tower headquarters, killing dozens of my cultivators. Yang Tianning, if you do not give me an explanation today, then your Shouyang Mountain shall cease to exist from this day forth. At these words, the entire place was stunned. The Yang family cultivators exchanged glances, then erupted into fits of laughter. What did he say? Let Shouyang Mountain cease to exist. What a bold claim. Our Yang family has operated here for hundreds of years. Even the Golden Core elders of the upper sect must give us some face, and he, a mere shopkeeper, dares to speak such wild words. Our Yang family has operated here for hundreds of years. Even the Golden Core elders of the upper sect must give us some face, and he, a mere shopkeeper, dares to speak such wild words. Zhou Ming was also stunned. He did not expect Chun Yi to speak such harsh words right off the bat. Brother Chun. He wanted to remind him, but was stopped by Chun Yi raising his hand. Chun Yi continued to look at Yang Tianning, his tone calm. Will you provide an explanation, or will you not? Yang Tianning's expression darkened. He did not expect Chun Yi to dare to speak such bold words in this situation. An explanation? Yang Tianning sneered. Chun Yi, your people from Wanbao Tower broke into my Yang family's mind to spy on our secrets. If you are sensible, let your subordinates surrender obediently, and I will allow you to search their souls. If it has nothing to do with Wanbao Tower, I will spare your life. But if you are not sensible... His voice paused, and an oppressive aura surged around him, the pressure of a latest-stage Foundation Establishment expert crashing towards Chun Yi like a tidal wave. Tonight shall be the end of your Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, almost imperceptible, yet it made Yang Tianning's heart inexplicably tighten. Very well. Chun Yi nodded slightly, and waved his hand. In the next moment, buzz, a clear sword sound resonated from within him, initially faint as a thread, but in an instant it sounded like a dragon's roar echoing across the skies. The oppressive force contained within that sword sound caused the faces of all cultivators present to change drastically. What? What is this? Yang Kang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chun Yi. He saw a 3-foot square white scroll materializing around Chun Yi, transparent and ethereal, resembling silk, yet not quite, resembling paper, yet not quite. If not looked at closely, it would almost blend into the night sky. Yet within this seemingly fragile scroll, there was a faint flow of sword light, and the sword intent emitted from it made one's hair stand on end. Yang Tianning's pupils constricted. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so strange? Having lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a treasure. It was neither a sword, a knife, nor any common form of treasure, but a painting. Yet the sword intent within was even stronger than that of a high-grade flying sword. Chun Yi did not give him time to think. He formed his fingers like a sword and made a swift slash. Buzz. 81 sword artifacts surged forth from the 10,000 sword diagram. The sound of swords echoed like thunder, and various colored sword lights intertwined, creating a brilliant sea of light that illuminated the night sky over Sanha Island like daylight. The swords hovered behind Chun Yi, resembling a peacock spreading its tail. Then let's have a battle. Yang Tianning coldly waved his hand. Kill. The Yang family cultivators all sprang into action, their various magical artifacts glowing brightly, launching a fierce assault on Chun Yi. Zhou Ming and the other Wanbao Tower cultivators were terrified and were about to intervene when Chun Yi lightly shouted capture. Over 100 magical artifacts suddenly vanished as they approached within 10 zhang of Chun-Yi. What? My magical artifact. In an instant, the Yang family cultivators on various spirit boats turned pale with fright. They clearly felt that the magical artifacts connected to their minds had completely lost contact. It was as if they had been swallowed by some invisible existence and not a trace of feeling remained. What is this? What kind of demonic technique? Yang Kang's face turned ashen, tightly gripping the Shanha fan in his hand, yet he dared not advance even an inch. On the Wanbao Tower's side, morale surged, high cheers ringing like thunder. Master is mighty. Let's see if they dare to act arrogantly. Zhao, who supporting Tanya, looked at the tall figure in the sky, his eyes brimming with warmth as he grinned. Sister, Tan, our master, has returned. Everything will be all right. Tanya weakly nodded, tears shimmering in her eyes. In the sky, Chun-Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the 81 sword artifacts quietly floating their tips, all pointing towards the Yang family. Magical artifacts. The divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator is considered part of their body. Magical artifacts manipulated by spiritual awareness and power are deemed items in the system's judgment. As long as it is an item, once it enters Chun-Yi's divine sense range, it can be disassembled. Yang Tianning's face turned ashen. For the first time, a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes. Having lived for over 200 years, he considered himself well-informed, yet he had never seen such a bizarre Though those magical artifacts were used by Qi refinement cultivators, and their highest tier was merely high-grade artifacts, the fact that over 100 items lost contact simultaneously exceeded his understanding. Do not panic. Yang Tianning shouted sternly. That treasure of his is strange. It may not be able to collect Foundation establishment items. Foundation establishment cultivators attack with me. Before his words fell, he had already summoned his life-bound magical artifact. A 3-foot-long sword, entirely dark green, with mountain patterns flickering on its blade, was the Qingyue sword passed down through generations in the Yang family. Though this sword could not compare to golden core-level treasures, it had been refined by successive family heads, easily surpassing the magical artifacts of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Yang Kong exchanged glances with the other 3 Foundation establishment elders, and they all summoned their respective magical artifacts. The Shanha fan took the lead, unfurling to reveal a landscape painting that came alive, a phantom of 100-foot mountain crashing towards Chun-Yi. The other 3 one summoned a golden ring, another a wooden whip, and another a fire orb, their various spiritual lights intertwining, exuding tremendous power. Do not act arrogantly. At this moment, Lin Bin also returned, unfurling the Qi Ling sword to block one of the assailants. Though Zhao, who was already heavily injured upon seeing Chun-Yi return, his blood surged with excitement, and with a shake of his black-scaled spear, he forcefully blocked a Foundation establishment elder. Zhou Meng then shifted his sword's momentum, the massive red sword trailing flames directly targeting Yang Kong. Chun-Yi flicked his sleeve, summoning the Earth Fiend Fire Spirit banner, the fire spirit launching like thunder, colliding head-on with the Foundation establishment elder wielding the golden ring. What the hell? Before the elder could react, he was sent flying with a single punch. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi pointed his fingers like a sword, causing the 81 swords behind him to tremble in unison. Rise! The sound of swords reverberated through the heavens. The 81 swords surged forth like a torrent from the Milky Way, whistling as they shot out from behind Chun-Yi, weaving a dazzling sea of sword lights that rushed towards Yang Tianning's Qingyue sword. The sea of swords collided violently with the Qingyue sword. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed, and the raging sword Qi surged, creating a vacuum zone within 100 feet. Yang Tianning's expression changed drastically. He felt clearly that his Qingyue sword was simultaneously struck by the 81 sword intents in that instant. Each sword intent was not particularly strong, merely the might of an ordinary Foundation establishment initial stage magic treasure. Yet with 81 sword intents striking at once, the combined resonance almost overshadowed the Qingyue sword. How is this possible? Yang Tianning could hardly believe it. He was at the late Foundation establishment stage, and the Qingyue sword had been refined by generations of family heads, so he believed he could stand against even peak Foundation establishment. But how could this young man, who had only recently established his Foundation, possibly withstand him? Chun-Yi did not give him time to think. Pointing his fingers like a sword, he made a swift motion. The 81 swords suddenly split apart, no longer clashing head-on, but transforming into 81 streaks of light, shooting towards Yang Tianning from all directions. Trivial skills. Yang Tianning scoffed coldly as the Qingyue sword crossed before him, the mountain and river patterns on the blade suddenly glowing a circle of azure light, spreading out, shielding him tightly within 3 feet. The 81 sword lights struck against the azure light, creating ripples, yet they could not break through. Yang Tianning sneered. Chun-Yi, the difference in cultivation is clear here. I am at the late Foundation establishment stage while you have just entered Foundation establishment. No matter how strong your magic treasure, what can you do? Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and beckoned. The 81 sword lights suddenly retreated, regrouping behind him to form a sea of swords. Is that so? He lightly uttered 2 words, a glimmer of sword light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, the 10,000 sword diagram suddenly expanded, the 81 swords vibrating in unison, the sound of swords becoming sharp and piercing. Within the sea of swords, mysterious patterns began to surface. These patterns were complex and profound, intertwining around the 81 swords to form a massive phantom of a sword formation. Yang Tianning's pupils constricted. This is a sword formation. Before he could finish speaking, the sword formation had already taken shape. The 81 swords returned to their positions, their tips pointing towards the center where Yang Tianning stood. Within the sword formation, the sword intent surged, an air of deadly intent looming. Chun Yi pointed his fingers like a sword, gently pressing down. Fall. Buzz. The 81 sword lights descended simultaneously. Brilliant sword pillars crashed down from the heavens. Yang Tianning's expression changed drastically as he wildly swung the Qingyue sword, the azure light layering upon layering, desperately resisting this apocalyptic rain of swords. Boom, 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 boom. Sword lights crashed down one after another, shaking the azure light violently, scattering spiritual light everywhere. Yang Tianning's body trembled violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, disbelief filling his eyes. Yet at this moment, under the relentless barrage of the 81 swords, he found himself unable to retaliate. Impossible. This absolutely can't be happening. Yang Tianning screamed hoarsely, his true essence surging wildly into the Qingyue sword, causing the azure light to expand violently, knocking several sword lights back. However, in the next instant, another dozen sword lights fell, smashing the freshly expanded light back to its original form. Chun Yi stood calmly outside the sword formation, his expression as serene as water. Impossible. You as a family cultivator have grown accustomed to living in luxury. When have you ever witnessed the true sharpness of a sword cultivator? As he finished speaking, he pointed his fingers like a sword, again pressing down. Within the sword formation, the 81 sword lights suddenly converged. 100-foot giant sword materialized from thin air. Slash. Chun Yi uttered a single word. The giant sword came crashing down. Yang Tianning's pupils constricted, the Qingyue sword crossing above his head as the azure light surged violently, exhausting all his cultivation to withstand this strike. Boom. The thunderous explosion resonated for 100 miles. The violent sword chi surged and scattered, tearing apart the clouds above Sanha Island, revealing the brilliant starry sky behind. The azure light shattered in response. Yang Tianning spewed blood, his entire figure flying backward like a kite, with its string cut, crashing violently onto a spirit ship, shattering it into pieces. Family head. Yang Kong and others turned pale, with fright no longer caring to entangle with Zhao Hu and the others. They hurriedly retreated, shielding Yang Tianning. Yang Tianning struggled to rise from the broken spirit ship, his complexion as pale as paper, his eyes filled with dread. He had lost. Completely lost. A family head at the late Foundation establishment stage had been defeated by a young man who had just entered Foundation establishment. Who would believe this? But the truth was laid bare before them. Chun Yi stood with his sword collected, the 81 swords hovering behind him, his gaze surpassing Yang Kong and others, landing on Yang Tianning. You killed my subordinates and destroyed my main stronghold. Today marks the end of your Yang family. You want to destroy my Yang family. Then your Wanbao Tower should prepare for burial as well. Yang Tianning clutched his chest, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and beckoned. The 81 swords trembled in unison, the sound of swords shaking the heavens, the sword formation ready to strike again. Just then, an ancient voice rolled in from the sky, booming like thunder, causing all present to feel pain in their eardrums. Junior enough. Before the words finished, a vast pressure descended from the sky, enveloping Sanha Island like a mountain pressing down. The pressure was unmatched, far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator could endure. The people on the island felt their breath hitch, their legs going weak, nearly kneeling on the ground. Chun Yi's pupils narrowed. Golden core. He looked up to see a streak of azure light swiftly approaching Sanha Island, within which a white-haired elder's figure could be faintly seen. Yang Tianning's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing that streak of light. Ancestor. He struggled to stand, bowing deeply towards the azure light in the sky, his voice filled with excitement. Yang Kong and the other 3 Foundation establishment elders also bowed in unison, their faces filled with relief at having survived a disaster. This person was none other than the ancestor of the Yang family, Yang Jia, the only golden core powerhouse of the Yang family. With him present, everything would be different. Yang Jia's azure light halted above Sanha Island, revealing the form of a white-haired elder. He stood with his hands behind his back looking down on the crowd below, his gaze finally landing on Chun-Yi, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Junior, you have such audacity. Yang Jia stared coldly at Chun-Yi. You have harmed the patriarch of the Yang family and killed my kin. If I do not crush your bones and scatter your ashes today, how can the Yang family retain its face? Chun-Yi's expression remained unchanged as he gazed towards Yang Jia in the sky, speaking calmly. Senior Yang, your family has launched a night raid on my Wanbao Tower, killing dozens of my fellow cultivators. I was merely defending myself. What wrong have I committed? Yang Jia sneered. Young one, what do you think you are? Do you even have the right to reason with me? As his words fell, he raised his hand and grabbed the air. A massive azure hand materialized out of nowhere, blocking the sky and descending towards Chun-Yi. Yet Chun-Yi was unafraid. He waved his hand, summoning a giant ape puppet that leaped forward suddenly. The puppet's body radiated brilliant spiritual light, its fists pounding against its chest, emitting earth-shaking roars. A beam as thick as a water barrel burst forth from its mouth, shattering Yang Jia's giant palm phantom. What a... Yang Jia's pupils contracted sharply, his expression changing dramatically. Although he did not use his full strength, he still unleashed golden core power. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment peak would be crushed into paste by a single strike. But this puppet before him actually blocked it. Hedon, a golden core puppet. Yang Jia gasped, a look of seriousness finally appearing in his eyes. Such a puppet of this caliber could not be obtained even if the entire Yang family pooled their resources. How could this small Wanbao Tower possess such a treasure? However, after this strike, the giant ape puppet's spiritual light suddenly extinguished, as if it had become a lifeless object. I was wondering what it was. That turns out to be merely a consumable that can unleash a single strike of golden core power. Seeing this, Yang Jia immediately burst into a harsh laugh, the seriousness in his eyes replaced by mockery. Young one, such treasures are indeed rare, but if they can only strike once, what can they do to me? What of a single strike? Chun-Yi waved his sleeve again, and 3 puppets stood in a row, their eerie blue eyes coldly staring at Yang Jia in the sky. Yang Jia's laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had choked him by the throat. His expression changed from mockery to disbelief, then from disbelief to fear. Three of them. Come, Senior Yang, feel free to unleash your power, and see whether your lifespan depletes first, or my puppets run out first. Chun-Yi's face was filled with derision. Yang Jia's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping water. Having lived for over 400 years, he prided himself on being well-informed, yet he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. A young cultivator who had just entered Foundation establishment right in front of him displayed 4 puppets with golden core power and boldly asked him, "Is that enough? Is this the confidence a Foundation establishment cultivator should possess? Young one, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because of a few puppets?" Yang Jia said coldly, his voice tinged with a hint of weakness. Chun-Yi smiled. The smile was faint, almost imperceptible, yet it inexplicably tightened Yang Jia's heart. "Senior Yang, you jest." Chun-Yi raised his hand and patted his storage pouch. "How could I dare to be reckless before a golden core true person?" However, his voice paused, suddenly turning cold. "If you insist on bullying the weak, then I can only accompany you to the end." As his words fell, 3 more puppets appeared beside Chun-Yi. A total of 7 golden core puppets stood in a line, their eerie blue eyes all focused on Yang Jia in the sky. A pressure that seemed to be invisible subtly stood against Yang Jia. The entire area fell into silence. Yang Kang's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Tianing's face turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. If he were not holding on, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Zhou Ming gasped, murmuring, "What the heck? Which golden core cultivator's lair did Brother Chen just uproot?" Yang Jia's complexion turned a mix of blue and white. Having lived for hundreds of years, it was the first time he experienced what it meant to be in a difficult position. Had he known that Wanbao Tower had such depth, he would never have allowed the Shouyang Mountain to act rashly. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. "Chun-Yi, you are truly audacious to threaten an elder of the sect." "Indeed. With the sect elder present, how can you be so reckless?" Several voices rang out in succession, and amidst the night sky, several streaks of light appeared one after another. It was the reinforcements that should have come to aid Sana Island, He Yongnian, and others. Now that they saw Chun-Yi had the ability to challenge a golden core cultivator, they immediately changed their attitude. Each of their families had a golden core ancestor, yet they were all like Yang Jia, elders of the Qingyun sect, and could not stay long in Qingnan County. Since Wanbao Tower was located in Qingnan, would they not have to look to Chun-Yi's face to act in the future? This absolutely could not happen. If they could let Chun-Yi and Yang Jia suffer both sides, then at that time. Lu Wenyong bowed to Yang Jia. "Elder Yang, my Lu family is willing to assist you in killing this brat. My He family is also willing to help Elder Yang. My Xiao family too." Yang Jia's face grew increasingly ashen. His lifespan was already short, and if he were to clash head-on with 7 golden core puppets, even if he could win, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. At that time, what these so-called allies would do was something he could guess with his toes. Shut up. Yang Jia barked, his voice booming, causing He Yongnian and the others to feel pain in their eardrums and hurriedly fall silent. He glanced deeply at Chun-Yi, his gaze filled with both caution and killing intent, yet ultimately, it only turned into a cold snort. Young one, I have noted today's events. He waved his hand, drawing Yang Tianning and the others away with his true essence, and turned to leave. Ancestor. Yang Tianning called out unwillingly, are we just going to let this go? Shut your mouth. Yang Jia glared at him, aren't you embarrassed enough? The members of the Yang family climbed aboard the remaining spirit boat and retreated in a disheveled manner under Yang Jia's protection. Chun-Yi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the retreating figures of the Yang family, without pursuing them. His gaze turned to the He and Lu families, and he coldly laughed, are you all still going to fight? He Yongnian's face stiffened, awkwardly laughing twice. Master Chen is joking. We are merely here to mediate. How could we fight with the Tower Master? Lu Wenyong and the others also echoed, smiling on their faces while their eyes flickered with complex emotions. Chun-Yi did not expose them, merely saying, if that is the case, please return. I have noted today's events in Wanbao Tower. The words were said lightly, yet they sent chills down the spines of those present. He Yongnian's lips moved, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Chun-Yi raising his hand. See them off. Lin Bin said sternly, everyone please. Lu Wenyong and the others exchanged glances, ultimately not daring to say more, boarding the spirit boats and leaving in a dejected manner. Zhou Meng, however, stayed behind. He walked to Chun-Yi's side, looking at the wreckage of Sanha Island, and then at the 7 golden core puppets behind Chun-Yi, unable to help but swallow hard. Brother Qingyu. Chun-Yi waved his hand, and the 7 puppets were taken into his storage pouch. Brother Zhou, I will remember today's kindness. Zhou Meng hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Qingyu overstated. I merely did what I should have done. However, he paused, lowering his voice. The Yang family will not let this go easily. Chun-Yi looked in the direction the Yang family had left, sneering, just a bunch of dried bones in the tomb. This must be the handiwork of Baiziliang. Wanbao Tower is likely just a pawn. The true target is undoubtedly the Yang family. Initially, I wanted to give the 5 families a warning, but now it seems better to let them tear each other apart. Zhou Meng had known Chun-Yi for a long time and naturally understood that he was not someone who acted without reason. Since he dared to speak out, he must have some backing. Brother Chun, there have been significant casualties on the island. If there's any way my Zhou family can help, please don't hesitate to ask, Zhou Meng said, clasping his fists. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the chaotic scene of Sanha Island below. The originally orderly courtyard was now partially collapsed with flames that had not yet been fully extinguished, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and charred remains. The cultivators of Jinhua Hall were assisting the injured and collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades, their faces filled with anger and grief, yet there was also a hint of relief at having survived. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhou. It is appreciated. It is late now, oh please return for tonight. I will certainly pay my respects another day, Chun-Yi said, turning to Zhou Meng and bowing solemnly. Zhou Meng hurriedly returned the bow and did not linger, taking to the skies on his sword. Only then did Lin Bin drop his stoic facade and rush to Tanya's side, exclaiming, "Eh!" Tanya lay in Zhao Hu's arms, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath barely a whisper. Hearing Lin Bin's voice, she struggled to open her eyes, managing a faint smile as she said, "Brother Bin." "Aye." Before she could finish, she fell unconscious again. "Yair." Lin Bin's expression changed drastically as he took her from Zhao Hu's arms, pouring his true essence into her body, but it was as if a mud cow had sunk into the sea with no response whatsoever. Chun-Yi arrived beside them, placing his hand on Tanya's wrist, his divine sense probing in, and his brow furrowed tightly. Vital blood, exhausted heart pulse severed. Lin Bin stood frozen in place. Once the heart pulse was severed, even gods could not save her. Tanya was going to die. Zhao Hu slapped himself fiercely, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Bin, I am sorry. Tan Meizi sacrificed herself to detonate the array flag to save me." Lin Bin held Tanya tightly, trembling all over, his eyes reddened, yet he could not utter a word. "What are you panicking about? She won't die." Chun-Yi's words stunned both Lin Bin and Zhao Hu. "Master, are you saying?" Lin Bin suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with disbelief, his voice trembling. "It still has a chance." Without further ado, Chun-Yi raised his hand and gently touched Tanya's forehead. A wisp of gray spiritual light was drawn out, which was Tanya's soul. He then took out a piece of soul-nurturing wood and placed the soul within it. Suddenly a system prompt appeared. Detected decomposable item, the body of a peak chi refining cultivator. Tanya. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Tanya's soul was unharmed. He originally intended to let her soul reside in the soul-nurturing wood and later find a female cultivator from the Yang family to take over. However, he did not expect that after the soul left the body, this body could actually be decomposed. There was clearly still hope. Chun-Yi's mind raced, and he immediately formed a plan. He said to Lin Bin, "First, let's move Tanya to my cave residence." Upon hearing this, Lin Bin acted as if he had received a divine command, carefully picking up Tanya and following Chun-Yi toward the cave residence. Zhao Hu also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Chun-Yi's raised hand. "You go handle matters in the tower first." Zhao Hu's steps faltered as he wiped his tear-streaked face and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will go now." Within the cave residence, Lin Bin laid Tanya's body flat on the jade bed, his eyes fixed on Chun-Yi, filled with both hope and anxiety. "Master Ye." Chun-Yi waved his hand. "You should go out. Don't let anyone disturb me." Lin Bin opened his mouth, but ultimately asked nothing and bowed as he exited. The stone door of the cave slowly closed, isolating all external noise. Chun-Yi stood before the jade bed, looking at Tanya's pale face, then glancing at the soul. Within the soul nurturing wood, his brow slightly furrowed. "I wonder if the body synthesized by the system counts as having life. Let's give it a try." System decompose. Tanya's body on the jade bed immediately vanished. Decomposition successful. Acquired crafting blueprint. Tanya's body completed chi refining. Acquired material blueprint. Tanya's vital blood completed chi refining. Chun-Yi paid no mind to those and directly chose to synthesize. Tanya's body reappeared on the jade bed, and aside from lacking breath, there were no injuries on her at all. He then took out the soul nurturing wood containing Tanya's soul and snapped it with a flick of his finger. Tanya's soul transformed into a wisp of light, smoke slowly merging into the new body under Chun-Yi's true essence's guidance. Finally, he took out a revitalizing pill and dissolved it, pouring it into her mouth with his magical power. After completing all this, Chun-Yi closely observed Tanya on the jade bed. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Thump. A faint heartbeat suddenly sounded from the previously lifeless body on the jade bed. Chun-Yi was overjoyed. The system could not decompose living beings. He had always regarded this as an ironclad rule, but had never delved into its essence. What is a living being? Is it that which has life, or is it that which has a soul? Today's events with Tanya provided him with the answer. Spiritual herbs can have life, yet lack a soul, and can still be decomposed. Tanya's body has life and a soul, making it unable to be decomposed. But if the soul leaves the body, that shell is no different from a spiritual herb. One should not underestimate this small difference. There is a vast space for manipulation within it. On a smaller scale, those system-synthesized spiritual plants can be replanted. On a grander scale, if one day his Chun-Yi's physical body is destroyed, as long as his soul persists, can he not also decompose the old body and synthesize a new one like Tanya? Meridians severed. Dantian shattered. Those injuries that could bring despair to any cultivator for him are merely a matter of decomposition and synthesis. An immortal body. Chun-Yi murmured these 4 words before shaking his head. No, it's still not right. If someone were to destroy his soul on the spot, or if his soul were to be imprisoned and refined, then even with celestial means he would have nowhere to deploy them. But if it's just the physical body that is destroyed, as long as his soul can escape a wisp. Interesting. Chun-Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. In this world of cultivation, many cultivators dare to gamble their lives against others, but those who dare to gamble their lives against him, Chun-Yi will need to think twice in the future. You are betting your life, but he is betting. Just a shell. Having regained consciousness, Tanya looked at Chun-Yi, who was gazing at her with a silly grin. Upon noticing that she was unclothed, her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment, and she instinctively reached for something to cover herself, only to find the jade bed empty. Master. Chun-Yi finally came to his senses, cleared his throat, and casually took out a long robe from his storage bag, raising his hand to drape it over her. Put this on first. Tanya hurriedly wrapped herself in the robe, sitting up and touching her chest, only to feel the abundant magical power within her. Dantian, her eyes filled with disbelief. I'm not dead. Chun-Yi lightly coughed. A friend of mine gave me several life-saving pills, and I just fed you one, managing to pull you back from the brink of death. Hearing this, Tanya's eyes instantly turned red, and she struggled to get out of bed to kneel before Chun-Yi. No, this is what you deserve. Daring to fight to the death for the tower, how could this master simply watch you die? Chun-Yi raised his hand to support Tanya, preventing her from kneeling. However, Tanya still insisted on standing up and deeply bowed, saying, Tanya, thanks, master, for saving my life. This kindness and grace, Tanya will remember deeply. In the future, if master has any orders, I will not hesitate to brave fire and water. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, accepting the gratitude with a clear conscience. He could accept this life-saving grace. Alright, first put on your clothes. That kid Lin Bin is probably going to go crazy waiting outside. Only then did Tanya remember that Lin Bin was still waiting outside. Her face flushed red again, but suddenly recalling something, she looked down at the oversized men's robe she was wearing and bit her lip. Master, what about my original clothes? Chun-Yi remained unperturbed. Saving lives is paramount. Oh, what does such triviality matter? Don't worry, this master saw nothing. Tanya. It would have been better if those words had not been said. Once Tanya had dressed, Chun-Yi opened the cave door and stepped aside. Come in, as she's all right now. Lin Bin, as if hearing heavenly music, felt his legs go weak and nearly knelt down, stumbling into the cave residence. Chun-Yi did not turn back, walking away toward the ruins of the island. In his ears he could hear Lin Bin's suppressed sobs. Why are you crying? I'm still alive, Tanya scolded playfully. Chun-Yi's lips slightly lifted. With a swift motion he seized the black-scaled spear and shouted, Jinhue Hall, assemble. The disciples of Jinhue Hall, having just endured a bloodbath, bore their injuries without retreating, each grasping their magic tools and gathering around Zhao, who their gazes fixed intently on the escaping lights. Chun-Yi waved his hand and said, No need to panic, I, the owner of this building, am here. No one dares to act rashly. As the foremost light landed, a graceful figure emerged. Hu Yuling, clad in a moon-white long dress, her dark hair, cascading like a waterfall, exhibited a hint of urgency in her features. Upon landing, her gaze immediately fell on Chun-Yi, assessing him up and down, and only when she confirmed he was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. Chun, it is good to see you safe. Two more lights descended behind her, revealing figures dressed in the attire of Qinjian's inner sect disciples. Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback, then bowed his hands in salute. How did Miss Hu come to be here? I heard within the sect that the Yang family villains attacked Sana Island, so I rushed over immediately, Hu Yuling explained. The Qingyun sect is not close to Sana Island. Even a golden core cultivator traveling at full speed would take half an hour. The fact that Hu Yuling could arrive at this moment only indicated that she set out as soon as she received the news. Chun-Yi felt a warmth in his heart. With a serious bow he said, I will remember this kindness of Miss Hu. Hu Yuling's face slightly flushed. The owner is being too polite. Since we are allies, we ought to help each other. Her gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield on the island, taking in the collapsed pavilions, the still fresh bloodstains, and the bandages wrapped around the Jinhue disciples, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. If only Yuling had arrived a bit earlier. Miss Hu, you are being too hard on yourself. Your arrival is already a tremendous blessing. Chun-Yi waved his hand, saying, Moreover, the Yang family has come out in full force with Golden Core ancestors personally intervening. Even if you had come, it would only add to the risks. Hu Yuling bit her lip, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Although she was a disciple of the Qingyun inner sect, she truly felt insignificant before a Golden Core true person. If she truly faced Yang Jia, the opponent might hold back due to her identity, but if she wished to protect Wanbao building, it was nothing but a dream. It was precisely in this manner that my Hu family was destroyed, and now they commit such heinous acts. The Yang family truly deserves to die. A middle-aged male cultivator behind Hu Yuling spoke up. Another middle-aged woman also displayed a look of indignation. Who are these two? Chun-Yi inquired, looking at Hu Yuling. These two are the few remaining elders of my clan, Hu Yuling introduced. Hu Mingji, Hu Mingyu. Both bowed to Chun-Yi. Thanks to the help of Chun, otherwise Mingyu and I would have no hope of foundation establishment in our lifetime. Hu Mingji straightened up, gazing at Chun-Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Hu Mingyu nodded in agreement. Chun-Yi's expression turned to one of realization. Earlier he and Hu Yuling had collaborated to exchange foundation establishment pills, and it seemed her share had been used on these two. 3 pills resulted in 2 successes. The luck was indeed not bad. You are both too polite. My dealings with Miss Hu are fair, and those foundation establishment pills were not given by me. Chun-Yi waved his hand, unwilling to take credit. Even so, without your assistance, our Hu family would not even have had the qualification to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Hu Mingji stated seriously, this kindness and virtue our Hu family will remember in our hearts. Chun-Yi nodded slightly, no longer saying more in courtesy. Hu Yuling's gaze swept around, worriedly speaking. The Golden Core from the Yang family has reached the end of his lifespan. He has retired from the sect and will likely settle at Shouyang Mountain in his last years. Although you have driven back the enemy this time, it is likely that troubles will continue in the future. Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Did the Qingyun sect actually approve Yang Jia's request for retirement? Do not worry, my affairs do not rely on Wuhuan Mountain, where my main branch is located. Matters not to me. If I cannot provoke them, I will simply avoid them, Chun-Yi said calmly. With the Xian old demons stirring the pot and Yang Jia stationed in his clan's territory, the next 10 years in Qingnan County are likely to be lively. He had initially set the main branch here precisely because the regulations were strict, ensuring safety. Now that the rules have been abolished, he certainly would not remain here stubbornly. As for the account with the Yang family and the Xian old demon, he had his own methods. Hu Yuling was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had thought Chun-Yi, having achieved success at a young age, would be spirited and inclined to continue confronting the Yang family heathen. Yet she did not expect him to be so calm, victorious, yet modest, assessing the situation and retreating without hesitation. If the owner wishes to sell Sanha Island, perhaps you might consider Maihu family. After all, this was once the ancestral land of Maihu family. Hu Mingji directly suggested, his gaze carrying a hint of earnestness. Chun-Yi was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized. Sanha Island was indeed the ancestral land of the Hu family, which had eventually fallen into his hands. Now that the Hu family has 3 foundation establishment cultivators, their strength, far surpassing the past, regaining their ancestral land, would be of great significance for revitalizing the family. This matter is not urgent. Chun-Yi did not immediately agree. After my Wanbao building relocates, if you, my friend, who are still interested, we can discuss it in detail. Upon hearing this, Hu Mingji did not feel disappointed and bowed, saying, then I will wait for good news from owner Chun. Hu Yuling, however, furrowed her brow and asked, where does owner Chun plan to relocate? If you need connections, Yuling has some influence within the Qingyun sect and can recommend you. No rush, no rush. Tomorrow I will visit the upper sect with my friend, and there will be clarity then. Chun-Yi smiled broadly. Since he had decided to relocate, he must give the Xian-Yin old demon a good dose of medicine, lest he truly think that Chun-Yi was made of clay. The next morning, Chun-Yi set off with Hu Yuling and the others, traveling through light toward Qingyun sect, arriving at the Tiantian Hall. Qingye Shangren looked at Chun-Yi, who was led in by the disciples, and set down the jade slip in his hand, saying, last time you and Master Yang caused such an uproar in Qingnan, I thought you would come to report this time. Chun-Yi bowed and said, neither humble nor arrogant. Master, please see clearly, though I have not come to report, but rather to inform you of certain matters. Qingye Shangren raised an eyebrow, sipped from his teacup, and said, go ahead, let me hear it. Chun-Yi presented the golden leaf left by Ziliang, and recounted the matter of the Longyuan ruins, omitting the details of the Xian-Yin old demon. You indeed have good fortune, too bad someone got there first, Qingye Shangren remarked, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the golden leaf in his hand. Seeing Qingye Shangren's demeanor, Chun-Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly. The Longyuan Pavilion is a nascent soul sect, though it has only been passed down for 1 generation. Its foundation is not something an ordinary sect can compare with. Now that Bai Ziliang has obtained such a tremendous opportunity, how could the Qingyun sect stand by idly? Yet his expression remained impassive, continuing to bow as he said, though the Longyuan ruins were taken by Ziliang, I am a loose cultivator, and I too have gained a little something from the earth beneath my feet. Qingye Shangren raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it that peculiar puppet that can unleash a strike comparable to a golden core? Revered Qingye's stratagem is ingenious, Chun-Yi said with a smile, pressing his hand to his brow, yet it is not the automaton itself. Bai Ziliang obtained the Longyuan Ling and inherited the Longyuan lineage. To prevent anyone from trespassing the ruins, he left that automaton within to slay later intruders. Chun-Yi demurred, saying he had little to boast of, yet he possessed some talent in the art of forging. By studying that automaton, he had reverse engineered the method of its manufacture. Revered Qingye sprang to his feet. There was only 1 automaton in the ruin, and the rest were forged by you. Chun-Yi bowed respectfully and replied with calm composure, your discernment is correct. That is indeed the case. He summoned forth a giant ape automaton, patted its knee, and proclaimed aloud, though this automaton is formidable, its materials are common. The subtlety lies in the embedded ceiling formations, and I happen to specialize in that art. With that, he tapped his storage pouch, and a stream of light flew into revered Qingye's hand. Qingye examined it, and found it to be a jade slip. A sweep of spiritual sense confirmed Chun-Yi's words. The components required were not rare. Iron essence materials from 5th or 6th tier beast spirit stone cores. For a great sect like Qingyun, gathering them would be effortless. What was truly ingenious were the 108 linked ceiling formations. Such a technique was unheard of even by the sect's nascent soul master. It would likely be beyond the capacity of the sect's artificers to replicate. He gestured and drew the automaton before him, comparing it. The match with the jade slip was perfect. A gleam flashed in Qingye's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he clapped and laughed, marvelous, marvelous. These 108 interlocking seals progress layer upon layer, able to make common materials emit the might of a golden core. Young Chen, you truly are a prodigy in the art of forging. Chun-Yi bowed modestly. You flatter me, revered one. I only chanced upon the method and glimpsed its doorway. No need for false modesty, Qingye said as he reverently sheathed the jade slip, his gaze lingering on Chun-Yi with added meaning. Speak, what do you desire? Chun-Yi smiled wryly. I have offended Senior Yang and can no longer stay in Qingnan. I dare to petition that you grant me the Longyuan ruins as the new foundation for my tower. At these words, the hall fell briefly silent. Qingye looked at Chun-Yi as if to see through him entirely. Longyuan ruins, he said, setting down his teacup in an even tone. You are bold to ask. Though abandoned for years, its spirit vein foundation remains. With some tending, it could recover much of its former meaning. Such a treasure you wish to trade for a single automaton forging method. Qingye continued. A mere recipe would not ordinarily procure such a place, but in the hands of a revered one it might. Chun-Yi adopted a serious tone. Qingye, shrewd enough to be sect master, instantly perceived the implication, and his eyes flashed. Has this matter been leaked? Aside from my trusted men, the only one who knows of the ruins is you. Chun-Yi pressed on. Bai Ziliang. Chun-Yi replied earnestly, I have already inquired. After securing his opportunity, he settled in Qingnan and has not returned to the imperial capital. A flicker of greed crossed Qingye's features. Though his title as sect master sounded honorable, who among those in the sect who lacked pill-forming resources would wish to shoulder such tedious labor? Bai Ziliang had seized the complete legacy of a nascent soul force, leaving aside the secret techniques. The worth of the pills and spirit herbs alone was immeasurable. If he obtained it, the matter of pill-forming. As for the ruin itself, no one knew. It was merely a barren mountain. Wanbao Tower remitted hundreds of thousands of spirit stones each month to Qingyun for him. What harm would there be in the sect master granting him a desolate peak? Qingye was already calculating. He cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Although senior Uncle Yang has retired, he was once our disciple. This seat cannot be seen to unduly favor you. Yet you remit a substantial sum each month and have contributed merits within the sect. I cannot simply ignore that. Thus the one in Izhou. Chun-Yi quickly interjected. Qingyang Mountain. The Qingyang Mountain in Izhou, he said, will be granted to you as your new foundation. Monthly tributes shall continue according to the Sanha Island arrangement. Do you accept? Chun-Yi rejoiced and bowed. Thank you for granting this. Qingye inclined his head slightly and marked Wanbao Tower's emblem upon Qingyang Mountain on the three-region geomantic chart, thereby assigning it to Chun-Yi. He added a warning. Qing'an is the sect's source of revenue. Leave promptly and avoid further complications. Chun-Yi grasped the hint and answered, I will move at once. Very well, go. Qingye waved and lifted his teacup. Chun-Yi understood and bowed before retiring. From several spirit messages shot from the hall, scattering in all directions. Chun-Yi sneered inwardly. The bustling world crowds for profit. The frenzied throng moves for gain. Such official niceties suit any world, he mused, looking toward Qingnan Prefecture. Xianin, old demon, whatever your designs. With Qingye stepping into the field, let's see how you still plan to play this game. He turned, and with Hu Yueling waiting outside, went to the pill exchange. Qingnan Prefecture, Shouyang Mountain. Yang Kong anxiously reported to Yang Jia. Ancestor Chun-Yi did indeed visit Qingyun's sect, if he reports the matter of the blood pool. Report. Yang Jia's mouth curled in a cold smile. If I were still in the sect, that Qingye fellow might have made a— but now that I have retired and returned home, do you think he would stir up trouble to investigate my senior over a possibly existing blood pool? Yang Kong was taken aback. Does the ancestor mean? Yang Jia, lifting his spirit tea, sipped slowly. Qingye is a man I know well. On the surface he looks righteous, but profit is his guiding principle. Without solid evidence, and without a ready reward, he would never impulsively invite trouble. Having spoken, he turned from Yang Kong to Yang Taning. Move the blood pool into Shouyang Mountain at once. Now that I am stationed here, even if Qingye learns of it, he will likely wink and look the other way. If he were to act against me, he would first have to weigh whether he could silence the sect's gossip and bear the ignominy of mistreating his senior uncle. Yang Tianing bowed and said he would obey. Chun-Yi had just returned to Sanha Island when Zhao, who had been tasked with monitoring Taiping Fong, came hurrying over. Zhao Hu's face was full of gloating glee. Tower Lord, it has broken out into a fight. Chun-Yi paused, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes before he accepted it as inevitable. Revered Qingye wears a righteous mask but craves swift gains. Having learned of the Longyuan ruins and confirmed by Ziliang had not leaked the matter, he would hardly wait. At Taiping Fong, Chun-Yi asked as he strode toward Wanbao Tower's main hall. Zhao Hu followed, excitement written across his face. Exactly. Shortly after you left, Zhao Hu reported Qingyun's sect sent 7 or 8 Foundation establishment disciples under the pretext of searching for a blood demon and descended directly on Taiping Fong. Would the Qilin Association submit? Zhao Hu continued, though Bai Ziliang is only a peak Foundation practitioner, he is backed by forces from the capital and immediately clashed with Qingyun's men. Chun-Yi did not break his stride, but smiled, and the outcome. With Qingyun making the first move, Xianin, old demon, had only 2 paths. Either slaughter Qingyun's disciples and flee, or be coerced by Qingye into surrendering Longyuan's resources. Neither would end well for him. Zhao Hu lowered his voice, eyes alight. Bai Ziliang is dead. Chun-Yi came to an abrupt halt and turned to him. Though the Xianin old demon was limited by his physical form, possessing only peak Foundation establishment cultivation, his soul strength was at the nascent soul level. Combined with the countless years of combat experience he had accumulated, it was not just the Qingyun Foundation establishment disciples who would struggle against him. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it hard to handle him. Did he just die like that? Isn't that ridiculous? What exactly was the cause of his death? Seeing Chun Yi's serious expression, Zhao Hu did not dare to hold back and quickly explained, in response to the main hall master Bai Ziliang initially did not reveal himself, allowing the protector of the Qilin society and the Qingyun disciples to confront each other. Both sides were in a stalemate for nearly half an hour, and as the situation showed no signs of resolution, the Qingyun disciples produced the sect master's decree summoning Bai Ziliang to the Qingyun sect for a discussion. Who would have thought that Bai Ziliang would not come to answer the summons? Zhao Hu took a sip of tea and continued. The Qingyun disciples immediately flew into a rage, believing that the Qilin society was showing contempt for the Qingyun sect's authority, and they acted on the spot. You wouldn't believe it, the Qilin society actually had 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators. For a time, they were evenly matched with the Qingyun disciples. However, the Qingyun disciples had the upper hand, summoning foundation establishment cultivators from various major forces in Qingnan to assist, and together, they quickly breached Taiping Square. Chun Yi raised an eyebrow. Didn't they summon my Wanbao Tower? Zhao Hu shook his head. Perhaps they saw the recent battle involving my Wanbao Tower and did not issue a summons to us. Not only us, but the Yang family was also not involved. Chun Yi chuckled internally. This was not about consideration for his Wanbao Tower. It was clearly because they feared that his Wanbao Tower being in the know might share in the spoils of the Qilin society. As for the Yang family, with Yang Jia, a golden core present, the Qingyan master could not suppress him, so they naturally would not extend an invitation. And then, did Bai Ziliang still not appear? Chun Yi continued to inquire. Zhao Hu shook his head no. Even with the death or capture of those foundation establishment cultivators from the Qilin society, Bai Ziliang still did not show himself. This is quite strange. Thus the Qingyun disciples conducted a thorough search of the entire square. In the Qilin society's secret chamber, they discovered that Bai Ziliang had already passed away. Chun Yi furrowed his brows. Passed away. Bai Ziliang still had at least 70 or 80 years of lifespan left. How could he have passed away now? Zhao Hu nodded. That is indeed the strange part. Half a month ago Bai Ziliang was still presiding over an auction. How could he have passed away just like that? The Qingyun disciples naturally did not believe it, and suspected that someone within the Qilin society had secretly harmed Chairman by planning to soul search those foundation establishment cultivators. And guess what happened next? Chun Yi looked at Zhao Hu curiously. Zhao Hu lowered his voice. As soon as they intruded into the souls of those Qilin society cultivators, their heads exploded like watermelons without exception. Chun Yi's eyes narrowed. Soul restriction. Zhao Hu nodded. The Qingyun disciples said the same thing. Master He Ming and the others experienced the same thing previously. It is likely that those people were indeed sent by the Qilin society. Chun Yi nodded. The Qingyun sect indeed did not wrong him. What a fitting end. Zhao Hu also showed an expression of indignation. If previously there was just suspicion, now it could be definitively stated that He Ming was sent by the Qilin society to assassinate Chun Yi. It turns out that He Ming's cultivation was built up using the remnants of Long Yuan left by Bai Ziliang. No wonder no trace of the blood god cult could be found in the 3 states and 18 counties before. Chun Yi then asked, how did the Qingyun sect deal with the Qilin society? Zhao Hu replied, all personnel were exterminated and all assets were confiscated. However, no one anticipated that the Qilin society had the blood god cult backing them, which resulted in the Qingyun sect making a significant profit. Just in terms of foundation establishment, medicinal herbs, various magical artifacts, and precious materials, it is almost equivalent to the Qingyun treasury. What about the golden core materials? Chun Yi asked. There should not be any. It is said that the Qingyun disciples dug 3 feet into the ground at Taiping Square, but still could not find any. Zhao Hu shook his head. That makes sense. If there were any golden core materials, Bai Ziliang would have long since used them to form a golden core. How could he still be at the peak of foundation establishment? Chun Yi nodded thoughtfully. If the old demon had any golden core materials, he could have directly cultivated a golden core cultivator and then used a substitute method. Why would he need to scheme in Qingnan for so many years? It seems that during that time Long Yuan Pavilion encountered a great calamity and had to expend various rare resources to enhance their combat power. But why did Xian Yin repeatedly target his Wanbao Tower? Clearly he had no enmity with him. The only point of intersection was the ruins. But that was a matter that happened later. Xian Yin would definitely not have known that he had entered the Long Yuan ruins beforehand. Chun Yi compared Xian Yin's several attacks on him. He found that apart from that one time, by He Ming, the last attacks were all by the Yang family. So was Xian Yin always plotting against the Yang family? But why the Yang family? With Yang Jia's lifespan nearing its end, even if Xian Yin took over his body, he could only last a few years. It would be more reasonable to target Zhou Jinyuan. Or could it be that the Yang family could produce another golden core? With this thought, Chun Yi immediately summoned Lin Bin. How is the investigation of the Yang family's Wuhuan mine? Reporting to the master, the Wuhuan mine was destroyed by the Yang family after the battle yesterday. Lin Bin reported honestly. However, my subordinates also discovered some things. After the destruction of the Hu family, the Yang family has been collecting mine slaves everywhere ostensibly to gather as many as possible before Yang Jia's lifespan runs out. In reality, those mine slaves were all sent to Wuhuan Mountain while the other mines were shut down. Moreover, when the Yang family destroyed the mine, they had previously transferred a large amount of materials to Shouyang Mountain. But those nearly 10,000 mine slaves have never come out again. Chun Yi's mind flashed with inspiration. Blood sacrificed the demonic path's golden core method. No wonder they wanted to frame Zhao Hu, inciting the Yang family to attack. Xian Yin's divine soul must have already hidden there. But wait, even if it is the demonic path's golden core method, it would not be possible to succeed solely with the lives of Qi refinement stage cultivators. Chun Yi murmured to himself, why the Yang family? What confidence does the Yang family have to complete the demonic path golden core? Yang family, Yang Jia lifespan nearing its end. Chun Yi's mind suddenly lit up, recalling a method of golden core formation from the blood god cult. Using the essence blood of cultivators as a guide supplemented by the golden core of cultivators, one could form a blood Sha Dan. This pill is indistinguishable from a golden core. However, there is a major drawback. Cultivators who form their golden core in this way will never hope to reach the nascent soul stage. But Xian Yin is a ghost cultivator, limited by his vessel. He would not be able to form a nascent soul. This drawback is irrelevant to him. No wonder Yang Jia wants to retire at this moment. Having figured it all out, he realized the Yang family was doomed. The enmity of the night raid on the main hall had been avenged. As for the debts to the Xian Yin old demon, the Qilin society was also destroyed because of his schemes, right? As for what happens after Xian Yin succeeds, it has nothing to do with Chun Yi. If the sky falls, the Qingyun sect will bear it. Chun Yi immediately instructed several trusted aides nearby. Pack up quickly, we are leaving Qingnan. Although Zhao Hu and the others were puzzled, no one asked further and immediately complied. Preparations for relocation had long been made on Sanha Island. The business of Wanbao Tower spanned the 3 states, and the truly important ledgers, spiritual materials, and core artifacts had already been secretly transported away in large quantities. What remained was just some heavy household items. Half an hour later, the last batch of Jinhua Hall cultivators boarded the spirit boat. Chun Yi stood at the bow of the ship looking back at the small island. As dusk fell, the pavilions on the island were bathed in a layer of dark gold in the evening light, silent as a grave. Master, let's go, Lin Bin said softly from behind. Chun Yi nodded, and the spirit boat soared into the sky heading towards Izhou. Behind them, Sanha Island gradually shrank, ultimately disappearing into the vast twilight. At the Sanha Island dock, a wandering cultivator scoffed at the desolate island. I thought Chun Yi had such formidable puppets. How could he possibly fear Yang Jia buried up to his neck in the earth? Turns out he's just a coward. What do you know? An older cultivator shook his head. That is a golden core true person. Even if his lifespan is nearing its end, he is still a golden core. No matter how powerful those puppets are, can they protect him for a lifetime? With Wanbao Tower's vast operations, he can't live under the shadows of 7 puppets forever, can he? Exactly, a golden core isn't frightening. A Sunity golden core is terrifying. After all, he won't have many years left. He could self-destruct his golden core and perish with you. Wouldn't that frighten you? Chun Yi is only 20 years old. Is it worth it to risk his life against him? After 15 or 16 years, when the Yang family loses their golden core support, whether it's a round or flat outcome will still be decided by him. Now that's a true wise man. That's true. Once the Qilin society collapses and Wanbao Tower retreats, those ancient families in Qingnan will truly dominate. When has the sky of Qingnan ever brightened? 40 spirit stones can buy a bottle of Huangya Dan in the outer counties, but in Qingnan you can only buy 1 pill, and they won't even allow others to sell pills. These families are all corrupt. With such resentment, why are you still here? Just run out of the county, wouldn't that solve it? That won't do. While the medicines are expensive, here it's safe. There are bandit cultivators everywhere outside. I don't want to risk my life just to save a few spirit stones. Then it's settled. The sky of Qingnan has never brightened. It's just that we wandering cultivators have grown accustomed to surviving in the night. Yang Jia from Shouyang Mountain learned that Wanbao Tower was hastily relocating from Qingnan, and he snorted. At least he knows the times. Quickly plan for the blood pool matter. The sooner the family produces a golden core cultivator, the more stable it will be. Yang Tianing and the others looked at Yang Jia with tearful eyes. Must the ancestor go to such lengths? You've supported the family for hundreds of years, and in the end. Don't act like a child. I have lived for nearly 500 years. I have seen and experienced everything I needed to. If I can use this frail body to pave a path for my Yang family to the golden core, then dying would be worth it. Yang Tianing and the others wept upon hearing this, bowing and retreating. Watching them leave, Yang Jia stroked the black wooden bead bracelet in his hand, murmuring, "Don't blame me. I just haven't lived enough." From a national perspective, Izhou is located in the heartland with flat, fertile land, a dense river network, and a large population, making it the true granary of the Yu Kingdom. However, from the perspective of cultivators, this place is the most mediocre among the 3 states under Qingyun. It lacks the rich monster resources of the 10,000 Great Mountains near Qingzhou, and there are no spiritual veins or mines like those in Yunzhou. Moreover, being adjacent to 2 other nascent soul forces in the Yu Kingdom, Qingyun sect is reluctant to invest resources in development. The other 2 sects also do not dare to act recklessly, as they need to band together with Qingyun sect to fend off external threats. Over time, Izhou has become a no man's land and a buffer zone. Wandering cultivators, small families, and fugitive outlaws coexist here. Although there are no great opportunities, there are also few major disasters. Relocating the main headquarters of Wanbao Tower here can be considered a wise choice. The spirit ship traveled through the clouds for more than 10 days before finally reaching Qingyang Mountain. Sun Qing, who had not returned to the main headquarters, had long been sent by Chun Yi to manage affairs here, and at this moment, he was already waiting at the foot of the mountain. To be honest, in terms of spiritual energy concentration, Qingyang Mountain is inferior to the outskirts of Wuhuan Mountain. Cultivators would only think it was an ordinary desolate mountain, and even Qi refining stage cultivators wouldn't consider establishing a cave residence here. But who would have thought that it hides an ancient relic of nascent soul level? As soon as the flying boat landed, Sun Qing welcomed him. "Master, the outer perimeter of the relic has been cleared." Chun Yi nodded. "The spiritual veins of a nascent soul force must be at least 4th rank, otherwise they cannot supply the training needs of a nascent soul cultivator. The reason Qingyang Mountain appears unremarkable is that the protective array set up by Longyuan Pavilion is too exquisite, binding all the spiritual energy produced by the spiritual veins within. Thus the spiritual vein has remained untended for nearly 10,000 years without losing its grade. However, no matter how good Longyuan Pavilion's array is, it still belongs to others. Let us not forget that the Longyuan order is still with the Xian, an old demon. Chun Yi cannot risk his life and fortune on this array. Bring everyone out from the mountain." Chun Yi instructed Sun Qing. Taken aback, Sun Qing immediately took his leave. Shortly after, hundreds of Wanbao Tower's cultivators streamed out from the mountain's depths and gathered at the foot of the mountain. Most of them were craftsmen and low-ranking disciples who had been clearing the relics and setting up arrays. Upon seeing the master arrive, they all bowed in greeting. Chun Yi waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back, and then raised his hand to pat his storage bag. One array flag after another flowed out, like swimming dragons swirling above Qingyang Mountain. "Go!" With a low shout from Chun Yi, the more than 100 array flags instantly transformed into streaks of flowing light, plunging into the surrounding mountains of Qingyang. After completing all this, Chun Yi rode his sword to the front of the protective array of Longyuan Pavilion. Summoning the Yuan magnetic sword, he entered the mountain gate with its magnetic force and followed the Longyuan inheritance given by Ziliang to find the center of the array. Detected decomposable item 8 winds gathering chi array decompose. Decompose. With Chun Yi's command, the countless light screens enveloping Longyuan Pavilion for ages instantly vanished. Following that, a rich spiritual energy, nearly solidified, poured out like a flood from within. The vast surge rushed outward, and when it touched the array flags previously set by Chun Yi, those flags were instantly activated. Columns of light shot up into the sky, intertwining, and in the blink of an eye they formed a gigantic pale golden barrier firmly sealing Qingyang Mountain and the surging spiritual energy within. The originally unremarkable desolate mountain had now dramatically changed. On the mountain's surface, spiritual light flowed faintly, and the plants visibly sprouted and grew, with the previously sparse trees becoming lush in an instant. Several drops of milky white liquid fell into Chun Yi's palm and were decomposed by the system. Chun Yi raised his brow. Such good stuff. Yet he did not linger, riding his sword down to land before the crowd, his expression calm. From today on, this place will be the main headquarters of Wanbao Tower. At the foot of the mountain, hundreds of Wanbao Tower's cultivators stared blankly at the scene before them, speechless for a long time. This was clearly a phenomenon that only existed in legendary blessed lands. No one knows who reacted first, but someone suddenly fell to their knees with a thud. Master's might. Wanbao Tower will thrive for generations. This shout broke the silence. Nearly 1,000 cultivators snapped back to reality, kneeling in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Master's might. Wanbao Tower will thrive for generations. The soaring spiritual light, though mostly blocked by the array set up by Chun Yi, still formed a faint spiritual cloud above Qingyang Mountain. In the thousands of miles surrounding Izhou, any cultivator with some knowledge would know that such phenomena were anything but ordinary. Is that towards Qingyang Mountain? Such a rich spiritual energy spilling out. Could it be that a spiritual vein has awakened? Oi. No. This kind of phenomenon seems like an extraordinary treasure is about to emerge. In an instant, wandering cultivators, small families, and even some fugitives lurking here rushed toward the previously unremarkable desolate mountain. Streaks of fleeing light gathered from all directions. Seeing those lights, Zhao Hu ascended into the air first. This is the sacred ground of our Wanbao Tower. All of you stop right there. The fleeing lights halted midair, revealing the figures of 20 to 30 cultivators, their cultivations varying from late Qi refining stage to foundation establishment stage. A middle-aged man at the forefront dressed in a brocade robe, and at the mid-foundation establishment level cast a greedy gaze over Zhao, who fixing it on the spiritual light soaring to the sky from Qingyang Mountain without concealment. Wanbao Tower. The middle-aged man scoffed, tilting his chin slightly. Qingyang Mountain has always been unclaimed. Oh, when did it become your family's business to dictate? Behind him the crowd clamored, exactly. Such as spiritual mountain treasures should be shared by all. Wanbao Tower. Never heard of it. Are you from Qingzhou? Does the Qingzhou force wish to carve out a territory in my Yizhou? Now that the line has been drawn, want to storm the mountain? You can certainly try. Zhao, who sneered, waved his sleeve and a streak of flowing light shot out. The flowing light fell beside Zhao, who revealing the figure of a giant ape puppet. A puppet? The middle-aged man at the forefront was momentarily stunned, then sneered, a dead object dares to show itself and embarrass others. Brothers, let this country bumpkin from Qingzhou see the prowess of our Yizhou cultivators. Before his words could finish, the giant ape puppet moved. Without any warning, the massive body suddenly vanished from its spot. In the next moment, a gigantic fist appeared right in front of the middle-aged man. The fist's wind howled rapidly, enlarging in his pupils. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The upper body of the middle-aged man exploded into a cloud of blood mist, while the lower half fell from the air, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The entire place fell into silence. Those who had hoped to take advantage were frozen in place, their expressions of greed replaced by shock. The deceased man was named Lu Dehai, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator known for having taken the lives of several fellow foundation establishment cultivators and had quite the infamous reputation in Tianyang County. At this moment, he couldn't even finish a single complete sentence. The giant ape puppet withdrew its fist, its copper-like eyes sweeping over the remaining crowd, exuding a murderous aura, as if a demon had descended. Is there anyone else who wants to try? Zhao, who stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile on his face. The more than 20 cultivators exchanged glances, none dared to respond. After a moment, it was unclear who turned to flee first, but the others scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic, not daring to leave a single harsh word behind. Zhao, who snorted coldly, retracting the puppet and descending from the clouds. Chun-Yi had watched everything unfold and nodded slightly. Well done. Yizhou is not like Qingnan. Here the place is teeming with dragons and snakes. Establishing authority must be swift and ruthless. Zhao, who clasped his fists, understood, master. Chun-Yi turned to look at Qingyang Mountain, where the spiritual light that had soared into the sky was gradually receding under the formation's constraints, ultimately sealed within the mountain. From the outside, Qingyang Mountain still appeared as an ordinary desolate mountain, though its vegetation had grown somewhat lusher than before, not striking in appearance. Let's get to work on the construction. Chun-Yi waved his hand. The formation opened, and all the cultivators filed in. Although the structures in the ruins had not collapsed, they were far too ancient, and Chun-Yi did not plan to utilize them. He retained only the infrastructure, demolishing everything else completely. Qingyang Mountain had become a massive construction site, with some dismantling and others felling trees. Pavilions and palaces rose rapidly under Tan Ya's direction, using only the finest materials in Chun-Yi's possession. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Qingyang Mountain had indeed undergone a tremendous transformation. At the foot of the mountain stood a 10-jong-tall white jade archway, majestically inscribed with the words Wanbao Tower, the strokes powerful, hinting at a flowing sword intent. Ascending the stone steps, the pavilions and towers rose in layers along the mountain slope, arranged in an intricate manner. In the middle of the mountain, a large area of spiritual fields was cultivated, filled with transplanted spiritual herbs and grasses lush and fragrant. The production facilities such as pill rooms, equipment rooms, beast gardens, and spiritual pools were renovated and expanded based on the original foundation of Longyuan Pavilion. The Sutra Repository and Martial Arts Arena were placed on either side, both protected by formations with flickering spiritual light. At the summit stood a 9-story pavilion, towering majestically with flying eaves and decorated beams, which was the main hall of Wanbao Tower. The square in front of the hall was spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 people for discussions. Behind the hall was Chun-Yi's private cave dwelling, carved into the mountain, drawing in the spiritual energy from the earth veins, not inferior to a nascent soul cave dwelling. Chun-Yi stood at the summit overlooking the entire Qingyang mountain feeling quite satisfied. In just over a month such a scene was entirely thanks to Tanya's adept coordination and the vast amounts of resources poured out like a torrent. Master of the tower. Tanya floated up the mountain and landed beside Chun-Yi. Though she had already reached foundation establishment, she still bore a hint of fatigue on her face. The main hall has been completed, and the various halls have been properly arranged. Chun-Yi turned his gaze back to Tanya saying, "You've worked hard this past month." "It's my duty." Tanya smiled, then became serious. "Master of the tower, there is something I need to report to you. In this past month the invitations from various forces in Izhou have accumulated into a thick stack. Did the three major Golden Core forces of Izhou send invitations?" Chun-Yi looked at Tanya. Tanya nodded. "It's not just the three major Golden Core forces, nearly all the families and sects of note in Izhou have sent invitations." Chun-Yi pondered for a moment and returned the jade slip saying, "In a few days invite the heads of the three major Golden Core forces to the mountain for a discussion. As for the others there's no rush, I'll let them wait a few days." "What does the Master of the Tower mean?" "Izhou is not like Qingnan, we are newcomers, and we cannot reveal all our cards at once." Chun-Yi gazed down the mountain, his expression profound. "Let them guess, let them think. The more they think, the more confused they become. When we finally show ourselves it will yield twice the result with half the effort." Tanya nodded thoughtfully. "Then what about the defense in the next few days?" "As usual," Chun-Yi replied. "As for Zhao, who let him display the puppets openly, that will be enough to intimidate those with ulterior motives." "Understood." Tanya accepted the order and left. Chun-Yi stood alone at the mountain's peak, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow turned Qingyang Mountain into a golden hue. In the distant sky, several streaks of escape light flashed by, seemingly the spies from various factions still lurking in the shadows. A faint smile crept onto Chun-Yi's lips. If they want to see, then let them see enough. In Qingnan, under the watchful eyes of the Qingyun sect, he still had to hold back, but in Izhou, let's put it this way. Below the Golden Core, he is invincible. Above the Golden Core, it's 10 for 1. Do you think 10 for 1 is still boastful? I'm sorry, what Chun-Yi meant was the puppets. 10 puppets for 1 Golden Core, even 20, would only cost over 100,000 spirit stones. And what Chun-Yi lacked the least was spirit stones. To buy a Golden Core life for over 100,000 spirit stones is absolutely worth it. The corpses can be recycled and reused. As for the nascent soul, in Izhou there are no nascent soul powers among the three sects. A fertile land. These three words flowed from Chun-Yi's chest, carrying a hint of emotion, but more so a sense of fulfillment. A faint sound of wind breaking came from behind. Lin Bin landed 10 steps away, bowing. "Master of the Tower, we have already uncovered the information about those who initially intruded into our sect. The commercial dark web of Fengshin Hall has already spread across the 3 states and 18 counties. These notable figures in Tianyang County could be pinpointed with just a check." Chun-Yi waved his hand saying, "Our Wanbao Tower does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. For those who spoke disrespectfully before, directly cripple their cultivation, and for the rest who wish to take advantage, break 1 arm each as a warning." The next day, Tianyang County was shaken. Those cultivators who had made the loudest threats in front of Qingyang Mountain were dragged from their cave abodes. Overnight, their cultivation crippled on the spot and thrown into the bustling streets. The remaining participants, no matter where they fled, were found, and each had an arm broken. The attackers came and went like the wind. No one could see their faces, leaving behind only a faint remark: "Wanbao Tower handles affairs and bystanders retreat." As news spread, Izhou was in an uproar. Those who had been observing and contemplating their options hastily retracted. To be able to identify and deal with the scattered cultivators in Tianyang County overnight showcases an intelligence capability and execution force that would make anyone weigh their own worth. 3 days later, Chun-Yi finally met the first batch of visitors. The leaders of the 3 major Golden Core forces have arrived. From Dilong Mountain came the Mountain Master Han Zheng, a bulky figure with a rugged appearance, yet his speech was exceedingly polite. The Zhang family was represented by its head Zhang Guangling, a late Foundation establishment cultivator with white hair and shrewd reserved eyes. The Wang family sent their head Wang Chong, who appeared to be in his 40s, smiling and courteous. The 3 arrived almost simultaneously at the foot of Qingyang Mountain, exchanging glances filled with wariness. Tanya, accompanied by a few disciples from the Yangwu Hall, awaited them at the mountain gate. With a warm smile, she spoke, "I am Tanya, the head of Yangwu Hall at Wanbao Tower. It is a great honor to welcome you, esteemed guests from afar. The Tower Master has been awaiting you in the main hall for some time. Oh, please follow me." The 3 exchanged looks, calculating in their hearts how grand Chun-Yi's demeanor is, inviting them over, yet only sending a newly established female cultivator to greet them. Yet they did not show it on their faces, all cupping their hands in return and following Tanya up the stone steps. The winding stone path was occasionally traversed by disciples of Wanbao Tower walking leisurely and merely nodding slightly to the guests before continuing their busy tasks. Zhang Guangling observed as he walked, his eyes flashing with keen insight. Having lived nearly a century, he had seen countless sects, yet how could Wanbao Tower, established merely a month, exhibit such an atmosphere? The spiritual fields were orderly, and the medicinal seedlings were well planted, evidently transplanted from older herbs. Although the pavilions and towers were newly built, they were constructed from high-grade spiritual materials, and even the blue stones paving the path faintly shimmered with spiritual light. Such expenditure was beyond what they could afford. Wang Cheng focused on the medicinal materials in the spiritual fields, his eyes slightly twitching. The patch glowing with a green sheen contained 100-year-old jade heart mushrooms. Beside it was a patch of vibrant purple representing 80-year-old purple ginseng. There was also a vine clinging to a jade frame which, if he wasn't mistaken, was dragon whisker vine. These were all primary materials for pills used in the late qi refinement stage, and they were on the verge of ripening. The Wang family took nearly a century to achieve self-sufficiency in qi refinement stage pills. It was said that Wanbao Tower had been established only 3 to 5 years, yet it already possessed such depth. It was also known that the most sought-after life essence in the current Sioux nation's cultivation world was a unique formula of Wanbao Tower. Although this place had a second-tier spiritual vein, the life essence could accelerate growth by twice as much, equating to 60 times. Such a scene in just 3 to 5 years wasn't too surprising. However, what he didn't know was that this spiritual vein was actually a 4th tier one. He had merely adjusted the concentration of spiritual energy to the 2nd tier using formations for the guests. If fully unleashed, a 4th tier spiritual vein combined with spiritual fertilizer could yield an acceleration of 180 times. Regardless of the 1st tier spiritual medicine, it could be harvested almost yearly. What Wang Cheng didn't expect was that the medicinal garden left by Longyuan Pavilion had not been dismantled by Chun Yi, and it was filled with Foundation Establishment spiritual herbs, including the materials for the elusive Foundation Establishment pills. Han Zheng, however, was not surprised. Udi Long Mountain had the longest-standing heritage among the 3 major Golden Core forces. It was said to have existed since the founding of Qingyan sect. They possessed everything a Golden Core force should have. In fact, over half of the Foundation Establishment pills flowing out of the entire Ezhou originated from his family. However, as they approached the main hall, Han Zheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Before the hall stood 2 golden-armored canine puppets, their massive forms resembling heavenly deities, exuding the unmasked pressure of peak Foundation Establishment, their large swords radiating treasure-level spiritual light. Upon seeing the arrival of the guests, they crossed their swords before the entrance, producing a deep, clanging sound as the 2 puppets stood at attention. Zhang and Wang couldn't help but swallow hard. Their 2 families only had 1 or 2 peak Foundation Establishment fighters. Yet here at Wanbao Tower, they were using peak Foundation Establishment puppets as guards. This was extravagance beyond measure. Han Zheng fixed his gaze on the 2 puppets and spoke first. Dao Friend Tan, I have heard that your tower possesses a peculiar puppet often embodying peak Foundation Establishment strength and can deliver a Golden Core strike when necessary. Is this one of them? Tanya nodded without reservation. Master Han has a keen eye. This is our Wanbao Tower's treasured guardian, the Starry Battle Puppet. There are a total of 27 models, and this one is the Lu Jin dog. At this, Han Zheng's eyelids twitched slightly. 27 models. He did not doubt that Tanya was boasting. According to the information obtained from Dilong Mountain Shun, he was using a gorilla-like puppet in Qinan. If categorized by the stars, it would correspond to the water monkey. So does that mean Wanbao Tower has at least 28 puppets of this caliber? No wonder the sect's ancestors treated Wanbao Tower with the respect due a Golden Core force. Such strength certainly warranted that. Zhang Guangling and Wang Cheng exchanged glances, seeing deep wariness and relief in each other's eyes. They were wary of Wanbao Tower's profound foundation and relieved that they had not acted recklessly. Had they provoked such a force, their 2 families might not have been able to withstand it. Tenyu observed the expressions of the 3, secretly amused, yet still maintaining a warm and courteous demeanor. Esteemed guests, please. The 3 stepped into the great hall. Inside the hall, the furnishings were simple, yet not shabby, with a long Zeton table at the center behind, which sat a young cultivator with a handsome face and composed demeanor. It was Chun Yi. Lin Bin and several other hall masters flanked him. Upon the arrival of the 3, Chun Yi rose to greet them, cupping his hands, and saying, esteemed friends have traveled from afar. Chun Yi apologized for the lack of a proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. The 3 hurriedly returned the greeting repeatedly, saying we wouldn't dare. After the host and guests took their seats, Tanya personally served spiritual tea as Lin Bin settled down. Han Zheng spoke first. Tower Master Chen, you are young and accomplished, and Wanbao Tower is vibrant. All of Dilong Mountain admires you greatly. We have come to congratulate your tower's relocation to Ijo and wish to establish a good relationship. Saying this, he took out a jade box from his bosom and offered it with both hands, a humble gift not deserving of your respect. I hope the Tower Master will accept it with a smile. Chun-Yi accepted the jade box, its weight slightly heavy, and he noticed faint spiritual patterns flowing on its surface, indicating a sealing technique had been applied. He gently brushed his thumb over the box lid, causing the spiritual patterns to ripple away like water waves, and with a light pop the lid sprang open. Inside lay a completely white spiritual herb resembling coral. 7-patterned golden spiritual mushroom. Chun-Yi's brows slightly raised, closing the box, and regarding Han Jing with a deeper meaning in his gaze. Master Han, this humble gift is indeed quite substantial. Han Jing laughed heartily, waving his hand, and saying, Tower Master is too kind. Dilong Mountain is renowned for producing spiritual herbs in Ijo. While this 7-patterned golden spiritual mushroom is rare, it is not too remarkable. However, I have long heard of Wanbao Tower's life essence. If this humble gift can facilitate some cooperation in the future, it would be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi smiled slightly, storing the jade box in his storage pouch, and meaningfully stated the intention of Dilong Mountain has been noted by Wanbao Tower. Zhang Guangling and Wang Chong, seeing this, also took out their congratulatory gifts. Zhang Guangling unfurled his wide sleeves, and a massive snake appeared in the hall, measuring nearly 10 feet long, covered in fine green scales, with 2 small bulges forming on its head, hinting at a potential transformation into a dragon. However, there was a blood hole on the snake's head, indicating it had lost its life. Our ancestor traveled to the Yunming Great Marsh last month and encountered this beast in chaos, thus he took its life. Zhang Guangling stroked his beard and chuckled with a hint of restrained pride in his tone. Though it is merely a 6th tier, it already shows signs of transformation. Its skin, scales, and bones can all be refined into treasures. I believe this will be of great use in your hands, Tower Master. Chun-Yi's gaze swept over the giant snake's corpse. A 6th-tier demon beast was equivalent to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, but with the horns on its head it likely had some dragon bloodline, making it quite valuable. Chun-Yi swiftly tucked it into his storage pouch with a flick of his sleeve, secretly instructing the system to decompose it, and smiled. Friend Zhang, you are thoughtful. I was just worried about where to find a dragon bone for my spirit ship. This item comes at the perfect time. Zhang Guangling's smile froze. Dragon bone for a spirit ship. He had presented this Suntobe transformed green-scaled snake to imply that their ancestor could slay such fierce beasts, showcasing the Zhang family's martial prowess. Yet Chun-Yi casually suggested using it for a spirit ship. This thing was merely a toy, wasn't it? Wang Chong observed this with amusement, unable to suppress a slight smile, before quickly hiding it. Zhang Guangling let out a couple of dry laughs. Tower Master Chun. Truly a pragmatic person. Wang Chong produced a green jade gourd, uncorked it, and an intoxicating aroma of wine instantly filled the hall, making one feel invigorated just by inhaling it. This is a 2nd-tier high-grade spiritual wine Xingyu brew, Wang Chong said. With a smile, my Wang family has brewed it for 300 years and only managed to accumulate this Tenjin. I present it to the Tower Master today as a token of friendship. Chun-Yi accepted the gourd, leaned in to sniff it, and nodded in praise. Good wine. This item didn't need to be stored in the storage pouch. He secretly instructed the system to decompose a few drops. Chun-Yi flipped his hand and had the system generate 8 jade cups, filling them all and pushing them toward the guests in the hall. Such a precious item, how could we drink alone and waste the good intentions of Dao friend Wang? Come, let us all drink together. This. Wang Chong's smile froze for a moment, then he forced a smile and said, Tower Master truly is generous. While he said this, his heart was bleeding. This Qingyu brew was the Wang family's hidden treasure, taking 300 years to gather Tenjin. He had intended to present it to foster a good relationship with Chun-Yi. He had assumed Chun-Yi would cherish it and savor it slowly, yet this person had distributed it right away. Moreover, so generously they had probably given away half a gene in this round. What's wrong? Seeing the guests remain motionless, Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at them. Are you perhaps unsatisfied with only wine and no meat? He turned to Tanya beside him. Bring in the beef boer for me. Tanya complied and soon led someone into the hall. If one had dined at Tai Ping Fang's Xiangrui residence, they would surely recognize this head chef. Indeed, he was the one who had caused a ruckus when Wanbao Tower first opened. He had nearly clashed with Tanya at that time. Yet now he had joined Wanbao Tower and worked under Tanya. It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. However, this fellow was quite genuine. The earlier disturbance was not aimed at Wanbao Tower, but rather because he felt Wanbao Tower did not value the utilization of spiritual energy, wasting those high-quality spiritual materials. Later he was persuaded into Wanbao Tower by old Wang's few words, and upon hearing he could freely research spiritual cuisine, coupled with the closure of Xiangrui residence, he packed his belongings without hesitation and followed. He had now usurped Wang Shenxi's position and was the chief spiritual chef in the tower. At this moment Niu Buer bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Master, you called for me." Chun Yi tossed the storage pouch to Niu Buer, casually, saying, "The master of this tower wishes to treat esteemed guests. Inside is a 7-patterned golden spiritual mushroom and a 6th-tier green-scaled snake. Prepare a sumptuous feast, and if you lack anything go directly to the medicinal garden to collect it. Be swift." Niu Buer took the storage pouch, his spiritual sense sweeping through nearly making his eyes pop out. The 7-patterned golden spiritual mushroom. That was the primary material for refining Jade Heart pills, which were spiritual pills for late Foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation. And this green-scaled snake was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. It was a treasure in itself. The snake gallbladder could be used in medicine, the blood could be used for talismans, the skin could be refined into armor, and the bones could be crafted into magical artifacts. What did the Tower Master say? Prepare a sumptuous feast. Niu Buer swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. "And Master, are you really using these for me? If I tell you to do it, then do it." "Oh, why so many questions?" Chun Yi waved his hand. "Remember to save the spine for me. I need it for treasure refining." "Understood." Niu Buer joyfully left the great hall with the storage pouch. Han Zheng's smile also froze. He had gifted the 7-patterned golden spiritual mushroom to win a favor for Wanbao Tower, hoping to demonstrate D Long Mountain's sincerity. Yet Chun Yi was ready to turn it into a dish. Wang Chong looked at the cup of Qingyu brew in front of him, and suddenly felt that this wine wasn't so painful anymore. At least he hadn't put his wine in the pot right. Before long Niu Buer returned with several helpers carrying plates of delicacies into the hall. In an instant the hall was filled with fragrant aromas and swirling spiritual light. "Having just moved in, I have prepared nothing. I can only borrow your gifts to present flowers to the Buddha. I hope you do not take offense." Han Jing chuckled dryly but could only raise his wine cup. "Master Chun is joking. Such a grand feast is something we could never hope for." Zhang Guangling and Wang Chong also raised their cups, though their smiles appeared somewhat stiff. At the same time a question arose in their hearts. Wasn't it said that Chun Yi came from a loose cultivator background? How could he squander things more extravagantly than those descendants of families with a 1,000-year heritage? Looking at the odd expressions of the three, Chun Yi secretly chuckled. This was the effect he wanted. To showcase his foundation and flex his muscles in front of them. Sorry, but their meager assets truly did not catch his eye. He would directly stew it all in a pot. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes. Seeing that Chun Yi had yet to discuss business, the 3 exchanged glances and put down their wine cups. After a moment of contemplation, Han Jing spoke. "First, Tower Master Chun, now that your tower has settled in Ezhou, what are your future plans?" The atmosphere in the hall slightly stiffened. Zhang Guangling and the others turned their gazes towards Chun Yi, waiting for his response. Wanbao Tower relocated to Ezhou, occupying Qingyang Mountain, establishing its mountain gate, and showcasing its strength. Now it has actively invited the 3 families to come, but who would believe that it was merely for a meal and to make friends? Plans. Chun Yi set down his wine cup and chuckled lightly. What do the 3 friends think Wanbao Tower should plan for? Han Jing pondered for a moment before speaking up. Since Master Chun has asked, I will dare to speak frankly. Previously, the 7 counties of Ezhou were essentially governed by our 3 families. Now that your esteemed tower has settled here, the layout of Ezhou naturally needs to be redefined. To avoid misunderstandings, our 3 families are willing to draft a set of regulations with your tower. Regulations? Chun Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at the 3 with a half-smile. What regulations? Wang Chong stroked his beard and continued. When we arrived, the 3 of us discussed that Tianyang County would be managed by your esteemed tower, while the other 6 counties would still be governed by our 3 families as before. If your esteemed tower has the intention, it can also set up shops in the counties managed by us. As long as you pay taxes according to the rules, we will not make it difficult for you. The 3 of them stared at Chun Yi, waiting for his reply. In their view, no matter how strong Wanbao Tower was, it ultimately lacked a golden core real person overseeing it. Securing an entire county's territory was already a significant gesture from the 3 families. Sun Qing's expression was strange. Lin Bin and Tanya exchanged glances, their lips twitching, as if they were suppressing laughter. Only Zhao, who feasted heartily, indifferent to the situation. Chun Yi leisurely took a sip and smiled. With such enthusiasm from the 3 friends, if I were to decline, it would seem ungrateful. This Tianyang County is accepted by Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them displayed smiles. Master Chun is straightforward. Han Jing raised his wine cup. If there is anything needed from our Dragon Mountain in the future, feel free to ask. Zhang Guangling and Wang Chong also raised their cups. Chun Yi smiled and reciprocated, creating an extremely harmonious atmosphere in the hall. After the 3 left, Sun Qing shook his head, a hint of pity in his tone. This Ezhou has a scarce amount of spiritual veins and minds. Whether developing skills or farming, there is no way to gain momentum. To develop to their level is already the limit. Not only are they not asking us to settle in, but they actually want to restrict us to Tianyang County. It's such a waste after I spent days drafting a distribution plan. Lin Bin scoffed. We at Wanbao Tower did not rise by seizing territories. Life essence puppets which one is not a unique business. What do they have to restrict us? Tanya smiled wryly. I'm just afraid that if our business turns around they might come up with some tricks. Zhao Hu slapped his storage pouch and snorted. If they dare to reach out, my great treasure has never been ineffective. Ever since Chun Yi equipped the Jinyue Hall with Foundation establishment puppets, Zhao Hu's confidence had grown immensely. Chun Yi finished the remaining wine in his cup. Alright, stop the banter. How they think is their business, but we at Wanbao Tower need to set up our own operations as soon as possible. Sun Qingyu and your two halls should proceed according to plan. Tanya and the others acknowledged. Chun Yi turned his gaze to Lin Bin. You have received the Ghost God robe, right? Lin Bin immediately straightened his posture and patted the red Ghost Law robe on his body, saying, I have received it all. The so-called Ghost God robe is a garment transformed from the Earth Fiend Fire Spirit banner, which Lin Bin had used when dealing with Bai Ziliang. It is a unique magical item of the Fengxin Hall. However, apart from Lin Bin's set being of magical treasure grade, the ordinary disciples only received plain ones and had to raise them themselves. Chun Yi nodded. Your task in Fengxin Hall is to clean up Tianyang County for me. I do not want to see any robbers causing trouble, nor do I want to see any bullies in the markets. Lin Bin cupped his fists, understood. Chun Yi looked at Zhao Hu. You in Jinyue Hall should notify the leaders of Tianyang County within these few days, and 3 days later come to the mountains to pay your respects. For those unwilling to come, I will give them half a month to relocate. After half a month, if they do not move, they will bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes brightened like copper bells, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Master, rest assured I will ensure that the task is done beautifully. The sight of him rubbing his fists made Sun Qing and the others shake their heads. In the following days, Tianyang County was indeed a place of tumult. Zhao Hu along with his brothers from Jinyue Hall swaggered throughout Tianyang County in their spirit boats. Although it was called a notification, the Foundation establishment puppet standing at the mountain gate made it clear to everyone the weight of these words. For those willing to come, Zhao Hu would clasp his hands and say, 3 days later, Qingyang Mountain awaits your esteemed presence. For those unwilling, Zhao Hu would say no more, simply leaving a message that they had half a month to leave Tianyang or else they would face the consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Bin's Fengxin Hall was also making moves. Those street gangs, robbers, and spoiled youths who bullied the market due to their backing within just a few days faced annihilation. The entire Tianyang County was thoroughly cleansed. 3 days later, Qingyang Mountain. The morning light began to break and thin mist hung like gauze. At the foot of the mountain, spirit boats continuously descended, various fleeing lights flickering, turning the once tranquil mountain gate into a bustling scene. Daoist Tang Yu arrived quite early. A short and stout cultivator jumped down from a spirit boat and immediately spotted an acquaintance hastily greeting him. The middle-aged man surnamed Tang smiled wryly. Early. I didn't sleep at all last night. With Wanbao Tower's moves, who in Tianyang County would dare to be negligent? The stout cultivator nodded in agreement, glancing at the dozens of spirit boats parked at the foot of the mountain, exclaiming, Goodness, it seems that anyone with a name in the county has come, right? More than that. The cultivator's surnamed Tang lowered his voice. Do you see that black spirit boat over there? From Tiana sect. I heard that when Zhao Hu visited their sect master didn't dare to utter a word and obediently accepted the invitation. The stout cultivator gasped. Li Yu is notorious for being a troublemaker. When the Earth Dragon Mountain wanted to recruit him, he even dared to refuse entry. This is different. The Tang cultivator shook his head, his gaze flickering. Didn't you notice? The forces in our county that have been engaging in illegal activities have been wiped out and are not even qualified to receive the summons. The stout cultivator shivered, instinctively lowering his voice. I heard that those Wanbao Tower cultivators in red robes leave no corpses behind when they kill. Just as the words of the Tang cultivator fell, someone nearby gasped, no corpses left behind. This is too ruthless, right? Ruthless? How many people have suffered in Tianyang County over the years? Who hasn't died hundreds or thousands of times without it being excessive? If Wanbao Tower can ensure peace in Tianyang in the future, Li Yu will be the first to submit to them. At this moment, the crowd turned their heads to see a young man in a scholar's robe striding forward, followed by 2 attendants exuding a calm demeanor. It was Li Yu, the sect master of Tiana sect. The stout cultivator hurriedly clasped his hands. Sect masterly. Li Yu slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, and said lightly, Since everyone is here, why discuss so much here? Let's ascend the mountain. Having said that, he took the lead in climbing the steps. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. The stone steps wound upwards, shrouded in spiritual mist, with disciples of the Wanbao Pavilion assisting as guides. Upon reaching the mountainside, the crowd suddenly found themselves in a vast open space. A wide plaza unfolded before them, paved with blue stone, smooth as a mirror. Surrounding the plaza were pavilions and towers built against the mountains arranged in an orderly fashion with faint formations of spiritual light flickering. In the center of the plaza, hundreds of meditation cushions were already laid out, each accompanied by a low table upon which spiritual fruits and tea were placed along with a wooden board bearing the name of their faction. Li Yu scanned the area and found the wooden board inscribed with the words Tianhe Sect surprisingly positioned at the very front on the left side. There were also 7 or 8 Foundation establishment factions in Tianyang County. Li Yu believed that although his Tianhe Sect was not weak, it was far from the strongest. He wondered why the Wanbao Pavilion had placed him in the foremost position. As he pondered this, someone beside him began to whisper. On what basis is this order determined? My Golden Blade Sect has 2 Foundation establishment members. Oh, why are we placed second on the right? The burly man's face flushed with indignation, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement. Li Yu merely smiled slightly at his words, choosing not to respond, and walked directly to his designated seat. The short and stout cultivator exchanged a glance with the Tang surname cultivator, each finding their respective seat. Though Jin Yuanba, the leader of the Golden Blade Sect, was brimming with complaints, he dared not make a scene. Instead, he plopped down onto the meditation cushion and took a vigorous bite of the spiritual fruit, chewing as if to vent his frustrations. There was no choice. The Wanbao Pavilion was after all the authority in Tianyang County. Since they had called everyone here, it represented an acknowledgement of the Wanbao Pavilion's strength and status, and who would dare to cause trouble in such a setting. As the sun rose higher, no spiritual ships descended from the foot of the mountain. Those who were meant to come had already arrived. Those who did not wish to come would not arrive no matter how long they waited. At the 3rd quarter of the hour, a bell tolled from the mountain peak. The crowd straightened, sitting up attentively. The main hall's doors swung open, and 2 towering puppets stepped out first, flanking the sides, releasing an overwhelming pressure of Foundation establishment pinnacle that struck fear into the hearts of the hundreds of cultivators present. Following them, Zhao Hu and the 4 hall masters stepped out, standing at the front of the hall and bowing towards the interior. We welcome the pavilion master. Chun Yi's figure appeared at the hall entrance. Clad in a dark robe, he walked with his hands clasped behind him, his pace calm, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of cultivators in the plaza, revealing no trace of joy or anger. In the plaza, the cultivators rose, bowing respectfully. We greet Pavilion Master Chun. Chun Yi nodded slightly in return, then walked straight to the center of the hall to stand. The 4 hall masters took their places on either side. Sit. Chun Yi raised his hand to gesture, taking his seat in the prepared main position first. Only then did the cultivators sit down, their gazes fixed on Chun Yi, waiting for him to speak. Chun Yi picked up the teacup and leisurely took a sip, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, taking in the various expressions on their faces. He placed the teacup down with a soft thud. The atmosphere fell silent. Our Wanbao Pavilion has just arrived and does not wish to disturb the peace. But what has Tianyang County been like in recent years? You all know better than I do. Rampant banditry, deception in the markets, the strong bullying the weak, and uncertainty from one day to the next. These chaotic scenes have persisted in Tianyang County. For how long? You all have a sense of it too. Hearing this, Li Yu's gaze flickered slightly as he lowered his eyes in silence. Jin Yuanba, chewing of the spiritual fruit, paused momentarily, a hint of helplessness crossing his eyes. Chun Yi observed the expressions of everyone, and continued thus: from today onwards, Tianyang County must have rules. Rules. A cultivator in the crowd could not help but speak up. Pavilion Master Chun, may I ask what rules? Lin Bin stepped forward from the crowd. First, anyone who dares to obstruct, kill, or rob within Tianyang County will face execution without mercy. Second, transactions in the markets must have clear pricing, and there shall be no coercive buying or selling. Violators will have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from Tianyang. Third, between various factions, grievances can be resolved independently, but they must not affect ordinary people or destroy spiritual fields and mines. If matters escalate, our pavilion will mediate. Those who refuse mediation will be dealt with according to the first rule. Having said that, Lin Bin took a step back and returned to his position. The venue fell silent, and the cultivators exchanged glances. Someone could not help but ask, Is that all? Lin Bin replied in a calm tone, just these 3 rules. Then, the person swallowed, nervously gathering courage to ask, how much tribute are we supposed to pay to your pavilion each year? This question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. The Wanbao Pavilion had gathered all the factions in Tianyang County with great fanfare to establish 3 rules, yet did not mention any tribute. This was unreasonable. Which faction would lay claim to territory without first delineating boundaries and setting tribute amounts? Sun Qing stood out, saying, Our sect operates on commerce. We are not bandits laying claim to territory. What you all owe is the spirit stones for buying items at our pavilion and the commission for selling items at our pavilion. Beyond that, our pavilion does not take a single cent from you. The crowd erupted in uproar. No tribute. How is that possible? They whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. Which of them had not grown accustomed to being exploited by various factions? When the Earth Dragon Mountain controlled Tianyang County, 20% of their annual income had to be paid. Before that, when the Zhang family was in charge, it was even more ruthless, directly taking 30%. Now the Wanbao Pavilion claims they do not need tribute. What do you expect the boss to do then? Liu furrowed his brow as he had come to the Wanbao Pavilion to restore order in Tianyang. Without collecting tribute, how would the Wanbao Pavilion maintain these rules in the long run? Thinking of this, Liu could no longer contain himself, and stood up, asking, "May I inquire, Pavilion Master, if your pavilion does not collect tribute? Maintaining these rules requires manpower, spiritual stones, and resources. Where will these come from? Are you saying your pavilion will be subsidizing us? Or do you mean that your pavilion's previous purge of heretical cultivators was merely to earn our respect?" The crowd nodded in agreement. They were not afraid of paying protection fees, they just did not want them to be too high. Now that the Wanbao Pavilion claimed they would not charge protection fees, they felt even more anxious. Everyone was in this together. When the Earth Dragon Mountain was in charge, although Tianyang was chaotic, at least the name of the Earth Dragon Mountain kept the bandits in check. Now that it was the Wanbao Pavilion's turn, merely killing a few people and saying a few words of reassurance would not help. How long could they manage? Tianyang County would only become more chaotic. Seeing the expressions of "you should still collect some fees, otherwise I'm scared" from the crowd below, Chun, he found it somewhat amusing. Sun Qing, would you care to explain? Sun Qing nodded slightly at the words, stepping forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Everyone is overthinking it. Since our Wanbao Pavilion dares to establish these rules, we naturally have the means to uphold them. As for where those means come from, you might consider the advantages of Izhou. The cultivators looked bewildered, wondering what advantages Izhou had. In the three regions of Qingyun, Qingzhou is rich in resources from the 10,000 Great Mountains, and is home to the Qingyun sect with order and organization that is conducive to the development of various arts. Yinzhou has abundant veins of spiritual energy, making it suitable for cultivating herbs and alchemy. Maizhou, on the other hand, lacks everything. Thin veins, poor minds, and rampant banditry. This is a consensus in the cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. What advantages do we have? Do we have an advantage in the abundance of bandits? Sun Qing gazed at the puzzled faces in the crowd, the smile on his face growing even deeper as he glanced around and uttered two words. Transportation. Jin Yuanba scratched his head. What kind of advantage is this? The cultivators in the square exchanged glances, some frowned in thought, while others looked utterly confused. Sun Qing leisurely took out a map of the Yu Kingdom, infusing it with true essence, causing the scroll to unfold in midair, transforming into a luminous screen suspended above the square. Ladies and gentlemen, please look. Sun Qing pointed at the map. Izhou is located in the heart of the Yu Kingdom, bordering Qing and Yun provinces to the southeast, the Tiandang province under the control of the Wudu sect to the north, and connecting to the Han province governed by the Spirit Beast Mountain to the west. 70% of the trade routes of the three major nascent soul sects pass through our Izhou. Liu, immortal by background, naturally understood the importance of transportation hubs. But the world of cultivation is different. What you said is incorrect, Master Sun. The commerce in the cultivation world is unlike that of the mundane, with storage bags and flying boats. Even if they pass through here, they can fly directly over without stopping. Liu cupped his hands and said, "I asked Master Sun to enlighten us." Jin Yuanba nodded, repeatedly speaking gruffly. Yes, that's the logic. Every day in our Izhou, countless flying boats float through the sky, yet none have ever landed. Master Sun, your argument does not hold water. The others echoed in agreement, and discussions gradually rose in the crowd. However, Sun Qing remained calm and composed, standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for the voices of the crowd to subside before slowly speaking. What Master Li said is quite right. With storage bags and flying boats, goods indeed do not need to touch the ground. He shifted his tone. But have you ever wondered why they clearly pass by Izhou yet never stop? This question from Sun Qing momentarily stumped everyone. Indeed, why? Liu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and tentatively suggested, because Izhou doesn't have anything worth stopping for. Exactly. Sun Qing nodded. Izhou has no specialties, nothing worth their special trip. Hence they merely pass through without stopping. But now things are different. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he spoke each word distinctly. From now on, my establishment will settle in Izhou. The specialty of my establishment is the specialty of Izhou. It is the specialty of Tianyang. The cultivators from Tianyang exchanged glances, and gradually a gleam of excitement sparked in their eyes. Liu was the first to react, abruptly standing up, his voice trembling slightly. Does Master Sun mean Wanbao Tower will conduct the business of the essence of life in Tianyang County? Why not? Sun Qing smiled lightly. Now that Tianyang is under my establishment's control, it saves the trouble of transporting goods to Yunding Immortal City, doesn't it? These leaders from various factions in Tianyang, who among them was not astute. Sun Qing's words were succinct, and they instantly grasped the underlying implications. In the square, an uproar erupted in an instant. Wanbao Tower is moving this business to Tianyang. Does that mean, in the future, all cultivators from the Yu Kingdom will flock to us in Tianyang? My goodness, what an immense influx of customers that would be. Though we in Tianyang may lack many things, we certainly do not lack anything. They must bring something back after making a trip, right? Then, Sun Qing observed everyone's reactions, his smile deepening. Do you understand now? He stood with hands behind his back, his voice resonant. I, Wanbao Tower, do not require your offerings, because my establishment has its own means of generating wealth. And how should this rule be maintained? The cultivators exchanged glances. They initially thought they were welcoming a mountain tiger, but instead they found a god of wealth. If they allowed those robbers to disrupt the rules and ruin their own livelihood, they would truly be the biggest fool. Jin Yuanba immediately slammed the table. We'll take care of this. Which bastard dares to cause trouble in Tianyang County? They will be going against us, the Golden Blade sect. Yes, we will help. Those with money will contribute money, and those with strength will lend a hand. Your esteemed establishment will issue commands, and we will never hesitate. Isn't it just about maintaining order? This is our own territory. How can we let others trample on it? In an instant, the cultivators all voiced their support, eager to pound their chests in assurance that Tianyang County would henceforth have no locked doors and no lost items. Chun Yi sat at the head table, observing the fervent scene below, a faint smile curving his lips. This was exactly the effect he desired. Forcibly subduing others pales in comparison to binding them with benefits. Wanbao Tower feasts on the meat while they follow to sip the soup. The rules naturally would have someone eager to maintain them. But it is still not enough. I am greatly comforted by your intentions, everyone. Chun Yi's gaze fell on the empty seats, his smile fading as he sighed. It is a pity that my cultivation is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. My words hold little weight, and even if I wish to bring others along to prosper, some still do not give Wanbao Tower the face it deserves. Once these words were spoken, the previously vibrant atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Everyone followed Chun Yi's gaze, and the empty seats became glaringly conspicuous. Jin Yuanba said, is the leader referring to those who didn't come? Hey, if you ask me, these people are unappreciative. Why should the leader care about them? Exactly. Someone immediately echoed. Their absence is their loss. They will regret it. However, Chun Yi's expression did not improve. He shook his head and said, this business benefits the entire county. Their lack of respect for me does not bother me. But when I think that they benefit from me while not respecting me, it leaves a peculiar feeling in my heart. He looked at the cultivators below and said, what if we just let this matter drop? Drop it. Jin Yuanba stood up suddenly, his voice elevated by 8 degrees. Leader Chen, this cannot be allowed. Li Yu also could not sit still, standing and cupping his hands. What you said is incorrect, leader. Those few unappreciative ones are blind. How can they ruin a major matter for the entire county? Yes. Leader, think carefully. What do those few families even mean? Do they deserve to make the leader change his mind? The square erupted into an uproar even more fervent than when they had just learned that Wanbao Tower was moving its business to Tianyang. What a joke. Watching mountains of gold and silver about to be laid out in front of them, would the god of wealth throw in the towel, just because of those dozen fools who didn't come? Then who would they complain to? Chun Yi sat calmly at the head table, his expression placid, allowing the commotion below to continue, merely taking his time to lift the teacup and take a sip. Jin Yuanba eyes rolled as he said, Leader Chen, just rest assured, or I will lead people to bring those blind dogs here to bow and apologize to you. With those words, the crowd echoed in agreement. Yes. Bring them here to apologize. Those who are ungrateful dare to block our wealth. Master Jin is right, let's go now. The crowd was incensed, ready to form a gang and storm out. Chun Yi set down his teacup and raised his hand to gesture for silence. The noise in the square ceased instantly, all eyes focused on him. I acknowledge your intentions, everyone. But there is no need to kidnap people for apologies. Forcing a melon to ripen will not yield sweetness. Jin Yuanba was taken aback. Then what does the leader suggest? Chun Yi replied calmly. We are business people, and we emphasize harmony to generate wealth. I previously mentioned that those willing to come should arrive in 3 days to pay their respects. Those who are unwilling have half a month to move out. Today is the 3rd day. They have not come. Then it is time for them to move out. Chun Yi had spoken so clearly that if they still could not hear the hidden meaning, they would truly have lived like dogs for decades. If those factions dared not come, could they still listen to Wanbao Tower's orders to move out? Chun Yi was essentially asking these people to take action and drive out those factions that were unwilling to submit in Tianyang County.